start at 7:32 sharp. Free surfers, let's split the competition area. Less than 10 minutes to start now, so please, free surfers. Surfers, let's leave the competition area, please. We will start the competition at 7:32 sharp, so please, free surfers. Mais uma vez, sejam muito bem-vindos. Vamos dar início à competição às 7h32, com a primeira bateria na ronda de 64. So please, free surfers, let's start to clean the competition area. Less than 7 minutes to start, so please, free surfers, pedal in or move further to the middle of the beach, please. Free surfers, once more, please, let's clean the competition area immediately. We want to start the competition, and we will at 7:32, so please, free surfers, let's clean the competition area. Free surfers, por favor, vamos abandonando a área de prova. Vamos dar início às 7h32 sem folga. Não podemos fazer com a vossa presença aí. Por isso, por favor, free surfers, abandonar rapidamente a área de prova. A grande maioria destes free surfers são também competidores nesta prova. eles compreendem isso perfeitamente, penso eu, e irão abandonar a área de competição. Iremos ter a área de competição limpa para darmos de início à competição às 7h32. Please, free surfers, let's clean the competition area immediately. Free surfers, 5 minutes to start. Free surfers, please, let's clean the competition area immediately. Vamos ter aí a colaboração da nossa Water Patrol. Please, free surfers, let's clean the competition area immediately. Temos ali a ajuda. Ajuda ali da nossa Water Patrol para a limpeza da área de prova. Surfers.
Good morning and welcome to Portugal. The QS rolls on at the Caparica Surf Fest 2023. We're live from Praia do Paraíso on Costa de Caparica, Portugal, just on the south side of Lisbon, and another fine day greeted by a delightful sunrise, clean lines out of the Atlantic, a crisp offshore grooming those waves for early morning participants. And here to enjoy the morning and hopefully a long day of competition, joining myself, Paul Evans, Ben Mundy and Chico Alves. Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. Great to be here.
Good morning, Paul.
How's our vibes this morning, guys? Big day yesterday. Do you reckon we could match it today? Could we even do more heats potentially?
Oh yeah, I reckon. I hope so. We did quite a lot yesterday. Yeah, we got big plans. And yesterday was one of the best days I've seen of waves on Caparica. And I've been coming for a little while, not that long, but long enough to see some. Yeah, that yesterday was amazing. And today looks a carbon copy, just as big, just as good, but more fun.
And just like for you professionally and personally yesterday, how would you rate the days up there?
Right up there, one of the best days on the QS I've ever had.
Same. I just saw the thing that I've said for the last 2 days, which is it's really good on the high tide, which is something I don't know if you're going to see today because it looks really good to me right now.
Should we get into the forecast?
Let's do it.
What's the waves going to be like? Let's find out.
Good. There we go. What she goes, some just solid numbers again, isn't there? Like, 1 to 1.8 metres offshore. So today is Wednesday, is that correct? Yep. And that looks really good. Tomorrow's the same, and then it just gets better and better, right? Just clean and offshore and good waves.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have a consistent week of waves. Today it's going to be a bit bigger than in the afternoon, by the looks of it. But yeah, we're going to have plenty of swell on the next few days, so it's great.
Well, we're still waiting to find out exactly what our running order is, but we're pretty sure we're going to have a big day of competition going down this morning. And just thinking about some of the highlights from yesterday, we had pumping waves. So there were moments, but also we're kind of anticipating the big seeds coming in and really pushing those score lines up, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. The judges have kept the that sort of their range pretty tight at the moment, only rewarding the best of surfing. And part of that is because there are some big names. Even the first heat, Joanne Giroux, former CT surfer, incredible surfer. So already straight off the bat, we're going to get the top seeds from around Europe all battling out in great waves. So I reckon we're going to see some big numbers today.
Let's go and get the call with Joanna Garnell.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Ugu, and happy birthday. Yesterday, it was such an epic day of surfing. The crowd was amazing. Everyone was down here on the beach. What did you think?
That's what we like and what you're looking for now, giving the amazing conditions. Of course, we need to have some luck. And that's it. Same that we're going to have today. Yesterday was incredible, unbelievable. Some barrels. Some guys say the best conditions ever here in Costa de Caparica. We are really happy for this.
And how's it looking today?
Looking great also. Like the wind's looking better now, like that than yesterday. But will be like a long day of good waves. Also, it's working on low tide and high tide, so that's great for the competition run, and we can manage like the best tide and the best waves during the day. So.
And who's going to be in the water?
So now we're going to start with the round of men, okay? Round of 64. And then we're going to do probably the women's after it. Yeah.
Okay, great call. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Thank you, Hugo. We're on.
We're on. It's good news. And look at that. No wonder. It's pumping. It's offshore. And we've got some of the Europeans' best surfers congregating just south of Lisbon. So, yeah, of course we're on. Pretty excited about that.
Let's check out Joanne Giroux, Tristan Guilbeault, Seam Nikritin and Ido Arkin. So 2 French and 2 Israelis in the early morning. And crisp lines there, a bit more offshore, Chico, this morning. Is that going to be challenging for our surfers?
Well, I think it's a bit smaller than yesterday, so I don't think so. I think if it was as big as yesterday and this strong of offshore, it would be really difficult to land those end sections, but it's a bit smaller, so I think it's going to look really fun. I saw a couple of waves when I arrived, and wow, they looked really good. So as we see Blue up and riding.
There goes Guilbeault. He's got some speed loaded up on that board. What's he got for us? Big carve, really nice. Using all of the waves transition and a big powerful turn to open things off for him. That's going to feel pretty good in that morning breeze, going real fast, swinging on a rail.
Yeah, getting that feet in the wax is the old expression, and he was just motoring along that wave. You can see how clean it is and how much speed these guys are able to generate when the waves are like this. Unfortunately, I just didn't have that second section, but yeah, he put it nice on rail there. Oh, I can see the spray blowing back with that offshore breeze. Beautiful stuff. And then Nikritin, who yesterday got a buzzer beater to get through, and he's up and at him as well. And Larry Layback to finish and pops it out. So surf is just getting a start, and I don't know if that's going to count in their final 2 scores, but good surfing.
Yeah, that stylish approach from Tristan is something that we always expect. He has been surfing really well over the last few years. He had a bad injury last year, as we see Joan here improving.
Duru, backhand from him. It's smooth and it's sharp. Just pushing in the pocket, straight onto the bottom turn. Tagging again, so a nice combo for him to kick off his participation in this. Ben, did you enjoy Duru's World Cup performance in Peniche?
Yeah, he was impressive in Peniche. Right to the quarterfinals or the round before maybe. So yeah, a few giant slaying efforts. Really, well, as we well know about Joan, his tube riding and beach breaks is incredible. The other thing that he's known for is his backhand, which is what we've got right here. Sometimes takes a little while to warm up in these events. That second turn was just a tiny little bit sticky for him, but still you can see the spray, see the power he generates from his bottom hand turn, and yeah, he'll be one of the favourites for the event.
Also looking to go into the challenges once again, just coming up soon, so presumably he'll be packing his bags and heading to Australia fairly soon.
Yeah, and exactly right. We're talking about that backhand. Joan Duru at Snapper Rocks is something that works, I'd imagine. If he gets some swell, he's an incredible backside tube rider. He's got that real power in the pocket. So yeah, if he can get there, if he can get up into that ratings, which I think he's pretty close, yeah, he'll be super dangerous out in well at all the Challenge Series events, but yeah, particularly in any right-hand point breaks.
Pressure time for him, right? So last event before the challenges, and he needs to really perform to make sure he attacks the Challenger Series. So it's pressure time for all of them. Each one has a own goal, but at the end of the day, they all want to make the challenges.
Sitting in 5th right now, 5th place on the QS ratings. Series again, a smaller way for him, but he'll put up a second score, not wait for his previous number to drop in, and would just surf this thing relentlessly. Really nice with the just slightly overdoes that turn. Really nice and loose though from him, and he'll be annoyed not to get that finished, but 2 numbers head in Joan Duru's way.
Yeah, it's probably one of the only aspects of Joan's surfing that he'd probably like to improve, just his completion ratios. And the reason he fell off here was he just went for it. So he got stuck behind a bit there, and then he started saying, okay, I've got to do something a little bit special here, and just kicks the toe out, and normally just rides out of that pretty well and would have type of backup score, but unfortunately, just as those tails kicked out, he couldn't hang on, and that won't count. But there's so many opportunities, sort of 5 minutes we've had already, and we've already had sort of each surfer getting a few waves each, so loads of opportunities. And, one of those scores coming in for Nickerton, for example, is already a 6, so solid numbers already posted in what looks just absolutely epic conditions.
On that one, it looked a bit more like Joan. On the first one, we saw it was quite a warm-up wave, and then on this one, we could feel the energy on those last 2 turns. I really enjoyed the vertical approach, and then the blowtail. He caught the outside rail, and he fell, as we see White on a bomb of a wave.
Nickerton stalling, looking for cover. Doesn't quite find it.
Yeah, he couldn't get in the tube. There's probably no worse feeling in surfing than stalling for a tube that doesn't arrive. You're sort of close. You think you might have a shot. He just couldn't quite tuck under the lip, under the curtain. But he's such a good wave sort of reader, isn't he, Chico? Siam, he's just always seen in the right spot at the right time, always hunting, always sniffing around, and reads the ocean well.
Well, he comes from the first round of the event, so I think him and Ido are the guys that I've spent more time on the lineup during heats. So I think that can come into play in terms of rhythm in the ocean. And Siam Nickerton, he has a lot of rhythm because he had to go through 2 heats, 2 rounds already. So let's see what he can do. Green.
Arkin off the top. Off the bottom, speed and whip, big spray from him, smashes the lip, and again he'll hit it hard, and he'll keep pushing. There's the fist pump, good wave.
Yeah, really, really well surfed. the only surfer not to have had a wave, so he waited 10 minutes for it, but he's really made that time count in terms of solid turns, got some rhythm in. There was a big turn out the back and a good finish. Probably the best wave we've seen of the heat. And the young Israeli surfer, he's been really impressive. Just the way he attacks the lip, Chico, he's so powerful.
Yeah, the first turn looked really good. Kind of a setup carve, and then he winds up this one. Money turn there. Almost gets caught up there because of the offshore wind, but he managed to fit 2 more snaps in. One quick snap and another quite foam claim hit, but I think it's going to be a healthy number for him, that's for sure. This turn looked really good. You can tell he has a bit of nerve still because, as you said, he waited 10 minutes for this wave. I think if he had a bit more freedom in terms of pressure, he would even smash it harder. So I think he surfed it well, and yeah, he will deserve a good score, that's for sure. So yeah, 6.5 for him for the last one. So
yeah, as I said, best wave of the heat so far, 6.5. Yeah, so really made that waiting game count. And it's only Gilbo now needing a few sort of catch up. Just 10 minutes to go. These waves are streaming through. It looks so clean. You can't sort of imagine just how nice it looks out there. 3 to 4 foot. You know, offshore breeze. The banks are good. Yeah, like every single little beach along the groin is sort of replicating itself here. This has got great banks, but you know, the whole stretch is pumping.
Duru in that morning sunshine, making this wave look beautiful as he tears his way across, along and over. And Duru finishes off with a real nice lip line float on the backhand after tagging it as well. And after something of an error on his final turn on a previous ride, that one, this is more the Duru we expect, and he'll put some scoreboard pressure on here.
beautiful wave. First snap really aggressive, under the lip vertical approach, and this floater is something that is quite a trademark of Joan. We've seen him at J-Bay do these types of floaters to do an amazing result there, and this turn, boom. Really down the line turn, which is really hard with all this offshore, and another big floater to end this wave off. So a 3-turn combo, I think the judges will love that. And yeah, I think it's probably going to be the best score of the heat so far. Because that first turn was aggressive, and then he had the combination with the vertical approach and then the floater to end. So a bit of variation there on that wave, which is something hard to do on your backside, and especially on a really good right-hander where it's always kind of asking you to do the same turn. And yes, 7.10, so Joan Duru jumps into the lead, and with the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, solid number for Duru. There's the spread from the panel. Comes out as a 7-1. Got a 4-5 for his first effort. But he's pushing the scores up here, and that's not really a surprise, Mundy.
No, it's not. Look at this.
Gilbo, the rail work off the top. Look how clean and smooth and speedy it is. And a little finger flick from him. So he wanted to join the party. Everyone else has thrown number 6 or better in this heat, except him until he took that wave. Just looks dreamy out there.
It really does look perfection. This wave too is just come around the corner, and here he goes. He hits that first one really nice, holds a little bit, and this one he liked. Got the fins out a little bit, so a bit more sort of in the lip rather than Joanne's. I was interested with Joanne's wave how they'd sort of score that floater. Hold that thought, because Arkin is arcing up again.
Here he goes, set up turn off the top. He's got to be patient here. And again, a bit of a setup. Now it gets steep. Can he attack? He'll hit it once. Straight into the bottom turn. Another whipping carve. And he'll need a strong finish here, because this is a tough heat. And he goes all the way for a re-entry on the inside.
I like how they're just making sure the judges know they've caught a wave, just to make sure that they point at, yeah, just can you log that one in, please, guys? I've surfed that. I need a score. Thank you. Just, yeah, really, really smart surfing, I think, of that approach, Chico. It, you know, like, you need to back up that 6.5, and, well, he's just done, he's kind of Duru'd himself, hasn't he, here?
Yeah, he had a good read on this wave. I really enjoyed this turn. Bang, under the lip snap. The wave was quite slow. This one was a bit more further to the left side, so I went to kind of like the deep part of the sandbank. But other than that, I think it's going to be a good score, a good backup for him maybe. I don't know if it's going to be higher than a 6.5, because I think his last wave was better than this one. This one had a lot of downtime, so it was really long, but he didn't have the opportunity to really unload some 2 or 3 huge turns. So I think it felt good to him because it was really long and the wave was perfect. But a lot of downtime, as we see Joan here with a bit more space to work with. And wow, what a nice turn there, blowing the tail out and making sure he puts another score on the board. As we see Maud Lecard with their dog, right? Do you know the name of their dog?
I don't know the name of their dog, but I do know that it definitely is their dog. I've seen Maud walking.
Maybe Twitter?
Yeah,
Tell us?
Twitter might tell us the
name of
I've
the
been
dog.
seeing them walking it up and down. They're pretty comfortable.
Oh, you want to play Twitter today, do you,
yeah,
Alves?
yeah.
All right, okay.
He's a bit of a confidence
right.
sort of player,
I see.
Joanne. And
Wow.
it's that turn that we know and love. Just a bit of release, just adding just a few different angles to, say, some of the other surfaces. So Arkan has been fairly traditional, fairly strong, but no real kind of mixing up, a bit of flair. And Joanne just did that.
Is today the best day we've seen of European QS?
Ever.
No, this year, this season.
Yeah, I think so. We've been pretty
Definitely,
unlucky with
yeah.
the conditions for a lot of these events. So yeah, this is definitely the best waves we've seen for the qualifying series throughout the year. And also,
It's incredible how Costa always delivers.
always delivers.
It's not because I'm from here, but
It's also
seriously,
sometimes
it's just pumping.
You know, you get the odd day here or there at these events, and that's great. But to have these back to back, and tomorrow looks the same. That's where that gets really into rare as rocking horse poo, basically at this stage
For every comp, really.
So yeah, looking good. And we talked about those scores going up, Paul. I mean, we're not always right, but I think in this particular instance, we may have got it spot on.
Yeah, no real shock there. We've got better surfers entering in every heat, and we've got the best of the scorers from the early rounds as well. So all the ingredients are there for real high quality. Duru still in first with that 7-1, but we've got another number to come in for him. Also, Nikritin and Gil Bosway, they're having a good old think about that. So it was the carve with the speed, and then the re-entry.
It's a bit of an outlier, that one, wasn't it? Oh, and there's a tube.
Wow.
Ah, Nikritin just getting tube. Tried last wave, couldn't quite get duck under, but that one he can. Not super deep, super fun. I'm not sure if that will go into his top 2, but just again, just showing just how good these banks are and this swell is. From that water angle is going to be amazing.
Judges tend to not really enjoy the tube unless it's sort of a...
That's the thing about judges, they hate tubes.
Yeah, you have to get sort of a crazy one to get scored, don't you?
Got to be deep. You got to be completely out of the picture so you can't see. Sometimes a bit of spit will help. But yeah, we saw Barnaby Cox get one yesterday that was pretty throaty, came out in the spit. So yeah, that's what you got to do to
What was the score?
He got a 7, I think. Only
Great.
7, so it wasn't crazy, but it was, you know, obviously got him through the heat. Yeah, so tube riding, it's a bit of a risk when you know if you do a couple of big turns, you're going to potentially get more points. But as a surfer, it's kind of instinctive, isn't it, for some of us?
Last of Tristan, 5.93, so Tristan is back in this heat. Thought the score going to be a bit higher. The wave looked really good to me. Big carve and a big snap to end that wave off, 5.93. He needs to show us a bit more if he wants to get into the 7 range. And as we see, White on a really good wave. Wow.
There he goes again, pulling in. Oh, he travelled a long way there, nearly made it. And then just tried to dive out the exit, really.
He saw the doggy door, didn't he, way in advance. He just went to Superman that just couldn't get out. So that would have been one of those cases where the judges would have been forced.
It's like Indiana Jones trying to get under the sort of closing portcullis.
Talk us through this. Should go?
Good stall, double end drag. He's right there, feeling really comfortable. But here, normally with this type of size of swell in offshore, the barrel gets really tidy at the end, and you need to be quite small to actually make it, or you need to really squeeze your body to make it. So I think at the end there, you got a bit, how do you say? compressed by the lip, and he fell. But at the start, it looked really good. So we have Tristan with priority, which is something he would love to have because he only needs a 4.35 with 5 minutes to go. And this is Joan Duru out the back on a beautiful wave. Bang. Big turn and another big turn. So 2 massive backside attacks and a quick snap and another one. So I think the 2 first turns were the Marnie turn, as we see blue now.
Gilbo, great looking wave. Real nice rhythm to this. He's going straight up and down in the pocket. And he's got a tight section here if he makes this.
Is that a make? Pull?
Nope.
It's not, but I think he'd done the work out the
Yeah,
back.
same.
That would have been a massive exclamation mark point on what was an incredibly well-surfed wave. Chico Alves is at the score.
4.38. I think he surfed it really well. This first car felt like a setup, but this one I really enjoyed. Tight in the pocket, and this one he smashed it, and another one. This carve looked even better than the first one. So this last turn he needed to make this, but I think, as you said, the work was done. That 3-turn combo in the middle of the wave looked really good to me.
On his way to an 8 or something here, wasn't he? It's going to be excellent if he'd made that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that timing was so difficult on that last turn. He timed it impeccably because he waited and then he launched off the lip. He just got a bit of a ricochet from the foam as it came back up, and that's what knocked him off. Here he goes. That's way harder than it looked, and he just couldn't hang on, but had already surfed it so well. And Giroux, well, he's just finding his rhythm. It's his 5th or 6th wave. Thinks he's a J Bay or something. And this turn here, just right in the lip, right in the pocket. That's the difference the backhanders can do. They can sort of go up vertically, and he just keeps ringing in the changes. So Joan Duru has had a great heat, well out in front. It's just whether Gilbo can get that score.
Sitting way down on the ratings in the QS.
Tristan?
Yeah,
I think he's had a few injury issues.
Yeah, he's had a few injuries. He's missed a couple. He's in unfamiliar territory, 41 at the moment. If he were to win this event, however, pick up those 3,000 points, put him on 3,900, put him in contention. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. He needs to get the win, basically.
Yep. Yeah, I think this year's been a bit of a write-off for Tristan. I mean, yeah, obviously a win would get him within touching distance, perhaps, but it's more about getting back into the game, getting some solid results, and doing some great surfing. And after that last wave, I think he's ticking all those boxes. As you see, it just started off really, really well. Look how clean it is. This is Arkin. He waited a long time for this wave, but he made it count.
Yeah, he started off with a bit of pressure on his feet because he waited 10 minutes, but this wave was well put it together, and he got that 6.5. And Joan started to unload some big turns. That first snap looked really good under the lip, jam, and the rock and roll floater. We love a good floater, and he makes sure he makes it. So 7.10 for this one of Joan, and he was able to back it up on this one. You can tell he's a bit more loose here, a bit more confidence too, and he was jamming it. That first snap, setting up this one under the lip. Snap again and another carve. So he's feeling it. You can tell by his body language that he's having fun right now. And this was the last wave of Tristan. I think this one is going to put Tristan back into second. Nice carve, tight carve in the pocket. Bang, straight into the lip. And another beautiful carve. If he had made this last turn, it would be excellent surfing. So, yep, last of Tristan Gilbo, 6.4. He jumps into second, and Ido and Siam need scores right now, 5.83 and a 6.34. So, the more experienced surfers giving work to Siam and Ido, and yeah, what a great heat to watch. First heat in the morning and a lot of action.
Great wave here, Duru, your heat leader. He bolted wide for this. Look at this thing stand up. Look at the speed. We're at J-Bay. Wow, how's that hammer from Duru? He's still going here. And again, just tags it. And he is going real fast right there. Just belting that. The timing is sweet. The wave just offered up beautiful sections for him repeatedly. It's going to be another good number for Joan. He's looked great this morning.
Yeah, what an icing on the cake. just overhead. There's a big cut down, and then this right in the lip and stings it. And he's one of Europe's greatest ever surfers for a reason, and it's for surfing like that. So just really dominated this heat. Once he got his groove on, he's been unstoppable. Just almost sprays his opponent and finishes off. You can see the fins just release and a bit of an airdrop just for an added effect. And you see out the back Gilbo as well. So he comes around and he just loses his footing. That's not going to be a counter for him. It looks like Huda just gone. Looks like the two Frenchmen, two top seeds, have progressed in what was a pretty epic start to what should be a pretty epic day. That last wave of Joanne Giroux, an 8.67.
Massive.
So that's the highest heat total of the event so far.
Yeah.
The big seeds turned up, has showed up, and we've already seen some excellent surfing in the excellent range. So that is absolutely amazing. With Joanne Giroux getting a 15.77 heat total.
Yeah, massive numbers, huge. Gilbert gets through as well. Everyone got 6s or better in that. These Israeli surfers couldn't get backups. They were stuck on 3s, but a really entertaining heat. Caparica absolutely delivering on a Wednesday morning. A brisk offshore, adding shape to the waves, making them hollow as well. We've seen some tube riding attempts. We've seen some big maneuvers. And that'll wrap up our first heat of the day. Got a great looking one coming up next. 4 surfers out in the water looking to stay alive in the QS. Join us for more live action real soon.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. Welcome back across to Caparica. We are progressing to the round of 64 European Qualifying Series event down here south of Lisbon. We've got incredible waves, we've got incredible surfers. We've got Philippe Jervis in the booth.
Good morning,
Monday.
Ben.
How are you, Philippe? And once again, we've sort of turned up to what has been a pretty epic day of conditions and epic surfing.
Yeah, I was looking at the ocean. It looks so fun. It's big. It's clean. It's the sandbanks are really good. I think it's going to be a really good day of competition.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And as the contest director, Hugo, said, it's like we get through both tides. So at high tides, the inside little bowls start ripping off the wedge. And then at low tide, which we're moving up till now, there's waves out the back streaming down the line. So we've got almost the best of both worlds.
Yeah, it's really peaky. Normally, when I come surf at Costa de Caparica, it's always fun. But I don't think I've ever seen it like this. It's just peaky A-frame peaks all over the beach. Oh, I think it's all over Costa de Caparica because the beach next to it, it's really good. The other, it's really good as well. So, yeah, we have pristine conditions for this morning of competition and probably for the whole day.
Yep, absolutely. We've got João Mendonça, Leo Paul Etienne, Patrick Landon Dark and Aaron Strong in this heat. And while we were on the break, looks like João got off to a start.
Yeah, João is part of the new generation of Portuguese surfers. He's really, really good surfer. He got a 5.5 on that wave. João is a charger, João is a really good barrel rider as well, as you see here, Leo Paulo Etienne. How's that offshore winds? It's so clean, and the waves just keep on providing. It's really good. Unfortunately, a little bit of a mistake by Leo, but yeah, I was saying João Mendonça is part of the new generation. He was actually injured for a couple of years. He had to deal with, I think he torn his ACL on his knee or something like that, and he just kind of got off the map in Portugal. But yeah, he's back, and it looks like he's stronger than ever, just like this guy, Patrick Longden Drag, just starting that wave really strong.
Yeah, I think João may actually had some type of hereditary disease, actually, that like an ongoing condition that he had to manage, which was causing all sorts of pains, in his knees, which he's sort of overcome. But yeah, you're right, sort of rebuilding his surfing his career, and yeah, you're right, a big charger. So yeah, Patrick Langdon Dart, the Welshman, just got one turn, but couldn't get another one in. He'll be disappointed with that for his first wave. Lovely looking sort of break, but just couldn't quite get that second connection in. Had a really good result, I think, a couple of years ago in the Azores, made the semi-final, which sort of got him into the Challenger Series, or got him really close to the Challenger Series last year. He surfed in a couple, one in South Africa and went to Brazil. Didn't surf all of them, but had a taste of the Challenger Series. So that he's at that level, and see how he goes. Where today the big seeds are arriving, better surfing, better waves, so you got to up his game. But yeah, Patrick's definitely one to watch.
You think we're going to get on those excellent scores today?
Well, we just saw Joanne Giroux get an 8.67 and a 7. So yeah, straight away we're already got the best heat total of the whole event. Etienne banging down the line, gets a little cut down to finish off. Unfortunately, that's all he could do at that stage. But yeah, I think with the with the great conditions and the field opening up, yeah, I think we're going to see some big numbers drop every now and again. Speaking of big numbers, it was Joanne Giroux who posted the biggest, highest heat total of the event. He's down there with Chico Alves right now.
Hi boys, good morning. Yeah, I have with me Joan. Joan, you just posted the highest heat score of the whole event in the first heat in the morning. How do you feel?
Yeah, really good. Waves are pumping. We wake up, it's offshore, sunny, nearly barreling, so stock 6 foot, amazing condition.
Did you felt almost you're in J-Bay back then?
Yeah, maybe better than last year of J-Bay.
So 16-point total to start off. Are you looking to 18-point total on the next round?
Yeah, I don't know. It was really good, and I got lucky with priority. Just hit by hit, just make the hit. If it's 8 of total, that's good. Just want to make it and do a good result to finish the European year.
Did you feel any nerves being the first hit in the morning? It's always hard to be in the morning, first hit of the round.
I was feeling good, waves were good, so no, I was okay with my nerves and just wanted to catch 2 good waves. But then didn't got many good scores at the start, and it was hard to make good scores, and I finished better at the end, so I was stuck with it.
So we can say you're a morning person.
I was hard this morning, and after 4 coffee, I was a little bit awake, but it was hard.
You looked amazing out there. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you so much. See you after.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Yeah, a little bit slow in the morning getting up. I tell you what, once he was in that water, he absolutely just blasted that heat. So it took him a while to get going, but once he did, he looked unstoppable. So one of the top heat sort of seeds, one of the favourites of the event, laying down a marker pretty early. As we see some of the names just flashing across the screen down there on the bottom. Federico Moraes, Charlie Crivon, we saw Vasco Ribeiro. So huge names. Luis Diaz is right in the running. It's the top 6 now for the Challenger Series rankings to get in. Justin Becret, Andy Crier. Yeah, so there's so many great surfers coming our way. We're going to get through the whole round of 64, 16 heats, and then move on to the round, the women of 24. So yeah, we've got a lot of surfing coming your way today. And as we see, surfers just trying to find their little spot in the bank. These right-handers just keep reeling off down the line. There's another one.
Oh,
This looks, surfers we look watching those going, oh, I should have been over there. Over there. One of those cases, Philippe, where you're seeing waves everywhere. It's a bit hard to just stick to your strategy, I'd imagine.
Yeah, but yeah, it's we have been seeing that the whole day yesterday. Everyone on the interviews, they're saying that it looks really good, but it's super hard to find yourself on the lineup. Yeah, you just have to watch the lineup for a while from the outside and try to understand, because I know because I watched it yesterday, and I know there's a couple of places that actually have a wave breaking almost every time. There's a few right-handers further down the beach that I think that's the spot to be. But yeah, it's not always easy. Yeah, you know, it's easy to watch from the outside, and then you go inside and you might struggle a little to find, because you can see that they're sitting on totally different part of the lineup. You have the green up and riding on this one, a bit deeper on the lineup, as you see João. Nice carving layback, straight into a huge turn, and then another carve, just releasing the fins, but unfortunately just putting that outside rail on the water and face first into the sea. So it could have been a good backup score. It's still gonna be a good backup score, but yeah, imagine if he finished that one off.
Yeah, he got a 5.5 for his first one. So, and that wave was looking good. And we see live action, Leo Paul Etienne. There he is, just a little bit of a check turn first off, waits for it, digs the rail, and digs it too much out the back. You see Aaron Strong has waited a long time for this wave, 15 minutes, or 10 minutes into the heat. So he's trying to make the most of it, and he's doing some big carves, a lot of spray, a lot of body torque, and it looks like he's not going to make the mistake of falling off, and he's not done yet. So yeah, rinsing every ounce out of that wave. A lot of turns, not a lot of variety, but a lot of spray. And strong man. Starts off, you know,
pretty
patient, and he looks like he made it count.
He started with that wave with a huge turn on the outside, and then this is the part that he gets a little bit repetitive, as you see, just a few very similar carves, but still doing a lot of damage on that wave, and the wave just kept providing a nice snap on the inside, and he's gonna do one more finishing turn here. So very well chosen wave by Aaron, and it's a 4.5. Yeah, maybe the judges just taking the score, looking at this wave and seeing very similar turns. That's why they might go for that 4.5. I don't know, because the wave was well surfed, so maybe they went a bit too critical on the variety, as you said.
It was a smaller wave too, wasn't it? So it didn't quite have, you know, the amplitude. Leo Paul, his mistake here, just came around and just dug a rail. So Aaron Strong at a 4.5. Yeah, could potentially been a bit higher. Live action though. It's Mendoca again. I know it's a replay, my mistake. This is the mistake he made, Philippe. He done all the hard work.
Oh, he wanted to go for a different maneuver, and which I find it really good, because you want to show variety and you want to show a little bit of a progression. But unfortunately, the weight shifting was a bit too strong, and the outside rail just ended up catching on the face of the wave, and he ended up falling. So, but still, at 3.17, a nice backup. He's in the first place.
Yep, 3.17. There would have been another probably point on top of that, at least, if you made that last wave, you'd think. Still got him in the lead, but an 8.67. It's probably not going to be enough, you'd imagine, at this stage. That's what Joe Andrew got with a single wave in the last heat. So that shows you what you need to do, really, once you get up against these top surfers. PLD has been a little bit quiet down there in blue. Hasn't been had the opportunity to show what he's got, but with everyone else sort of pretty close, you know, he's got a bit of time. As we see, surfers just trying to get a bit of space between each other. But Mendoca has priority. Patrick Lanyon Dark up the top. He's sort of moving further to the north to find his own little patch of the bank. And he won't have to worry about priority or other surfers potentially up there. And he's got a decision to make. Sort of looking back to the shore, trying to see if he's been working with, well, hanging out with Luke Dillon and Logan Nicol, they'll be sort of providing some type of kind of guidance about where the best place to sit is. But at this stage, you got to do it on your own.
Even if he's not looking at the boys, I do that a lot. I'm looking at the shore all the time, because you normally have some spots that you keep in your mind that's got to be the right spot to be seated, and you just watch the restaurant, watch the competitors there, just to try and figure out if that's the place you want to be. As we see João on a nice looking wave, he's gonna start really well with this car, pushing it a little bit too hard, got a bit caught up behind the section. He's gonna hit that one off. Unfortunately, the wave dies on him, but normally we have some points on the shore that we just look to make sure we're right in front of the place that we want, because sometimes you pinpoint somewhere in the beach and you try to remain there, as we see João.
Nice first turn, but he just cut it down too far, which meant that he couldn't get it back round. So Mendoka, that was a really, really nice wave. It looks so pristine. You probably think he was only get one section. If he did, he would probably dug a bit deep. I mean, it's a lovely carve, but wasn't able to get any more points from it. So that's probably not going to, marginally improve the score. 3.33, so he's still in the lead, but he's going to need to back it up better than that. Use his priority. It was the right thing to do. The wave looked incredible, but unfortunately he just couldn't get that second turn in. But he's straight into another one, and he just keeps making mistakes. So this is a bit of an inexperience shown from João. Just getting some good waves, but making a few errors. Hasn't been punished as yet, but I tell you what, you can't afford to keep doing that, Philippe, because you'll get punished at this level.
Yeah, with 9 minutes remaining, there's they need to put something on board. Only Aaron has the second best wave of the heat, so he's still pretty tight. But I think João, the strategy, as we see here, Aaron starting off this one really strong, another carving, and finish this one off. Yes, he does. He looks happy. But yeah, João, I think he doesn't have priority. He wants to be active and try to improve on that 3.33. Sometimes it works, other times it works against you, because sometimes you need to get the priority and get that good wave and improve your score just to get further away from the other competitors, as we see here, Aaron.
Yeah, he's doing so much body talk into it. Sometimes those little transitions between the turns can look a little bit ungainly, but he always finishes off pretty strong. He's one of those guys that doesn't make many mistakes, and he didn't need a big score, so he's going to go into second place with that. A lot of body talk, a lot of sort of top half his body rotating. A little bit messy, that finish, but still hung on. He gets a 4.27, so that's enough for him to move up into second place. So Leo Paul Etienne needing a 5.9, and Patrick Lennon Dark hasn't been in this heat whatsoever. Loads of lines coming in, as we see. Corduroy stacked to the horizon. So Patrick will be hoping that he gets maybe at least one shot at it, maybe two. 7.5 minutes to go. It's getting tight. You're going to need to unleash that backhand. One of his strengths, actually. Pretty confident if he gets the right-hander, he can do it. Leo Paul Etienne's the same boat. Had a few more waves, but hasn't been able to capitalise on any of them. A couple of falls. Right now, still super tight. It's almost, with Patrick, what would you do here? He needs a 6.10, one wave. He's potentially got time for two. Does he surf to that score, or does he just try and get two waves and get closer? What's the strategy you reckon?
Yeah, it's a tough call, because you always surf for the big scores. You don't surf counting. I need 2 threes, because it needs a 6.10. It's basically 2 high fours to go to second, and it's better for him if he surfs thinking about that 7s and 8s instead of going safe and surf for the 3 or the 4. So if he surfs for the 7 and an 8, it's pretty much guaranteed that he's going to make it through, as we see. Oh.
Live action, so a nice tube. Kenny comes around a big swooping carve, a bit more vertical on that, and finishes it off. So that's a good wave. That's going to make Patrick's job even more difficult. That's his first real scoring wave. And no, what a beautiful wave! Just tube, like a classic tube to carve to snap to finish.
Yeah,
like the 3-turn combo, like the perfect hat trick.
Yeah, that's as dreamy as he wants, as you want. Look at this! It's how perfect is it? The perfect offshore. He drives inside the barrel, straight into a nice wraparound cat back, and then straight into this finishing turn, powerful finishing turn. That climb, no climb.
Yeah.
Is that a climb, no climb?
I mean,
look at this.
It wasn't super deep. You could always see sort of the board poking out the front, so it might be a massive score in terms of that just the tube riding aspect of it. But as a combination, it was pretty effective, and he needed a 5.9. So it's going to be interesting exactly where the judges go with it. It's obviously going to be his best wave, and it's going to get him really close. So we'll see. For just on the 5-minute mark, not a bad time to post up a solid score. And we'll just see the judges.
What do you think?
That.
Do you think he's going to get the score with the barrel?
I think it's a 6-point ride. I think the combination of waves was pretty strong. As we see Patrick Landon Dark on his backhand. It's a different approach here. There he goes. Oh, right in the pocket, really vertical. And there's another. And if he can get the finish here, at least be back in business. Got a little bit stuck, but you talked about going for those big scores. We did. He went vertical, he went critical, and he's going to get himself at least with a bite of that cherry. If he can get back out there, get time. That wave coming in for the blue there. So what about these top two turns?
Yeah, perfect bottom turn, perfect timing on that first turn, and perfect timing on the second one. You can see the spray out of the water. Unfortunately, he didn't have that finishing turn, but I think it's still gonna be one of the best waves of the heat, because those were definitely some of the best turns we saw this heat. Like strong vertical backside maneuvers, as we see here. Wham! A lot of water. A lot of spray coming out of those turns. 2-turn combo. You got a little stuck there, but yeah, I think the damage was done already.
Yeah, really interesting. So wave came in for the tube combo. It was a 5.5 for Leo Paul. So that wasn't quite enough, but it means he's only got a low scoring wave. And then Patrick, well, he needed a 6.1, as we talked about. We talked about going for it and not holding back, and he did that, to his credit. And fortune favours the brave, a 6.83 for Patrick, and he moves up into first. So really, really impressive surfing under the pump, under pressure, and he didn't hold back. And he looks like he's going to go well at this stage. He's got himself in first place, so he's got himself a bit of leeway, and he's still got a bit of time to try and back up that real low second score. That means Aaron Strong now needs a 4.34. And Leopold Etienne needing a 3.34, so super tight. See live action. This is Aaron Strong here, trying to move up into second place, and he's not going to do it. We talked about him finishing off his turns. We did do that. He's got a little bit hung up there in the lip. Fins got released. And Joe, and that's Leopold Etienne on his backhand this time. So nice first turn, a little bit nose, got picked, and that means that wave's not going to be the one he needs. Don't know if that was a super wise move. He needs a 3.34. 2 minutes on the clock.
Could have waited a little longer.
Left-handers haven't been, scoring. It's always been the rights, and that was a little bit of a panic button kind of approach to that one, and it didn't pay off. He's back out there. This is the beauty of this spot. You get
it's a short paddle. Yeah, today it's a short paddle, definitely, as we see here. Low ball. This nice turn. Unfortunately got a little stuck and didn't allow him to go for that second one, but Patrick, he did exactly what we're talking about. You either go big or you don't play it safe, especially with It was like 3 minutes remaining on the heat when he caught that wave. So you need to go big, and he did exactly that, and that put him in the first place. So it's gonna be interesting to see if Leopold and Aaron they try to find something different, or even if João Mendonça is gonna sit on top of any of them, because 1 minute remaining and Aaron needs, you see, João is paddling towards Aaron to make sure Aaron doesn't have an opportunity, because João has the priority. So if something comes, João is allowed to choose that. And as we see here, they're still a bit far away from each other. He's gonna let Aaron go on this one. Let's check it out.
Yeah, live action. This is his last throw, and he's thrown it away. Unfortunately, that wave. His left-handers, they're just sort of closing out pretty fast, and he knew he had to push it. Doesn't need a massive score, so one big turn might do it. That was probably his thinking, but unfortunately for Aaron, he just couldn't quite do it. And he has to get back out there 30 seconds. He'll keep, you know, he won't give up. Still a potential chance, but that was pretty critical if he needed to get that small score he's required. And there's Patrick Langdon Dark, so he's trying to back up his low score. Finishing off here with 10 seconds to go. This will be his last wave of the heat. He's in the lead, so he's safe and finishes off well. So well surfed there from Dark, and a little kick at the end. Meanwhile, out the back, Mendoka on a left-hander. So that one's got a bit more critical. There's two nice turns and a third, so that'll be enough for him.
It looks so fun out there.
That'll be enough for him, you'd imagine, to come in. So Langdon Dark and Mendoka, looks like they're the ones that are going to get through this heat. Just a couple that just an Aaron Strong score to come in, which won't matter. So yeah, impressive surfing from the Welshman. Was under the pump, had to deliver with one single wave and did so, and then backed it up towards the end there as well. So he'll be happy with that. Had a bit of downtime in the middle of the heat. Would have been just not questioning his decision making, but just sort of hoping that he'd get an opportunity, and he did, and he went pretty big on it. And so we'll get to see his take on that when he has the interview. But job done through the round of 64, and you know, you start to get in the money round soon. 32 surfers left after this round, so starting to see some finals day approaching. You know, you can start to have a bit of a sniff when you're getting this far. You can see he's pretty pumped. He's an enthusiastic fella, and he'll be happy with that. Still scores coming in for João Mendoka and Leo Paul-Etienne as well, but I don't know if they're going to be of any interest.
Yeah, Patrick improved on the last wave we saw. Yeah. A 3.57, so it put him a little bit further away from João Mendonça, and was still waiting for two waves. One of Leopold, he needs a 3.34, which is not a high requirement, and we didn't see the wave. The judges are dropping the scores now. It might not be enough. Yeah, it's a 2.67, and we're still waiting for the last left of João Mendonça. A good one, a three-turn combination, but this man has to be happy. He made the right calls, because you don't need to make a lot of waves to get through your heats.
You got to make two, don't you, really?
Yeah, that's true. And if you make the best two, you're fine. Even if you wait 25 minutes for a wave, as long as you get those two under your belt, you're gonna get through heats. So yeah, a bit of a strategy by Patrick, and he waited a long time for his first proper wave, but it definitely paid off, because as long as you don't fall and you surf risky, you're gonna get those scores.
Yeah, he's just saying to get first or second. He totally got first, and you can see the smile on his dial from here. And interesting heat coming up. We've got the two brothers, Dylan Donegan dos Santos and his brother Connor, the battle of the dos Santoses. So right now, as that man just comes up to have a chat with either Chico or Joanna. Happy as Larry. Look at the smile on his face. You can tell that means a lot to him. Right now, though, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the QS. It's a bright, breezy Wednesday morning in Portugal. It's around a 64 heat number 3. Let's check out Beric de Vries of the Netherlands, Steve Abushka of Morocco, Dylan Donegan dos Santos from Spain, Connor Donegan Santos, also from Spain. I think they might be brothers.
You think so?
Yeah, I reckon there's a good chance. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat, Patrick Langdon-Darkies with Garnell.
Yeah, that's right. What a way to start the day. I mean, you waited a very long time to get your first wave, but still the wave selection was on point.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't the plan. I just was a bit out of rhythm, and I think I would have cracked like a year ago. I think I was getting nervous, but I just tried believing in myself, and when the wave came, I performed, so I'm happy.
What was going in your mind when what made you flip the switch and get going?
I was just waiting for a wave, but I mean, thoughts do creep in, but you just try to keep your mind quiet and just surf the wave when it comes. But yeah, it was not the way I wanted to surf the heat, that's for sure.
And what are your goals here for this competition?
I want to get on the Challenger. I was close last year. I'm quite a bit out of the cut this year, but if I get a big result, I can get in, so that's my focus.
Well, keep up the good work. You're in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna, and well done to Patrick Langdon-Dark. Talking about his campaign to try and get in the Challenge Series, sitting in 23rd right now on the European QS, so a bit of work to do. And he'll want to go deep into this event. Needs to make semis, probably at least, or the final. Well, it's a few rounds of surfing yet to go. Let's get caught up with some replays here. This is Dylan Donegan dos Santos.
Yeah, Dylan has been impressing me a lot. I've never heard of him, and he's so clean and sharp. He started off pretty well on that wave, and this is his brother, Connor. A little off timing on that one. The wave just didn't allow him to go that big. He's just waiting for the wave to stand up, and he's gonna finish this one off. It's only a 2.5, but yeah, you need to. This man. Former South African, now from the Netherlands. How good was that first carve pole? That was pretty insane. You can definitely see that Jeffreys Bay with offshore winds gives you this kind of turns under your belt. What do you think?
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Beric over here with a coaching role with the young Dutch surfers. I like it when I see competitors in double duty. Doing coaching and competing. It just gives them maybe something a little different. Obviously, in terms of their approach, they're just busy the whole time rather than just waiting for their heat to come around. And he looks certainly like his mind's in a good place. The surfing's in a good place. Really nice rail work from Beric. It's clean, it's precise, gets a 4.23 for that. And that's the best of the opening exchange. Man with the experience. Seen a very quick throwaway from Teva Bushko's a really powerful surfer. Let's see how he goes. Of course, his dad coaches Ramsey.
Oh, really?
And he is, yeah, as I mentioned, real powerful, really good competitor, is Teva. Let's see how he goes in these beautiful conditions. I think that patient approach will be part of it this morning with those offshores and that relatively long periods. It's not really about sort of scrapping around in the opening part of the heat. Being patient, using the priority, and finding a bomb. There are really good waves out there. And sometimes you see surfers paddling and you think you're halfway to the score basically just from standing up on the wave, because some of these waves, it's actually hard to surf them badly. There's such nice
They're so perfect.
rhythm and speed to them. You basically just got to offer your board up a few times, do a few bottom turns, you're on your way. Sounds easy when we say it like that.
Yeah, it sounds easy, but actually we've been watching throughout this contest. It hasn't been that easy to get like high scores. It's easy, obviously. It looks easy to get on that 4 range, that 5 range, as we see here. Beric on a nice looking right-hander. Again, nice bottom turn, straight into off the top. Straight into a setup turn, finish this one off. Nice finishing turn.
Yeah, really good.
That's
really
good surfing.
Pulled that second turn short to fit in the final maneuver, and he got that combo. Judges love a combo. They like the rail work as well. He did it in the pocket the first snap, wasn't out on the face. Let's get another look.
Yeah, nice bottom turn, hits it, gets a bit of a release on that first one, and here, as you said, cut it short so he could go all the way for this lip line floater to finish that one off. It was not an easy wave to surf, and I think he did everything right. This first one, a bit of a release, and then starts carving, sees the wave's going to close out, puts the board on top of the lip, and just, it's a bit of a jump all the way down. So that's a difficult finishing turn. He was so fast dismounting. Do you think the judges will think that's a no-make?
No, I think he's going to get good numbers.
Good numbers.
He's on fire this morning, De Vries, already 6'5", and looking very sprightly and light on his feet. And expect more of that, finding the best waves already in this one and putting quite a solid distance between him and everyone else who's just on 2s or below for their totals thus far. Plenty of time yet to go, about 8 minutes of this heat, but already a solid cushion from De Vries as he puts good numbers up. Let's check out Bushka. Here he is. Oh, really nice release of the tail. Board gets away from him. He does well to hang on to that. Then he'll stick it. So opting to go for the lefts. Don't quite have that running shape that the rights have. They do zip across the bank a bit and then stop the lefts. Doesn't seem to be where the real good scores are coming, but if you find an opportunity, might as well take it. That's what he did there, and he will get his first legit number in this heat. A little bit of paddling and duck diving to do.
Yeah, when you surf to the left, you get caught up in that lineup. Obviously, if you go for the right, he has a bit of a channel, as we see here. Nice. That was really good turn. It's going to be pretty interesting to see how the judges will reward that, because it's really critical. He has some release, and it was such a difficult turn to land. He actually did really, really well. So it's going to be pretty fun to see what the judges thought of that and how they're going to reward that turn. And it's already out, 5.67, so second best wave of the heat.
Solid
Just
numbers.
a single turn.
Yeah, solid numbers for aggressive surfing. And I think it's fairly clear from our panel. You do turns on the face. Yeah, it looks nice. You might get a reasonable number. You might stay in the 4s and the 5s. If you take on the lip, aggressive, take risks. That's how you unlock bigger scores. Already we've seen that so far in this heat. You see that offshore's puffing out to sea. Blowing pretty strong, actually. It's sort of getting towards that upper limit of how strong you actually want an offshore to be. It's making the waves real clean this morning. When it really blows, it can be hard to get into them.
Yeah, you get even to land turns. There's a few turns that the wind just might be blowing under your board, and then you might get stuck a little. You have to be smart. It's really hard, and that's why the judges rewarded that finishing turn by Beric, because it's really hard to do turns on the actual lip, because the wind is just blowing against the lip, and you can get caught up pretty easily. But yeah, it's as perfect as it gets, and normally we don't have this kind of offshores. It normally is a bit of a light breeze, but today is pretty strong offshore wind, which is also really good.
Paco Alonso going the flat wax rub. Are you a corner guy, Jervis, or you stick with the flats?
Good. That's a good goal. So yeah, I'll be back on that. Nice first turn by Dylan. Straight into a nice carving. Another roundhouse cut back. I don't know. It's a good. I think I'm a flat wax. Actually, I'm a mixed of both of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's unusual.
Yeah, because I started off sideways.
Okay, just to draw your lines.
Yeah,
crosses.
I started off sideways, and then I used the part that is already used, and not like flat, but yeah, kind of on a little angle. What about you?
Never flat.
Never
Always
flat.
on the angle.
But you know what? It helps.
Never flat.
Especially on your if it's full wax.
Weird.
But if it's full wax, if you put it sideways, you're gonna waste a lot more wax than it's actually needed. It is, because you just need a bit of a.
You know how to fix that. Make sure it's someone else's. Just don't buy your own.
Exactly. Just use someone else's wax.
I haven't bought wax since 2002.
Really?
Yeah.
You're that guy?
You don't need to. What?
There's always someone on the beach with a piece of wax. You just go ask car by car, do you have a piece of wax that I can use? Oh yeah, sure.
There's two sorts of people in life. There's life's winners, and then there's people who buy wax at the shop and pay what, €4?
4. Do you know how?
Something like that in France.
It's like full wax is like €6 in
Outrageous.
Portugal right now. It's and it's you have to have that to surf. Well, Twitter asked last night if I would never discard wax. I'll discard a wetsuit. I'll discard a leg rope, not wax. You need wax to surf. That's why you discard. Yeah, now I understand why you discard wax, because you can always ask for someone else, someone else's wax. So I understand that. What would you keep? The wetsuit, probably, or the leash.
I mean, I'm a real safety guy. I stick with leashes, you know. I just want to make my thing is making sure no one gets hurt.
All right.
Every time I leave the house, I'm just like, let's just be safe.
All right. Yeah. That makes sense.
All right, Barrick leading this one. Everyone's caught two ways. A nice symmetry to the scoreboard. There's a relative imbalance in terms of the points scored, because Barrick's got a total of 10-7-3. Chasing pack led by Dylan Donegan. Dos Santos, but he's a long way back. He's got a 3 and a 2. David Bushkart's got the best of the rest with that 5-6-7. And he's sitting on a really low backup, which I'm sure we're going to work on soon. Sitting in second priority at the moment. From above, good view of the periodicity of our swell as we see those lines. Oh, look at that.
The wind.
Steaming offshore wind, just puffing out the top of the wave. These surfers not too tempted to go for in-between waves. They're going to wait for a set. See the shape of that peak of that right-hand sandbar right next to, well, just inside where Dylan Donegan Dos Santos is sitting. He's in fourth prior, though, so he's going to have to be patient and wait his turn. First priority is with his brother.
Yeah, they'll both need to do something special, because Dev already has a pretty average score as well, and they need to push a little harder than they have been doing this hit, because you know what, you go up against two big guys. Barrick's a big guy, Dev he's a huge guy, and you have to really put a lot of effort on those turns and put a lot of criticalness on those turns as well to go up against guys like that. Because as soon as they put the board somewhere, it's going to be throwing buckets of spray everywhere. So you really need to put your best surfing out there and try to improve on those 3s and 2s.
Barrick's seen something. He's gone for a paddle. Just saw him disappear from your shot there. He's heading down the beach a bit. He's got a slight concerned look on his face, or maybe just the bit between his teeth, as he chomps down on this heat and looks to turn the screw with that 6.5 already. He'll want to improve on that. He'll want to ditch the 4.23 and just make sure. And everything up for grabs it in terms of a big finish on the QS season as we head into the challenges. All done and dusted in some regions. Australia, that's locked in. picked our challenger surfers from that region. Europe.
US as well, I think.
US done as well.
With the Barbados, I think it was the last event of the year for them as well.
Still up for grabs in Europe. Here goes Connor. Nice off the bottom, patient. Has to go a little bit on the face with his turn, so doesn't really get to go upvert, which he would have wanted to. That wave just pushing him a little wide. And it's not going to be massive numbers for him. Not necessarily the kind of score he would have wanted. It coming around about a 2. Let's get another look.
Yeah, that's a very nice backside carving. Unfortunately, the wave didn't have that steep wall that allowed him to go more vertical, because that's what you want when you want to score. You just waited for the right moment. This is a very nice turn. Unfortunately, the wave didn't have that lip line and that steep wall that allows you to go as big as possible. So as we see here, Teva with the priority, using on this one. Nice first carve.
Oh, caught the nose. He went up, thought about a quick turn, and then he tried to check it and pull it back and go down the line. And that nose gets caught on that real steep vertical face. It's got a little bit held up, so still looking to improve the backup. It's a tiny number he needs for second. And time will tick away here. He needs a 0.43 to get into advancing position. Let's see what exactly happened.
Yeah, he started off pretty well. Nice snap. Here, he should have committed to that turn, because the wave had a lot of potential right at the front. He either went for the turn or didn't do that. So a bit of a mistake by Teva, because he was caught up in between two decisions, and sometimes when you don't commit to one of them, it makes you. That's when the mistakes happen. Like he didn't want to go. It looked like he wanted to go and hit the lip, and then he changed his mind in between bottom turn, and then when he tried to redirect, the board just get caught up in the wave, and he ended up falling. So a bit of a mistake, but still enough to take him to the second place.
Beric de Vries coming into this heat 14th.
So he's still in the mix.
He's very much in the mix. He's knocking on the door. Obviously, the further he goes in this competition, the better it gets for him in terms of getting in one of those coveted Challenger Series spots. 6.5 to go in this. Still just a 2-ways ridden by him. It's good enough for the lead, though. And he's back after a little flirtation. Slightly down the beach, he's back towards the top of the peak. Just waiting patiently, really, and this is where that experience comes in. Teva Bushka, we got the number he required, or a number he required. It's just a low number of a 217, but it's good enough for second. So certainly doesn't want anything weird to happen and end up with a 0.17. Tiny number that he had in his top 2 as you get down in the final 5 minutes of the heat. So he's done that, but he'll certainly still try and work on that 2. He's bunched together. Pretty close out there. Priority important when the surfers are on this real defined bank. De Vries has priority, not interested though. Here goes Teva, who's in 4th prio, is on the inside. Nice opening turn from him. Again, good hit, and then he goes off the bottom hard. It's really smooth and well connected. Wow. Great finish from him. So the 2's gone. He might attack the 5, 6, 7. So really, you've got to question surfers who need numbers with a better priority position. Why were they not interested in that way, Philippe?
I think they thought they were too deep, because even David looked a bit deep on that one. He started off pretty well, and then he's so strong. Look at this, just a single carve. There's so much spray, and this finishing turn, Justice will love that for sure, because that's really critical. But yeah, that's what I think. I think all the surfers thought they were a little bit too deep on that one. But yeah, Teva made a really good choice, and he's going to improve on his situation, and who knows, even getting that first place.
Yeah, all part of that experience, isn't it? We talk surfers in different places in their careers. Some trying to get in the challenges, others just building up experience. But the Dos Santos brothers, you need numbers. You've got priority over an opponent. You don't really let them take ways while you're sitting next to them. Let's get another look at Beric.
He decided to go for a little head dip, and then one snap off the top, and he realized there was not much potential on that wave and just kicked off. As you see here, just waits to see if the wave walls up enough. That was a little bit tight, but still, he got the vision for sure.
He got the vision. He came out with a hit. It'll be a small number for him. He'll stay on his scoreline, but he'll drop the second because the number's in for Bushka, 6.17, his best. So, as I've the risk of repeating myself, sitting right next to his opponents who had priority over him, they allow him to take away. He gets his highest score, and he puts them now in real trouble. Prior to that, they were looking for 4s and 5s. Now they're looking for 7s and 8s. There's 3 minutes and 20 to go. It's Bushka De Vries in the lead. Let's check out the story of how this one's gone down, Philippe.
Yeah, Beric started off this one really well. This is a 6.5, a combination of some really nice turns. This finishing turn with the offshore wind is really tough one to land. And this one of the major turns on this heat, a huge turn, single turn. The judges loved that. They were rewarded him with a 5.67. And this one, as I said, everyone with priority, they let him go on his best wave, which is kind of weird. I agree with you, but Teva took advantage of the situation and just absolutely smashed that last turn. So very nice surfing by both Teva and Beric.
Also, it goes to show some of the smaller ones will actually stay a little bit steeper, right?
That's
some
true.
of those medium, bigger ones can push a little wide. You're ending up surfing on the face. The whole time he's in the pocket then, and that one just drained off the sandbar sweetly. And you always knew that was going to be a score. Let's check out Beric here.
Nice first carve. Just waits for the right moment to lay back on that one. 2-turn combo. Nice surfing. Yeah, I totally agree with you, but at the same time, Paul, it's a decision you have to make, because if you get a bigger wave, the turns will be more critical, even though the section might be not as.
Whoa.
That's a really good first turn.
Sick. Look at this left, and another hammer from Connor. Great looking left, his best by far. He needs a finish and he'll get it. So Connor Donegan looking for a massive number. The 8.23 is the requirement. That's huge, but I tell you what, he showed his best stuff with that wave. A beautiful running left-hander and just attacking it. I love the way he went for those moves.
Definitely, it's a mid-sized wave again, as you can see. He has a lot of wall. First turn, just drifting that tail, and then this one a little bit. He didn't drift the tail on that one, but a little more power, and he ended up finishing this one off with. I think that's going to be a really good score. I don't think, maybe it's not the 8.23 that he needs, and maybe it's a little bit too late because there's only 1 minute remaining, but that will put him right at the mix for sure.
It gives him some really good confidence as well. Just a chance to attack and really get aggressive. Mid-range number about to drop for him. It's going to improve his high score, therefore bring his requirement down. Looking for 5.91 now. He's only got 40 odd seconds though. He's not back in the lineup as yet. Still Bushka leading this with a reasonable number of 11.84 at 20. De Vries just behind him. Hasn't been able to add since his opening 2 waves, Beric. Just got a 3.83 for that last layback that we saw. 30 on the clock. Priorities with Dylan Donegan. See if he can offer us something in the final 20 seconds. Needs to get himself a wave. Looking for 7.56. Looks like him to the left of your shot there. As you see, there he is. So looking for a number here. If he can get onto this, he's going to have to try and go it. He might be a little bit wide for this one, so unable to go. Meanwhile, your heat leader, and he is finding great looking right-handers. And taps it again on the end.
He's going to be happy.
So his heat started off pretty good. And then he sort of bookended that with a nice little flurry at the end of scores. Let's see where that goes with the panel, but it shouldn't really change a whole lot other than ultimately his score, because he's already in first place in the heat when he stood up on that wave.
I would say it's his best wave. The 3-turn combo, especially the first 2, really strong maneuvers. So for me, that's the best wave of the heat and the best wave of Teva for sure. So, but yeah, as you said, it doesn't change anything because he was already on his first place. He's just going to improve on his final score, and let's see what the judges thought of that. But very well surfed by Teva.
So it'll be Bushka and De Vries who'll advance. And that was heat 3 of the round of 64. Real fun conditions still available here at Costa de Caparica. Plenty of swell in the water, the winds. They're puffing offshore too. Great looking next heat coming up. We'll bring that to you live. We'll bring Alves back into the studio too. Stay tuned.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. It's the Surf Fest. It's a QS 3000. Let's check out someone going great in the rankings. Marco Mignot coming into this 6th on the QS, taking on Francisco Almeida, Paco Alonso, Leon Glatzer as well. Joining me, Evans, is Alves. Hater Alves? No, Chico Alves.
Yeah, you remember him. What a great surfer he was.
He was really good.
He was.
He was more aggressive than you, I'd say, in general.
A lot more. As you see, Marco Mignot himself, I know he has been training in Portugal over the last month. So, for this moment, for this contest.
Is this a good time to tell your Hater Alves Rashi story? Or not?
Yeah, we can tell.
Yeah, let's get into it. What happened?
So first, CT, I got the wild card in Peniche.
Yeah.
I was really stoked, and it was the first year they had the Rashi with their name on, and someone didn't went to the comp because he was. Let's watch the replay and get back to the story. Quick carve there, another kind of snap over the lip, and he has to bail. As we see the replay of Blue 2, I think this came in as a 317 for Francisco Almeida. A lot of speed and wow, great carve and a snap, and another quick carve there. 317 for this. I thought could go a bit more higher than that, but other than that, a good start. Yeah, as I was saying, I had was the first year they did the Rashi's name on the city, and I was kind of sad because, well, it's my first wild card there, and I don't have my name on the back. And then Hector Alves, he left the draw of the comp. He didn't win because of an injury, ankle injury, and I had the Rashi with Alves on the back, and I was so stoked. And everyone asked me like, "Oh, did they have time to make you the Rashi with your name?" And I was like, "Yeah, mate."
Have you still got it?
Yeah, I think so. I have to check. I think so. I think it is at my mom's house here in Caparica, so yeah, I think I have it.
Let's go in here for the winner of the last heat, Tiva Bushka.
Yeah, boys, you were super strong on your backhand. How well do you think your surfing fits these conditions?
I think my size at the beginning helped me a lot for this kind of condition, but I think for everybody the wave was super good today. The strong offshore wind, but you need to stay in the wave and smash super hard the wave on the front foot, and And I think it's good. It's a good day for us, and I think all the rest of the competition will be super nice.
And now you're still in the mix for qualifying for the Challenger Series. How has that affected your mindset?
Actually, I know I can do. I can be in the Challenger at the end of this contest, but I don't want to think about. I don't want to think about it because it can put more pressure on me, and just want to surf 8x8, and I'm gonna see at the end of the compete where I am in the ranking. So, but I hope I will be in the CS at the end of this week.
Well, hopefully so. And you had a little debrief there on the rocks with your coach. What was that about? What was he saying?
He was saying that at the beginning of the heat, I made some mistake. One I felt on the takeoff, but was a bomb. I tried to do it, but I was a little bit too much in the inside of the wave. But I tried to make it. And after I had a 5 on the left. And at the end of the heat, I had the 6, I think. So kind of hard hit to make, but happy to be in the next round.
But it's definitely something that's going to help you into the next round to think about those mistakes, right?
Yeah, for sure. I will not make it anymore.
Hopefully so. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Live action out the back. Minho just tearing across the right-hander. Just belting it. Pressure on the rail. Spray out the top of the wave. And the numbers to give him a score. Yeah, Teva Bushka, I tell you what, he needs to make some heats, though. He's a little way back, 24th on the QS. And he's got some ground to make up. Thinking of surfers like Mark Lacomar right now in 9th. He's on 2,300. And just to get there, Teva, surfers in the 20s, need to make several heats here. Let's see how that all plays out. We're checking out replay. That's Alonso inside and out the back, Minho.
Yeah, great layback jam there by Minho. I love the way he approaches the lip. It's really different. Like normally guys tend to put the rail and kind of carve all the way back. And Minho there, he likes to be a bit more aggressive. He goes and when he's on the lip, instead of drawing a huge line, he puts a bit of pressure and he makes the turn up looks different to me. So you see there, that kind of like layback jam kind of reminds me like a bit of Toledo sometimes on those layback jams that he's throwing. So a bit of variation and something different to look at, which is something great for the judges' point of view. And this was Francisco Almeida with a nice snap to cut back rebound, and the wave just flattens out. So it might be looking to catch a better wave right now, but the wave from Marco, I think it's going to be the best one so far. So, yep, 5, 6, 7. Judges loved that first turn. I think most of the score came from that first big snap off the top. I really enjoyed the angle he did that turn. Was really different and stylish. So most of the score coming from that. We have 17 minutes to go and a great heat on our hands. Leon Glatze. I know Leon spends a lot of time in Costa Rica, where I'm going to be in maybe 1 week and a half time, which is great. I've seen a couple of clips.
Is that a good choice to head over there, given what's happening in your life situation in general?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's perfect to go to
good time of year.
To Pavones.
Good season.
Yeah, I think it's the best time of the year to go to Pavones.
Yeah.
I never surfed there, have you?
Never been. Looks great.
Yeah, on footage, Leon looks amazing out there.
Just a surf trip or work related for you?
Yeah, kind of. Both. I'm going to do both. But yeah, I haven't done a surf trip in a while. When was the last time you had a surf trip?
If anyone deserves one, mate, it's you. Let's check out Almeida here, live action. Bang! Great turn. Wow, the bottom turn is committed and deep. The top turns are hard and stinging. You'll crack it again. So Almeida, he wants to get his scores up. His best effort.
This wave, a lot better for Francisco Almeida. I love the bottom turn, as you said. He winds up off the bottom, bam! Gets the tail out and another one. Great snap there. And a third, I think the first two looked really good to me. And Yep, 407. So quite a low number comparing that to a 317. I thought maybe could go a bit higher on this one, but judges maybe thought that wave was a bit too small, and they kept it low. So they want him to catch the bigger ones as the other three surfers are waiting for the set. 15 minutes to go, and Leon is up and running now.
Because Glatzer committed backhand bottom turn with a ton of speed. That was really nice. Pushing hard on the rail backhand and just relentless. Fits in a bunch of turns, really good rhythm. Wow. And loads of speed down the line here from Alonso. Into the lip hard. And just making angles for himself as he swoops down into the pocket. He kick out real close to Glatzer. They might have a paddle battle, these two. Maybe not. Let's pump in.
It is. What a great contest to end the year off. I think this is really fair for them to really have a crack on the Challenger Series and showcase the biggest potential of their surfing career. So I think any surfer that is trying to qualify for the Challengers want opportunities, and there you go. Big snap there. Another great snap, kind of under the lip. Front snap, and this one a bit more vertical to finish it off. So great wave for Leon. I think this is going to be up there with one of the best waves of the heat so far. This he waited a lot for this wave, so he might maybe feel a bit nervous when standing up for this wave, but nonetheless he held the pressure and he made sure it was a make. So well surfed wave for Leon.
Some nice exchanges now, and this one we get down towards the midway point. Here goes Mignot. Uses priority, the heat leader, fades his entry into the wave, and then squeezes spray off the rail a couple of times. Just incisive turns in the pocket, gets the combo on the end as well. And that's really nice. Marco coming in 6th. So some good points already. So inside the bubble for the challengers coming into this, and they want to keep going through the rounds here, keep the pressure on, which is exactly what Glatzer's trying to do, because he rides another wave immediately after a prior effort. So after a period of quiet at the start of the heat, he gets 2 waves in 30 seconds, and we're due 2 numbers for Glatzer and probably a good number for Mignot as well.
Yeah, I love how Marco really put that last turn together. I felt he knows how to kind of make the judges feel it was hard for him to make that last turn. And as we see, Leon Glatzer got the 6.4, so the best wave of the heat so far for that combo. But I think Mignot is going to have the best one after this one, because it was a 6.73. So Mignot there with that last turn, making sure the judges see how hard the wave was, and was a really well surfed wave. So I think right on the button for the judges in terms of score-wise, and this was the backup score for Leon. So Leon was paddling out and got this wave midway through. This was Mignon's wave. Nice setup carve here. And this one, bang, money turn, and quick snap there, and he had to make like a 2-for-1. And I love how he lands that last turn and really makes sure like the judges know I made it. He gets really low and he could sell it. You can feel he was trying to sell the energy he put together on this wave, you know, like at the end here when he looks to them, he's like, as we see his coach stoked about it, putting all the energy in the ocean for them. And Leon 6-7, so judges really enjoying Leon surfing. The 6.4 and the 6-7. We saw one judge actually gave him a 7, which is great. And yeah, Leon in the lead right now, with Marco Mignot in second, needing that 5.94. And what a day to be in Costa. Everyone is enjoying their time.
Yeah, Leon Glatzer just scored 12.6 points in about 35 seconds, I would say.
Yeah.
He got 2 waves out of nowhere, and they're 2 of the best scores of the heat. He's leading the heat now. It's Maximilian Mikulicki checking things out.
Yesterday he surfed really well.
Ripped it, man.
Yeah. he has a really beautiful frontside carve. Yesterday we saw him out the back throwing some, I think actually some good healthy numbers with only one turn. So can't wait to watch him surf again. He's training with Didier Pité. That's something to look at, because Didier is one of the best to have in your corner, that's for sure. And yeah, Francisco here, Almeida with priority, trying to get back into this heat. I thought that 407 could go a bit higher, not because I know him, but just because I felt the energy on those two bottom turns that he just called it. But let's see if he can catch a bigger wave. And as we see Leon here under the pack with fourth priority, what a wave. First carve there, wave gets softer and he leaves. Looked like a good one to me at the start, but then the wave got a bit of white water there and he had to bail. So 9 minutes to go and there's plenty of action to come. We're gonna run 16 heats of the round of 64 and then 8 heats of women, round 48, right? And yeah, what a beautiful day. I think we're gonna run throughout all tides, which is something great about this contest. Yesterday we saw the contest starting at 7 a.m. in the morning and finishing at with the glare at 6 in the afternoon. So there's a lot of hours of surfing for our spectators to enjoy as we see more lines approaching. And someone is having a look. Leon here, feeling confident about his surfing. It's always great when you post a 12.67 score total in just a matter of maybe a minute and a half. So Francisco there and Paco behind the pack. So they are running a bit behind the rest of the group, but they need to post some big scores soon because they don't have much time left. 8 minutes to go. And Francisco needs an 8.33 and Paco Alonso a 9.17. So they really need to post something around the 5 or 6 range if they want to get back into the seat or post an excellent number until the end of the heat. So nervous moments for Francisco and Paco. It's always hard when you're behind the 8 ball on a heat. This difficult with guys like Marco and Leon with a lot of experience and really aggressive surfers. As you see, Blue here, as I say, trying to get in position for this wave. Looks like a good one. Let's see what he can do.
Almeida with speed, a great looking wall, draws out the bottom turn, gets a little stuck off the top, that offshore wind. If you get real high on the wave, it can hang you up a little bit. That's what happened there. It's going to eat up some time. Not the number he's looking for, a big number he needs, an 8.33. He's struggling, as is Paco Alonso. Got priority, and those two want to get the skates on here.
Yeah, the wave looked amazing from the start, but then got a bit softer. And yeah, and then he had to bail because he just knew he couldn't get a mediocre or excellent number after that first turn. Judges are really hard for surfers. If you make a bad turn to start, you just kind of know it's not going to go excellent right off the gate. So he decided to leave that wave, and I think he made a good decision because he needs to get a better first turn. But hard wave to surf though. Looked like a good one with a lot of energy, and when he went for that first carve, the wave kind of died off, and we see Marc Lacomar there, right on the bubble, needing to post some big numbers. Pressure time for him, early morning, and he needs to perform. So can't wait to see what Marc Lacomar can really do on this contest.
Yeah, some heavy hitters in his heats. He comes into this one 9th on the QS. Thomas Dubiet, Maximilian Mikaluski, also Uri Uziel. So that's some power out in the water right there. I reckon we're going to see some spray in that heat. That'll be heat 5, the round of 64. Of course, when we wrap up this round, there's just 32 surfers left. Start to looking at going deep into the event for a keeper score if you want to jump up the rankings. It's pretty much everyone's still in contention in terms of a strong finish here. If you went all the way for a win, etc., you can pick yourself up from way back in the 40s up into the top 10 positions. Let's check the recap. It was good early work from Marco Migno.
Yeah, Marco looking with a lot of speed. And yeah, just great surfing by Marco. I thought this wave actually could go a bit higher, but that's just my opinion. And Leon here with a really great approach, solid approach, not making mistakes, catching the right wave, surfing throughout the criteria, and showing that he's here with no jokes. He wants to make hits, and he's surfing like it. With vertical approach like this, and really solid. You can tell he has been training a lot. Leon is a big guy, and he likes to put some power into his turns. So I think he's stoked about the conditions too, because I know he likes a bit of juice on the waves. And yeah, as we see a beautiful wave approaching the lineup.
Paco Alonso needs a number here. Great looking wave. Look at this. Opens up on a rail. And then into the bottom turn. Quite a distinctive technique with the arms for Paco Alonso. And still going through the inside. So work done out the back. Some decent work on the inside. He needs a 917. Not sure we've seen that on this wave. Nevertheless, found himself an absolute beauty there. Here goes Almeida. He needs an 833. Great first turn from him. What's he got for us here? Swinging on the rail. So just the 2 turns, it's good. He needs quite a bit more. That came from Chico.
Yeah, he's surfing good. You can tell if he catches the right one, he's looking great. As we see the real play of Paco. Paco with an extended carve there. The fins kind of drift away twice on the same area of the carve. So the first carve, the fins slipped a bit on the second one too, and on the third you can tell even the wave that's small, the fins are drifting a lot. So maybe bigger fins could help him draw that line a bit better on the top of the wave. As you see there at the end, he's having trouble with his board. Look, the fin is always kind of like slipping off, and even on the rebound on the whitewater, the fin drifted again. So maybe check his board, because looked a bit drifty overall.
Interesting. Gone for a more carving approach, hasn't he? All of the best scores have been coming from that kind of stuff, though, taken on the lip rather than carving on the face.
Yeah, I think it's a mix. It's great to mix it up. Have a off the top bang, then a carve like Marco did, like this one. Wow, a lot tighter on the rail, a lot of technique and precise, and wow. Really well surfed wave for Marco. You saw how tight he was in the pocket. He could handle the rail a bit more there, and that feels good when you see a surfer trying to really put pressure on the rail and drawing that line with no problem and with a lot of confidence. And you can tell the difference on that carve and on Paco's carve is that he could actually handle that line a bit better. So Marco there, I think, with the better of the exchange for sure. So 353 for Paco for that beautiful wave. He needs an 887 to come back on this one. So really hard hit for Paco and Francisco. Francisco on that last one, he had a 393. His second best wave of this heat so far, as we have 1 minute 20 seconds to go, and I think we're gonna see a healthy number coming in for the last of Marco. He only needs a 594 to first, and he gets a 583. So Marco's still in second, really close to Leon, but with 1 minute to go, we're gonna see Leon having another crack at it. A really good wave.
Here he is, great looking wave. Look at this stuff, bang, massive first hit. Second one is more of a check turn. He'll get a little inside squeeze as well. And he'll hang on as it gets weird and probably just bring this in now into the final 45 seconds. He was leading the heat prior to that. Great first turn from him. Would have loved another section. Just backed off a touch. He's looking really good on the backhand.
Yeah, first turn right on the pocket, really vertical approach. Here you had to wrap kind of round, and this last section was really hard to make, and he managed to put the wave together. I don't think he's going to go into his top two, but this first turn was beautiful. Bang. Right in the money there of the wave. Here you had to kind of do like a cutback, and then the wave gets really frothy. So really hard part of the wave to manage, and Leon did a really good job on making that part. As we see out the back, someone having a look, which is white, Paco, again, doing a floater. I think this was just before the Huda, so this is not going to count, but a good wave for him to build a bit more confidence maybe on this heat. And yeah, hard heat for Paco and Francisco. Francisco, I don't think he really had the wave, so...
That was the best paddling effort we've seen for someone to catch a wave. He absolutely was motoring his arms to get on that. He wanted it real bad. He knew he needed a number. I love the desire to make himself make sure he at least gets another wave, compete till the very end. It's not going to be the excellent score he requires. So Glatzer and Mignot, not much distance between those two. Quite a bit of distance between them and the chasing pair. We'll lose Almeida and Alonso. That's wrapped up. Heat number 4, the round of 64. Heat 5 looks great. Lacamar, De Beer, Michalewski and Uziel. That's coming up real soon. We're going to bring Mundy back in for the call. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. Welcome back to Costa Caparica. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth still with a bit of that Paul Evans with Captain Chico Alves. And you were talking about some heavy hitters. Well, here they come. They start to filter through the draw. Chico, you had some big numbers posted by Joanne Giroux. Now I've got Marc Lacamar, Thomas Debier, two of Europe's best, most informed surfers. Maximilian Mikowski's a big lad from Poland, but he absolutely rips in Uri Uziel. So the waves are just keep coming through. And straight away it's Debier from Guadeloupe in the French Caribbean. Just kind of getting better year after year, I reckon. He's a great first wave. Doesn't make many mistakes. Really strong competitor. Focused, disciplined, and powerful. And he's off to a pretty strong start here. Can he finish it off? And he does. So he'll be happy with that. Looks around in a bit of surprise there. But how much fun he's having. How much fun are you having, Chico Alves?
I'm having a lot of fun. I think this was during the break. Nice snap there, winds up again. He throws so much spray every time he stands up on a surfboard. And this was just a quick snap there. Here, I thought he was gonna leave that wave, but the wave had other surprises for him. A double up section at the end there, and he was able to hit it again.
A bit smaller, wasn't it?
But this is the second wave of Tomasz. Great first wave, a bit of a layback and a fall there at the end. So that was a 3. I think mostly because he fell on that last turn. I think he was so surprised the wave was so long that he looked out the back to see if he should paddle from that angle or just go around it. As you see Yuri Uziel up and riding.
Oh, nice little fin release there from Uriel. It comes around again. He's got one last in. Finishes off strong. The Israelis are just getting better and better. Each time you see them, seeing a real push from that nation. Probably 3, 4, 5 years ago, there'd be a couple of surfers that were hitting the QS and trying their best and weren't really progressing much to the end rounds. And now, more and more, you're seeing these guys, get out in round 64s, round of 32s, impressive. And here's Maximilian Mikalski. What a lovely looking wave, and just dug his rail and then pulled out straight away. What'd you get up to last night, Chico? Anything fun? Anything exciting? Anything going on in Costa Caparica that I don't know about?
Not really. I just had a quick chat with an old mate. He lives here, and we went to eat prego. It's like a beef on bread as we watch the replay. I'm gonna hold that thought. And nice finishing turn for Yuri there for 410. Sorry. No, we just had like bread on steak, and I had a quick chat with my mate. We've been mates since we are like 5 years old, so I haven't seen him in a while. And every time I come to Costa, I enjoy seeing mates I don't see for a long time. So I try to do that every time I come.
Nice.
Living in Porto, sometimes you don't see as often with lives and stuff. So I tried to see him yesterday, and it was
steak sandwich.
Just a
One
big sandwich.
One of your favourite little haunts? A well-known spot or just a local place?
Just a local place, just like really local place, just behind there, not on the beach, even just like really cruisy place, and just had a quick chat of 3 hours.
There we go. So first turn up in the pocket, Lacamar, the Frenchman, and there's another one. That's his trademark. A little bit of a clip on the shoulder, bit of a shampoo, and then finishes off. And then another one. So strong start from Mark. He's, as Paul mentioned, and yourself, right on the bubble, just sitting in that sort of qualification mark now. Need a result here to absolutely lock his position in the transition phase in his career, really. It's been a long time on the QS, come close a few times, and here he goes, and this is what we've seen from him so many times before, Chico.
Yeah, big snap there, and this a bit more vertical one. He risked a bit on that one. That second turn was really sick from Mark, and the third. So I think he does this. He's really consistent. He catches the right wave. He's not going to fall.
Yeah.
He just makes sure he puts a number in, and I think that's what distincts a guy that has experience and a kid that is growing up on the QS. It's just that they know which wave it's going to count. They know which wave they need to go to perform well and get scores. And that wave he surfed throughout the criteria and made sure he made it. So
yeah, and speaking of someone who made it, that was Leon Glatzer, the winner of the last heat, down there on the beach with Joanna.
That's right. And let's just continue our conversation, because you were talking about how you're not a morning person, but that went great.
Yeah, I mean, every athlete is different. You know, they have their mornings or their afternoons, and I like a little bit more of the afternoons, but I woke up early and did my morning routine, and I guess I was warmed up for the heat, so it felt good for sure.
And you were super close to Marc Mignon in that heat. Do you have the idea in your head that you could be destroying some dreams right there for the Challenger Series, or don't even think about it?
Yeah, I think, you know, I haven't done the last 2 QS. I was taking some time off at home and just getting ready for the Olympic qualification in El Salvador. So yeah, I definitely came here to maybe destroy some dreams, but also to get some jersey time and get back into competition mode.
And how has been training for this competition?
Yeah, it's been good. I came a couple days earlier, get used to the cold water a bit, and yeah, it's been good for sure.
We'll get used to those early mornings, because surfing like that, you'll be going on far. Congratulations.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, yeah, thanks, Leon. loving the beard, loving the new look from Glatzer. Haven't seen him in a year or so, maybe a bit longer. He's turned up with a nice, strong growth and loads of confidence. And, he's looking good. Lackamark got an 8-point ride for his last wave. Here he goes to back it up. Not wave, that ain't going to do it, but still. Talk about trademark. Talk about really just showing your experience and your composure and your professionalism. Yeah, Mark just went out there, smashed an 8. And courtesy of that, it's going to be very, very difficult to beat. You can back it up, which you imagine he will. Wide on the right here, Mikulowski. He's had a few waves, hasn't been able to do anything yet. There's his first turn, a little bit stiff. Second one is more solid. Sort of his balance went back, and he almost sort of did a wheelie, but he managed to hang on. So you heard the involuntary groan of pleasure from Chico Alves when he saw that turn. It sort of came from nowhere, didn't it? It sort of snuck up on us, like a burglar in the night.
I thought it was explosive. Look, quick snap here, okay, and this one, whoa, quite a kind of like a laid back snap with some flair there, and looks different to me and really explosive. So I think this turn was the money turn. Bang. The other angle looks better than this one. So let's see what the judges think of that last one, but that last turn to me looked really impressive.
Yeah, he's going to get him in the game at least. He's had a good surf yesterday. It's impressive. Taking a bit of confidence. But yeah, as we know, the seeds get bigger, the heat draws get harder, and life gets tougher. As you see Lewis Berlulo, he stuck the little right-hand wedges yesterday. He'll be out the back today in the lower tide. Swell, it's just pumping non-stop today. It's a bit of improvement this afternoon again. Wind staying pretty much directly offshore, blowing from east to west. And that's why he gives that lovely colour as well, that greeny blue textures you don't always see in Portugal. That last wave, a 5.83 for Mikulowski. So that one turn that Chico liked paid off. Here we go. Thomas Debier, bit of a closeout. Can he hit this last section? Caught it a little bit short. Rides out, but nothing spectacular. Trying to just improve his score, but that wave just, you could tell when he took off that he had a section coming towards him pretty fast.
Yeah, he had this first carve, and this last hit he had to be quick, as you said, because the wave was going towards him. As we see here, the peak breaking, and it's going kind of a left towards him, and he couldn't really attack that last section. But the first turn looked really on the pocket and really beautiful to me. As we thought he would, 583 for that explosive different turn we saw. Which is always something great to watch. When you see something different, you like to reward it, and that last turn was actually explosive. So Maximilian making sure he gets at 583 on the board, and we have Thomas Debier in the front with a pair of 4s. That last one for Thomas, a 4-2-3. I think if he had the chance to really unload on that second turn, he could go into the 5s and 6s. But yeah, he had to be quick. And Thomas is a surfer that likes a bit more space. Every time he has the chance to apply a bit more pressure and don't surf as tighty in the pocket, it really goes excellent. So we can expect big numbers from Thomas Debier for sure.
Yeah,
and yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All the focus shifting here to Portugal. No bells again last night, Chico. Didn't run.
I don't think they're going to run today.
No,
either.
I think it's going to, not to the 6th or the 7th is when the new swell fills in. So it looks like not till the Easter weekend, basically.
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow? What's today's date?
5.
Yeah, so tomorrow. See the first of the swell filling in. So yeah, 6th and 7th looks pretty solid. So we'll get a kickstart to the CT.
Oh, sir. No, the 6th is actually today there.
It's the 5th today. It's just in the evening right now. They're 9 hours ahead. So yeah, basically tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yeah, it's the same day.
Today for us.
It's the day. It's the same day. Right now, though, the tides. This is what you like to talk about. The Prince of Tides, as you know.
I'm going to change my opinion. Okay.
Let's have a look here. So right now, we've got a low
9 a.m. High 3 p.m. So we have rising tide from 9 until 3 p.m. this evening, and then low again at 9, which is 9 p.m. is prego time.
Yeah, exactly. So it's pretty much dead low right now, and those tides, the coefficients or the difference between the low and the high, that's getting smaller. I think there were bigger tides yesterday, as we see Thomas Debier. And what we expect to find on these waves, we see Thomas laying into a savage hack, is that just on the push of the tide, probably mid-tide's about right, or you're a high tide kind of a guy? You keep talking about these high tides. What do you think is going to happen?
I think today, when we arrived, was middle tide, right?
Yeah, it was 2 hours before high.
First heat in the morning was kind of like middle tide, was when we saw the best waves until then. So I think you're right. Middle tide is working really well out the back. So I think around 11:30 midday, we're gonna see some bombs again.
Prime time
out the back. I think on the high tide with the decreasing swell, again, I don't know if it's gonna be so steep the wave, but we're gonna see some.
Wow, there's a steep wave. Mark Lackamar, he's got an 8, just gets an 8-point ride to back up, and there, just first turn was super 12 o'clock vertical, but unfortunately for Mark, he couldn't get a second turn in, but still going to improve his score. We had Thomas Debier with a couple of 4s in first place. Mark with that massive 8-point ride in the box seat, and well, as ever, he just goes straight up.
I love the extension of the arms around the body, where he looks on the bottom turn. It makes it look easy, but it's really technical the way he's doing it. So that's why he's so excited. The amount of water he threw on that turn, did you saw?
Huge
amount of spray out the back. So for a single turn, I think we're gonna see a really healthy number. Yep. I think he did really well on that. 5-2-3 for a single maneuver. Sounds like right to me, because that was a really powerful maneuver. As we see Maximiliano here trying to get a backup here, and boom.
Oh, can he hang on? He can. So yeah, he does. That's a completion from Maximilian. Look at $1 million, I might add.
Maximilian.
He he's got that explosive, almost surprising. And this roundhouse cutback, Chico, had a bit of spice as well.
Yeah, here he got a bit stuck, but puts him in the right position to really attack this last section. And here he almost fell behind. We got a bit stressed for him, but he made it. So
yeah, his toenails in the wax, didn't he? Just hanging on for all money, because that would have
that
made a big difference.
So beautiful. And this one, bang.
So yeah, just hangs on. So incredible footage. Meanwhile, Uri, little tube, nice little head dip. Can he make it up in a bit of a late to that turn, but still squares it off, and then just can't get a connecting turn. So got a little bit of a barrel, but not deep enough to really score highly. And it's all going to come down to that wave. Michalowski only needed a 2.9 to move up into second and overtake Thomas Debier. So Thomas hasn't hit his straps yet. A couple of 4s. He's got more in him than that, given these waves and given the way he surfs. And
as we see, the jet ski might be a bit chilly out the back there today.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a bit more warm.
She warms up to the
when
day.
When we had the drone visit around Costa, looked really good.
It did,
yeah. The jet.
Beautiful, yeah. Yesterday was hot. I think today's more of the same as the afternoon progresses, and that the land heats up and the wind comes off the land. You get that bit more warm sort of breeze.
Exactly.
We walked back from the restaurant last night. It was just an absolutely perfect temperature. Just had a shirt on and trousers, not too cold, light breeze. delightful. Really was delightful. And Maximilian Michalowski, 6.10 for that two-turn combo, and that moves him up into second place. And suddenly, Debier needs a massive number. So, as we see Lacamar again, just winding up that trademark backhand that never, ever lets him down. Just had a couple of weeks in Indo. Not exactly, probably sort of left-handers in board shorts compared to right-handers in a steamer, but it just means he's been surfing a lot, dialing in his equipment, and yeah, looking super sharp. Got a 5.23 to back up his last one, and then here he goes again. Springs out the hammer, bang, and then looks for a finish, bang. He's just going upside down. Like his good mate Joanne Giroux this morning, just once he gets his confidence in, and that backhand starts to find its groove, especially when there's a bit of push to the swell. Yeah, he's lethal. Okay, it's Debier, he needs a big number. Oh, there's a nice cut back. He's got to get a bit more aggressive here and finish off really strong. Just getting smaller waves. They're longer, but they've just been a bit lacking a bit of impact. You can tell by his body language he's not sure. He needs a big number, 7.43. Not sure it's going to be that, but it might improve his position and make him just get a little bit more in touch, a bit closer to that number 2 surfer, Michalowski.
As we see the replay here, he winds up off the bottom, gets up there, nice carving snap there, a bit more aggressive from him. Another one, he was expecting maybe a closeout turn here at the end and he couldn't get it, but I think he had the look at the judges. I would love to see that away from the front angle, because that first turn looked really good. 5.83 for the last one of Marc Lacomar, so Marc improves a bit. He changes that 5.23 for a 5.83, so that's always something good to hear. And as you
set
see,
out the back. Who's in position? Looks like it's Uziel, and he's fanging down the line. Look at this wave. Goes for the tube. He's in the tube, and he's coming out of the tube. He is. Comes out the front. A nice little snap in the pocket. Another steeper section. There's a nice carve. Just lacking a little bit of flow, but he's still in it. There's a turn, and he just mucks it up. So a lot going on in that wave. Plenty to unpack. And I think he's left some points on the board there. Surfed it well. That tube ride. It's pretty hard to judge, or to know where the judge is going to go with it, Chico. But it was he got barreled.
yeah, he got barreled. That's something he will ever he can say for the rest of his life. He got barreled in Costa. So that he got 2 cutbacks, kind of sticky on that turn too. So he kind of like at the barrel, which was really cool to see. I don't think it was maybe the right selection of turns, because they've been really clear about the barrels. They haven't really scored the barrels until then. And then he lost a bit of speed coming out of the barrel, which affected a bit the next turns he had on the wave. So he couldn't really rely on that first speed he got when he got into the wave. So I think that's why the score came in as a 4.07. Maybe if he chosen a different approach on the outside, maybe a big layback snap or something like that on that big meaty wall, he could go into the 6s and 7s. But yeah, it's hard not to see a barrel and actually avoid it. So I don't blame it at all.
Unless you're Paul Evans.
Yeah.
And it's come to second nature.
He's going to go for the roundhouse cutty around the section.
Yeah, you're right. It's hard. Surfer's natural instincts is to get a barrel, but in that case, probably not quite the decision he wanted. And then if he had made the mistake, he may have got a 5, but he's chasing big numbers. And the reason he's chasing big numbers is because of this guy, Chico.
Yeah, Marc started off real strong. 8-point ride for this one, right on the first 8 minutes of the heat. So Marc Lacomar with a lot of confidence right out of the gates, and he backed it up really easy. And this guy, Maximilian, what a surprise for us. Yesterday he surfed it really well, and this turn was massive. and he got that 610. So powerful surfer from Poland, and this was the backup of Mark Lacomar 583. Always so smart about the way he surfs his hits, and he just knew he had to do 2 big turns to get that 5 or 6 to get that backup. So Mark Lacomar surfing through the Kite and Maximilian in second. Thomas de Berg having quite of a shocker on this hit. Thomas has shown us before that he can go excellent any time of the day. As we see the replay of last of Maximilian, wow, what a carve. And another one, let's see if we can have a hand section to really apply a bit more pressure. But that first carve was beautiful from Maximilian. I don't think he's going to go into his top 2, but as we see a better approach from Yuri Uziel on this one. That combination of 2 turns looked really good to me, but he couldn't get the last turn in. So Yuri Uziel looking really sharp on that wave. Oh, he just caught up the rail there.
Yeah, had a bit of a shocker.
40 seconds.
Yeah, Thomas said a lot of waves. They've all just been. Here he goes. This is last throw at the dot. Oh no, sorry, my mistake. Okay, Thomas cracks it high and he likes it, but the problem is he needs a 7.36. So his waves just been that little bit smaller. I think it's been one of the main problems. He surfed them well. He's got, 3 or 4 waves above the 4, 5 mark. But when you need a big number, I'm not sure if that wave was good enough, but we'll have a double check. We didn't see it potentially out the back, what he did. So we'll go through it, see what the judges think. He needs a big, 7.36 into almost in the excellent range. And for all his selling of it to the judges, I'm not entirely sure that was enough, but we shall see. And we've got a wave coming in. We'll just see how he went. It was, yeah. How you going, mate? Monday. Good. Yeah, interesting. We'll just get the scores there, just to update. As we see the judges, they are deliberating. Thomas is waiting desperately just to see how he gets. He needs a big number, and he only gets a 5.67, so it's nowhere near the 7.73 needed. So unfortunately for Thomas, you'll see the frustration as he finds out. He's about to find out pretty soon, and it's yeah, he's not going to be happy with it. But he just never got the waves. Never got the sort of scale of the waves he needed. Smaller waves, and he surfed them well, but when you're up against some of those big heavy hitters, especially with Lacomar with those 8s, you needed more. And the official result sees Mark in first, Maximilian in second, and a bit of a shocker there for Thomas de Berg, one of the sort of highest seeds of the event. Would have been expected to get through that heat, and he hasn't. So a bit of an upset. So that's the way we go. Right now, though, I'm going to move on to the next heat. Sam Pittier, Diego Dominguez, Luis Nesta. But right now, while those surfers take stock, we're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to live action here. We're in the booth. My name's Ben Mundy. That's Philippe Jervis, and we're happy to have Marco Mignot back in the booth. Mate, got through this morning's heat.
Yeah.
How you feel?
I mean, I'm super stoked to make this heat, you know, because in the morning you feel like that bit of anxious. So to make it through feels good, you know, feel relaxed, and I can go have a breakfast after this.
Yeah, nice, relaxing. Thanks for taking your time to come in. And you've been here a little while, but is this the best sort of conditions you've seen since you've come down this way for a while?
I mean, Caparica has been on fire the last 2 days. It's like I haven't seen it like this in this camp. So I'm stoked that everybody can enjoy some good waves, you know. So everybody can show his surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got some big names coming up in this heat. Sam Pittier, Iago Dominguez, our Portuguese Lewis, who surfed really well yesterday. Philippe, in that little he's hitting a little rip bowl a bit more. He'll be out the back today. But yeah, Lewis was impressive yesterday, huh?
Yeah, Lewis has been surfing here in Costa for it's probably his main spot because he lives in Lisbon. It's like 15 minutes away from Lisbon, so he spends most of his time here, and so he's pretty used to this kind of conditions and this kind of waves. So it's gonna be pretty interesting. This is Marco is saying he never saw waves like this in this contest. I'm gonna call it. I've never saw waves like this in Costa de Caparica. It's really good. It's really good. I just got a text from a friend saying, "What are those waves? I've never seen Costa like that."
Yeah, Costa's firing.
It's firing.
It's all go. And what about the nerves this morning, Marco? You obviously, the aim is to get to the Challenger Series, and this is you've had some good results, but it's all on the line still. Was that weighing on your mind when you paddled out today?
I mean, you know what? Like the last event in Morocco, it was like I felt it more.
Yeah.
So in this event, I feel more relaxed. You know, I accept whatever happens. So yes, of course, the goal is always there to get into the Challenger Series, but I'm just taking one heat at a time, and I'm feeling pretty relaxed.
And there's the guy getting relaxed. Nesta Garcia, it's a backhand tube ride. Comes out and then a couple of swooping turns. So Nesta, he started off in the really early rounds. As you see on his backhand, Sammy Pittier. Oh, there's a big top turn from him. Sam comes around the corner, another one. And he's just swooping around the corner. He's really technical surfer, isn't he, Marco? He's like got a tube rider and quite a technical his turns as well.
Yeah, Sam is an amazing surfer. His technique game, like, he's really good. I've been surfing with him a lot the last couple of years, and he's an amazing surfer. Of course, he needs a bit of power in his surfing, but once he gets power, I think he's going to be part of the best European surfers or the best surfers in the world. He's a technical.
Yeah.
surfer.
And there's Lewis. He's done about, 94 backhand re-entries in a row. And then just...
Oh, look at these waves.
Talk us through this one, Jarvis.
Oh, nice first turn by Nestor. Oh, a bit of a mistake there. Unfortunately, goes down on that bottom turn. But, yeah, everyone got a good wave this exchange. I think, yeah, Iago Dominguez didn't get any, so he has the first priority. But first good exchange is going to be pretty interesting to see the first scores.
Yep. And speaking of big numbers, Mark Lacamar is down there on the beach talking about his massive heat win.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Mark Lacomar. Mark Lacomar, you started off the heat with an 8-point ride. What a good start for the Caparica Surf Fest.
Yeah, today is a really good day. As you can see, the waves are very nice. So yeah, just excited to get started and pretty stoked to make that heat.
When the waves are this good, do you feel any nerves?
Yeah, kinda. It's weird, but yeah. So, but yeah, try to calm down, especially when it's the first heat of the contest. Always the nerve came back, but it's good to get one out of the way and relax more for the next one.
You were telling me you didn't check the rankings. Is that something that you do to keep yourself calm and concentrate only on surfing?
Yeah, it's still like this contest to go, so just try to make hits and see where it goes.
You wanted to do a shout out for someone?
Yeah, I wanted to shout out to Flying Repair. He's a local repair who fixed my board in really fast yesterday, my magic board, so thank you.
Shout out for Flying Repair, making sure Mark Lacomar makes sights, so good luck for the next round.
Yeah, thanks.
Back to you,
well
boys.
done. Thanks, Chico. Thanks, Marco. Yeah, flying repairman. It's done the job. Nothing like that magic board. How important is when you get one of those magic boards, Marco, that you need to ride it, huh?
It's so important. Like, you feel like if you don't have that magic board, you can't surf that good. I don't know why, but so every time you have a magic board, you just feel comfortable and like confident. So yeah, it's important to have that magic board, definitely. And Mark was stoked to. It was sick that he gave a shout out to the local boy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and his approach is not even to check the rankings. I mean, that's one way of going about it, but it must be quite hard not to try and focus on each heat. But I'm not going to let you do that, mate, because I'm going to talk about Snapper Rocks. So one of the first event of the Challenger Series, if you get through, would be to go to Australia and surf Snapper. So that's hard not to think about, surely.
Of course, that would be a dream come true to surf Snapper.
With just 3 guys?
Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine that. That's gotta be one of the best feelings as a surfer, because it's probably the most crowded place in the world.
Yeah, no, definitely. When I was younger, I used to go every year to Snapper Rocks.
Okay, hold that thought. We're going to come back as we see Sam Pitet. There's a big turn on his backhand. And there's 2. You're talking about that power. Every time you sort of see him each year, he's getting a bit bigger, isn't he? He's growing. He's only a young kind of a guy, and you're still filling out. So
yeah, of course. No, he's growing up. He's growing. He's getting more powerful every time.
And packing some big barrels down there at Hossegger on those gravier banks. So talk us through this one. What do you like about it, Marco? This way.
I like how he hit the bottom turn, and then the first hit was powerful. Right in the lip. Second one, boom, straight at it. So it was good to turn combo. Solid.
Yeah, and so you've been to Snapper Rocks quite a few times. So that, I mean, if you do get together and you compete, that'd be a massive, not a massive advantage, but it's nice to know that you've surfed the wave a few times, though, because it takes time, that place to.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a hard wave because you have to be like, you cannot go fully on one turn, because then you kind of miss the next section. So you got to know how to read the point break. So I've been surfing a lot of point breaks the last couple of years in Salina Cruz and Barra de la Cruz. So I feel confident, I feel that if I go over there, I will be confident and comfortable in these kind of conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those right-hand point breaks where you surf back home Mexico would help. That's those perfect barrels. And well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've got a couple of days in Caparica to find out exactly who's going from the Europe qualifying series. It's going to be super interesting. Finals day. We're here till Saturday, potentially. We could even finish by Friday. We'll see what the conditions do, but plenty of action before then. And those scores dropping for Sam. Another good, solid score. Do you sort of think about, Marco, like in terms of heat scores, what you aim for? Do you need a 10, do you think, to get through, or is there any type of do you ever go into a heat thinking what you need, or it's more about just surfing the waves that come your way?
I mean, of course, you aim to have like at least 2.6 or at least a 7 and a 6. But at the end of the day, of course, you go with the flow, because when the wave comes at you, you do the most of it and hopefully get the biggest score as possible. But yeah, I mean, of course, you're aiming to have a good pair of scores and make it true,
Yeah, there's Thomas Ledee looking at that, paddling out next to the pier. Tide coming in now, Philippe. You think that might sort of move this bank around a bit? We've seen yesterday that there was a few more options coming into play. You got to make a decision, I think, maybe as that tide comes in, about where you're going to sit.
Yeah, I think that little wedge that we have been seeing on the first day, and where we watched Luis doing his hit yesterday, I think today it's a bit smaller, should be fun. And it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to play out on the outside where they're sitting right now, if there's going to be any waves there, or all the surfers will have to move to that wedge. But so far, it's still really fun and really good on the outside. So I think the surfers will want to take advantage of those conditions. And sometimes, yeah, Mark was saying you get nervous, but sometimes you can get overhyped. It's so good.
That's so
that,
true.
that you really want to surf and you go on the water and you don't do anything. Like you need, you have to learn to be calm and make sure you're not overhyped. And I really want to surf because it's really good.
I agree. And sometimes you get too overhyped, you know, like you just want to be in the middle. You want to be hyped up,
but
but
not too
relax,
much.
you know?
Yeah.
It's like be aware, but relax.
Find that
So-
balance is pretty important.
Exactly, because sometimes you expect too much and you don't get nothing. And sometimes you just go with the flow and unexpect nothing and you get everything, you know?
Yeah.
And that's pretty sick.
There's Enzo Cavallini warming up for his next heat. Doing the old hip shuffles. Like Thomas, he's making sandcastles. It's a different approach. Everyone's got their little warm-ups. What's your kind of vibe? Do you some deep breathing or some exercise on the beach before you go out? What's your routine, Marco? And does it change? Does it change over time, or you got a pretty much set routine before you?
I mean,
5 minutes before your heat.
I got my set routine, you know. I like to feel like warmed up, but mostly relaxed, but like ready to go, you know. So yeah, a bit of breathing, and I try to. I don't like to warm up too heavily because I don't know. I feel like I get too I don't know. The blood is rushing too much. But yeah, I think everybody has their own routine, you know. I think some are more spiritual than others, you know. They like to have a little prayer, or some just go and laugh, and some people want to talk. So I think that everybody has their own way of, I don't know, it's like a warm-up that just connects you to the moment that you're going to have, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just got to play it your own way, don't you? It's interesting. And those guys down there getting warmed up, trying to keep those nerves down, trying to just concentrate on your surfing, get everything right. Got a few scores coming in. That backhand re-entry for Luis, got 6.83, those series of backhand turns. Tell me, Diego Dominguez, really good surfer, but just hasn't had a wave as yet. What goes through your mind when you start, you know, you've 15 minutes gone and he hasn't had a wave? I mean, obviously what's going through your head is catch a friggin' wave, but yeah, how do you sort of stay calm?
I mean, in his position, it's pretty hard because everybody's been catching waves, everybody has some scores, so yeah.
There he goes. I know that's Lewis, so he's up and riding, and a nice looking right-hander. 2-turn combo. He's still got more in the juice in the tank, a third one, and hangs on. So just trying to back up a 5.17. So been finding sort of connecting well with the conditions, Philippe. He's sort of it seems to be in the right position at the right time.
Yeah, the board looks really good. It just keeps that flow in between transitions and in between turns, as you see here, just carving, waiting for the wave to stand up here. Bit more strong. This one, I felt like it was a little conservative. It could have gone a little stronger, but it was smart at the same time because he needs a backup, and he's probably just wanted to finish that wave and make sure he has the second score so he can put pressure and stay solid on that first position because he only leads a 0.34 to second. So
we'll see. And here we go. There's Diego looking at that wave again. Just can't find a corner.
10-minute heat. For Yang.
Yeah, no,
that's got to be the worst position you can ever be.
Yeah. He must be out of position, I think, because I don't know that he's not catching any waves, and the other guys have been catching a couple waves already. So, but yeah, he must be feeling a bit of pressure now because 10 minutes, the guys that have a pair of fives, Luis probably has 2.6 now. So yeah, it's a tough position to be. You must stay confident, of course, because you just have to catch one good wave and you're back in the heat and just back it up. But it's hard to maintain that confidence and be sharp.
Yeah, it's difficult. He's strong mentality. He's had a good winter. Charges some big waves. Diego up there on the Basque Coast, having a real crack in some of those big point breaks. But right now, he's just got to get something and get the ball rolling. Kind of hard. What about you, mate? You got the rest of the day off, so how do you regulate how much time do you surf? Will you have one more surf, or you sort of be conscious of not surfing too much, or do you just check this, you know, what's the plan?
The plan right now after this, have a big breakfast. But yeah, I'm sure I'm going to get another surf in the afternoon just because being in the room all day long can get you in your head and kind of feel like anxious a bit.
Yeah.
So just trying to get some energy out so you sleep well at night and just not to take too much energy out, but stay active, you know?
Yeah, and when it's 4 foot and offshore. It's not too much of a hard decision, is it? You know, there's great waves up and down the coast, and all these sort of beaches like carbon copies of each other. You know, they're really similar. Different banks, of course, but still, they all look pretty good to me.
Yeah, you look left and you look right. It looks pumping everywhere. It looks fun everywhere.
Yeah, and not many people surfing, you know.
No,
Like,
not
you can
today, yeah.
Find your own bank and get stuck in. But yeah, so that wave for Lewis of 4.43 coming in for that last wave. There's a few. I mean, there's a handful of surfers. That's the next bank down, next sort of growing down. But then you go to the next one. Yeah, there's not many people really surfing in this modern day and age where crowds are always a factor. You know, I'd imagine if that sort of stretch. Whoa, out the back, so Nesta Garcia. And there's some fin release. He comes around, a wide sort of stance, powerful kind of a guy. Slows down a bit here, tries to get in a last hit. So Nesta netting a 5.8. We'll see the replay. Then we might put Marco Mignot on the spot and see if he gets it or not. See what's his judging. Is as good as he's surfing. But we'll see.
So what does he need? He needs a 5.8.
5.8. We'll get the
I
replay.
think he's gonna go in the 4s. 4.2, I would say.
Okay, here we go.
Let's see it again. Let's see it again.
So there we go. First turn, pretty strong.
Second turn, pretty good too.
And it goes fat. So you're not calling a 5.8?
No, it's out already. It's a 3.77.
Oh,
actually,
3.77.
yeah. Actually, I was talking with Marco. What do you think? It's what do you need to do? Because we have been seeing a lot of scores. The judges are really critical right now. It's really hard to get high scores. What do you think that you need to actually go on that excellent range for this contest? Because it feels like it's not easy.
Yeah, no, definitely. Because I've seen a couple guys surf some good waves, you know, and he did 2 good turns. He gets a 3, and you're like, oh, well, that's pretty crazy. So I think the judges want to see on a good wave and just try to do the biggest turn as possible, because you see some guys just do one big turn and they get a 4.5, you know. So just try to be in the right wave and try to do the biggest turns you could you could do.
Yeah, the big numbers coming in for today are guys like Mark Lacombe, Leon Glatzer, Joan Giroux, and they've always been, like either, you know, one massive turn or a combination of. Sparnaby Cox, UK surfer. He's had a good little run yesterday. Got a nice little barrel out here on the wedge. Joaquim, he's got the more calm approach. We talked about those warm-ups. There he is. He's just good posture, looking at the ocean, staying calm. So we sort of Barnaby Cops skipping around, having a bit of a joke and laugh. Again, we talk about different approaches. Here's approach. Yago finally gets the ball underway. There's a nice, quick, fast vertical turn. It's a smaller wave, but he's surfing it well. He's waited a long time for it. He's going to try and finish off here with a solid finish. A little bit safe on that last tap. So, well, he's off at least. He's got to start. It's not a huge score, but at least he's off the board and he's out of combination, which what he was in before. So he's that even harder sometimes, Marco, when you wait so long and then the wave doesn't, it's a well surf, but it's not the wave he wanted, is it?
That could be the worst thing in the world, because you've been waiting for so long and you don't really catch the good one. You're like, wait.
And you waste the priority you have for almost 20 minutes on a small insider. That's got to be the worst. Here we see Luis. Just unfortunately that wave closes out, but yeah, 3.57. So he only needs a 6.9. We've been watching some. It has been hard to get those scores, but it's totally obtainable. Oh, look at that. That was almost a barrel.
You could see the barrel. He just couldn't get there, wasn't he? He was putting his head forward. Or just probably stick his head in there, but just couldn't quite get there. That was Nesta Garcia, still chasing that 5.8. That wave looked like it might have had the potential. He just couldn't. It ran off just too fast. Yago's score 3.57 comes in, so at least now he needs a 7-point ride. We saw Leon Glatzer in I think 2 weeks ago, turn a heat round though in a minute, got 2 waves in a minute. So that is possible, isn't it? That's always what you got to keep telling yourself, right, Marco?
No, no, of course you can't just be like, oh yeah, I give up. No, never. Until the last second, you have to believe in that you can change the situation, because a 7 is not the biggest score in the world.
And he goes, the Frenchman just comes unstuck, so that was a wave. He was hoping just to improve on his 10-point score. He won't. He'll go back out, chase another wave. Going to have a recap and just see where we've got. Got the Portuguese surfer, Goofy out in front. Sam coming in, Philippe. He's been impressive, this kid.
Yeah, he's been really in sync with the ocean. A couple of really strong maneuvers on the outside, and that's what the judges want. It just, as you said, 100 backside turns on this wave. It's just the wave just kept on providing him, and it just kept on going and doing some snaps. He ended up finishing it off, and he was happy with that one. Also, Sam with a couple of fives. Very well surfed. This bottom turn to this first turn. But this first turn was really good, and the combination was really good as well. A bit of a whitewash on the face, but still he managed it really well. And this is Louis' backup. I think the main problem, the main issue with this wave was this third turn. This one a little conservative, and the judges automatically just put a little stop on that scoring board. So it's just a 4.43, but still very nice scores throughout this heat with 2.5 minutes remaining. It's looking good for Perloiro and Sam Peter.
Yeah, those two out in front. So we've got Nesta Garcia in green chasing a 5.8. Diego Dominguez chasing a 6.9, so a big number. There's Nesta Garcia, a bit caught inside. You want to get out the back, get out there pretty fast. 2 minutes on the clock. See if there's any fireworks to go down. So, well, we'll see if we get some type of action. Marco, mate, first off, thanks for coming in the booth and sharing your insights. It's been an absolute pleasure to have a competitor come in and unpick some of the, the inside, peek behind the curtain of the sport. And we're wishing you all the best throughout this event, and hopefully moving on through the Challenger Series events. When you make that, we'll be watching live on the WSL app down there at Snapper Rocks if that comes to pass. We'll of course, mate, when you win tomorrow, come back in the booth, mate. You know, if that's part of the routine that's welcome out, you're always more than welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
And we've seen just this guy, Yogo. He's had one wave, a 3.5. I mean, he's travelled a long way to get here. He must be worried about this last, his performance, trying to get a high 6, trying to get a bit of space away from his opponents, but looks like Sam's not going to let him, Marco. He's going to stick with him.
No, I would be on top of that guy. I wouldn't even leave him one chance. But yeah, tough heat for Iago. He has an amazing backhand, so I thought he could have done better, but I guess he didn't have opportunities where he was not in the right place, but yeah.
It happens. You just got to wash these ones off, don't you? You lose more than you win, is the old adage.
Definitely. You got to swallow the pill and keep on going,
Yeah, out the back, set approaching. Looks like a lovely wave out the corner. Sam in red's got priority, so he's going to use it. He swings. And this lovely drone angle comes around. Boom. A hanger. Another one. That's right in the pocket. That's nice as well. A bit of a hair flick for a bit of action. Or just loses his footing and he's whacked there. It's his last wave. Yeah, nice finish there from Sam. Needed a 6-point ride to go up into first, so he might make his life a little bit easier. The hooter goes in any case, so he'll be happy. He looks out the back to see if there's any other action. Looks like, there is as well. So St. Garcia, that was his last. I'm not sure if this was up before the hooter. The way he's bouncing that board, he thinks it might have been, but his body language would suggest he didn't get the score either. So we'll just wait for that. The judges, they just sort of taking notes on their various charges. And that man there looks like he's got a pretty solid heat win. Lewis, you happy with that? How important does it really matter if you get first or second? Does it make any difference to you, Marco?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you always want to win, like to be on top of, you win the heat, you feel more, I don't know, it feels good. But I mean, when you make it, you make it. You still feels good. You have to, it cannot really define the future after, because if you get too excited and too happy, sometimes you get out of rhythm.
Mate, it's the same in the commentary booth. We try and keep an even keel, but sometimes we get a bit too excited, don't we? You know, and you come crashing down.
Yeah, but if you want to
end.
be a competitor, you have to be you have to find that balance. You cannot be all over the place, like happy and then sad and then happy and then sad. You need to find that little balance. You cannot be too sad when you lose, but you cannot be too happy when you win as well.
Exactly, because I think it's like a marathon, you know? It's not finished until the end. It depends what's your goal.
Absolutely.
If your goal is to make only one heat, but the real goal is to make it all the way. So you just got to maintain in the moment.
Yeah, you got to be in the moment. Well, these two are in the moment. As we said, it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to have Marco come and join us in the booth. Mate, you go and have that nice breakfast you've been talking about. We'll stay here and do some work. Will you go and have a nice long breakfast and then have a good surf?
Thank you for having me, and thanks for everything. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Marco.
Have
what
a good
pleasure,
day,
mate. Thanks, champ. All right. As Marco goes and orders his avocado on toast, we're going to have a short commercial break. Going to come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest right after this. You.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Costa Caparica. The sun is shining, the offshore breeze is blowing, the waves are pumping. We've got another stacked heat number 7, round of 64. And Ben Mundy joined in the booth by Paulie Evans.
Do you know what else is blowing, Ben?
No, what?
The winds of change.
Winds of change are coming in.
Because it's all in motion on the QS, isn't it? There's everything to play for. This is a big event this season. 3,000 points. Don't come any bigger than this. It's huge.
Yeah, absolutely pivotal in terms of the Challenger Series ratings. Had Marco Vigneault in there just talking about trying to keep a lid on the emotion was his main take on it. He was like, you can't get too above yourself. You just got to try and stay even keel. But it's hard when there's so much pressure, so much points on offer, mate. Right now, we saw some impressive surfing throughout the event from these guys coming up. Thomas Leddy, Joachim Chavez. Barnaby Cox got a tube yesterday. He was really happy about it.
Coxie.
And Enzo Cavallini. Right now, though, a man who's also pretty happy with himself is the winner of that last heat. I think he's down. Oh, hold the phone. Live action as we see Thomas from French Caribbean. Oh, there's a lovely swooping top turn. And there's a big floater to hair flick. And that's going to be a solid start from Thomas. But winner of the last heat is down on the beach.
Started off with a 683. That must feel good.
Yeah, that felt good. I kind of played safe on the last turns on the 683 because I knew I had a strong beginning on the wave with 2 better turns, and then I kind of played safe on the end. I wanted to do stronger, those last turns stronger, but yeah, I just had to secure my score, and that felt good to start the heat. And then it was a slow heat after.
Were you sad because that last wave didn't count?
Yeah, I was, because we were making maths right now. So as we are a bit far from the beach, the sound takes a while to get there. So I thought I was on time, but I was not. I was like 1 or 2 seconds behind, and that wave felt really good. I wanted to have a stronger backup, or even my best one, I don't know. But anyway, I'm happy to make it through and surf more heats.
You're looking really solid on that board. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it's Poland surfboards. It's sorry, it's here. This defrag model. I've been developing it with Paulo do Bairro. It's my shaper now, and he works in Poland. I really enjoy working with him. We've been designing this model for more or less 2 years, and yeah, I love it. I've been riding it in every type of conditions.
It works in beach break and point break, or is just like more like an all-arounder?
Yeah, you can use it. I use it whatever, like beach break, point break. Just maybe not barrels. On barrels, I won't use this one.
Maybe not barrels.
Yeah, for turns, everywhere and all the time.
Well, you looked amazing on it, so congrats and good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Chico. You're looking pretty comfortable. Likes his boards, likes his waves, likes his life. Bright future. That wave from Thomas, we saw a 5.83. Was his opening gambit, not a bad one. And he's gone up into the lead, backed it up with the 3.17, so it's pretty good. Right now, though, paddling for this one is Enzo Cavallini on his backhand. Goes up, hits the lip and goes down. It's a pretty good winter, getting a few barrels at Le Gravier. You may have seen him around, but you're part of the world.
Yeah, do you know what? I've said it before, I'll say it again. That's his kind of move. He likes arriving really late at the lip. You often see him surf down top the outside of the sort of cascading lip. That's his thing. He's on the curtain quite a lot, is Enzo. And when it comes off, it's high risk, it's high reward. He gets good points. That's what we saw yesterday. This was Tom early on. Got himself a 3 for this, but backed it up pretty sharp after. That's why he's in the lead already in this one, not wasting any time at all. Getting the strong start. Looks like maybe it's a touch smaller than first knockings this morning, but super clean. It's forecast to just dial back throughout the day. That offshore grooming the lip line, which gives surfers something nice to aim at. Just got to make sure they don't get hung up. Make sure you come down with the speed. Judges can be a bit tough about completions. Ben, I want to talk about you and Barney Cox.
Yep.
Specifically, you've changed your mind about Barnaby, and you've actually been big enough to admit that you were wrong. Can you tell us through your Barnaby journey? Don't really want to talk about it.
No, I was just, you know, I think he just came on the scene.
Surfing's mainly it's won you over.
Came on the scene, didn't know what he was too much about. You know, wasn't sure, you know, what was his vibe.
Yeah.
And over time, hung out with him, found out that he's just a good guy with a sort of positive spin on life. And yeah, massive fan. And he gets tubed. Meanwhile, lead A, oh, there's a big lip line, and then another one there. Talk about late to the party. Those 2 cracks, really difficult high-risk manoeuvres. And yeah, he told me yesterday, Barnaby, that he's doing a little sort of like a snakes in the tail, snake tails kind of video, you know, like the snake tails was Jake Patterson used to just film the surfing and the qualifying series kind of behind the scenes kind of deal. Got quite a big following. And yeah, old Barnaby, he reckons he's going to try and bring that, but with the UK sort of mob.
Barney's Yarns?
Yeah, Barney's Yarns. There's lots of titles that, you know, that could come up. And see the expose as we see this one here. There's Enzo again. And can he finish it? Went for the roundhouse rather than the sort of lip line. Close out sort of floater, and didn't really get much points in that last one. Yeah, they've had a good run so far, the UK contingent. Luke Dillon did lose yesterday, but we already had Patrick Langendart get through his heat earlier on today, so that tight little knit group. Be pretty happy with the way things are panning out so far. Still plenty of work to be done. Going to go through the round 64 today of the men's. 12 heats of that, and then, or 16, I should say. And then the 8 heats of the ladies at the end of the day, Paul. So plenty of action coming our way.
We get a bit behind on Twitter. Karen in Sevenoaks loves
Kaz.
that you can only keep one. Question for Monday. You can only keep one of these islands. We got White, we got Man, we got Anglesey. Isle of Wight, Isle of Man or Anglesey, which one are you keeping?
Is Anglesey an island?
Yep. Absolutely, Ben.
I'm gonna keep Anglesey. Yeah, no, I've been to White. Take it or leave it. Oh, the man, actually where my ancestors were from, funnily enough. But yeah, I mean, bit of a tax dodge, isn't it? I see Cox there. That's his first turn. He's strong. And then gets through the fins out. And can he hang on? He's hanging on. He does. He makes it. So we may look at the judges' criteria, because I think that might fit into the radical progressive part of the element, what the judges are looking for here. We've talked about it, Paul. You reckon they've been pretty stingy so far in the event? As we see the brains of the operation, John weaving his magic there behind the keyboards. The 5 judges, they watch the waves and then they watch the replay, and that's the criteria. Paul, what do you like about it? What don't you like about it?
Speed, power and flow, I think it sort of puts it in relatively simple terms, although it's also nicely vague. And what does that really mean? What's flow, Ben? We know what speed is. Power, yeah, it's slightly harder to define, although still it's sort of an obvious physical parameter. What's flow, Mundy? What is flow?
I think flow is there. It's a synonym for style, I would say. I reckon that's how they incorporate the style element. How you link your turns.
It's not called
so it's not just about the actual turn itself, but the in-betweens. Well, I know, but I think instead of using the word style, which is obviously hugely subjective, they've tried to put a parameter around it that people can understand. But yeah, you know, and we'll see what Barnaby Cox, how he fit the criteria. This might go into the end a bit of progression, maybe.
Really nice. I love it. Degree of difficulty as well, just technical, isn't it? He'd already had one assault on the lip, and the second turn, he's like, I'm going to mix it up. We saw variety there as well on the scale. So first hit is decent, and then this one, he's like, you know what? Ditch the fins, I'll get a little roof ride, I'll go backwards for a while, and then I'll stand up and show I made it. So
3.73, he probably was a bit messy coming out, wasn't too clean. Meanwhile, Chavez fanging down the line. First turn will be crucial. Oh, he's only going to get one turn, but I'll tell you what, and he can't hang on. So forget the criteria. If you don't ride out, that's an incompletion. You won't score because of it. But it looked good there for a while. Just couldn't quite ride out of it.
Yeah, hammered that turn, didn't he? And got it mostly done. See him building up speed here with that mid-face line. Goes down to the bottom of the wave and then attacks. And he just didn't quite get down in front of that white water, did he? And it rumbled him. We mentioned that offshore can just hold you up a touch up there. And it is pretty brisk. You can see those white caps heading out to sea. That's the direction we tend to like them heading. It's super clean when it's blowing this brisk offshore. Is it going to last all day, Ben? Off sheet?
Yeah. I think it's forecast to. It did yesterday, pretty much. Maybe just a slight bit of north angle in the afternoon, but even then, not much. So yeah, she's pretty clean all day today. Keeping that texture nice. Got some tweets coming in. You can only keep one. This one in coming from Simone from Paris, up there in France. So you can only keep one of these things, Paul. She likes the surfing element to it. Look at that drone shot showing the river mouth, exiting there, the northern side of Lisbon. These waves come in, get refracted and sort of wedged up by those groins that add rip bowls. You can see the rips coming in pretty much next to each of the groins is where the water exits from the beach. That sort of carves up the banks a little bit. And it's a beautiful, beautiful sight. And that's great to watch. Yeah, and Simone's saying you can keep one of these things. Duck diving, left-handers, or rips. She must have been inspired by the drone shot there. Can you only keep one of those?
Obviously, I'm going to keep left, aren't I? I mean, what's the point in surfing if we don't have lefts?
Well, you're not going to have a duck dive, though, are you?
Just paddling the channel, mate. Point breaks, innit? Paddle wide. I mean, the rip's good.
Well, they create left-handers often. You're going to do a lot of straight-handers without duck diving, mate. I'll tell you what. You say it sounds easy. I don't know if that future's too bright. This guy's got a bright future. It's a small wave, though. But Chavez just kicks out. Can't quite make it. 10 minutes remaining. one of the slower heats. Tomas surfing red. The only one to show a bit of quality at this stage. A couple of fives in his belt. Conditions, just the blueness of the water is something you don't always see in this part of the world. It can be, you know, not your stereotypical sort of turquoise in this part of the world, but with these sort of sunny conditions and these offshore breezes, it just adds a really nice hue, a blue hue to it. And makes it even more appealing. You see a bit of the pre-run down there. Ilasasi getting a bit of just 10 minutes to go. A bit of positioning chat, I'd imagine there, Paul.
Yeah, also I think you don't want to watch too many heats for your surfer, right? So what's quite important before you paddle out is you get kind of a compressed take on what's happened so far today, particularly where the scores are coming from. So that's one thing your coach can offer, is just say, look, the long rights, hitting it on the end, the two-turn combos, they're scoring bigs. If you do a combo of turns on the end section, you're going to be getting 5, 6, 7s all day. And maybe just kind of squashing it down into sort of bits of information rather than staring out to sea endlessly. Watching heats can be a little bit draining for a surfer. They obviously like to watch the ocean a bit, but they don't necessarily follow the action too much.
Yeah, it can be draining just watching heat after heat of surfing.
I've got no idea what you're talking about, mate.
Yeah,
I find it invigorating.
It can wear you down. You're right in that regard.
24 today, is it?
Huh?
Is it 24
Just
today?
24
Let's
today.
see if we can push that out, maybe 28.
Yeah, I think we should probably start a bit earlier. That's what I'm sort of gunning for. You just sort of summed up what a coach does. I mean, obviously it's one of the great myths of surfing, isn't it? Potentially. See, this one. Oh.
No room for it, but there he is again. I told you, loves that lip line, loves the curtain. I told you.
He loves being upside down, I would say.
It's just no room for him on this wave, really. By the time he got into it, he couldn't get going down the line. He was a little bit sort of stuck mid-face. It just ran away, and there was nowhere really to square off. So he had to just kind of come from lateral. He had quite a bit of speed. He just didn't really have an angle. And that's why Enzo was unable to really open up on that one. You were saying coaches are a hoax, Ben?
No, I was just interested to see, you were trying to explain exactly what they do. And, I mean, what do they do? Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, I think it's just about maybe taking away some of the surplus information, just sort of distilling it down to important things. Obviously, they're not really coaching surfing technique at this stage. You'd hope everyone's prepared in terms of their boards and how they approach them. So it's all about where you're going to get scores from in your tactics.
And there goes Cox. And that's pretty bit of a nothing turn. Only had one option, or yeah, one possibility, and didn't really connect with it. He's going to go into his 2 scores. He's only had that's his second wave, so he's been patient. He's going to need to do more than that if he wants to get through this heat. There's not much in it. No one's really laid down a marker. This man's the only one that's showed a bit of real class, I would say, and that's a nice turn. I like his style, this kid. He's got that sort of lanky style, and then he goes a nice little carve, adding a bit of variety. That one was a little bit sort of sticky. And now he drives around, drags that hand, and you could tell that he just had a few little wobbles on that wave. It wasn't clean. That flow that we were talking about, probably not so much in evidence. And I think...
I'm not sure I like the flow here, Ben. I disagree, actually. I thought this was great. I really enjoyed this from Tom Alede. Just straight up with a ton of speed. He just had to miss a section. That was all. He had to kind of check himself. That was pretty sick. It's a different kind of turn. He decides late to make that maneuver, and he missed a couple of chances on the lip. But overall, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, he surfed well. Just you can just tell by his own body language, I think he just thought he could have perhaps connected just a little bit better with one of those or 2 of those sections. But yeah, those first 2, the money and the main points will come from those opening sort of 2 turns, which were cool. But yeah, he gets to 3.83, not going to go into his top 2.
I like the look of Lady. This is Cox. So waiting at the bottom of the wave, and he knew it was a 1-turn section, but he also had to go down the line a bit, so he had to stretch out his bottom turn, really. He couldn't attack and come straight back up. He had to just kind of prod it forward. So it's a little clip on the lip. It is a second number for him. They'd only ridden 1 wave prior to that, the entire heat, so it's only going to help his situation for the time being. Looks like Cavallini's paddling back out with a number to drop, Ben.
Yep, Cavallini hasn't got much on offer. It's wide open for the second spot. No one's really had any sort of waves of note. So that means that those 3 surfers, even though they've had a bit of a shocker, they won't be disheartened. They're all in the same boat, effectively, chasing some very, very small scores with 4 minutes on the clock. This one on the left-hander here, Sue Cavallini, this is the one he's waiting for. Oh, there we go, and he's connected. So that's going to be a game changer in terms of this heat. He likes the lip. Well, that was the under the lip takeoff.
Cavallini's going to get a solid number for that left. Really well surfed. Could be the high score of the heat so far, and it's an important time to get it as well. He was back in 3rd for a while, as you can see on your screens. He's jumped up, Ben. He gets a good number.
Yeah, he got a 6-point ride, pretty much in the virtue of that close-out re-entry, which was critical. It was risky. He's gone for a few times this heat and failed, but on that particular occasion he nailed it and was rewarded appropriately. Cool. Another tweet coming in. You can only keep one. This one is from Tara, from Katara. And she says, Paul, cycling, snowboarding, running.
Can only keep one?
Yeah,
cycling.
Keep one.
Easy. Snowboarding, I could do without it. No real tears shed on my behalf. Running, yeah. Keep bikes, mate. All right, let's check out the recap and see Lede early on. Good business. Is this the 583 as he just sluices in the pocket? He's loose. We talked about the flow. He's got loads of it. And what he's also got is the ability to pull critical maneuvers. That's why he's winning this heat. And this was backup tings for him. Just hitting it with the combination. We talked about that as well at the top of the heat, how important that is. That was the 473. Cavallini, do you know what? He needed to get something going. He had nothing on the board. And he got a 6 for that, so he was struggling, and he gets himself up to 2nd with a strong chance of going to 1st. He doesn't need huge numbers. Here's Chavez having a crack.
Yeah, vertical, smaller wave, but showing some good form. He's going to need a bigger wave and a bigger number than that. He's really struggled to get out of any type of out of that 4th place. He needs an 8-point ride. Cox now needing a 5.78. And we see our heat leader, it just gets slotted. Just runs off so fast. Still tubing down the end there. If he comes out of that, you'd know about it. And, yeah, great wave, but Thomas just couldn't quite get under it in time. Got a bit of vision, but couldn't exit. So he's going to look for this. What went wrong here, Paul? He came out of the 1st section and another one. So the wave looks amazing, the texture on that, but it just was too fast.
Chavez, nice and vert, gives it a good crack, but it's a smaller wave, and he just runs out, essentially. He just wanted to keep going. Really good first turn. He needed maybe another 2 like that on that wave to get close to the score he needs. He's got to go into the excellent range. He's a long way away from that so far, but he will improve, and he'll bring his number down and give himself a chance to get back in the heat. He's going to have around about 2 minutes to do that. Let's see where that puts him. But after a slow start, everyone's getting their opportunities now. Is it just our monitor? It looks incredibly blue out there.
Yeah.
It looks like one of those beach treks on the east coast of Australia.
The cyan's been pumped up there. Yeah, it does look, yeah, it's relocated to South Stradbroke. Yeah, it's remarkably blue. Beautiful colours, and we see the heat leader. He's been busy. There's a nice projected first turn, and then a sort of Larry layback to finish off. It's pretty safe out there in the #1 position. Can afford to get a little bit loosey-goosey, show a bit of body talk, and he's having fun. He's had a few results down here in the past, and he's looking good for this particular heat through to the round of 32 if he can get through this. What'd you like about it, Paul, and what didn't you like about it?
It's just smooth, isn't he, basically? I feel like it's just in rhythm with the wave. See his turns, managing to put him in with no kind of rough edges to his surfer there. Everything's polished and in control. And he really looks like he's got a great read on these running right-handers and able to throw up the variety. When you're putting up multiple maneuvers, I think it's easy to get stuck on similar kind of turns, and I really like the variety he's showing. Cavallini's not a long way back for 1st. this wave is soft, so he has to travel all the way down for a steep section, and he finds one. He does nice by ripping a closeout hit. First part of the turn was critical. Wasn't loads of wave left by the time he got there. But I like the way he's been put under a little bit of pressure and he's responded positively.
Yeah, he responded with that left-hander was the one that got him back in. And this, as you said, had a bit of downtime all through this section, but did make any mistakes, trying to improve on a small score, just see out the heat, which he's done. 10 seconds on the clock. Barnaby Cox having a 5.78. So he's still in the hunt. Time's gone now. It looks like we're going to wrap it up. No waves getting ridden. I saw something go on there. It's not. So unofficially, red and green are through to the round of 32. Chavez a bit disappointed with that performance. Never really got any chance to show what he's capable of. He's out. Have to wait till the start of the next qualifying series round of 2023 for his Challenger Series assault. Cavallini, he's happy. Led A, great work, smooth, stylish, and read the waves well. But as those guys go in to regroup, Self's going to take a bit of time. Going to get a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Caparica, as we'll check out a brand new Heat in the Water featuring our top-rated surfer on the QS, Caparica. A recent wildcard performance up in Peniche on the Championship Tour. I tell you what, it's a solid wildcard performance. He absolutely took it on. He was charging on the biggest day, and he was really impressive. Also, Martin Paulinho, Paul César Distinguin, Aloe El Sassi. Philip Jervis is back in the studio.
I am.
Welcome back.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, Thiago was really impressive on the city, and I actually had the opportunity to have a free surf with him at Pedra Branca in Ericeira the other day, and he's a really cool and calm kid. I really enjoyed having a little chat with him on the peak on the outside, and I know he's confident. That's for sure. First in the rankings, city wildcard. It just has to keep on going.
So he came for Peniche, he's basically just hung around. He's been waiting for this event.
Oh, yeah.
Training.
Yeah.
He's stuck it out with Surf Portugal. It's been another great finish to the winter here. Yeah, it can go a couple of ways, those wildcard performances. Obviously, you're not really surfing with pressure. There's pressure coming up against the world's best on the big stage. But ultimately, it's a bit of a free hit. And it can go either way. You can maybe get a little bit stuck in your own mind, overthink it. When the waves are pumping like that, you just got to get your head down and go. Maybe it's actually a little bit easier to surf like that. And he just charged it. I was really, really impressed with what he was able to do.
It charged really hard, and here we see him just snap off the top on the first turn, goes around the section. The wave will not provide anything else, but yeah, he just gave us a little glimpse of how confident it is. But yeah, definitely, when it's like that, when it's high performance surfing, it's always harder because you know those top guys. We're gonna see here the replay, and I'll be back on that conversation. Hits it really strong on that first turn. Unfortunately, the wave just speeds up a little, and it's unable to go for another turn. But yeah, when it's high performance, real high performance, sometimes it's a bit harder. As you see, the local surfer Martin Paulino with a nice layback carving. Let's see, he can finish this one off. A little bit of a mistake on that bottom turn, but I really enjoy that first turn. As we also see the Israeli surfer up and riding the goofy footer. A little late on that one. It's non-stop, Paul.
Yeah, it's all happening. Sassy getting at it. The wave will go a lot soft in here. Did a bit of work out the back, but he just wanted to get something. He would have seen everyone take a wave. Would have seen some spray as well coming out the back, and he just wanted to get involved. So just find yourself a wave, get in rotation, get the priority moving. And how often we've seen surfers pop back into the lineup and a wave pop up. This was Paul Cesar on the backhand. He was deadly yesterday on the backhand, and that's why those kind of turns, he's great at that.
Yeah, it was one of the standouts on the day yesterday, and that's why we just saw him going big on that finishing turn, just a one turn wave. But sometimes judges just like to reward those big turns on the outside, even if it's only one. As we see Tiago Carrick up and riding on a little insider, a little bit of a mistake there, but it's all good. There's still 19 minutes remaining on this heat, so as we see the scores dropping in for Paul Cesar, it's going to be something on the range of the 4 points, between 4 and 5, which is a good backup on these conditions. 4.33, Paul. But as I was saying, yeah, high performance against the top guys, it can be a little intimidating. But when it's all about barrels and difficult conditions like this, I feel like if as a wild card you have a bit more of an opportunity, because you know, even if you're a really good surfer as Tiago is, but if you go up against the John Johns and the Medinas and the Itals of the life, it's always gonna be harder because they're on that different level. But with barrels, it's anyone's game. If you're on the right spot on the right moment and you get some good barrels, you can actually eliminate those kind of guys. So I think Tiago did really well. He was charging because he was really big and really difficult, and he showed up. He put his name out there, I think.
Yeah, really impressive. He's safe through to the challenges. He's first place coming in here.
Is he confirmed already?
I believe
Probably,
so.
yeah.
I don't think he's going to get overtaken and fall out completely. Just bring confirmation on that though, but I'm just speculating. But I reckon he's pretty good for a spot, and his confidence will just be growing. And those Challenger Series places, they are really, really coveted, because you got yourself a chance of going to the very biggest stage. That was a long, extended barrel we picked up. He was disappeared. He stayed disappeared. We could just about see the nose of that board from Sassy.
Oh, he's happy.
There's the fire in the belly. A long, draining backhand tube ride for the Israeli surfer. And he's absolutely fired up here.
You know what? I was looking at the wave and I thought, all right, they just grabbed. That's a really long barrel. I actually thought it was just the camera was just filming a really good wave, but out of nowhere the surfer in green just comes out of that barrel. So really impressive.
Talked about this earlier. Where's this going to go score-wise?
I don't know.
Have to get deep to get a good note on judges on tubes.
That's really good technique. That's a really good barrel. It's a long one. I don't know. I'm pretty curious to see how the judges will reward that. He was happy, that's for sure. As you see here, that little claim. I was talking with Joanne about, outside, and she was saying something that has been pretty interesting. That the Israeli surfers have been looking for the barrels since this morning, and it hasn't paid off for them, because sometimes you shift your mind. It's barrels, but you have to understand that they're not big barrels. They're not huge. You're not going to have huge scores, so you need to adapt and try to go for the turns. But this one,
decent. 6.83 drops in for Sassy. Meanwhile, let's go in here. Well, let's just pick up Tiago Carrick in live action here. Smaller wave from him, and it's not a lot on offer. Weird choice, that one. Not totally convinced by that, but he doesn't have much on the board. Really, that was always going to be a close-up. While we wait for a number to drop in, let's go hear from Thomas Lede, standing by for a chat.
Yeah, Paul, that's right. Congratulations on that win. It looked like you had a very solid score since the beginning, and everyone was kind of struggling. Why do you think that happened?
I started pretty good. I had pretty good wave, like the first second of the heat, and I don't know, they all went stress, and I got all the bomb. That was pretty cool.
And you were also saying that it feels much better inside than looking at the waves from here, right?
Yeah, inside it's a long way to go there, so we are long distance. We don't see really good, but in the water is really good.
And you were having a little debrief there with your coach, Jason Aparici. What did he say?
Say to me, get out of the crowd and be alone, catch a wave. That's what I did, and that works.
And you're also in the rankings pretty close to qualifying to the Challenger Series. Is that on your mind?
Yeah, for sure it's on my mind, but I don't think about that. Hit by hit and try to do my best every hit.
Well, congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you.
Lede Stokes, a smooth competitor. And he's got loads more in the tank as well there. But he looked really comfortable. Had that free surfing in a heat, kind of a feel. Looks like it all comes easy to him. He'll need more where that came from. These rounds are going to get tougher and tougher. Meanwhile, his Caparica, getting another look at that quick hit for him. A reasonably modest number. Nevertheless, it will help his cause. He's on a couple of threes at the moment in this. Get down closer towards the midway point. And the real quality, the long, drawn-out, extended backhand tube from Elias Assi.
That's really impressive. I really enjoyed that score because the judges reward the technique because he spent a lot of time on the barrel. It's not, Costa doesn't provide those wide barrels, but it was perfect and long, and
he kind of almost fell into the tube from his drop as well, which I think helped. If you see surfers kind of stall and pull in for cover and slow themselves down, I feel that compresses the score, but he pulled straight in with speed from takeoff. Caparica again going hard there.
Do you think he's feeling the pressure a little bit? Because he has been surfing kind of weird and making weird choices. He needs to maybe...
Wave selection, I think, is crucial. He's taken off on waves that are running away, and he's trying to go really late into sections that are running away from him. That would be a standard turn for a surfer of his caliber. It's a technical turn, but it's the sort of turn he would make 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, obviously, but maybe that's why I'm saying it. Maybe it's a little bit of a... He's feeling a little bit of a pressure, or maybe he just wants to get it out of his shoulders, you know, just try to take the jitters out and do a lot of waves, because there's people like that. Ito Ferreira is like that. He likes to do 100 waves by every heat. So.
And a couple of poor choices, but the thing at Caparica, we've seen that throughout yesterday, even when it was big. Surfers take off, maybe don't improve their total. They're back in the lineup in 20, 30 seconds tops. They're straight back out there looking for another opportunity. It's not the sort of place where you get necessarily held on the inside and pounded. Even when it was big yesterday, you can jump in the rip, you can actually paddle around the other side of the peak and get in those strong rips because of the deep water we have next to the jetties here. So it's kind of worth rolling the dice to a certain extent if that's your strategy first part of the heat, but Tiago Caparica just needs to connect with a good one. We know his surfing's there, but just needs to find himself a wave that runs. It looks like this has got better shape to it. Here he is, so gets another wave straight away. That's much better. And just as we say that, again, looked like he had that turn completed, maybe just slightly over-rotated as he drifted the tail, and he loses the fins and goes down. He's gonna have to think on.
Yeah, I think his strategy, because we haven't seen like pretty much every heat there's at least one surfer that is out of sync on the ocean in the lineup with a tough time fighting good waves. As you see, Paul Cesar with this big strong turn. Let's see if he goes around this section. He might be able to go for another one here. Nice snap, and he's going to finish this one off. Really good finishing turn by Paul Cesar. Yeah, he's going to make a statement there, and yeah, as I was saying, you might get caught up in the lineup and not do anything. We saw Iago Domingues with a 5-minute hit. We saw Joaquim Chaves on the last hit. He didn't find anything, and maybe Thiago is trying to run away. But Paul Cesar, that first turn was insane. A lot of spray, a lot of criticalness, and then he gets one more snap, and he's going to finish this one off. Really nice technique, really good surfing by Paul Cesar. It's a 5.50.
Yeah, I thought he did really well to hang on to the wave here. So he commits hard to this turn, right? You see him there, now he disconnects with the pocket. And when you get down in the whitewater like that, we saw it a lot yesterday at this stage of the tide. The waves actually ran away. This one, he gets on the gas. The wave actually cooperates a bit. It goes slightly out to sea and slows up for him. And it allows him to get a couple more turns. You know what? I wouldn't have been surprised that score had gone a little higher. Fair enough.
Many, but Marco was here, and Marco Mignot was here, and we were talking about that. It has been really hard to get some high scores. Maybe the judges are saving themselves for something different, something bigger. We already saw a couple of weights today, but it's definitely they're pretty critical on the surfing. They want to see big turns on big waves, as we see Thiago Rick up and riding a nice first turn, and then finish this one off a bit smarter from him. He needs to improve on a 3.23. Again, small wave. The judges had been pretty critical on the sizes of the wave, because if you get a small wave, it's not going to be as critical as a bigger turn.
Yeah, nice combo from him. I mean, it's much better. Obviously, he gets the completion, which will feel really good. Let's get another look here. So he set himself up. He's pretty patient, and he winds into that one. And then again, just a quick double pump. So he's got those knees kind of pointing in opposite directions. He gives quite a solid stance. Doesn't necessarily look as good heading down the line as a more kind of tucked in style, but it's really effective. Speaking of Elias Sassi and the tube he got early on, he wanted to get the backup improved. That would make the job real difficult for Caparica Paulinho. And he had a 2 prior to that. Let's see where that last number goes. I don't think it's going to be enormous, but if he can improve his backup, it's going to be tough for the chasing pack. It's a big wave from the takeoff.
Wave. Nice first turn. Straight into another hit off the top. We didn't see the beginning of the wave. We only saw it from here. So, very good wave choice by the Israeli surfer, and I think he's going to put a really, really good backup to get that. Look at that wave. That's a perfect right-hander. A couple of big turns on the outside, goes around the section and gets one more snap out there, and then finish this one off. It's going to be interesting, because I think he's going to go in the first position and only needs a 3-point. I'm pretty sure that's a 3-point, because Thiago Carrick now, he got a 4.57. Even though it's a 2-turn combo, it's a small wave, and I think judges they want to see those big turns on those big waves. It's going to be, let's check out the next heat, because you're going to have a lot of big boys. Maybe they're saving those big scores for guys like that, because they're capable of doing huge scores on these kind of waves. So it's good. At the same time, it makes the surfers, they know they need to go big. Otherwise, they're not going to get any scores, and that's good. That's how you elevate yourself. That's how you improve yourself, and that's how the contests get better and better. Because if they drop, as we see last of green, 4.7, even then. Small little score from the 2-turn combo.
You'd probably say the wave had a bit more than that. The wave was probably had a 6 on it. I think he maybe went a little early into one of those turns, wouldn't it, if we're being critical, which we know the judges are. Nevertheless, it's built him a good platform. It's also put him in first place in the heat, and that's a healthy total. He's got a really good chance of improving further on that 4.7. So Carrick's job, that guy there, it's got a little trickier now. 5.27, the requirement to attack his compatriot, Paul Cesar Distinguin. Martin Paulinho's not really been up to much. There's just the one wave. You mentioned the next heat's going to see Gauli Vast, Vasco Ribeiro, Enrique Pirates, and João Roque Pinho.
French against 3 Portuguese surfers. But I think it's going to be a stacked one, because those 2 first surfers, they're probably two of the most informed surfers in Europe right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to these conditions.
7 minutes and 10 remaining in this. Israeli surfer Sassi is the heat leader by virtue of that last score that he dropped. Put him up into first position. that tube early on. Beautiful on the backhand, real nice technique. Patient when he came out as well. Got some turns done after the exit, and he loved it, and he was fired up. And that'll give him loads of confidence in his reading of the lineup.
João Roque Ping, one of the new generation kids from Portugal. He's from Cascais. I watch him surf all the time, and he's already on the third round because he came all the way from the first round, if I'm not mistaken. And he has been surfing really well, and he has a lot of room for improvement still because he's pretty young.
Sassy, having a swing. Actually, that was Paulinho. Monitor, so blue out there.
Yeah, that was green.
Okay.
On his backhand.
Yep.
Where is Paulinho? He's not on. He's not even. He's up there, right up there.
So that was Sassy, the heat leader, having a go. He'll get a throwaway number for that. It's not going to help him much. Some signals. I think that means head south, head down the beach, head a little wider. So you got your crew on the rocks with a view of sets that are coming, giving you positioning information. You can take your own information on board from where you are as well in the lineup, but I always thought looking back at the beach, just maybe, I don't know, is that good when you're surfing? Trying to figure out where to be in the lineup according to crew up on the rocks.
We'll be right back on that. We're gonna check the recap, but I wanna give my insight on that situation. This is the best wave of this heat, and what a barrel from the Israeli surfer. This part right now, he grabs a rail and stalls a little right at the right moment, and just that puts him on a really nice position to hold on, to be inside that barrel as long as possible. He was really happy with that. I can understand why. And these poses are the surfer in white with a couple of nice scores. This is a 5.5, as he said. He did really well, just went around the section because the wave just hold on a little more. One more snap, and he finished this one off strong, 5.5 by Paul Cesar. And this is the second best wave of the Israeli surfer, the two-turn combo on the outside. Look at this wave. I understand what you're saying. He could have hit it even harder, but I think it was pretty well surfed. And yeah, the Israeli surfers are starting to get in the mix. It's pretty interesting.
There goes Paul Cesar in second. Look at the speed he's building up. He is motoring down the line. Wow. Beautiful hit from him. And again, there's that combo. So good at doing that. Real, almost carbon copy of his performance yesterday. Maybe just marginally smaller waves, perhaps, but the flow that he's got on these running rights, and he was patient there from the beginning. Wasn't loads on offer. Didn't need to try and force a turn early on the wave. It was all about getting into that second bowl. And when he got there, managed to unload. I thought the first turn where he just put pressure on that rail.
Yeah, I actually think he did really well, because sometimes if you're on your forehand here, you go around the section and you put that big carve right there, and he did exactly that on your backhand. It's always harder. And he actually managed to get one finishing turn right after that. I'm going to call it a speed turn, but he had a lot of power, because sometimes it's not easy, because those backside carvings are not always that good. They look weird, but Paul Cesar just did an amazing job, which is, I think it's going to be his best wave, and it sure is. It's a 5.87. The judges loved it, and yeah. Is it the 2.2? Oh, I don't know. Maybe just did another wave right after that one. That wave was probably the 5.87, because he did a 2.33. I don't think that's the 2.33, so I'm going to call that the other one that we saw the replay.
Yeah, I think he got a quick one paddling back out.
All right.
That's why he's down on the inside right now. This is our drone view.
Look at this part.
Paulinho, he needs to get busy here. He's been real quiet. He's only had one wave this whole heat. It's a great looking wave right now. Look at this thing. It's absolutely screaming down the line. There's a big speed hit and another. Throws up the arms, and he'll get another turn as well. Much better from him. Where's he been all heat? There's 2 to go. That's just his second ride.
Yeah, see, there's always a surfer that just disappears, that doesn't make any waves, but this wave, it looks like, especially on a drone view, it looks like a point break, doesn't it? It looks like it's peeling right-handers, as you see Thiago on a nice little right-hander. For huge first turn, comes around the section, nice second turn. Just waiting for the wave to provide something more. A little setup turn. He wants to finish this one off. Another cutback. He's gonna bring it all the way through. It might be, because there's gonna be one more turn right on the rocks. He was happy with that.
6.8 the requirement though, it's hefty. Was that the best wave? Well, the joint best wave along with the tube, but certainly the best manoeuvres wave we've seen this heat, was it?
What's that?
Was that the best manoeuvres wave we've seen this heat? That's what he needs, essentially. He needs a 6.8. So we've had the high score, that was for the barrel. But other than that, this will need to be basically a point better than anything anyone else has done with turns.
I think this is the money turn. Wham! Yeah, that's really good. It's a bigger wave. Yeah, this part of the wave the wave kind of died. It did really well. He stick with it all the way through the inside and make sure he finished that one off, as you see here, right on the other pier. Check this out. He's really happy. And I don't know, what do you think, Paul? Because Martin's wave was really good as well. I don't think it's gonna be an 8.7 that he needs, but it's gonna be super tight between the first three surfers, I think.
I think they're really nice turns, a nice wave, a little bit flicky. He's always going down the line. He doesn't get a chance to really unload on the back foot. He just offers up his own down the line speed. Then he's got downtime. The finish is strong, but you think about how hard it is to get high sixes in this event and just the sort of work you need to do to go into that part of the scale. I would say it's going to be tough to get that score. This was just relentless from Martin Paulinho, and he just needed to get something like this in the first 10 minutes of the heat and just keep catching waves. He wasn't able to do that.
Yeah, that's unfortunately still only a 4.7, but very well surfed by Martin Paulinho. As we see here, the replay of the last surfer from Israel, it's going to be a throwaway. It all going to depend on the last wave. Thiago he's coming out of the on the other beach, Paul. So that's how long that wave was. It's gonna be pretty much. We're still waiting for the last wave of Thiago just to figure out if he's gonna make it through or no. It's gonna be a bummer for Paul Cesar if he loses this heat, but you know what? Thiago did a really pretty good wave. Let's see, it's a 6.8.
Yeah, he needs a 6.8. I think he's gonna get close. I'm not sure he's gonna get the score he requires there. Bit of downtime in it. Yeah, it drops. It's a 6.23. So he'll come up short. And Sassy will take the win. A deep barrel, some good turns for this guy. We'll find out about that soon in his post-heat debrief. Paul Cesar, some sharp backhand surfing. Once again for a good numbers, not far behind the Israeli. Thiago Caparica made just a couple of mistakes early on. He made poor choices and it cost him. And although he nailed a 6.23 at the end, it keeps him in third. Paulinho improved at the end. It's not enough, so we'll lose surfers third and fourth. Number one on the QS. Thiago Caparica will bow out competition. This guy's stoked. We've got a great looking heat coming up next. Check out Caule Vasco, Ashka Ribeiro, Enrique Pirate, and João Roque Pinho. Join us for more live action from Caparica, where we're getting tubed real soon.
right? Yeah.
No way.
Cassie, the winner of the last heat. We saw a lot of barrel attempts this morning, and you got one, and it was amazing. How did that feel?
It was amazing to get that wave. I was lucky. It just came by my side in front of me, and it was so good.
And we're in day 3 of competition. You've come a long way. How does that feel, just kicking out 2 of the top seeds right now?
Feel great, making hits over here, having fun, enjoying the sunny days. It's very good.
What have you been putting into your practice?
Not much, just having fun, training every day, waking up early, eating good.
Well, sounds great. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you. I want to say thanks to Francisco Almeida's family that's having me here in their house every evening dinner. It's really a pleasure to be in your home. And back to Israel. חג שמח לכולם, תודה שצפיתם. אני אוהב אתכם, ההורים, המאמנים, המשפחה שתומכת. תודה רבה.
Back to you guys.
Well, yeah, great job from him. Entertained us with a great tube. Really enjoyed that. Just makes you want to go surfing. Let's get into this. Check out in red, Cauli Vaz taking on Vasco Ribeiro as we welcome Francisco Alves back in to commentate over 3 of his compatriots, also Enrique Pirates and João Roque Pinho. And Vasco not wasting much time. He's got a number on the board already, Chico.
Yeah, 717, the way you want to start a heat. This is the type of waves that really suit Vasco surfing. He loves a good right hand with a beautiful wall to work with, as we see the 717. Wow, huge snap to start it off. Big gouging carve there, and bang again. So when you see a wave like this and Vasco on it, you know it's going to come excellent because he's not going to fall. He's going to surf it to the criteria, and he puts so much pressure on those turns that it's impossible not to love his surfing when the wave asks for it. So 717, well-deserved score, and wow, what a start. As we see Enrique Piret also on a bit of a softer wave maybe, and yeah, that's why he had a 217 because he had to kind of bail that wave. As we see again, blue.
Vasco just flying that board. Looks like it is absolutely flying underneath him. Look at him go again, just smashing this. Ribeiro with the speed and the power. And he puts so much into those bottom turns, he loads up the rail and then just explodes out the top. And again, that's going to be a good number. And in what, 4 minutes of this heat, he's going to put numbers out. He's going to have a big total. Meanwhile, Cauli, big hammer from him. Has to be patient here. The wave will go soft, and when it does, he'll be a little slopey with his cutbacks. So good first turn, and he just kind of ran out of energy. And when he wanted to be in the lip-dip maneuvers, he was just under the whitewater trying to get around. But nevertheless, just saw flashes of that backhand style from him and the power. Let's get another squiz.
Wow, really good snap under the lip. He was a little bit caught behind that second section, but the first turn was beautiful. So I think he should be looking to get rid of that wave at the end of this heat, as we see the replay of Vasco. Wow, huge gouging carve and bang, throwing the fins out. Wasting no time. With 19 minutes to go, he's putting a lot of pressure on the other guys, and it's great to see Vasco starting a heat like this, as we see behind João Roque Pinho. Nice floater there, and he winds up again quite late to that last turn, and he fell. So Vasco surfing really quick too, as we see João here on a beautiful wave.
Yeah, really nice drift on the tail. A little too much though. He'll lose that. That's always the risk you take. You push it, you try and release the tail, make the turn more technical, but if you go too hard, you don't get a recovery. But I think he's identified the fact he's got great surfers in the water and he needs to bring his best. Here's Cauli with a load of speed. Look at this section for him. He's just belting it on the backhand. Whoa, and got real close to João on the end of that. So won't get a completed maneuver for his third turn, but good work done early on.
Yeah, those first two turns looked really sharp, really quick. off the bottom, off the top. This is a really good hit on our hands, Paul.
Yeah, it's interesting. We see the backhand surfers, right? They can go real vertical. They can arrive late at the lip. That's exactly what Cowley's able to do here. And we've seen that. A lot of scores coming from Goofies going right and going hard into the lip late. Also, this was Xiao's way. He just pushed a little too hard on this one, didn't he?
Yeah, the first one was beautiful. This one was really good too. And here he tried to throw the tail a bit, and he lost it. The fins kind of drifted, and he lost that turn.
The point I was making about Vasco is on the forehand, we've seen a lot of surfers do carving turns and hold the rail. We've seen some kind of layback stuff. It's not always super convincing. Sometimes it's difficult to know what maneuver to do. He's basically just smashing it. That's what's really impressive. He's snapping hard in the pocket, but he's just hitting it basically as hard as you can, and that's why he's getting big, big numbers from the panel. Speaking of hitting it hard, this guy's got some power, Pier 8. And he gets it a little bit wrong there. That'll be a throw for him. Vasco's second number's in. 7.63. He's already got just shy of 14 points. Basically opening couple of minutes of the heat. That's how you start off a heat on the QS.
Yes, it is. I think most of those scores are coming because he's surfing on a different speed and with a different aggression from everyone else. We haven't seen anyone surf like this until then. And I think we haven't yet seen him catch a good wave. He got 2 mediocre waves and he has a 7 and a 6. So I think if he stands up on a bomb, he's going to go excellent, like to the 9s, like we've seen Vasco gone before many times when there's good waves, in, for example, in Alaiva and stuff like that. Him and Kikas, actually, they always go really high on scores when the wave presents itself.
And we're going to
saw Kikas in J-Bay doing that.
We're going to see Federico coming up in
next, right?
Next heat.
Oh, good heat.
Great looking matchup. Charlie Quivron, the Frenchman, Dean van der Waal, Belgium, also Logan Nicol from Wales. Great looking matchup, that one. And the waves are really, really fun, offering a little bit of everything. We've seen tubes, seen loads of airs today with strong offshores. Generally not what you get too much of, but let's see. But we've seen some great rail work, traditional power surfing, seen some technical stuff going into the lip as well. Cowley Vast will get another 4, something like that, to go with the one he's already got. At the moment, it'll be good enough for second place, but it'll be a vulnerable scoreline if he were to hang on to that. I very much doubt he will. There's loads of time yet to come. Here goes Enrique Pirate, just a touch stiff on the opening maneuver, and then a nice aggressive second turn. He gets the dismount, just made sure the ball doesn't fly up. Meanwhile, talk about the speed. Look at the spray from Vasco. My goodness. He is absolutely fired up, and he is smashing this lip here.
He's going nuts.
What's going on?
I just love when he's on fire. Like you can feel the energy when Vasco has the confidence. I tell you what, when Vasco starts with a big score, he gets really dangerous. Like he normally throws some big numbers after. So every time you see him shake a bit is when he doesn't start like he wants. But on this occasion, he's starting like he loves. So he's smashing it, and I think he will improve on this wave.
Yeah, it's a technical finish as well, actually. It was where he put himself for this last turn. I mean, the first one, just hammer. Second again. But see in here, it got tricky. It kind of doubled up, but went kind of milky on the face at the same time.
Was he laughing at the end of the turn? Felt like he was laughing.
It's Pirate.
Yeah, this is the replay. A quick 2 for 1 there. He got a 5.57 for that last one, actually. But for us, looked really good. So a nice 5.57 for today. And yeah, great wave. And Vasco looking really solid on his feet. Hasn't fell yet on one wave, so might be feeling that wax might be feeling a bit sticky.
A 5.57 would be a keeper for everyone else in this heat. It's a throwaway for Vasco Ribeiro. He's got a massive lead right now, 13.9. Good numbers for him. Lock that in early. The chasing pack consists of Cowley at the moment with a 4 and a 5. Looking for a big number to go into first. And we will see this guy, Federico Moraes, formerly of the Championship Tour, wants to get back there. And if he's going to do that, he needs to go to the Challengers. He needs to do well on that series. It starts soon. He's got a tough feat, though, in the QS. At home in Portugal, he's been able to get big, big results. One of the surfers has really performed on home turf, as Federico. Meanwhile, Speaking of performing, here's Ribeiro flying again. Really nice carved snap from a high line and then into the lip. Anything below a 6.73 won't count for him. That's his low number. So he's in a great position here where he can just pick off the best waves, use his priority when he needs to, and just attack.
Actually, I think he had like third priority now. So he was just having fun. I think this one broke a bit under the pack and he made the most of it. Huge gouging carve there. And I love the extension maneuver there because he could go a bit like just like one hit as we see the replay of Kaoli here with one turn wave, a big turn out the back, side wave, and really vertical for Kaoli there. So the winner of the last event in Morocco.
A big hammer for Kaoli, just the one turn. He would have loved a bit more. I think he's had a couple of waves like that. He's not really had runners. He's had a great opening bowl and then not really got the connection. When he does, he's going to be really dangerous. At the moment, he's just showing us flashes. Hasn't put together the really big combinations as yet. We've only just got to the halfway point in this heat, though. There's been a real ramp up of quality. And that's been because of what Vasco Ribeiro's been able to do. He improves with that last wave, a 7.33. So he's feeling it. No priority or third priority, something like that. He manages just to snaffle an opportunity, belts it with technical surfing. And you've got to say the aggression and the explosivity, really. Sometimes we kind of break it down too much almost about what exactly doing. He's just basically hitting it as hard as you can.
He is. That's why the scores are coming so high for him. Because sometimes you see surfers doing a good wave, but kind of holding it to not fall. And in this case, Vasco is just throwing everything on every turn. And judges feel that throughout the wave. And that's actually a message for everyone else on the comp. That if you want to get scores, just risk it. Go for it, try your best, and don't hold anything on your turns. Just make sure you put some aggression there.
In the words of Hopkins from a CT post-heat interview, go big or go home, in it.
Exactly.
She said after a Carissa heat.
That's actually, she's right. That's the mindset, because if you want to make eats and go excellent, and don't hold any regrets in terms of post-eat mentality, you need to surf with aggression. So it's great to see Vasco surfing with that type of aggression. We know Kaoli, he can be really aggressive too.
He got a 5.83 for that one
major
hammer.
turn, yeah.
So that's a huge hit. He just consolidates that second, and even without catching particularly great waves, he's able just to put his score up, put pressure on the chasing pack.
I know you're the man of the rankings. What Vasco needs to do here to actually make the cut?
I mean, it's relative.
To go for the challenges.
It's relatively fine in terms of what everyone needs to do. It's relatively straightforward. Everyone needs to win, basically. If you just concentrate on trying to win the event, you're probably good for qualifying. Now, that goes all the way through. Even surfers right down in the 40s. But obviously there are many more permutations than that.
Because of the other guys, right?
Should I get my Excel sheet open?
Thanks. I just knew you love a good look at numbers. I'm not really good with numbers. Are you? Kinda? Okay. As we see a bit of a lull in the action while we wait to see what Vasco needs to do to actually make the challenges. And I think, I don't know, is he in from last year?
Not sure. I can't actually. I can't say.
I don't have that information.
We'll dial into that, but I think it's safe to say I'll stick to my original tactic of just try and win, get yourself 3,000 points. Yeah. You'll put yourself in it with a really good shot. I tell you what, it's very early in the event, but from what we've seen already, if he stays on this kind of form, he's going to be really tough to beat.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you something.
Okay.
Where did you have dinner last night?
The Greek place.
Greek place?
Yep.
Nice.
Delicious. Yeah, mixed it up.
Nice.
Yeah. That was fun.
You had some veggies.
Where were you, mate? We texted you, but nothing, just ghosting. Again, classic Alves.
Did you guys actually text me? I don't think
No,
so.
we didn't actually. We texted Jervis.
Yeah.
I messaged Jervis. I just thought Chico would be busy.
No, I didn't ghost it. I just met with a mate I haven't seen for like a year, and we are like best mates since we were really young. He grew up at my place. We used to skate and play football and surf all the time together. He got married not a while ago without telling anyone, so that was actually really cool to know. But yeah, I just had a quick prego in a local place here, and yeah, I was really tired. And as you know, we talked the whole day, so I wasn't really on a mood to talk a lot.
Logan Nicol, the Welshman, getting ready to do battle. He's got a tough heat on his hands. He's got pumping waves on offer, though.
Look
He'll
at
be
this one.
relishing this. His Cowley Vast swinging hard straight into his next bottom turn. And he's got those strong thighs, uses them to spring into the lip and gets the recovery as well. Yeah, he's got some legs on him.
Do you think it's genetic coding, or do you think he does a lot of squats?
I think just surfing. I think, you know, sometimes you kind of, surfing just keeps you in shape, but he just puts so much in to everything, doesn't he? Really flexes off his bottom turns and then taps hard on the top. Really good technique and a really well-rounded surfer. You talked about speed as well that we saw from Vasco, and Cowley going real fast on that wave. Let's see where that goes points-wise.
I think he works a bit with my good mate, Patrick Bevin. He might be watching, so shout out to Patrick Bevin.
He's been getting fouled recently.
I know, always working out. So I know someone that is in shape. It's Patrick Bevin. So if you see him around, you're gonna see a strong man, more of a, how do you say, like a huge muscle. You're not gonna help me.
Got a good rig?
Yeah.
What are you trying to
Thanks.
say?
Yeah.
It's got a great rig. 6 minutes to go in this. Ribeiro miles in front in this one. Massive numbers, 733.717. Thank you very much. He's put huge numbers up. Be very surprised if he doesn't swing into the round of 32. Who's going with him at the moment? It's surfer from French Polynesia, Cowley Vast. In second, we're waiting for a number. It's probably going to be a throwaway though. He's got a 5 and a 5.83. Does Cowley? The chasing pack, Pino, is a little way back. 6.7 the number. Pirate, he needs a 7.73. We saw Pirate go on a late charge in the heat yesterday. He's going to need a bit more of that today. The good news for the chasing pack is suffering second hasn't really run away with it. So a couple of 5s, those are gettable numbers with 5 minutes to go. But they're going to need to step up as we see that pair. Those are the chasing pack surfers out of Portugal. 3 of them out in the water, those 2 looking for a number to attack Cowley Vast. Here's the set stacking up. They might be caught inside a bit here. No, they're not. They make it over and they're heading out for an opportunity. Taking an opportunity is Cowley Vast. Great looking wave. Look at this. He just kind of S's his way up into the lip. That's a massive hit. Beautifully timed. And he'll swoop on the rail straight into his bottom turn, keeping his rail engaged throughout. And that second turn was beautiful. We're a little bit behind, so we can't see exactly how critical it was. I reckon he's right up there in the pocket, Chico.
Yeah, that turn looked massive. He threw a lot of spray on that turn. As you see, this set was a bit further to the left. Maybe he was paddling out and he caught this one. Paddling out, nice carve there. And here he winds up and bang, under the lip. Vertical approach, and he was able to fit 2 more turns in, which is something that he couldn't really do on the first couple of waves he got. As you see, João behind and getting a bit stuck there and out of rhythm on that one. So let's see if he can, with 4 minutes to go, he can reset and do another one.
Cowley Vast got a 5.83 previous for basically that one hammer, right? That one big hit on the backhand. Compare that with his last wave, where he got multiple maneuvers done, had really good flow down the line as well. In the meantime, we'll wait for that number. Let's check out the heat recap. This guy, he's on a tear.
Yeah, Vasco started off strong with a 7.17, well-deserved score, big snap, huge carve, and another one. So ticking all the boxes on this wave and making sure he completes all the waves. So Vasco, he as I said before, he gained a lot of confidence out of that first wave, and after that was just building confidence and throwing turns like this with a lot of power and aggression for a 7.33. And yeah, Kauli surfed this heat really well too. Couldn't really get those long rides with a lot of turns in, but he surfed it strong with a single maneuver wave, and yep, last wave 6.4. So.
Yeah, that was the 5.83 we just saw. He improved on that, the 6.4. So putting real distance now between surfers in third and fourth. They're in all sorts of trouble, looking for excellent numbers under 3. That guy in blue, he's safe. He is flying out here. He's got 7s locked in. And Kaulivas is getting better and better. Almost every time he paddles into a wave, you feel like his scoreline's going to go up. He's getting a better read on the lineup. And no real surprises in terms of the form coming into this and where you might expect this result to go. But I like the risk, Pino. We saw him going late into the lip there, and he goes incomplete. I don't mind that, though. I'd rather see him attacking and taking risks rather than just kind of safely linking up and getting long waves and then getting a 4 and just being miles off it. So I think you've got to take risks. I like to see that approach.
Yeah, he had some aggression there. I just thought the timing wasn't the best because the wave was quite quick at the start. But yeah, João, when he gets the chance, he's throwing everything at it. We saw him trying to blow the tail a bit. As we see, Kauli is going to go for an air.
Yeah, he's flying down the line here. He's looking for a ramp, and he goes for the flip. He did one of those in the wave pool in Switzerland quite recently, headed up there. Saw a video of it. It's pretty cool.
Really?
I guess you're looking like you haven't seen that clip. But no, I have.
Yeah.
It's not like you, mate.
You're just like way on top of everything.
Normally, I thought you like to keep across surfing action, generally, I would say.
Yeah, I try to be off sometimes too, out of social media a bit.
Is that true?
Kinda. Not really.
It's not, is it?
It's like saying I'm
clearly
vegetarian.
Not the truth. 1:10 on the clock. Vasco Ribeiro has just torn this heat apart from the beginning, ripped to 7 early on. His last wave was another 7, a slightly better one. Massive lead from him a minute ago. He'd be feeling great about coming back in the round of 32 and then going deep into the event. He'd be thinking semis, final, wants to be here on finals day. Let's see him paddle into a wave field, look to bring this one in. He's having to cover quite a lot of ground. Just offers up his board into a lip line. It's a really fast kick out. You see how fast he's going. Even by the speed he's getting kicking out, he's absolutely flying over the top of these waves.
You almost got the wave behind with the kick out.
The offshore's helping him as well.
Is Vasco towing in?
He is going so fast. That Cemente looks amazing underneath him as well. It looks really loose, that board, but loads of control in it as well. Looks great, I think.
Yeah. I saw you yesterday on your mid-length having the same kind of approach.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're being so humble. As you see, Enrique Piret trying to get rid of that 217 here. Having a hard time finding a meaty section like he likes. And I think he's going to have some opportunity here on the left. Let's see what he can do. Winding up off the bottom. Bang! And he makes it, so he's going to bow out of this competition, but with a good turn to finish this heat off. And Vasco there, you can tell he's stoked by the body language when he stays in the water like this with the board turning like slowly. You can feel he's happy. So happy for Vasco. What a great heat he had. Congrats to Kauli too. I was going to speak in Portuguese now. And yeah, unfortunately for João and Henrique, couldn't really find their opportunities out there. So good luck for the next season, because this is the last event of the QS.
Official results for Heat 9. Vasco Ribeiro gets the win. Kaulivas in second place. Those two go into the round of 32. We've got a great look in Heat 10. We're going to check out the legend, the former CT surfer, Federico Moraes. He'll be hitting the water soon. Monday's going to come back in the studio to talk you through it. Vasco's ripping. We're enjoying this. We'll be back.
Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica, short break. This fisherman on the break wall with some of the Europeans, heck, the world's best surfers in the water. We have got waves, we've got offshore breezes, we've got a lot of points on offer. We've also got Chico Alves in the booth with myself, Ben Mundy. Big heat this one. Frederico Moraes, you know about him. He's quite good at surfing. He's from Portugal. One of the greatest Portuguese surfers of all time. Charlie Quevron, he is a man on a mission. Great French surfer, just dropped a new blog about his travels. It's pretty interesting. Dean van der Wal was big yesterday, really impressive. And Logan Nicol, here goes Kikash, first off.
Yeah, Kika started off real quick. Big swooping carve. Winds up again. The wave is asking for more, and he goes for a big layback jam. So great start for Kikash. Really solid. Kikash, every time he stands up and he gets a good one, you know, it's really hard for him to fall. So this is the type of waves that suit Kikash surfing.
Wow.
And that last layback was so aggressive. So 683 for the first wave of the heat. So great start and huge layback there. So
yeah, layback with a bit of fin release, a bit of drift. Frederico has already qualified for the Challenger Series, courtesy of his CT ranking from last year. So he doesn't have to worry about the ranking points. He's just here to get in the groove, maybe get a win, get some cash, and dial his equipment in for the Challenger Series coming up in Australia soon. So he's looking strong. Right now, who also looking strong, winner of that last heat, down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Strong, super strong, Vasco. That's a way to push the pressure down, right? Start off with some huge scores. How did that feel?
It feels good, you know, especially when you have waves like this. I was really excited. And sometimes when I'm this excited, sometimes I prefer not to see the waves. So, you know, I can be calm when the waves come. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here, especially surfing with waves like this, surfing against the two Portuguese and Cali. Yeah, good way to start.
How do you contain that excitement?
It's hard. It's really hard to contain the excitement because, you know, I've been here since yesterday. Yesterday was really good too. And this is the type of waves I really like to surf, and I feel very comfortable. So, well, once you get there, you just breathe, wait for the waves, and yeah, do your thing.
We were wondering about the judges' criteria today because they seemed like they were looking for something really special, and you gave them that. Did you know what they were looking for?
With waves like this, I think powerful waves, powerful turns on the most critical part. That's pretty much the criteria everywhere. So that's what I tried to do. The first wave I surfed a little bit safer, you know, just to kind of get going, and then I just felt free and yeah, feeling good. The board is amazing, and hopefully the judges keep liking it.
Well, you definitely delivered, and we'll see you in the next round. We can't wait. Good.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Vasco. Yeah, looking calm, posting some big numbers, just trying to maintain or sort of contain this excitement at the great waves. And yeah, really, really good surfing for Bashki, one of the great Portuguese surfers as well. Never has managed just to get to that next level. He's been really close so many years, but he's an elite level talent. And yeah, he'll be super dangerous. He's missed quite a few of the events. He's ranked quite low. So you won't be worrying about the Challenger Series, just about getting some good performances in. And here goes Charlie.
Yeah, quick snap there, and he was able to fit one more in. Quite late to that last one, but the first snap was a transition snap. So I think Charlie might be looking to a different type of wave. We know he can deliver some excellent numbers too. He loves a good right ender with space to surf, as we see white now.
Yeah, Van der Wal live action. Nice swooping first turn. Hits it late, gets up through the lip on the second one, and then it just manages to kick out. So not a whole lot of action there for Van der Wal. Belgian surfer who spends a lot of his time since lives in Costa Rica, I think. So Dean just getting off to a start.
Yeah, Dean there with an amazing carve, winds up again off the bottom and eats it. Then the wave kind of flattens out at the end there, unfortunately for Dean. But the first carve looked beautiful. Yesterday he had some good connections. We had the pleasure to comment at his hit, and he was surfing on the rail like this. I think his highest score was on the left, but he's showing us he can do both sides, lefts and rights. And yeah, let's see what the judges think of that last wave from Dean. And yeah, a bit of a lull here. Do you think with the high tide we're gonna see a bit more a lolly ocean, kinda?
Yeah, potentially. It's just gonna sort itself out in the bank. This right-handers out the back might just start to be a bit slower. There might be a few more waves, just a little bit up towards the break wall, the Pontal. So yeah, I think we might. It might be a bit slower, but there might be more options. Van der Vol on his second wave, Chico, staying busy.
Yeah, staying busy, trying to throw the tail there, and unfortunately going down. This wind is really hard for aerial maneuvers, I think. We spoke about that yesterday and about how technical it is to actually do airs with offshore. We don't see many guys doing it, probably not too many in competition. We see it in clips, but in competition it looks really hard, especially today, because it's really, really windy.
Yeah,
the offshore is really strong.
Strong offshore breeze. You're right, and yeah, we haven't seen many aerials. I think in Costa maybe in the first day. Got a few in, but yeah, just these offshore breezes, and when there's big points, on offer for turns, the odd barrel.
We saw Thiago Stock too. You remember Thiago Stock there? I think I was with Paul, maybe, or you, maybe Paul.
In Costa?
Thiago Stock.
Oh no, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, the full rotation.
Wow.
With offshore, which is quite technical, and he got a 767.
Yeah.
So great highlight from the first day. Was I think was the highest score. There we see the ocean race.
Yeah, I mean that is what you want to be on if you want some wind. They're absolutely hooking out there. Great ocean race. The offshore breeze, directly side on, perfect for that steaming south on the coast. You see surfers only from Kikash, typically sort of started off strong, showing his experience, and he's going to be very, very difficult to beat down the high seeds. Long time, finishing the top 10. There's his old man, great support. He's made finals before, made it J Bay famously, beat about 4 world champions on the way there.
Exactly.
He's just a seasoned performer, really disciplined, really just professional. Make sure everything has to be perfect. He's a real bit of a clean freak, isn't he? All his equipment has to be just right. He's really prepared. He has to everything.
Out of the water is the same.
Yeah.
It's like he's always so
meticulous in his preparation.
Yeah, exactly.
He just makes so much. Just gets, does everything right, basically. And been a great ambassador for the sport.
He knows everything about his sport.
Yeah.
Everything about the food he eats, everything about his training. So he's really, he really dives into everything that he can do to perform better. And something that I think it's amazing to watch is that a loss doesn't really affect him. He keeps doing it with consistency and hard work. So that's why Kika's achieved so much over the last years in competitive surfing, because he's consistent in everything he do, daily basis.
Yeah, absolutely.
When no one is watching, he's doing it the same way, And I think that's the difference between the consistency and the competitor that can achieve that consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's looking good at the moment. Only one to get any type of scores in the heat. It has gone just a little bit slower. Logan Nicol, priority, hasn't had a wave yet, the Welshman. So have a look at the rankings for this European qualifying series. See a bit of action in the water. Looks like Dean van der Waal is on the furthest on the outside. He's got the corner. He's fanged down the line. The roundhouse cut back. Gets back on the skates, goes for the aerial. We talked about that offshore. He did all the hard work almost. Stuck those fins into that offshore breeze. Not easy. Unfortunately for Dean. Just couldn't hang on in the end.
That looked great. I think he knew the first turn wasn't a huge one. And he knew in his head, oh, I have to go for it to get something out of this. So I like the mindset approach of trying to do a blow tail reverse to squeeze something out of that wave. So Dean there almost getting a great turn to finish that wave off.
Yeah, really close to completion there, which would have changed things up massively. Unfortunately, just couldn't get there. Okay, let's have a look at the rankings. That's what it's all about, really. The qualifying series, getting the top 7 surfers, or top 5 onto the Challenger Series events. Tiago Carrique, he's out there, surfing well. So Calibast, he's in second spot. He just won his heat convincingly. Gatchin Delahaye, well, he's injured at the moment, but he should already be in the CT. Joanne Giroux in 5th, he won today as well. He's also qualified for the Challenger Series, so he's fine to keep on. Jürgen Kuznets, you'll see him coming up later on today. So there's the top 5. We sort of go down to the 7th mark there. Marco Mignot, who is still in the event. We saw him. He came in the booth actually and had a chat, and he was just trying to keep a lid on things. Timothy Bissot, and then we've got those guys down there. So Luis Diaz, Marco Lacombe, Ramsey. Marco is still in the event and then with a chance. So is Luis. Ramsey has got his Challenger Series points courtesy of the CT ranking, so he doesn't have to worry about qualifying by this. So it's all super tight. You know, only those top 7 surfers can make it. Some already through, courtesy like Freddie Moraes. He's already got his spot covered off through his efforts on the CT. So it's all coming down this. Someone like Charlie, I don't know quite where Charlie is rated. We might look that up. You know, he'll need to make the final basically to have a chance of, you know, getting all the way onto that Challenger Series event. So it's high stakes at the moment, Shikara. There's a lot to play for. It's not just any old competition. This is the last one on the whole series, and there's no more chances after this.
Yeah, glad we have waves. Good waves for this one. I think they all are feeling really happy to have the opportunity on the last contest to actually have fun waves and have the opportunity to showcase their surfing, which is something that in professional surfing you want to see is comps with good waves and guys performing well. As we see Logan live, nice snap there, winds up again, carve, digs a bit of the rail there and gets late for that last turn. So a bit of a disconnection there on that second turn effort. That's why you couldn't really afford to attack the last part of the wave. I think he lost a bit of the rail on the second turn. Let's re-watch it. He gets a first snap in, and then here he tries to go straight into that carve. He couldn't really dig that inside rail of the board in the water and transition into the last turn. That's why he fell. The drone view now, we have many angles for you guys, so amazing work by the drone angle and driver, and yeah, he almost got hit by the surfboard there.
Yeah,
that was dangerous stuff.
He's a classic character, Logan. He last year he sort of kept a diary of every single surf that he had, and he totaled up that he had more than 500 surfs last year over the course of 12 months. It's not bad going, is it? Obviously, there's 365 days in a year. He's averaging more than one surf every single day, and he surfs a lot in Wales in the cold, you know, through the harsh, dark times of winter. So yeah, pretty classic. He's a frother basically. He surfs a lot. He loves it, and he's racked up. He racked up 512 sessions in 2022. He wants to go bigger in 2023. He's been in Caparica for the last week. He's already had about 50 here, so he's doing pretty good.
With this warm weather, he has like 25 surfs done in 1 week.
Yeah, he grew up in Cardiff, which is about 40 minutes away from the beach. So his thinking is that, he always could only go on weekends. When he was a youngster, he was really keen, but he couldn't get there. So now that he lives near the beach, there's no excuses. He's going out every single chance he gets. So that's Logs. He needs only got a 2.77. He's had a very slow heat. Got a lot of surfing being done.
How's the waves there? Do you know much about it?
Yeah, good. Yeah, they get good waves down there on the Welsh coast in winter. Yeah, lots of some good reef breaks, a lot of beach breaks, a lot of local knowledge, like big tide swings. But yeah, the boys,
no one up.
Real proud heritage of surfing. Lots of great serves like Griska Roberts. And here we go. Okay, Charlie, this great-looking wave, so clean, and there's a searing cutback. He's got his groove on, and he finishes off. Didn't need a huge score, surfed it well. That wave just looked so delightful, clean, crisp, and that second turn maybe been a little bit safe, but he got the completion, Chico, and that was the decision he had to make. Was it the right one?
Yeah, the first carve was beautiful. It was a beautiful setup for the last turn. Look at this extended carve. Great technique. Charlie always has an impeccable technique. And that last turn, yeah, I understand why he kept it a bit safe, because there's 7 minutes to go and he's sitting on a 367. So I think he did a good job. Charlie is a smart competitor. He wouldn't just throw something huge out there in fall, because he knows he needs to put something on the board. But Charlie, this is the type of wave that really suits Charlie surfing too. He has a 517 for his last. So Charlie now in the lead with a 517 and a 367. Frederico yet to catch a second wave on this heat. He has a 683 and now he's paddling on a good-looking wave. Let's see what Fred can do on this one.
Yeah, Freddie fanging down the line. Trademark, big sort of carve off the top and then gets the fin release. And there he goes again. I mean, this is just what Freddie does. He gets good waves, he surfs them incredibly well, and he backs up his scores. So Fred going up into first place, or further extending his lead. Had a 6.83 and then backed it up well. A bit longer wave, a bit more space to work with. Probably not quite as dynamic as his first one, but yeah, still, patient, and it paid off.
Yeah, a lot of speed on this turn. He couldn't really afford to do the all way around carve as he likes, because the wave was running down the line, and he had to do a kind of like a quick jam snap here, so he can put himself into a position where he could attack this one. Bang, vertical approach, and here he managed to squeeze like a little Larry layback there. So great surfing by Kikas. And this was Charlie trying to improve on a 367. Kikas gets a 433, jumps into the lead. Now he's first. Charlie second, needing a 6. Dean van der Weijl needs a 508, and Logan Nickel needs a 607. So the door is open for Dean and Logan. There's waves, excellent waves out there, and we've got 4 minutes to go. So I think we're going to see plenty of action still in this heat. We saw Charlie there with that last backside hit. I don't think he will improve on a 367. Let's see what the judges think out of that turn. Mostly high scores are coming from the rides. They are the longer and they offer you a bit more scoring opportunity, as we see Logan here with the carve, snap, and trying to do the most out of this wave. 327 for the last of Charlie, so no improvements there on his backside turn. And Logan there trying to get into the seat. He only has one wave at 277, so really slow heat overall for everyone. We haven't seen much happening since that first wave from Kikas. Yeah, we saw not many sets, right? We didn't saw many sets on this heat, so
a bit slower. We have the recap now coming through. We'll see. Started off strong. Kikas, as always, straight out of the bat. Just came in hot. This is caught in the first couple of minutes. Big rail carve, and then he just had to finish it off. Just added a bit of like dynamism there. Got the fins out, so yeah, smashed it. This wave just looked absolutely beautiful, didn't it, Chico?
Yeah, beautiful carve. Amazing setup turn for this one. Great Larry layback. Laybacks are coming back all the time.
Yeah.
We used to see a lot of laybacks in the 80s and in the 90s, and now they are back. Everyone is using them to finish waves off. So you see Kika's here with a good impression too of a Larry layback on his first wave. He used it too. We see Lucas
That's a pretty
Silveira
good
last year
impression.
here.
Neko Padarats, I thought.
Yeah, Lucas Silveira
had a bit of the Neko Padarats sort of hi-ya karate chop there. But yeah,
Lucas
backed up
Silveira.
his,
Last year, Lucas Silveira won a lot of hits with that layback.
Yeah, he
kinda
did. Surfed great. And here we
off
go.
the lip snap.
So Van der Vault netting a 5.08 at the moment as it stands. Not sure if that's going to do it. A little bit wobbly on those two turns. 2.5 minutes remaining. He needs a 5. Logan Nickel needing a 6. And time is the problem now. See Nickel there just looking wide. See if he can get away from his fellow competitors. And he's had a bit of a shocker, let's be honest. Got 2 waves and he got 2-point rides for each. Not what he would have been envisaging when he paddled out. It's hard to, what Vasco's talking about, Ribeiro, about just, you know the waves are great, just trying to manage your expectations, and you can still get caught out, or you can still have misread the lineup. So as we see, Van der Vault just to throw away. He's trying to force the issue with 90 seconds left to go.
Well, from what we see in the ocean, I think it changed a lot from Vasco's hit to this hit. There's a lot more water on the outside. We don't see as much as steep waves as on the hit before. So I think the tide is pushing in, and the wave out the back is getting a bit soft now, as we see on our screen. Some of them are not breaking anymore. So only the sets are breaking on the outside. And yeah, for now I think the tide is coming in still, so we have a rising tide until 3 p.m. this afternoon. So if they are having trouble now catching waves with this tide, they will probably surf the reforms all afternoon.
Yeah, so we've got pretty much bang on the mid tide right now, and yeah, there's other sort of breaks that come into play when that tide does come up, as we see Federico Moraes, whoa, just goes for a big old layback turn and then finish off big spray. That's another one of his trademarks. 20 seconds to go. His job is done. He was surfed well, surfed strong. He'll be happy with that performance, happy with the win. Kikash, one of the local hopes. Probably one of the, well, definitely a local favourite to take out this event, and that's a good start. Meanwhile, Charlie, this will be his last wave. Oh, there's a lovely 2-turn combo. That's that technique, and there he goes again. So that is great surfing from Charlie Crivant. He was already in second place, but he's just managed to get his best wave so far. And yeah, it just looked really good there. He's just a smart competitor. Waited the last moment, but that man there, Federico, he might even go into second place depending on that wave of Charlie's. But either way, he's through. He looks pretty happy with things. JS board in his arm looks pretty crisp. He's been training hard, surfing well. Good Portuguese winter under his belt. Charlie, that last wave was a thing of beauty. 3-turn combo, not a single jittery turn, not a transition phase. Just came around the corner here. This is a great carve, and then just calls it short, straight up and into it, and then a nice finish. So just the transitions between turns were a thing of beauty. And Charlie is going to get a solid score here. Fred's last wave. I don't know how he managed to swing that round and somehow maintain control and then finish it off. That got him a 5, so that did increase his lead. Charlie would have needed a 6.74 to get up into first place. I'm not sure if it's going to go that high, but it was an incredibly well surfed wave. Comes into 5.8, so that does stand as is. Fred in first, Charlie in second. Unfortunately for our lower seeds, Van der Waal, Nickel, they are out of the event. Any remote hopes they had for a Challenger Series ranking spot are gone. They'll regroup and support the rest of their fellow mates. See the beach start to fill up. The heat is rising. The surf's getting better. Some of the best European surfers are here. Right now, though, we're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2023 right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to live action here on the beach. Looks like we've got a bit of an issue here with Afonso Antunes. Changed his leg rope up, or maybe he's bored. Not sure what's going on here. It's very early on in the heat for this to be happening. It's like it's a broken leg rope by the looks of things. Yeah, flicking that out. So he snapped his leash.
You don't want that.
You don't want that at the very start of the heat. Although maybe in some respects, it's better at the start of the heat rather than at the end.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because he still has 20,
not, you're losing valuable time. You only get 25 minutes out there, and that goes quick when you're under the pump. So to have a couple of minutes with a leash snap, not ideal. But he's going to get more time to get back out there once he gets fixed. Got some surfers out the back there. They were trying to, and there he goes. So he's ready to go back out. But the winner of that last heat, Frederico Moraes, is down there on the beach with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Kikas. Kikas, you started off with a 683, and then you had a hard time having a backup, right?
For a moment I thought the 683 was going to be my backup, so I waited for the set and the wave that I imagined when I was watching the conditions, but that didn't really happen, didn't really come. So then my 683 was my main score, and I knew I needed a backup score, and then I just started trying to build, and yeah, luckily I got it to the next round.
Knowing that you're in the challenges already, what's your goal on this event?
Just to try and have fun, mostly get ready for the challengers. It's going to be a tough year. There's a lot of good surfers. Even here, this is a regional for Europe, and you can see the level. There's high scores. There's a lot of good quality surfing here right now, so it's a perfect training. It's a perfect spot, to get dialed in with boards, with the turns you want to push this year, what you want to focus on this next month leading up to Australia. So yeah, that's my goal for this event.
Looks like a good training ground for you. You look really good on this event. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you, Chico by Chico.
Thank you, Kikas. Thank you, boys.
Ready? Yeah, he's cool, calm, and collected. Just using it as a way to improve his surfing, improve his equipment, get it dialed in. Always thinks a big thinker about the sport, Kikas. He's always got a plan. He's a smart guy and always sort of thinking ahead, thinking a couple steps ahead. So he'll be dangerous in this with no pressure on him, and obviously just his level of surfing. Philippe Jervis, he's definitely a man to watch.
Yeah, even in this interview, you can see how much experience he has, because he knows definitely how to talk. As we see, Idu Agag, the Israeli surfer, a couple turns, and this is first wave of Stanley Norman. Nice first snap, straight into a big finishing turn. He gets a bit caught up. Unfortunately, he doesn't land that one. But yeah, you can definitely see how comfortable he is talking with the camera. You could always see he was going to say something because he's chic when they know each other for 20 years almost. And you see he's comfortable. He's on a good position. He has the European wild card for the challengers. So yeah, it just is. He's looking good, man. I think he's having a different approach with surfing. He's not taking it with that much pressure anymore, and obviously the goal is requalifying again. But it looks like he's a bit calmer and with not much pressure. Like it feels like he grown up a little, got some maturity on him, and that's good. That's great.
Yeah. Well, it's been around a long time, hasn't he? And almost 30 years old. So much CT experience, so much, qualifying series experience. And yeah, you're right about it. He speaks so well, and in a second language. Well, all you guys are incredible at your English, but Freddie's got the ability to, really articulate his thoughts in English really well. And he'll be dangerous. Looks like old Afonso Atunes, he's been been unlucky, sort of lost 6 minutes of his heat, but luckily for him, no one's been able to put any type of decent scores up, so he can re-enter the fray and just put that behind him. It's not ideal, but these things happen.
He's
what about that leg rope, though? What type of leg rope snaps in 4-foot Caparica?
Probably an old one.
Yeah.
It was probably worn out already, and he didn't even see it. But it happens, sometimes just. Accident happens. We're not gonna blame him, but yeah, you should. That's not one. Well, if you're on free surfing, it's all right, but on the heat. But you can see how much he wants it because he's pedaling super hard and he wants to get back in the mix as fast as possible. But I know Afonso, he has been having some ups and downs. I really like him. I really like his surfing as well. And I know he has been struggling a little bit. He lost his main sponsor last year, and then he did really good on the national tour for a couple of years, and then he had a bit of a lull. And then I feel like this year, obviously, when you grow up, you get some experience as well, and it feels like he's a bit more. Grown up in that way, It feels like he's a bit more mature, and he wants to really get his opportunities and make sure he does well in the world of surfing.
Yeah, exactly. He's had, as you say, he's had a lot of opportunities, a lot of CT wildcards. Never really been able to capitalise on them. He hasn't been able to sort of take that. On the national tour, he beat some of the best Portuguese surfers, which are some of the the best in Europe. So. Yeah, the talent's there, but you're right. It's just an interesting phase in his career where he has to, decide exactly what he wants to do with this, this surfing thing, and it's not easy.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes.
Checking the leg rope now.
Yeah. Now. You know what? Sometimes these kids, obviously, I really like Afonso is a big friend of mine, but I think these kids sometimes get overhyped when they are too young, and it's very hard to meet with the expectations, and they put a lot of expectations on themselves as well. And sometimes when you don't get there, you start to feel a bit more frustrated and get a little inconsistency on yourself, and you start having second thoughts, and it's hard. It's very hard. I know that because there's plenty of cases of wonder kids that ended up not being anyone because of the pressure. Obviously, there's some wonder kids that they make it eventually, but it's hard, and you have to deal with a lot of stuff. There's a lot of pressure on when you're a bit of a wonder kid, as we see Stanley up and riding.
Yeah, Stanley Norman, UK, just kicks out there. Yeah, Afonso. I mean, also he's gets good counsel. His dad, former national champion, one of the legends of Portuguese sport. He grew up down here in Caparica, so obviously they just they're part of the fabric of the surfing culture down here. So he gets plenty of good advice. And I think the advice is probably just stick with it. You're talented. You've got ability. It just comes down to hard work and decision-making processes now. And it's not a bad thing. Also think about other options. What you want to do with your life.
Yeah, exactly.
Backup plans. All these surfers really should hopefully be thinking about what comes next. Because even if they reach the heights of the sport, it doesn't last that long. So, that transition is going to be important.
I remember when I went pro and I start getting a bit of a money with surfing. I remember my parents always, especially my mom, she was always worried about what's the plan B and what do you want to do with your life when this finishes, because if it will eventually finish, even if you're on the top, one of the top surfers in the world. Obviously you get more money as soon as you get there, but you have to be smart with it. You have to make sure you have a plan B, and you have to make sure you know what are you going to do with your life. And especially at this age, Afonso is still young, he's still trying to figure it out, which is not always easy. And then you have guys like Charlie, they just don't quit, and they're still here, they're still making hits. And yeah, Charlie has been competing. He's my age. He has been competing since I was a little kid as well. I really enjoy watching him still here and go for it as Marc Lacomar. And there's plenty of guys from my generation. At least if you look at the top 10 of Europe surfing, most of them, I would say, they're from my generation, which is pretty interesting at the same time. So you have Tiago Rick and Kauli, they're from different generation than mine. But if you look at it, you have Lacomar there, Tim Beast is from a generation, Gatien is from a generation. So it's pretty interesting to see that you evolve as a surfer and you get older, but it feels like you reach your high as a surfer later now. I feel like, because you get a lot more maturity in your head and you start making different decisions and you get a bit smarter.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, they've also just look after themselves a lot better than perhaps in the past. So, into your 30s, well, obviously, Kelly Slater showed what was possible, but even, Mick and Joel, those guys, they surf to their late 30s. So yeah, it's possible to maintain that level. As we see, Stanley Norman, so he doesn't have priority, so he does one turn and kicks out. Tunez, it's his first wave after breaking his leg rope and starting again. The little section here, hoping to get a bit of an end section to chip in, and he doesn't. You see Stanley Norman moving the other way. I don't know where he stayed up, and there's a big crack. He's made these mistakes yesterday, Stan. Just worked hard to get that last section and just making mistakes, falling off. We'll see what he did out the back, though.
I know they did a pretty nice turn right behind Afonso Antunes. And yeah, we're reaching that phase of the tide. It's getting a bit higher, and the waves are not breaking as much on the outside. And they're still not breaking on the inside as well. So a bit of you have to adapt to these conditions and make sure you choose the right waves, as we see Stanley. Yeah, this first turn was pretty nice. Wham! Yeah, drifting the tail. I thought he would go out because he didn't have priority, but he decided to stick with it, and he managed to get on the inside. Unfortunately, he made a big mistake because he needed to finish this one off. And here, what happened here? We got a bit off balance.
I mean, that was a good enough. It was a great top turn out the back. It was a good enough section, to get a few more points on that inside. He just made a mistake, so we'll see where that comes in at 3.5, pretty much all for that first turn. So Norman, as you see, just close enough, but not close enough to cause any type of interference. New rule states that as long as you're not interfering with the scoring potential of that surfer, then there's no penalty infringements, no priority warnings or issues. And,
I really like this first turn, though.
He did. He kicked the fins out. Just a shame he couldn't come back, for all the hard work to get through that dead section to just finish it off. He would have got another point, maybe a point and a half. That could make a big difference at the end of it. Tell you what, Luis Diaz, who's also sitting right there on that bubble, 6th or 7th on the qualifying series ranking. So he has to stay in this heat. If he goes out here, it's inevitable that the people behind him will get results and jump above. So he's only, he's got 10 minutes to save his season potentially. You see Daniel Nobrega, Portuguese guy, getting a little pat from the dogs. A little good vibes. Seems to be relaxed at the moment, which is what you want.
Is that?
He's cuddle off his old man. Bit of good advice just at the end there, and he'll go out and attack the lineup in the next heat. Not an easy heat. He's got Justin Becret, Andy Criere, G-Mac, Jarij McDade. So yeah, big heat for Daniel.
That's a big hit. But you know what? I sense there's a pattern here. It feels like there's always, as we see Alphonse doing a soft little turn, it feels like there's always one surfer each heat that doesn't find himself on the lineup. You can see that on the last heat was definitely Logan Nicol, because he didn't have that many waves, and yeah, it feels like the opportunities the waves are coming down a little. As you see Alphonse, it's strong, but he didn't want to push it too hard. He's just at 2.07, but yeah, right now he's in 2nd place.
Yeah, I think that was an example where he should have gone harder on that one. It was only ever going to be one turn. Might as well throw the house at it.
Might as well, yeah. As we see here, is Luis Diaz going to take advantage of his priority?
He's going to leave that one again.
He's going to let Israeli surfing go.
Okay, he's got it in position. Oh, a little bit of a sticky bit, but regathers. Now he's got a bit more speed. Waiting for an end section if he can get one. Sometimes they just fat out, don't provide a clip, and that was the case with that one. Stan Norman, see what he did. Really low scoring affair. Kate Diaz finally pulls trigger, goes left. Trademark style, such a smooth surfer, low center of gravity, grown up on the Canary Islands, so grown up in powerful waves, reef breaks, shows in his style. But he took a long time to get off the mark. He's kind of lucky that none of his opponents have managed to get anything halfway decent.
Yeah, this one hits it really well. Unfortunately, the wave just dies on that deep water, but yeah, he needed something to put on the board. As we see Stanley, a nice first carve, and then nice slip line floater with a lot of speed on that one. Tried to go over the section, unfortunately didn't. And Eagle, it feels like he has a wider stance. See there, those bottom turns, sometimes he gets caught up on those bottom turns. It's just too much weight on your front foot, and it feels like he didn't find his rhythm the whole wave, so he ended up just leaving the wave. And yeah, we'll see Stanley Norman with a pretty average to nice score coming in.
Yeah, 2-turn combo for Stan the man, and he was already in 1st place, not with a massive heat total, but still enough. I think that's going to improve his position. So just doing enough at the moment. Here goes Diaz again. He's got priority once more. This time he might go.
I think he's going to be too deep on this one. Look at too deep. Bit of mistake, but he did really well. Very smart surfing by Luis Diaz. Just that one hit wave, but critical. Hard turn to land, and he did pretty well. That was really smart. I really thought it was going to be an in and out, and he wasted his priority. But as we see here, just he stands up. He knows he has to do something fast. Just puts the board there, holds, as you said, low center of gravity. That helps you a lot on these kind of turns.
Yeah, he's getting a bit desperate just by virtue of the fact that he's had no waves. So, but yeah, you're right. He had such a limited window there to make something happen, and he managed to do that. Bit of fins out. He's got a 2.5 for that first left. Now, he needs a 3 potentially. Stan Norman's last wave came in at a 4.5, so that moves him up into 1st place. And then we're just waiting on Diaz's wave, and he needed a 3.10 to move into 2nd. There's Becret. Gets some fist pumps and handshakes all around from Kelly Vast. Last bit of word of advice there, and he's out there. Real powerful surfer, loves the juice, loves the big waves, so these waves will suit Justin. He's had a few heats that are good results over the course of the year, as we see Afonso. This is going to be important. Oh, and he's just hang on. Oh, I thought he was going to lose it there. Manages to regroup. There's a nice little zap in the pocket. Roundhouse cut back and hoping for something to finish it off. Little swoop and still going. Finishes it off. So Antunes, that first turn was a little bit weird, but he did regather.
That's what happens when you're a talented surfer. You just manage to hold on to weird moments on your surfing, and yeah, it turned out to be a weird turn, but at the same time it was a strong one. So it's going to be interesting to see how the judges will look at that. If they're going to see it as a mistake, if they're going to see it as a bit miscontrol, as we see here. He knows he has to do really strong, and actually he did it. The front foot almost came out, but he just regarded himself really well, straight into a nice hit off the top. And I really enjoyed it, even though I don't think that's a mistake, but it's obviously shows a little bit miscontrol with that front foot coming out, but at the same time he regripped really fast, really well. So I don't know, it's going to be interesting to see how the judges will play this.
Yeah, did right. Yeah, he just...
Because at the same time, he looked controlled.
Didn't think he was ever going to fall off, did he? He's just a little bit strange body positioning. And then he kept zigging and zagging all the way through to the back. So his score has come in for that. It's a 4.57. So that gets him closer to second, but not in second. And replay here of Norman.
This is a 4.5. Nice first cut back. Straight into another one. This is actually a new wave by Stanley. What do you think? A bit?
Yeah, and he's proven a 3.5, so he might do that. He's been aggressive with his wave choice. Got a lot of waves, stayed busy. 2 nice turns, and then finishes it off. So definitely going to improve his score, you'd imagine. Norman has been consistent. That wave Diaz was that one backhand turn was a 5-point ride. So that's moved him up into second. So he's changed his fortunes around pretty quickly. But you see the heat spread there, Jarvis, 8.43 to 5.6. It's still one wave
so
can
close,
change,
yeah.
can blow open up this heat pretty quickly.
Yeah. Any surfer in there is able to do something above 5 points. So the highest requirement is a 4.65 for Agag. But they just need to pick up the right wave and make sure they go big. And that was exactly what Luis Diaz made. He caught up. The wave didn't look too good, but he was really smart and put that big turn, and the judges love the big turns. 5.07 is the best wave of this year. It just needs to back it up because he only has a 2.5. As soon as he back that 2.5, he will jump to first, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Diaz has fought hard in a slow heat, right on the bubble in terms of that Challenger Series rating, so fair amount of pressure on him. He's dealt with it well so far, but he won't be happy. He'll want to improve on that 2.5, pretty sharpish. And we'll see how we got here.
This is Stanley's best wave, 4.5, 2-turn combo. Very well surfed by Stanley, and this is the best wave of the heat, 5.07. Just that finishing turn, very critical, very hard to land. And also, this is a 3.93 by Stanley Norman. A couple of nice carvings, just getting the momentum and try to finish this one off. Nothing too major, but still, it's enough to keep him in the first place. So Luis Diaz has to. He's gonna probably sit. Yeah, he's getting closer to Afonso Antunes. That was what I would do. He has a second priority, and Antunes has a third, so he can manage to choose any wave he wants.
Yeah, he's not going to let him out of his sights. 1 minute on the clock. Antunes started off with that broken leash, sort of clawed his way back, but hasn't been able to put up any decent big numbers. Diaz is sticking real close to him. He knows how much it means to him. And with priority, he can afford to shadow him. It's commonplace, common tactic, and one you have to use if you're serious about this sport. while the Israeli surfer too has been fairly lackluster in his approach. He's got a bit more space up the top of the point, but it looks like these guys might run out of road. 45 seconds to go or less. There goes Antunes trying to make a move, but Diaz is sticking right on him.
Yeah, Luis Diaz really needs this result. He needs to get through this heat, so he's going to be all over Afonso Antunes for this last 20 seconds of this heat, because he has to make sure Afonso doesn't catch a wave, because Luis is right there in the mix. He needs, at this point he's already in, but yeah, there's a lot of things can change as we see a bit of a bump.
Yeah, and that's all over. So he's done well. He's shadowed Diaz.
Yeah, you can see a bit of a fist bump by Luis, and he's going to play a little bit of fair play.
It's just, that's great to see. They know it's just part of the sport.
Obviously.
Afonso has dealt with that really well. Good sportsmanship. A low-scoring heat, but doesn't matter how you get through. Diaz will be happy to sort of dodge that bullet for now. Still in the race for that Challenger Series, and he, he didn't surf well, but he did enough. Fought hard, and he never gave up. And now he's into the round of 32. But while he takes stock of that performance, we're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the QS. It's Lisbon, Portugal, looking fine. A sea of blue, corduroy lines out of the Atlantic. Offshore winds puffing through. And it's heat 12 of the round of 64 of the men in the Caparica Surf Fest. The big guns, the top seeds, they're hitting the water. Bicret of France, Crier of Spain, McDade from Ireland, Nobrega from Portugal. I'm Evans, he's Jervis. Hello, mate.
Hello, Paul. Welcome back to the booth.
Great looking quartet here.
Yeah, that's a stacked date. Someone is going to be unhappy with the results, that's for sure. Two of these surfers will go home, and two will make it through. Honestly, I wanted to see if any one of these surfers are on the mix to make it to the Challenger Series. I'm going to check the rankings.
Pick up live action of Crier right here. So good on the backhand. It's a big goofy with loads of power, and he just gets a little shut down for his last turn. He sort of looked around. He wanted to get back up in the lip, wasn't able to. He's already got a 3.33, and that's the second wave. So a real quick start from Andy with 25 on the clock. It's a good way of doing it. Just try and get waves as early as you can, put something up. We sit there and get a little bit lost. We've seen surfers stay quiet and get a score towards the end, but generally favouring surfers with the lead or with points on at the midway point. They generally tend to hang on. How are we looking on the ratings? Well, we'll revisit that. Let's check out Nobrega. Off the top, with a little sting in his tail for no real reason. I don't know if that was a kick out. He just slipped a bit early and was trying to push through, but not sure there was much more surfing on offer. What have you got on the ratings for us?
Yeah, we have Justin McCrea in 12th place.
It's right there on the cusp.
Right
Close.
there. Yeah, right there. And then...
Yeah?
Yeah, I was 26th. Obviously, mathematically is possible, but a bit harder. But Justin McCrea, he really needs to get through this heat to make sure he gets a spot there, as we see. And Andy Grier, a really big finishing, a big first turn. Unfortunately, he kind of mistimed the second one, but he already went for us. This is the first wave at 3.33, just at one single turn on the outside. We know that judges are enjoying those big turns on those big waves.
Do you know what we didn't do? You didn't tell me about looking back to the beach at your coaches for
Oh, yeah,
information
that's
on the
true.
lineup, mate.
Yeah,
I want to
that's
find
true.
out. I've been waiting on tenterhooks for about an hour and a half now.
Yeah, I really want to get in that discussion. As we see here, Danielle, a nice first carve, straight into a nice finishing turn. Unfortunately, he gets off a little bit off balance.
Just while we wait for that score to go in, let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat, Stan Norman.
Yeah, guys, that's right. One step closer, you got the job done. Not the highest scores, but how are you feeling inside?
Yeah, I'm feeling good to keep the ball rolling for my last heat. Tricky conditions out there. It went really slow in my heat, but that's just the tide pushing in. That's the way it goes sometimes, but happy to make it, and yeah, pretty good.
And in the next round, you're going to meet up with some top tiers, and there, are you thinking about that?
No, I don't really think about it too much. I believe in myself, I believe in my surfing, and I feel like I could beat anyone here, so yeah, just keep it on, and yeah.
Have you been watching the other heats and thinking about the judges' criteria?
Yeah, so they're liking two big turns, as usual, really. If I can go to the hour, I will, but yeah, just simple surfing gets the job done.
Well, we'll see if you can fly tomorrow.
Perfect, cheers. Thank you, guys.
Oh, I love the cheeky look from Stan. Look at that cheeky grin, didn't he? He's sort of cracking himself up with his answers. I like it.
Yeah, it looks confident.
Big Craig tore into a wave and then for no reason just lost the plot completely. I don't know what happened to him there. He was on his way to a number.
Yeah, that first turn was absolutely insane. I think he shouldn't have gone for the foam climb. He probably should have gone for another carving right at the front of the foam, but he decided to get that foam climb and he got stuck. That could cost him by the end of the heat. Hopefully it doesn't, but yeah, that could cost him definitely.
Okay. We've been
wanna
waiting
go
long
back?
enough now,
All
mate.
right.
The suspense is killing the surf
All
world.
right.
We've got some insights on looking back at your coach for directions.
Honestly, I said this to Ben already. As you see here, we keep getting interrupted. But look at this first carve. But here, I don't think that's the best call. He should have gone for another carving. He got stuck, but because the wave had a lot of potential right in front of him. So a bit of a mistake. Still a 4.13, just that one carve. And also, Giroid. Oh, that gotta hurts because the wave looked really good as well. Is this now? We're gonna have a look. Yeah, we're gonna. Honestly, I think
hit me.
Most of the times, surfers are not looking at the judges. You just sometimes you fixate a point on the beach, and that's exactly where you want to stay. And I know that because that's what I do. I spend even on my free surfs. I spend most of the time just looking at the beach, making sure I'm on the right spot because I know it's right in front of something, or it's either a flag or a tent or something like that. But obviously, you look at the coaches as well. Depends. There's coaches that are a little bit more invasive. Like you can always remember the Felipe Toledo's whistle, Dad's whistle. He stopped eventually because maybe Toledo wasn't having a bit of that. But
no one likes a whistler.
Yeah,
they're irritating, aren't they?
Yeah, it's
on your nerves.
It's a bit annoying. Yeah, it's a bit. I understand that, but there's people that actually like it. There's people who sometimes what I think as a coach, the main goal is just to try to make sure the athlete understands how's the heat, because sometimes you cannot listen on the outside, and you can do you can have certain movements with your board or something like that, because sometimes it's really hard to understand the heat situation. And normally you see someone with the board looking up, it's first place, the board looking down, second place, the board looking horizontal, it means you're losing. And there's plenty of different signs and codes. They are combined between the surfer and their coaches and other people. I know there's people that they have the coach on the outside, but they just don't get any interaction. It's just to make sure they have someone there just filming and ready to give you the hype up before the heat, and then you make your own decisions on the water, which is really important. You have to be able to separate yourself from the coach and be able to make your own decisions, because sometimes you get a bit lost because he's whistling and sending you right, and then no, it's too much, he sends you left, and then you get caught up in those mixed feelings and you ended up losing your focus on the heat. But yeah, I understand. For me, when they're looking at the beach, because I do it all the time, most of the time, especially on moments like this, they're just trying to understand where they are and trying to see if they have that fixated point and they want to be just around that spot, because you're looking at the ocean for a long time and you know that the good ones are there, and you try to figure out where's the spot on the land. Obviously on a beach break is a bit more difficult because it's kind of all over the place, as we see just then with the priority on a nice looking right-hander.
Yeah, great looking wave here for Becqueray. Again, there's that wrapping carve. And this time into the lip, smashes it, and it goes down again. A little bit late to that, he just bit off slightly more than he could chew. Crier, meanwhile, cracks it. And again, really nice. Just flicking those shoulders round, getting that whippy upper body. Really nice timing. That'll be his best. He's got a couple of threes so far. He's got a small lead in this heat. That'll be a more legit number, you'd think.
Yeah, Andy is so consistent. Like it's very rare to watch him fall and just puts the board in the first turn and then hits it really strong on the second one. His timing was very good on this wave, especially on the second turn, because he had a lot of options and he decided for the right one. And here we have just a nice first scarf, and you can see he will be going big for this. Unfortunately, he gets caught up with that wind and off balance with the board, as we see it from a different angle. Nice first scarf. I love his style, and he's very powerful. Here he pushed it maybe a little bit too hard. And yeah, but I like surfers that do this. They don't play safe, as we see Giroid on a nice first snap. And then a bit off timing on that one, unfortunately going down. But yeah, Giroid had a few opportunities already.
Yeah, a couple of misfires from him. He's fallen a couple of times. Just uncharacteristic. Yesterday he was solid as a rock with those backhand hits. So far in this one, really nailed his execution. We'll have plenty more time yet to go though. Winding in with that deep bottom turn and then into the lip hard. You gotta ride out, obviously, to get good points. Doing the best of that thus far. Crier gets the 5-5. That combo on the backhand. And once again, just delightful scenes here at Caparica. On the QS, we don't have massive waiting periods. A little bit of wiggle room, a few hours here or there to play with, but not really successions of lay days like you see on the championship tour. So we kind of just have to take what we get, which means sometimes we get a lot of wind, not much surf. There's not much surf and a lot of wind at the same time. I'll tell you what we got here this week is just pumping waves.
Yeah, I think today is probably the windiest day of the whole week, which means we're gonna have those glassy conditions and
you can see surfers really relishing paddling out for their heats. I mean, everyone's always fired up to compete anyway. Just the fact that you're in competition will give you the fire, but when it looks like this, just gives you that extra spring in your step as you head down the beach. Not Brager on a great looking wall. What's he got here? Look at this section, just begging for the treatment. Wow. Pushes, it gets a little bit away from it.
Too much.
Looked a touch weird as he finished that turn. Just didn't get his angles right there. That's a big missed opportunity.
Yeah, it feels like he knows. He's splashing the water because he knows he made a bit of a mistake there. Actually, it feels like he went, we can see here perfectly. He did really well on the first scarf here. Whoa, nice. And then here, I think he got a little bit confused with which kind of turn he would do. And he kind of did both. He hit the lip, and at the same time he carved all the way back and ended up not doing something convincing, because I think that the greatest option here was just hit the lip and keep on going to hit that see that finish, that finishing part of that turn, he just pushed a little bit too hard. I think the best option there would be just hit the lip and then go hit the finishing
Dodged
session.
the lip a little bit, didn't he? Put his turn just kind of in front of the section a little bit. And because of that, the wave was soft, and then because of that, he turned it into more of a carve.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And this man, one of my favorite surfers in Europe, that's for sure.
So it's gone well here in the past. Portugal's been a good hunting ground for him on the QS in all sorts of conditions. When it's small, he's able to get so much power out of a small wave face. When it's big, he goes on the attack. And let's see how he goes against Ruben Vittoria, who is just so vicious with his hits as well. Love the way Ruben attacks. He's got just a textbook technique. Again, loads of venom to it. They'll be taking on Seth Morris and Francisco
Ordóñez. He's a ripper. For me, he's probably one of the best kids from the new generation. He's just improving so much. He improved so much the last couple of years, and I really enjoy his surfing. As we see here, Geroid.
Korea with second priority just gets to drop in on McDade and says, I'll be having that, thank you very much. A little flatter wave here. See, Andy's on the face. His board's a bit lateral. That's because this wave is just a bit softer. He's thinking, you know what, I want rid of my backup, the 383. Let's see what I can do. He'll just try and eke any little opportunity out of this. Little head flick on the backhand snap. So his score will be kept down by the fact that there just wasn't loads of energy in that ride.
I think the best spot on this wave was where Geroid was, because it would allow him to go at least big 2 times on the outside. And yeah, and he played it right. He knew that wave would be a good one for Geroid, so he decides to go, because I don't think he's gonna improve on his situation, because the wave was nothing special, but I think it would could have been a really good wave for Geroid.
Yeah, looked great on the outside section, didn't it? It's another look here. Garros tries to finish his turn, and he isn't able to do it. It's a little bit risky doing that. He don't have priority. He's probably better off just straightening out and getting out of the way.
Yeah, because judges sometimes they're a bit harsh on those situations. If they feel like Geroid put the wave in jeopardy, or even the surfer in jeopardy, like that turn could have gone against him or something like that, they're going to call the interference. But wow, just getting those carves done. He's really fast, really strong. He really needs this result, because he wants to stay there and maybe even qualify for the Challenger. So a nice little 2-turn carves. Wow, just that snap is straight into a nice carve. He holds the rail so well, and his timing on the carves are really good. That's why there's always a lot of spray coming out of those turns.
Surfed as a wild card in Peniche in 2022. Last year didn't get the call up this year. He was kicking about just in case it didn't happen for him. He would love to go into the challenges and then go deep in that and put himself in contention. He's definitely got the potential for it. The power on the rail carves are great. I just love the way he hammers into them. We've seen a few sort of half carves. We've seen surfers lay into the first part of a turn and pull them a little bit short, go a little bit safe. What I like about Becrae is he's just attacking. He's committing that rail to the water really hard, and he's holding it in. He's doing it in the steep part of the wave, and it just looks really nice to watch. What he needs is one of those strong finishes. He's had a couple where he's fallen. He's good enough at the moment for second. This guy, Ruben Vittoria, is just so mellow when you see him rounding about the place. He doesn't have that much of a sort of swag, like I'm a competitor. He's pretty low-key and cruisy, but I tell you, in the water, he's just fire. He brings so much whip. Love the backhand from him. He's good on the rights as well. Let's stick with Nobrega here. A soft wave. And just trying to keep that board unstuck from the wave face. We'll get a little inside in here. What's he got for us? Needs a 5-3 for second. It's not super convincing. He does manage to get a finish, just not really bending his legs and committing to his turns with his body. Feels like he's just nursing his surfing right now. Here's McDade, a couple of hits. Been a few mistakes from him just in terms of not getting completions, and that'll feel a lot better. Finish, kick out with a bit of speed. Not a long way back, but he needs a 5-8.
Yeah, nice couple of carves. He hits it right, another one, and then he's gonna hit this one on the lip. He did pretty well. I don't think that's probably gonna go on his top 2, but I don't think it's gonna be this 5.8 he needs. And this is Daniel Nóbrega's wave, just a fat wave. He did really well, just trying to get the momentum, but those are not the waves you want to catch, because judges will be super critical because he hasn't done anything, and the judges really like the opening turn. He actually did pretty well here, just a hit off the top there, but you know, a couple of cutbacks. And we also had Justin Becret on this wave, looking for the air probably, or maybe the layback. Yeah, again, he went down. But yeah, I really like the fact that he doesn't hold back. He doesn't mind. He doesn't care if he falls, as long as the turn is big. And I'm in favor of those kind of surfers. I don't like watching people playing safe and making sure they have 5s and 4s to make it through. I like surfers that go big and they're willing to risk it, even if they fall. Like guys like Dane Reynolds back in the day, just put everything. Most of the time he fell, and that's why he didn't as good as he wanted to be on the CT. But yeah, the truth is, we have some really good memories of some huge turns that he did throughout his career. So I would like to be reminded of that, and being one of those surfers, just go for it. Don't play it safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. Winds the whole body into those turns. Just a couple of missteps from him in this one so far. I've seen him fall a few times. Maybe 3 of his 4 waves he's gone incomplete. A couple of numbers to the tune of a 4, though. It's good enough right now for second. Krier with priority and with the lead. He's got that high score. Krier, he's been a little bit patient for a couple of sets. Other surfers have snaffled opportunities. He knows what he's looking for. He's looking for a bomb, basically. He had a bit of a softer one before. Wasn't a great call to take that way. He's got 3.37. Loads of scoring potential on it, so he's been patient. Meanwhile, let's pick up Garoj, swinging on a softer opening portion of the wave. He's sort of covering ground here. And again, not a great choice from him. He doesn't really get a chance to attack. And somehow we've lost 20-odd minutes to this heat. Let's check out the recap, see how it's gone down. Andy Krier early on doing good work.
Yeah, it has been all about this guy, Andy Krier, just making sure he finishes his waves, and he's super smart surfing, and this guy just putting everything on the line here. Look at that carving. Unfortunately, this was his first mistake. He got stuck there. The wave had a bit of more potential, and then Andy just playing it cool, safe, and cool, calm, and collected, just making sure he has a lot of power on these turns and making sure he finishes sections, because if you do that, you're gonna get the scores. And now just done. Nice first snap, straight into a nice run-out carve. And the wave just gets a little fat, but he did manage really well. So these are the 4 best waves of this heat so far, and hopefully with 3.5 minutes remaining, there's a couple more sets coming in, so we can have at least one more big exchange.
Yeah, it's been all about those 2 thus far, though. Nóbrega's really struggled. McDade's looked a bit out of sorts. He surfed so well yesterday. Won his heat. He won it in style as well. Just fallen off a few times out here, and then in between because of that, because he's under a little bit of scoreboard pressure. He's scrapped around a bit and taken soft waves. Good news is he doesn't need loads. There's a requirement for Nóbrega, 5.3. Feel like his surfing that he's shown us quite a long way off that thus far. But Garoj only needs a 4.34, and he's real close to that. His high score is just shy of that. So he doesn't need a lot, this guy. Just needs to find a good opportunity. Crucially, he needs to make those turns. Wants to go into the lip, nice and steep vert. Your backhand cutbacks aren't really scoring you loads of points, so attacking the lip is what he needs to do.
Yeah, and he's on a weird situation because he has the first surfer on this heat with the first priority, the second surfer of this heat with the second priority. So I'm pretty sure they're not gonna give him one bit of a space to manage a wave. So you're gonna see Justin is gonna be sitting on him for these last 2 minutes, I'm pretty sure. Because yeah, you have third priorities. You see Geroyd looking at it, and also Justin is looking to make sure he's gonna let him go. That's a risky move, but you saw something that we'll see. Is this gonna be walling up on the inside? Nice first carve. Nah, good move by Justin. You have to be such a confident surfer just to let him go like
Good read.
this.
Yeah, he knew it was a soft one. And you saw even the paddle from McDade. He took an eternity to catch that wave. It just softened up, and Justin knew that was going to happen, basically. He could see that one was going to be a soft one. And Garroch had to go, essentially. He needs points, so he had to take the waves. Sometimes the wave can suddenly steepen up, hit a good part of the sandbar, get a little rip run through it and drain the water off it, but wasn't to be on that occasion. He'll get into the lineup with a minute or so, and Becret with priority will look to cover him. Crier with the lead also with priority. Look to control things at the top of the bank. Maybe if Garroch can get a little bit of distance away.
You have to be pretty cold-blooded to let us. It's so hard to make those decisions because if you're Garroch, you're trying to push Justin to make a mistake and lose that priority. But if you're Justin, you're making sure that the surfer in white, Garroch, is not going on a wave with a good potential. But at the same time, you have to look at those waves and make sure you have to be 100% sure that it's not going to be a good one. And you know how the ocean is. It's not always easy to do that.
Action here.
He's going to go on this one.
Becret. That's Nobrega. Here goes Becret. Second place at the moment. 487 for first, not a big number. On the inside, strong finish.
That's a good
Releases the tail, and he gets it done. He's having a look around. So a strong completion. Whoa, McDade throws up the rotation on the backhand. He had to go something. Crucially, got himself a wave. He's going to run out of time here. There's the horn. That's the end of their heat. So let's think what might have been able to do prior to that. If it's going to threaten the scoreboard, it's not. Numbers in already, so it's a throwaway. Small number for him, and he'll stay in third. He's annoyed. He's just not had a great heat this time. That's not been his 25 minutes. Becret with a number to come in. If it's better than 487, he'll go through in first to get an interview. Otherwise, we'll advance either which way, and we'll be having a chat with this guy, Andy Crier, who, yes, after a pretty good heat, wasn't super busy in terms of number of waves he caught. It did enough just to show us a bit of quality. Not massive numbers in that one. A little disappointing. We looked at the talent in the water. We probably expected a little bit more.
Yeah, but I think it's all about the conditions. It's the tide is a bit high now, and you don't have those steep walls that we've been watching.
I blame the surfers. It's not the conditions, mate. They just didn't surf very
well. Just actually went to first with that last wave at 5.43, so the bit of a change situation, but all good for Andy. He's still good, and yeah, we're gonna go into the next.
But Craig kept at it, really. That's about tenacity. He stuck at that. His turns were hard, they were vicious, and he just stayed in it. Great use of his priority to control things and then take the wave, get the score, get into first. We'll have a chat with him soon. Crier will bring this in. Those two will go through to the next round. We'll lose McDade and Nobrega at this stage, getting up to heat 13, so getting into the back half of the rounds. We'll bring you with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest right after the break.
Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the beach. Beautiful scenes here. A blue sea in Portugal, Lisbon in the background. Costa Caparica, specifically our stretch of coast, and it's QS 3000 action. Bissau, Vitoria, Morris, Ordóñez. I'm Evans, he's Mundy. Hello, mate.
Hello, Paul. Yeah, look at that. The colour
Sorry,
of that.
are we interrupting?
It's like just having a little bit of lunch, if I'm being absolutely brutally honest.
Sorry to butt in. Ordóñez here on the tools early on. Backhand, he's light on his feet. It's a softer wave. What's he got for us on the inside? A couple of whips, couple of clips, bang. That's nice up. It's the hand down on the stringer just to make sure. Still going. Hammer and tongs. Seth Morris behind him. What's he got for us? He's just kind of cruising at this stage, looking pretty smooth. Gets on the rail. And he'll tag the lip. He's got another turn on the inside. Nice little runner from Seth. I don't mind that. Good turn. Gets a little carve and jam. So all the way to the inside, getting a completion. Starting off your heat, getting a number on the board. I like it. Let's go down and hear from Justin Becret. He's standing by for a chat.
Yes, he is, and he's really happy that he made that made it through. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. It's always good to make a hit, huh? Tough conditions. I thought it looked very good. It's a bit hard to surf, but yeah, happy I made it. For that last wave, I wasn't sure what I needed, or I just wanted to get the other guys off the wave, you know, keep them off that wave so they wouldn't pass in front of me, and I got a score. What did I get?
Got a 5 something.
Okay.
Pretty good. Got you into first.
Yeah.
You were going through anyway.
Yeah, I was blocking.
Did you see the heat before? Because the conditions kind of looked as slow as the ones in your heat, so it didn't really give you much to do, right?
I was actually warming up and preparing. I didn't really watch the heat before, but the previous heats had a lot of good scores, so I was expecting maybe better waves, or just, yeah, the face is pretty flat, but it looks lovely, and I really like this spot. I love it, actually, this one.
What have you been up to? It's day 3 of competition. You must have been walking around, surfing somewhere.
Oh no, surfing here in the mornings, trying to be the first out.
Oh yeah, that's right. You tried to beat Yolanda Hopkins in the water, and that didn't go. What's that story?
Well, Yolanda's out in the water first, even before you can see anything. I think she has night vision goggles or something. Or maybe she has a little tent and she sleeps on the beach, but yeah, she always beats everyone. I was second a couple times. Actually, it's not true. I beat her once in my life. I was very happy, very happy.
So you're in a whole other competition. You're thinking about beating Yolanda Hopkins while we're in the last qualifying for the Challenger Series.
No, that was yesterday. This morning I just had my sleep and...
Game on.
Yeah, game on, exactly.
Well, congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you.
Great interview there from Garnell. She got the best out of Becret. He was holding back a little bit at first, wasn't he? He didn't want to give us the good stuff, and she kept at it, didn't she?
She did.
Tenacious, Garnell, and he gave us the funnies at the end.
She just gave him enough rope, and eventually something good came to that. I like the night goggles, and I like the little Yolanda Hopkins tent down there on the beach. She's a bit of a local legend. She's coming up later on in this afternoon, of course, when the women's round gets underway. So, yeah, beating Hopkins in the morning, it's something that's pretty hard to do, obviously.
How's Twitter looking, Ben?
Twitter's been pretty solid at the moment, yeah.
Mad busy, isn't it?
A lot of interest. Well, sort of unpacking from yesterday, to be honest. I think a lot of the Twitter sphere want to get their handle.
A couple of little controversies. We don't get bogged down in that, really. We like try and keep positive.
Yeah, absolutely. Let them.
Quite hostile DMs at you. What we hope are hollow threats of violence, but hey, you know, people have got their right to express themselves.
I don't mind having a mark on my back, mate. I don't mind taking one for the team.
Yeah, I mean, we've got pretty solid security detail here, as ever, in Portugal. I think you should be all right. Let's see how it goes. 18.5 on the clock in this. Bissau, yeah, he's got a lead. It's not a big one, he's got a 4. He went a long right-hander, long way, tagged it on the inside. Look at this wave. wrapping in. It's gone softer though, it's higher tide. Heading up towards Chico's Bank later on this afternoon on the inside, but it's gone a little softer and it's affecting the scoring potential. Becrae reckoned it was hard to surf in his interview. And you can just see a little bit of energy coming out the swell. It's been blowing offshore now for about 48 hours. No lack of energy from this guy. Great hit. Ordóñez, beautiful. With his first turn, sticky on the second. This will be a softer inside, and it'll just flick out. But I like the first hit from him. Did you like it, Ben?
I did. He's getting, he's got a bit of, young kid, but he's getting the rhythm, getting some, nice smooth backhand sort of turns in. Wave selection's been good as well. That first turn, really slicing and dicing, and just comes around the corner. Can't quite finish it off, but yeah, first turn, that's where all the points were. Building a nice little house for himself. Got some of the cultural references quite enjoyable from yesterday. A lot of the Twitter sphere have said. Got one coming in here from David Hughes. Both names, it's good to hear. Hughesy from up there in Latvia. And he's saying...
Not one of the traditional Latvian names, is it,
David Hughes? No, I'm not sure why Dave's up there. What he's getting up to.
He's working on something, isn't he? He's got something's brewing.
He's just gone, look,
easy cold.
Hockney, Picasso, Dali. He's just thrown some...
I hate Dali. Give you that right way. Hate Salvatore Dali and anyone that likes him. Picasso, decent. Hockney's been a little bit mired in controversy. Are we separating the art from the man?
Yeah, I think
done a few things, a few regrettable things in recent years. If I was going to hang one on my wall, or was it just to sort of forevermore they're the only one that exists?
You're just going to keep one, yeah.
Hockney.
Yeah.
Okay. But even not playing, you can only keep one. I would quite like the entire Dali canon just to be disappeared. I think that would be a positive step. I'm not into it.
Not into it.
No.
One of the greatest surreal painters of all time.
Surrealism, good. The greatest surrealist sounds a bit like a sort of a contradiction, doesn't it? I feel like the word surreal. People go, "Oh, it's surreal." I don't like that either. Just don't like it, Ben.
Just
I tell you what, Hughesy really knows how to push my buttons.
Yeah, he really
has. He knows how to grind my gears.
I mean, literally, it's in the eye of the beholder. But you seem to have really got on your high horse about that. Fair play. That's a passionate subject, Paul.
He had a bit of a stupid face as well, Dali, didn't he?
He did have a funny old little moustache.
Is this an irritant?
Just a bit of affectation. Yeah, I don't mind it. I think he's got his place in the world of art.
Yeah, it's quite a dustbin. It's his place, Ben.
Quite an important place. Some would say.
$15 on the clock in this. Ordóñez, a real low-scoring heat at the moment. He's in first. Let's see if he stays there with a couple of threes. Probably not in the next 15 minutes of ripping. Here he goes, though. Fourth prior, so everyone let him take this one, the little guy. What's he got here? He's light on his feet because he's a small chap. And he's not light enough to get through the inside. This guy puts a bit more into it. Tim Bissot. What's he got for us here? Deep water. This one, he hopes, will stand on the bank. He's having to check back. It's never normally good for your score when you have to do this. What's he got on the inside here? He'll flick up a turn. And again, a similar sort of order. He has to go lateral. He can't go vert just because the wave is pushing wide and soft. But he sticks with it. That's much nicer. So gone a long way. And he doesn't quite get finished. Similar to his opening ride that he got 4-4. Here's Seth Morris. Second wave for him. Not a great one.
No, he can't find a little edge. Yeah, Bissot had to work for that. And there's a bit more sort of steeper face for Ruben Vittoria, the back surfer. Such a good read on waves. He's in a good position. Like Bissot, though, just a lot of zigging, a lot of zagging. Got a bit more flair on him. And he kicks out to go back out.
Tweet in. This is Neil. He's in Glasgow. Question for Ben, you can only keep one. The music of Sade. Steamed milk in your coffee or Bells Beach?
I've got a lot of time for Sade. I think she isn't underrated. Her canon is, in fact, underrated. I mean, look, forget the Smooth Operator. Her first album was
I think it's a
incredible.
real talent to be able to sing, not to hammer at the top of your range, to be able to sort of almost under-sing and sing beautifully.
We, as we see...
I put Linda Womack in that category as well, actually.
We once had my two brother-in-laws hold that thought. 'Cause this is Victoria's way. I think got probably the best of it. We had to choose sort of seminal songs that changed their lives. That was the sort of the late night kind of chat. We all had to put a song on, play it, and tell the story about it. I think my one brother-in-law he had the Sex Pistols. He was sort of just a bit older in that punk phase, and that changed his life. I had the Saints, which was a sort of set me on a new musical direction. My other brother-in-law, who we just met, he put on
All Saints. Did you have
the Saints,
the girl group,
the British sort of punk band, Australian punk band that kind of invented the genre. Anyway, yeah, and then my new brother-in-law we just met. He put on Sade's Smooth Operator. Yeah. We were like, wow, dude, you're in a whole new ball game. But I'm not going to keep Sade. Steamed froth. Yeah, I do like a frothy oat milk.
Look at this stuff here
in my coffee. Speaking of frothers,
he's having a go, isn't he? He went a long way for this, Ben.
Yeah, he manufactured some points here that a lot of other surfers probably wouldn't have been able to do. Just kept squirting, kept getting like some spray going, and then this last one had a bit more sort of effort, a bit of verticality, but then he just couldn't get over the next section. So yeah, I don't know what he got for it.
What do you prefer, bells or cappuccino?
Yeah, it's a hard one. I'm gonna have to keep bells.
I'm not sure I particularly believe you, but okay.
No, I've had a lot of good times in bells. This is live action though.
Here goes Bisso. He's whipping it here, pushing hard, manages to hang on. So basically, I think a change of approach. Just thinking, right, there's not bombs really. It's a little softer. I'm going to have to join up the dots, do a bit of wiggling to get the speed going. Tim Bisso kind of identifying that throughout his waves and managing just to push a little harder than everyone else. Everyone's got similar kind of waves, but he's just pushing it a bit more. Bang, that's a really good turn from the young Ordonez, though. Second place now, Bisso's gone up to first. He finishes strong here, really nice. Doesn't have the power of the surfers with bigger physical stature, but it's got a bit of venom. Did you like that, babe?
Yeah, I do. I've been enjoying his style. I been like his wave selection, and yeah, I like his whole thing. I also tell you what I like here. I like Timmy's tweet from Timbuktu, the 3 Ts. Yeah, like we talked about, Francisco. He's just getting right in the pocket, a bit more vertical than his kind of more experienced opponents, and not making many mistakes either, so that's great surfing. Another quick, simple one from Timmy. Books, podcasts, or music? A tough one from Timmy. And obviously, knows a little bit about you from listening to you ramble on over the years. He might be hitting you where it hurts here. So it's a replay. That smooth green face. Nice bit of spray. He's got a bit more power than the young Grom. You can say that, but his wave selection hasn't been quite as good. He's had to go through a lot of dead time, a lot of flat space. He's still in second place, and that'll improve it slightly, but no one's been able to just get above that level, that sort of high scoring range. Everyone's a bit stuck in the doldrums in the 4 to 5 point range.
Podcasts.
Going to keep podcasts. Yeah. Wow, that is. Going to get rid of books.
Books are gone.
And music.
Yeah, music, some people like it, whatever. It's all about the pods, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if they'll have quite the longevity of music or books. We shall see. It's a new art form, isn't it? As you see, more live action.
Yeah, here goes Seth Morris. Great looking opening section. What's he got? On the rail, big wrapping carve from him. There's another, tightens that one up, and he's still swinging here. The Welshman tags the white water. And looks to bring this down to an inside, which will be a touch slopier for him. He's covering deeper water. Really just trying to stay close to the juice here, keeping it right next to the white water and looking for an inside to stand up. It's not a super convincing layback. Snatched at it a bit, meanwhile, with a ton of speed. Ruben Vittoria had his outs in the Basque Country. Absolutely flying into his opening move. And then leaning on the rail, gets a little more fizz on his rebound, as we almost saw a little bit of fin as he tapped that oncoming section. So Ruben Vittoria just injecting a bit more pace to proceedings Monday.
A bit more pace, yeah, he's got that board speed, he's always had that. His backhand tends to be his sort of main competitive weapon, if he can use it, but obviously he's not averse to streaking down a beautiful right-hander. That first turn, a bit more aggressive. Morris just looks kind of just cruising through those flat sections. Not a bad way to surf, but just seems to lack a bit of intent. You can see Bissau trying to sort of just, you know, grab points along the way where he can, trying to get a bit of spray in difficult situations where Morris has just been sort of cruising through those flatter sections. There's not a huge point in it, but when it's such a close heat, it can all make the difference. Like Vittoria, I think we were down in Tenerife many years ago when we saw him sort of break on the scene and win an event down there. Las Playas Americas. So we've been following his trajectory. Does a bit more coaching that now, a bit more mentoring. He was still in university even when he won that event. So he's a smart kid, smart guy now. And yeah, like his style. Needs a 3.5.
Well, Donius gets a good number though, 4.97. He wants to know his situ. If he can hear, he's in the lead. He's got a 5 and a 4.97. Those are his last two scores. The little fella at the moment going good in this. 7 on the clock. Bissau in second. Needs a bit of a number for first, 5.97. Ruben Vittoria doesn't need loads. He's got a score to come in. It's only a 3.5 to go up and threaten Bissau, which I think he might do. One judge doesn't think so. Second judge doesn't, 2 do. That's all coming down to judge number 1 on our score screen. What's he got for us? Yeah, it's the number, exactly. Spot on, gets the 3.5. Therefore, he's tied with Bissau. But because he's got the high score, he gets to second place. Vittoria Bissau at the moment on equal points. Morris with a little to do. A 4.66 the requirement, 6.5 on the clock.
Timmy from Timbuktu's come straight back in. He wasn't happy with the podcast, but that's another thing. He's gone toilet paper, towels, or cups. Just thinking, it's been that backhand attack. Saw Vittoria fading left. And here he is. We're just talking about that backhand as being pretty lethal. And he likes to go to it when he can. He's got a section here, banging down the line. Nice bit of spray, and then redirects, and here's a big section. Oh, and that's a bit of a trademark hack to finish off from Vittoria. He'd already moved up into second place, making Tim Bissau's job a little bit harder. Now he's going to make that even a bit more requirement. Not huge numbers, but good, impressive surfing.
Yeah, do you know what I'm going to be doing while I'm listening to my podcast? Drinking a cuppa. Going to keep cups, Ben and Tim. Here's Bissau, live action, off the bottom, hard into the lip, bang. Big spray, boom, hits it again. Really nice steep wave. Tags it. He knew he didn't want to do too much on the third turn, just put it up quick, got the combo, and he's looking to attack Vittoria's due number. The 3.64 is the requirement for Bissau prior to that last score coming in for the Basque. Let's see where this goes. Final 5 minutes now. An exciting heat. What have we got here? Ordonez just belting it with nice whip. And he's patient off the bottom as he waits for the wave to stand up, hits it again. Doesn't go super hard into his last turn. He might have been a bit tired by then. He did some good work out the back Monday. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking about you eschewing for the rest of your life both toilet paper and towels, which I think could be quite problematic as you enter your old age, your dotage. Yeah, that was really good. He's been doing that, those first turns, every time. Been some of the best of the whole heat. Just hasn't quite had the sort of finish on some of these, but really smooth, really impressive. You can tell as soon as he starts getting a bit of beef on those bones, he's added a bit of power to his surfing. He's going to be so great. But Bissau, he's got that bit more energy. There's more spray. And you're right, that third time was a little bit late, a little bit sticky, but it was a completion. And you already done the damage on the first two, and this is a different approach. Oh, so Vittoria already got 2 hangers out the back, and he still just managed to S-turn here and gets a big finish. Didn't look like it was going to come at this stage. Looked a bit fat. And then he had one thing on his mind now, a solid finish off this section, and he just went for it. So that's a great wave as well.
Yeah, well put together really, wasn't it? He rallied himself on that, covered loads of ground. 6.17, first legit score, really, above the midway point. Here's Morris. What's he got for us? He needs something here. Nice re-entry into the lip. And Carvin putting the arm in the face. It's well surfed, but he needs a big number, 7, the requirement. But much better from him. It's certainly his best effort. What about Ruben Vittorio? Numbers in to come in for Bissau and Ordonez. This is anyone's Monday.
I think Ordonez might be in strife, because if Bissau, oh, you get this, that last wave has come through. So Bissau now needs a 5.97. And that last wave was there or thereabouts, you'd think. So for all Francisco's incredible surfing, those first vertical turns he's been doing, he might just be under the pump from 2 of his more experienced competitors. So we'll see that score's come in. It's going to be close. And I fear for the young Portuguese goofy footer.
5.97 the requirements, 5.83. So just under. Ordonez at the moment will stay in second. Bissau has got first priority. He's got just under 2 minutes 35 seconds to get himself now a new requirement, because he improved his high score and it's a 4.14. Ben, is he going to get it? What's he going to do?
Well,
2.5 minutes. Tim Bissau needs a 4. Is that going to happen?
I think if it was anyone else, I'd fear for him, but Bissau's so experienced. He's got priority. He's got that P next to his name. That's massive.
Wait, though. Ordonez's got a number to come in. He could improve. It's going to be close. Actually, he equals his low score. He gets another 4.97. So it doesn't actually change his situation. So with the 4.14, Morris requiring, well, it was a 7. He might bring that down when his score comes in, actually. Let's see where that goes, because he's certainly improving on his 2s, you would think, with that last effort. By how much will therefore set up the requirement, what he needs. It's the final part of the heat. So pushing that bit harder throughout this one. Also, Vittoria is finding better ways, finding the rhythm. Went left, you teed him up for the lefts.
Yeah, I like that bit of commentary.
Obliged. What do we got here? A little set stacking up. Anyone interested? This will be a soft one. You see this just roll through without really offering loads of sections. 20 on the clock. So nervous moments now as he ticks down towards 1 minute. You've got to use his priority. That's the thing in his favour. Is he going to find a quality wave for a 4?
He's right on the bubble as well in the rankings. He's got priority. He's going to use it here. He's going to have to, isn't he, with a minute to go. Vittoria tries to sell him and he sold him.
Bissau's up and riding here. It's soft. That's why he's cutting back and going left, essentially. And now he's going to have to cover some flat, fat water. He'll give a quick hit and a little flick off the rail again. These are set up turns, really. He had to go this way. What's he got on the inside? Looking for 4. That's much better. Has he got a finish for us? He'll set up and you see him stand on the tail. It's not really what you want to do on the inside, but there's another nice turn. And this one will keep providing. So covering loads of ground. And still going down into that rock wall. He finds a little lip on the end. And that is how you stay at it. Right down, almost on the rocks. Went a long way for that last little section, Bundy.
Mate, he's a warrior. As I said, anyone else, I'd kind of, you know, I'd be tempted to rule him out. But Bissau is such a fearsome competitor, experienced. And he's, you know, I mean, he couldn't have done anything more. It's a 4.14. It'd be really, you know, it's a slow, low score. Vittoria's going to make his job even easier out the front. And all comes down to that last wave of Bissau's. I mean, what do you reckon, Paul? I'm inclined to give it to him just based on sheer work rate.
Let's have another look.
There's a lot of out the back there, was there,
no,
Paul?
Not a lot of, it's a lot, but not a lot of quality.
Yeah, none of this is worth anything. When you think of some of...
Morris got way behind as well.
You think of some of Francisco's, you know, 5-point rides or 4-point rides that had those big vertical entries at the start. But here he starts getting some work done. Now there's a lot of spray. And who's at the back behind him is as well.
Scores come in for everyone.
Everyone's got in. So Francisco could add to his tally, which he thinks he's done. Bissau didn't know about that surfer behind him. He was concentrating on just eking out every little thing he can, and that's not worth much. The claim's solid. I don't know, it's very, very tight. I think if that requirement goes up for Tim, he might be in strife, but I think he might just come close to...
So his head at the bottom right of the screen then. After the big claim, he actually saw him kind of blow a little bit of a flat tyre, as in like... So, you know, one show of body language to the judges to show, yeah, I reckon I got it. And then maybe the mask slips and we saw what he really thought of the ride.
You're going to give that a 4.14? You're mad.
All right, numbers in for, well, Morris's numbers in. He'll stay in 4th right now. Bissau, Ordonez, Vittoria, they are owed numbers from our panel of judges. They're not going to be rushed. We're on hold for the next heat while we sort this out. 2 of these 3 are going to go through to the round of 32. This guy, Ruben Vittoria, he's in 1st coming into this exchange. The youngster, Ordonez, 2nd place. Did he improve? Did he need to? Did Vittoria get the number required?
There's a lot of ifs and buts, isn't there? We didn't see proper replay of Francisco's last wave, or whether it was caught before the hooter. I think it must have been to be deliberated on. So yeah, there's a lot of permutations that could happen here right now. Vittoria, even he is potentially not safe if those other 2 surfs behind him got some massive scores. It's been known to happen, but he'd be the safer of the 3. I'm gonna just go through this sort of countdown. So yeah, this out the back is Francisco. Concentrating on his wave more than Tim's. We've seen Tim's a couple of times, so that's a bit more cut and dried. Similar ways in that Francisco wasn't getting a lot of vertical turns. He got a finish in here though. And it was a nice finish, but it wasn't super powerful. A lot of spray, maybe fairly similar. And I tell you what, he surfed really well. You know, fought to the end. Had a really great style on some of those like vertical turns. So yeah, it's just going to come down to these fine margins. It's all really, really close.
Well, Donnie's numbers in. He doesn't improve. The requirement for Bissau is still at 4.14. He's going to get this. He's going to get the number here. It just went for one judge to come in, but it doesn't matter, actually. He's going to get the number. All of the 4 have given it to him, so he will get the score. We've got Vittoria's number to come in as well, and that will decide who goes through 1st or 2nd. This is going to be bad news for Ordonez. But he surfed well, and he'll take that experience through. Judge number 5 is in no rush at all to put a score in for Tim Bissau. What he doesn't know is actually inconsequential, because we lose the high and the low scores and take the average of the other 3. It comes in as a 4.6. Bissau goes to 1st. Vittoria's number in at 4.2. He's in 2nd place. So, well, tightly contested, well fought heat. Bissau gets it done with the long right-hander into the rock wall, and he'll be stoked. He's got out of a really tough heat there. Ruben Vittoria will go with him into the next round. We'll lose Ordonez and Morris. And it's a beautiful Wednesday lunchtime in Portugal. Loads more QS action and bringing you a great looking next heat. Ardur Amatrain, Charlie Martin, Hali Batista, Matteo Calatri. We're going to bring Alves in to chat with Monday in the studio. We'll be right back.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Costa Caparica. We are motoring through the round of 64 of the men's. 3 more heats, including this one to go. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves. Pretty stacked heat, this one. Haven't we got Sheik, Adu Amatrain, Charlie Martin, Hali Batista, and Mattia Calatri. It's a lot of fireworks, a lot of potential for fireworks, would you say?
Yeah, I think this is a round that every is art already. So I think all 4 names are names that have done something great over the last few years, and yeah, can't wait to watch it. Ale Batista was in form yesterday. The conditions don't look exactly like yesterday, but they're quite similar in some ways, so he might have some confidence from yesterday. And the first wave for Ale during the break, 3:17, so Ale here getting a rep done on the outside, and I just feel that he's gonna milk all the way through. I don't know if you feel the same, Ben, but yep, as he should. Bang, gets just a quick check turn there. He gets another check turn there. A lot of hard work on this wave. This wave wasn't easy at all, and that last one, he couldn't make it. So 3:17 for the effort there. Long wave, but not too much scoring potential on that one. So I think right now it looks a bit hard to me to find the pocket, right? The money turn.
Yeah, we've seen that last heat. Long, super long right-handers, but just a bit slopey. So the middle bit, it's just sort of S-turning and waiting for the connection, and sometimes those connections aren't worth the work. So yeah, it's definitely just a little bit more sluggish. Still, the odd one or sort of 2 and 3 sort of really work, but sometimes, like with that last wave with Ali, a lot of work for not many points sometimes. See on the train there, he must have caught a wave as well. So yeah, the guy's got a decision to make. Talked about, had a quick look at the surf, that little, say live action Charlie Martin. Spent a lot of time down in this part of the world. Wow, he's won here before. He's got that nice forehand now. He's going to his backhand, which is also one of his strengths, and managed to get that connection, finish it off. So a lot going on in that wave. A lot to unpick. Went right, went left. A few different turns. But by the looks of things, Martin is the one that's going to get off to the best start.
Yeah, great carve there. He winds up again, and this turn was the money turn. Boom. Blows the tail. Turns left like he should. And he actually puts another major turn here. Look, bang. Quite behind, under the lip snap, but looked great. I think it was a well-surfed wave, and it's going to come in a good number for sure. So I really enjoyed this last turn. It was really committed. Bang. Blows the tail a bit, which is really hard to do with this offshore wind. And he redirects, he sees something that we couldn't really see, but with a drone shot we can, and he gets a 4.83.
Yeah, 4.83 for that wave. It's a pretty solid number in terms of these heats over the last couple of heats. Yeah, 2 big turns. It's been a lot of open face work that the judges like, but still pretty solid from Charlie.
Might be hard for the judges to actually readjust the scale in terms of the type of waves we saw in the morning and now. So they kind of need to do a reset in 25 minutes time and readjust a bit the scale, right?
Yeah, they'll be sort of taking stock of the conditions, you're right, over the last sort of probably hour or so, and seeing if just how hard it is to get those bigger scores and adjust accordingly. Someone who didn't have, well, he actually did have some troubles getting some big scores, and he got the score at the very end. It's Timothy Bissau. He's down there, I think, Joanna Garnell.
Yes, that is correct, Mandy. Very dramatic. It's with you. I can't even speak right now, but we had Ruben Vitoria coming down with his boards, ready for his interview. You didn't even know you won the heat. You thought you didn't go through. What was going on through your mind?
I mean, from the beginning of the heat, it was tough. It's high tides coming up, so there is less and less opportunities. There's still some great waves out there. I was just not on them, so it was more like a scrappy heat for me. And yeah, at the end, I think I made the right decision going on that wave and really like try to maximize every little bit of leap I could find on it. And yeah, I went all the way down to the beach, and yeah, I didn't know what happened, so I just. The boys told me when I got into the side that I made it. So I took my rashi off, and then I didn't know I was first. So yeah, so I'm pretty happy to win the heat. I think this one proved that it's not over until it is. And yeah, you just gather data out there because it's really hard, and it's a bit open space, you know, out the back. So I'm happy.
And you've been here to Caparica a lot of times. Have you ever seen conditions like this?
No, yeah, it's been the big talk of this contest. It's been incredible. As soon as the tide gets low, there's some surfers that did barrels. And yeah, that's the best contest of the year for us. You know, we have been, it has been pretty tricky condition-wise. And yeah, we're super happy to be in conditions like this.
Are you focused at the rankings right now, or does that not even go through your mind?
I do a little bit. I know what I need to do. I like to be in the drama, you know, if I see some things, like for me today was really dramatic, but otherwise, yeah, I have a look at it. I'm not too much into it, but I know what I need to do and what the other needs to do as well.
Well, keep doing what you're doing because it's great. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Timmy. He loves a bit of drama. Yeah, he's often at the centre of it. Really exciting surfer, always showing his emotion, always. Mate, you know, always fighting to the death. He's a real gnarly competitor, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's and his surfing does the talking most of the times. He doesn't need to actually have hits like this. But as he said, he likes the drama. He likes to keep in touch with the rankings. He likes to know what's happening, what others need to do, and that's quite a lot to unpack in your mind. But he feels comfortable with it, so. It means he's on it.
Charlie Martin. There he goes. First turns a little bit wobbly. This is a nice, bigger size wave. Swooping off the phone, looking for a steeper section. More S turns. A lot of S turns. A bit steeper here. Can get in the pocket. He can. There's a nice turn. Can he finish it off? Yeah, and that's when Charlie's in form. Doesn't fall off. He's got that first wave was a 4.83, but it backed it up pretty quick. So Charlie looking like he's got his competitive groove on.
Yeah, this wave looked beautiful from the start, but really hard to surf because if you see, he doesn't get much speed coming from the outside, and when he gets this part, he needs to generate more speed to actually attack this last section here. And it's like the wave is going towards the beach, not against him. So it's really hard to actually put some power in there. As you see here, the wave looks flat. He's trying the most he can. Here he's just trying to weave his way to the inside and make sure he completes the ride. So nice job by Charlie here on this last turn too. Quick snap there, and this turn was so hard to actually make it. And he did a good job on it. Really hard wave to surf overall. Felt like a wave that if you catch on a free surf, you probably bail after the first carve you had. And yeah, he got a 4. So he's in the lead, solid lead for him right now with 13 minutes to go, and now maybe he can be a bit more selective. But yeah, there's not too much to actually select out there.
No.
Other than just having opportunities.
There's a big right-hander just rifled through the contest site there, but broke wide and caught everyone out. So that's still got the potential for that to happen. That looks like a closeout there for that surfer. He's going to hit it up high. That's Halley. Hope for a reform, which is pretty hopeful, but you never know. He's looking left, looking right, just trying to see if this wave's going to offer any added bonus on the inside. Looks like it has. Here's a section. Pretty much going to get chewed there. Now he goes to the end section. Nice turn. Had to work hard for that last bit, but surfed it well. So Batista, quite smart surfing. He's getting some scores up. Those at 10-point heat totals are getting through regularly. And he surfed it pretty well, which was a pretty difficult wave.
Yeah, this first turn was really hard to negotiate a lot of white water in the face of the wave. And here you can tell he's just trying to scan the inside wave. He has no trouble on making reforms. That's something Ali Batista has no trouble on it. And this turn was the money turn, bang. So 2-turn combo, one on the outside, one on the inside. Quite similar, the turns he did. But on the inside a bit more spicy, I think. So I think he's going to have his backup right now with 12 minutes to go, and Adur having a bit of a shocker until now. I think Adur is surfing on the reforms. I haven't seen him on the outside. So I don't know if Adur is surfing the right end to the right side of the beach alone, as we see him up and riding. Wow.
Yeah, Speg the Devil. So we see Adur Train. He might have done some bit of work at the first part of that wave. Cameramen and all the audio visual guys doing such a great job. These guys are spread out all over the, probably a couple of 100 meters, all over different sandbanks. Drone footage has been amazing to watch. Camera dudes always getting the right angles. Props to them. Probably get the replay of Adur. Hadn't had a wave of note. Surfed on the Challenger Series last year. Didn't bang any huge results, but that was incredible, experience gathering. He surfed quite well at Snapper. A couple of heats up there last year. Adur.
Did he got 5th or 9th? I don't know. I remember he got through a lot of hits in
maybe
Snapper.
9th, I think. Yeah, I think he went well. And sort of after that, sort of trailed off a little bit. But he's only so young, so all this is just gathering experience for later on in his career. Young bass surfer, probably one of the most sort of not hyped, but most acknowledged sort of young talents from the Bass region. His dad's an incredible surfer. Adur also having a fair crack at the old big wave sort of stuff. So he's got a lot in his arsenal.
And his brother Ribs too.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure to surf with him once on a heat actually in Zarout, and he surfs really good. So Adur here on the inside corner trying to find something, which is looking really hard. I don't know if it's the lack of energy coming from the outside, but it's not giving him the steep section he wants to attack. So Adur here with 9 minutes to go, really trying hard to put something on the board.
Yeah, so Adur in the Challenger Series last year, had a pretty good start on the up there on the Gold Coast. He got 1,900 points, so got through a couple of heats up there. Then had some first round losses both in Sydney and South Africa, and then the Vans US of Open of surfing. So it shows you how difficult that Challenger Series is. 3 events back to back. He's lost first heat, and this is one of the most sort of talented surfers of his generation coming up through Europe. But regathered, did really well at Ericeira. Got his best result of the year up there, quarterfinals. So that was a big win, a big result. Unfortunately, finished off pretty poorly in Sakarima and Haleiwa. So an up and down year, as you'd imagine, in your first year in the Challenger Series. And he'll count that down as a massive learning curve. Surfed well, made some heats at home or in Ericeira and the Gold Coast, but end up sort of finishing around 50th, 48th on the Challenger Series rankings, which is, still an incredible achievement. Pretty much like in the top 100 surfers in the whole world, but he'll be working to building on that. First, he has to get into the Challenger Series. To do that, he has to do pretty well here. He has to get a really good sort of finals day result. So, yeah, that's a little Adur Train's little year. And, he'll be hoping to do more. And here he goes again. A bit behind the section though. Can't get around it. He's only had 2 two-point rides so far, so 8 minutes to go. It's been a lackluster affair. Only Charlie Martin getting any type of rhythm. He's only surfed 3 waves. 2 of them have sort of been 4-point rides. Just looks kind of hard to. They either run off quite quick, Chico, or they or you miss them entirely. So it's difficult to know where to sit in the lineup.
Yeah, it's our slow right now. I think we can see by the scores. It's really hard to actually get a 10-point total right now. And yeah, I think this is that's why this is a QS, because it's a challenging event that changes a lot throughout the day, and you need to adapt. So you saw barrels in the morning, and now you see guys having trouble getting 5. So wow, we saw a really good turn from Adur and a meaty section now. Wow,
there you go.
Sick turn.
And that's Calatri at the back as well. Doesn't have quite the dynamism or the dynamic flow that we saw Adur had. So Adur, just say he couldn't get out of the 2-point range. We've safely done that. It's so much board speed. You talk through the replay, Chico, but yeah, he just looked like he was flying down the line and utilised all that speed for a couple of big turns. So Adur fighting his way back in to this heat, 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is the replay of Matteo on the outside, getting a quick snap there. Really hard wave to surf. You can see he doesn't have much energy pushing, helping him generate speed. So it looks hard on the outside, seriously, and on the inside too, because 20 minutes have passed, and only now Adur could post something on the board. So really challenging conditions right now. But yeah, I think Adur is going to post the best score of the heat by far, and he's going to be back on it. So heats can change really quick as we see some more lines approaching out the back.
Yeah, Martin had priority, pulls the trigger, first turn off the top, looking to go left on the reform. It's all a bit of a lottery here. You never quite know what you're going to get. This is like a nice open face. He goes around, belts it. Oh, there's a backhand. It's such a strength. Grew up Guadalupe, surfing left-hand point break or reef break kind of every day. Meanwhile, Batista, not quite sure what he did out the back. So a bit more action now, starting to fire up. Amatrain got the ball rolling with that incredible wave, and then all other surfers getting involved. You just sense that Calatri's getting left behind. It's going to come from Amatrain, Batista and Martin. They're the 3 guys fighting it out for just the 2 places. More sets, still swell. Just rifling through the area. Look at that right-handed just running down there. So still plenty of juice left in the ocean. Another one. Difficult to get your hands on sometimes, but when you do, they are really fun waves.
As you see the replay of Charlie, attacks it on the outside, blows the fins, redirects, checks what the inside has on offer. And Charlie, he actually came up, he made the final last year, right? On his backside, bang! Attacking on his backside, and yeah. I think he had a really good final with Ruben Vitoria, and they were going blow for blow on their backside. As you see the wave of Ali Batista, nice swooping carve there, and it jams it at the end section there, and the waves are getting a lot of white water towards the inside, which is weird for how clean the ocean is actually, and yeah, close heat overall. We see the score line, and everyone can really turn this heat around in a matter of seconds. But for now, Charlie is in the lead, Adur in second, and I think Charlie with that last one is going to post his best score so far, 4.93 by a narrow margin. He improves, but doing well on that. So Charlie still in the lead. and looking good to get through on this one. And I think all of them are paddling to the outside right now after this flurry of action, and still quite a long paddle. Looking by the looks of it, and yeah, great wave.
Yeah, scores coming in. So Adu Amatrain got a 6-point ride, and that was for that sort of two-turn combo we saw just flash past us before. They have got it. Look at this. So this is the wave that we watched on the inside. That was a first great turn, and look how much speed he's got. You knew he had one thing in his mind: a big finish. And there it is. Could have gone a little bit crazier. That's why he only got a 6, but really, really well surfed. Calatri just getting not the opportunity on his wave. Still got scores coming in. So Batista last wave of 3. So as it stands, with 2 minutes on the clock, Charlie Martano's out in front. Adu Amatrain is in second, but he's got a really low scoring backup wave of 2.77. He'll be really desperate trying to improve on that. And that leaves Batista needing a 5.21 and Matteo Calatri needing a 6.30. So it's tight. It's that little wedge. Sort of works more on the high tide. Looks like Adu's going up there. Charlie is in first place. He won't be too worried about what he's got. It's that Halley Batista's the one that has got the potential to sort of mess things up at the moment. Only 90 seconds to go. Adua desperately trying to get rid of that 2.77 tiny number in the scheme of things. Looks like he's got a bit of his skates on here if he can get it. Charlie also motoring. They both might get caught out. See that reform there. You can see that bank with the high tide starting to wedge up. And they're sort of not quite doing it, but sort of trying. These guys have come in to get it, and they've just been caught out by these sets. That wave there looks super fun. Looks like Adua might be able to get his hands on it. We rode that earlier on, but he's up now. Looks like a nice wave. There's the first nice turn. Foamy section, just gets a bit of release. So firm on his feet. It's really sort of 2 difficult sections, and he's managed to get rid of, you know, that 2.77 with it. So he might even move up into first with that. We'll see. So that's a strong heat. Can't get any more waves now. His surfing is done for today. Just going to hope that the other guys don't get any huge scores. Calatri needs a 6.3 before that wave. This wave's just not having any of the steep face you need for big points. He's just cruising on in, unless he goes for something huge here. He waits for it. Big layback. Doesn't hang on, so that wave's not going to count. Meanwhile, Batista needing a 5.21 when he took off. Just waiting his feet on the back of the board. He's motoring down now. Might go for an air, will he? He does. And he hangs on to it. Doesn't look particularly happy himself with it, but didn't know what his score was. Adu Amatrain might improve his lot significantly. So it's all really, really tight. We'll wait to see what Halley got up to. So he's out the back here. Bigger wave. Nice foam climb. Swoops around the corner, grabs the rail for a bit of added style points. Here he goes. So now he's just waiting. You know what he wanted to do as soon as he put that back foot on the weight on his back foot. He wanted to do an aerial. And just grabs the rail. So a bit of a tweak on it. It's really well surfed from Halley. Had a bit of variety. He needed a 6.19, courtesy of that wave from Adu Amatrain. So chasing a 6.19 is the score he needs. And I don't know, we haven't seen many aerials. It wasn't a huge one, didn't have a whole lot of amplitude, but it was at least a bit different, a bit progressive. So Charlie just high-fiving his younger mate there, and they're just trying to work out what goes on. Charlie in second. He's actually the one in potential strife for Batista. Judges taking their time on that. 4.50 though, it's not enough. He fought to the end, as he always does. But unfortunately, Ali is not going to get through this one. I liked his style, I liked his fight. Unfortunately, he just couldn't get out. There's he's saying, well, second, third, first. Where am I? And you're first, mate. So you've done well. Had a slow start, fought back into it. He'll go up there and have a chat to either Chico or Joanna. And yeah, job well done. Probably have to improve those heat totals for next round, but you can deal with that tomorrow. Right now, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. Welcome back to final qualifying series event on the European Tour presented by WSL. We are trying to work out which 6 surfers from the European region go into the Challenger Series event. There's 7 surfers, first 7 surfers to go into the Challenger Series event, which is the major qualifying series for the CT, the Championship Tour. So we've had a circuit based around here in Portugal, at events in France, in Azores, in Morocco, and in the UK. So traveling all around Europe, trying to find the best waves and the best surfers. We've ended up here in Caparica, and this is where we've had the best waves of the whole circuit. And we've had blessed with swell, blessed with offshore winds. And now as this tide comes in, joined by Philippe Jervis, and it looks like those surfers are all sort of just moving up to that rip bowl, which has been sort of the high tide option.
Yeah,
the last few the last week really.
Yeah, it's kind of weird out the back where we've been watching surf the whole day. So the surfers changing a little bit of a strategy, because there's a few opportunities. We saw Adur, look at this right-hander. There's someone on the outside, but there's a few opportunities on the rip ball. But we see Eli Beauchamp from Israel. I'm pretty sure this is on the outside, so it's gonna be a lot of different strategies. We just saw Adur, he surfed on the rip ball on the left, on the right-hander, that little wedge that we have been seeing since the first day. But yesterday with the high tide, only actually Perloiro and the British kid that got barreled there, were able to do something on that insider. So Gui Ribeiro is there. Eduardo Fernandes also. We'll see how that plays out.
Yep, and speaking, it played out well for Adur Amatrain. He's down there on the beach for the post-heat interview.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Adur. It took almost 20 minutes to get that 6 points. Talk me through a hard heat for you.
Yeah, it was a tough heat. At the beginning, I had a strategy to go to a different peak, and as soon as I paddled out, the sets were bigger and bigger, so my spot was not working. But I stayed there 20 minutes fighting, and after I was lucky, I found more or less a good wave. And then after that, I got another quick one, so I had a backup, and I made it first, but it was a really tough hit.
Midway through, did you thought about going back to the outside?
I was doubting going, not going, but when I was ready to go outside, I got that good wave, so I had to get a small score, so I stayed down.
What goes through your mind when you stand up on a really good wave after waiting 20 minutes?
Oh, it's a lot of pressure. You don't want to fall, so your legs are shaking and you're thinking a lot. But my goal was just not to fall and finish the wave, and I did it, so I'm happy.
You hold the nerves really well. Congrats. Good luck for the next round.
Muito obrigado.
Nada.
Okay, yeah, Adua was questioning his stance, but did all right in the end. Here's Guilherme Ribeiro. G just had a long, sort of lots of pace out the back. We just can't get the connecting wave on the inside. So Ribeiro getting his heat off underway. Not with a particularly strong wave, but he's back in the mix. Just sort of got one good turn in there, Philippe, but then it just went a little bit fatter. Nice carve.
Yeah, his carvings, his frontside carving are really good. He can hold that rail for a long time, and unfortunately didn't connect through the inside. But Gui Ribeiro is, first of all, is a local legend already from here, from Costa Caparica. As we see Vitor up and riding, nice first turn, straight into a huge second turn. Did he hold on? Yes, he did. We're still waiting for this score. That's what he want on that left-hand ripple, on that right-hand ripple. A two-turn combo with a lot of wall on it. Nice first snap, and then nice finishing turn. It was not an easy one. Look at the one behind. It's, yeah, it might be, this might be the best size for this part of the lineup. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. We have 3 surfers there, and we also have the Israeli surfer out the back, as we see someone paddling. That was Eduardo. Yeah, as I was saying, Guilherme Ribeiro, he already made a name from himself. He's a local legend here. He was national champion last year, which is pretty good against the Vasco Ribeiro, against Frederico Moraes and all those kids. So.
How did he become a local legend? So what's the sort of criteria? Hold that thought. See you later, Bouchon.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's probably since João Antunes that Costa de Caparica had a national surfer, a national champion.
Okay.
So he's already a big name here around Costa de Caparica because he has been around for so long. He's still such a young kid, and he has been putting the name of Costa de Caparica back out there again, because everyone, the last couple of years has been a lot of Cascais. Vasco is from Cascais, Kika is from Cascais. We had a lot of Miguel Blanc from Cascais. Nicolau is from Praia Grande, which is a little bit up north. And it's been a while since since Portugal had a really strong, big surfer from Costa de Caparica. So I think he made a name for himself here. And I'm really happy for him because he's such a laid-back kid, and he works a lot.
Yeah.
I'm talking about him.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's how you become a local legend. You work hard, you win the Portuguese national title, and you be cool.
Yeah.
3 things that ain't going to happen to me, I'll tell you that for nothing. But, yeah.
Not to me as well. I'm not a legend anywhere else in Portugal.
Legend in my own lunchbox. That's about it. But we got Ribeiro, a couple of 3s. 5.83 for Vitor for those 2 backhand whacks. Off that little rip bolt, and then a couple of 3s for the other surfers. And here he goes there. Oh, there's Bouchon, stuck to the out the back. Just getting some big waves. Fortunately, that one not giving him any more opportunity. Do you have sort of like board riders clubs like you do in Australia or in America too?
Actually, probably the biggest board rider there, it's not called board rider, but yeah, it's a board rider in Portugal. It's actually the Costa de Caparica one. It's probably the one that makes the most about surfing in Portugal. They have a lot of different activities. They are a partner for this contest actually, and they have their own little tour here in Costa de Caparica. They have a restaurant. They have a surf school. So it's probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, surf club in Portugal. Honestly, yeah. Which is pretty good. I just got a text from a surf journalist in Portugal, Miguel Pedreira. He told me that actually Costa de Caparica didn't have a national champion for 24 years, since João Antunes. So that's how you make a name for yourself.
Yeah.
That's how you become a little bit of a legend here.
Yeah.
It's totally deserving.
Yeah, it's interesting those that sort of board riders clubs, which in Australia they're
so big.
Local little club comps where all the local surfers compete against each other, as we see. Oh, there he goes. So Vitor waiting for another section. Oh, can he hit it? And he does. You can see the energy in that rip bowl. He's going to try and paddle out next to that the break wall again. He might get a little bonus section on the inside here if he can connect. So
look at this finishing turn.
Big
Hit
section.
it. Wham. Nice.
Sure. So good surfing from Vitor. What a great wave.
He's definitely catching the best waves out there. I don't know if he had priority or not, but Eduardo Fernandes just let him go on that wave. And that was definitely one of the best waves of the heat so far. So Vitor, he's figuring out the lineup.
Yeah. Yeah, so those board riders clubs, they've become the sort of the hubs of the surf culture in the little town, and then you compete against other ones.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they almost
have.
It's
been really integral in like Australia's sort of success in surfing. I just wonder, whether it would work in this part of the world, or it's just not part of the sort of the culture for some reason.
Yeah, for you to compete, you have to belong to a surf club in Portugal.
Right.
Yeah, but they don't have that expression. Obviously, there's bigger ones. You have the one in Costa de Caparica. You have Lombos in Carcavelos as well. It's pretty big. It's actually really big. They have many different sports as well, not just surfing, but they have this huge surf school in Carcavelos, and they do a lot for the kids as well. But you don't think that you don't see. Actually, we have like a Super Cup. In between, between the clubs, but it's not as big as you would expect. You can be champion and all that, and you have a champion individually. You have a champion as a surf club. He has been getting bigger and bigger throughout the years, but I don't think it's gonna have the proportion of the board riders in Australia.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. In Australia, they have like a big, like a 2-day event.
I almost competed on the board riders.
Yeah, they have qualifying, and then you get to the finals, and then it's two-day. It's televised on live TV on the actual TV networks and stuff. It's huge. Yeah. So
a lot of years ago, I was staying at Caparica.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I got to know all the locals from there. And actually, they invited me because one of their surfers he didn't show up.
Oh, right.
And they invited me.
Bring in the Cabarita boys.
Yeah, and they invited me to go at Diba and surf for the board riders, and it was pretty insane. The guy Joel Ford ended up showing up at the beach.
Okay.
Yeah, but I still managed to hang out with all of them and watch guys like competing against Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson on a fun day at Diba, and because those guys still compete on those board riders. It's really insane.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Mick, Joel, they all turn up for their local board riders, and there's a real energy there, isn't it? A lot of pressure almost surfing for your team, and I think it might come that the surf club, which is the life-saving club, that there's one at every beach in Australia as well. So I think that's where it may have come from originally, because you didn't want to join the surf club like the lifeguards. They were uncool, but the surfers made their own sort of clubs at the beach. So anyway,
it's really it's because they have kind of a regional tour, and then they have the big one with all the board riders from all over Australia.
Yeah, well, it's great just for that community spirit as well, where the dads and the kids get involved, and
that's the thing.
Barbecues afterwards, and you raise some money for the local things. Bray, he had a really good event here last year. Sunny's on, earphones in.
It's a ripper. It's fun. Yeah, it's definitely fun, and they go from generation to generation, and they teach the new generation the values of being a surfer and how to behave on the water and all that. So that's why it's way more civilized. If you go to surf in Australia, and everyone kind of knows what's their deal on the water, because most of the people, especially generation from generation, they just switch and go, and as we see, nice little right-hander for Guy.
It's a local hope.
Bam!
Big
First turn.
What a wave this is. Gets another sort of slap on the lip.
What? No!
See the frustration from Philippe Jervis, because that was a wave that had so much scoring potential. It released the fins on the second turn, but then it all just came unstuck.
Look at this wave. That's just a dreamy right-hander. Nice first turn, very critical, and then released a little bit on this one. I think it chose the wrong turn here, because that section, he either goes for a big carve or goes for the hit off the top, and he kind of decided wrong and decided to throw the fins on a part of the wave that didn't actually allow them to do the fins. But it's gonna be still a really good score. Those first two turns are pretty impressive, but yeah, you have to finish those waves to get the big scores, the big scores.
Yeah, you're a little bit frustrated that you didn't get the chance to finish it off. It wasn't a difficult section. Yeah, as you say, you just got caught in between two minds. Didn't know whether to do the first or the second, and sort of kind of did neither. But yeah, you're right, he's going to get some points. It's a 5-point ride for those first two turns. And we'll just see, moves him up into second place. There's Jorgen Kuzene, one of Europe's great surfers. Originally from Reunion Island, living in Portugal now. And always throws up some big fireworks. Nice. Really explosive surf, powerful.
Yeah, he's really good. He has been. He's such a big boy. Look at that.
He's a really strong guy. He's
really strong.
Just issues with a bad, like it's a chronic bad back injury that he works so hard on to get fit. So yeah, he's trains really hard, super strong. He's won here before. So yeah,
he almost qualified a few times. He was just knocking on the city door for a couple of times. That's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, he had 3 years there where he was, literally a few heats away all the occasions. So really, really, yeah, tough mentally. A positive guy though. He always comes back strong. But yeah, just to get so close was really, really disappointing for him. But he's still in the mix. Still got plenty of time on his side. He's at that level, he could easily mix it on the CT. He's got an air game, pretty good carve game.
He's a good tube rider as well.
So
France, it's a great place to be a surfer because you have a bit of everything, don't you? Like you have big swells. This winter just provided some of the best waves I've ever seen in France.
Yeah,
just perfect barrels all over the place. The guys had La Gravière for the first time in years, just breaking like two days or 3 days ago, and you have point breaks. Even though it's just miles and miles of sand, you can get those fun little rip balls to the left, rip ball to the right. You just need to be on the right spot at the right time, and you can be a very complete surfer.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
France.
Yeah, you're right. It does throw up everything. Heaving barrels to big outside, big wave peaks to super fun rip bowls, high performance surfing, and all in a really short space. So yeah, if you live there, which a lot of the guys do in Hossiga, it's all within,
And most of them,
miles.
they especially the ones that come from all those places like Guadeloupe and Reunion Island, they kind of mix it up. They go. In the summer they do France, and then in the winter to run away from the cold they normally go, as we see Guy just pushing hard on that carving, grabbing that double up, and now they're trying to mix it up a little. A 2-turn combo by Guy Ribeiro. No one was interested on this wave, and it looks like
his local knowledge definitely paying off.
Yeah,
in terms of
definitely.
wave. He's got the 3 best waves of the competition in terms of quality. Just bolting back out, try and improve that score, trying to improve the 3.10. That last wave will do that, so he'll it in, but it's this man out in front, Vitor. Nice first turn. It's got so much more drive, that rip bowl, when you do connect. Vitor just kicking off. 5.83 was that first two-turn combo, so trying to improve at 4.23. Quite Fernandez, he's usually pretty good, isn't he, Eduardo, in terms of wave selection and getting the right waves, but hasn't quite been able to find his feet in this heat.
Yeah, he almost became a local on Costa de Caparica as well. He's from Carcavelos originally, but as we see, Vitor's wave, nice little wall. A little conservative on that one. He saw the wave didn't have a lot of potential, and he made sure he went to get that priority. As we see Guy on this double up, a bit of a foam climb there, waiting for the big wall to stand up, and then push hard on that rail, and then try to mix it up a little layback snap, and it's a 4.4. So a nice backup for Guilherme Ribeiro. As we see Eduardo also, nice little wave, huge first turn. A lot of spray on that one. Unfortunately, just that one turn wave that didn't allow him to go big. But still, Eduardo, we're waiting for that single turn of Eduardo.
Yeah, I just said he's been a bit quiet. That was the reason he just got that wave and was paddling back out. Only had one turn. It was a big one. So just see where that places him. Scheme of things, all pretty tightly bunched again. We've had a lot of heats between that 9 mark. There we go. So there's a Bray. Miamana Bray getting some last minute advice from his fellow Tahitian, Alain Ruel. And the boys, Frederick Robin, all a bit of not a bad brain trust there. Just saying, look, this is where you go. Sit there. This is plan A. Don't overthink it. He surfed well here last year. Big heat totals. He's got a crazy air game on him as well. So interesting to see if he can show some fireworks. He's got Eduardo Papa, Jorgen Kuznets, so big heat in that one as well.
Yeah, they're probably talking about the strategy here. If he goes on the outside, or if he stays on this right-hand rip ball. It's going to be interesting to see if the boys are going to insist on this pick or if they're going to go outside. But I don't think outside right now we haven't seen a wave from the Israeli surfer for a while now, if you think about it. So it's probably dying on the outside because he's sitting there. He's not sitting on the inside as all the other surfers. So a bit of a different strategy from the Israeli surfer.
Yeah, and, you'd think that as that tide pushes in, it's not high till 3:15 in Portugal, so you think that over the next hour it's probably going to improve if anything else, whereas the Outer Banks will do the opposite. All factors to weigh up. That's probably what Miamano was just talking to Alain about. The options versus this rip bowl versus up back. All 4 surfers on there now, pretty much, as you can see. Women coming in for their round just after the men's. We've got 16 heats of this round of 64. Then we're going to go straight into the 8 heats of the women. Leaving us well placed. 3 days to go of the waiting period. With the field, pretty much narrowed down to 32 men and 16 women. See a heat recap. See the surfers moving onto the rip bowl, and it paid off for Vitor.
Yeah, Vitor just absolutely smashing that first wave. This is not the one that he could actually. This is the one you could see just when it looks like it's going to be a soft wave. Normally those are the good ones, and he finished this one off with a nice backside carving, and then he redirects and he surfs the left. It's a bit of a double up. Can actually make it and finish this one off with a nice re-entry on this inside, as we see here. A bit of a punchy wall, nice little lip turn maneuver. But this man, also the local legend, he just got some of the best look at this wave, some of the best waves of the day so far. Wham! And then, unfortunately, a bit of a mistake on this third one. He pushed it a little bit too hard. But yeah, still enough to be on the second place.
Yeah, Ribeiro. So we have Fernandez chasing pretty good number, 6.23. Mille Bouchon now netting a 6.07, 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. And Vitor and Ribeiro both have the priority, which helps. Meanwhile, out the back, Suzili, nice first turn in the pocket. Great looking wave. Loads of power, and looks this section here. Can he ride out of it? I don't think he will. There's a lot of energy. All now it's kind of all concertinaed or concentrated on this little rip bowls and all that. Still the same size swell. Just sort of coming now and wedging up on that sort of inside bank, which makes it a bit more powerful.
Yeah, yesterday we saw that was like it was probably double the size, and that's why they kept surfing on the outside, because it was shallow enough for the waves to break. Today got a little smaller, and yeah, as you said, all the power concentrates on this part of the surfing. And as we see here, Guy by looking at this one, he has second priority, Vitor has the first priority. He's keeping an eye on both surfers, as we see here. Surfer in blue up and riding on a nice little right-hander.
Yeah, part blocking manoeuvre, part trying to improve his own score. 3 seconds to go. He's wrapped up a heat win here, and that wave's going to do him probably even some more favours, extend his lead. So Vitor and the local hope, Ribeiro. That's great news for all that massive crowd down there at Caparica. They got a local surfer into the round of 32, and then Vitor still going for it. It's going to get some sand in some places he didn't know existed after that. But the heat winner has done a great job. Picked the eyes out of that right-hand rip bowl. Tacked it, surfed great. Good surfing from the Basque.
Very good
surfer.
surfing, yeah.
And that was official, no more waves were ridden. So we'll see the next heat just rolling on through. The final heat of the men's of the round of 64. Jorgen Kuznets, Miamana Bray, Eduardo Papa, Luis Tabert Alamalu. Before that happens, we're about to go to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from Caparica Surf Fest 2023 right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. Blazing sunshine, offshore winds, plenty of swell still on the water. Let's check out Jorgen Kuznets, Miamana Bray, Eduardo Papa, Luis Tabert Alamalu. I'm Paul Evans. He's Philip Jervis. Wade, still looking good, mate?
Oh yeah, it looks super fun. It's not like it was in the morning because of the tide. It's high tide right now, and the surfers change their tactics, and they're surfing right now they're surfing on that little inside right-hander, which looks pretty fun, punchy and short, but with a lot of power.
Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat. He's standing by for a chat.
Yeah, that's right. It looked like fun in there. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was super fun. At the beginning of the heat, I was I didn't really know where to go because there were like kind of two peaks, one at the back and one on the inside. And last minute, I decided to stay in the inside. And yeah, it went right for me, literally right. So super stoked about making it. And yeah, I was nervous, but I could manage to get a couple, so I'm super stoked about it.
And it's been 3 days since the start. Are you excited by if you're surfing tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely. The forecast looks crazy good. It's like offshore winds and 1.5 meters almost every day. So, I mean, for all of us, it's a pleasure to compete in this type of waves. Normally, we get to surf super small waves. And today I was saying to my dad, hey, this is not the kind of waves that we used to train. When it's like this, it's full of people in the water. So I always train on the bad days and rainy and windy days. So it was pretty much a gift, a present for me today. Yeah.
Have you been training anywhere aside from here, or have you been sticking to this beach?
I'm staying up in Peniche, actually, because I have a friend there. Maybe
it's far away.
Yeah, it's pretty far away. It's like 1 hour and 15 minutes. But the thing is, I like it because I get to disconnect a little bit from the competition. If not, I'm a little stressed, and I'm always thinking about the heats and all the stress in the water. So it's fine. It's good to disconnect a little bit sometimes and stay away from the competition and all of that.
Sounds like a good plan. You're in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Zorionek to Vitor. Good job, that guy. He's stoked. Standing Peniche, wild. Long way away, mate. Feels like a different part of Portugal.
It's like, yeah, it's probably more than 1 hour. It depends how fast you're going.
On a helicopter, in a car.
But yeah, I get it. Some people just like to be far away from the competition mode. As you see, Mihiman on his 6.33 on this one. Nice first turn, huge second turn. A lot of spray coming out of those one. Let's see if he connects with the inside. He probably will. It looks like he will. He's gonna finish this one off with a huge turn on the inside. Nice finishing turn. That gotta feel good. And this is Eduardo Papa's 5.67. So nice first carving by Eduardo. Waits off the bottom, hits it strong. That's a really big turn, Paul. And he finished this one off really well. So very good surfing with a couple of. It looks fun. It looks super fun.
Starting to connect, isn't it? Me and Mana joining it up beautifully. Papa here just bringing it through. You can see his eyes were on stalks there, like swiveling around looking for an opportunity. This is getting caught up with Jorgan. That's a trademark Kuzune turn. So's that. Arrives late, just flicks spray off the rail, and then shows a third turn variety. This is a great heat already. Good numbers in for Mimana. Papa as well with that 5.67. I reckon solid score is going to come to Jorgan as well. That was a really well surfed wave. You think about the variety. All of those turns were different. Didn't lose any speed between them. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, the board looks insane. It just keeps on going, and yeah, as you said, the variety is so important. The judges love to see that. All different turns, and yeah, he has such a powerful surf. Just as soon as he puts the board on the lip, just you see throws tons of spray coming out of each turn he does. So it's gonna be a pretty good score for Jorgan as well. So for the first time in a few heats, we've seen 3 surfers with medium to high scores.
And right from the beginning of the heat as well.
It's gonna be make it a lot interesting.
6.5 for Kuzune. 6.5 for him, so the best of that opening exchange with Jorgan in the reds. And that connection through to the inside just offers a whole new opportunity for surfers. If you can get in there, as Mimana did, and tag a heavy lip on the inside. That was a really technical turn that he did. Actually saw him pumping. He got his whole board out of the water. He's basically doing like little mini airs as he was just trying to bounce over that dead spot and connect with the inside. He did it well. Otherwise, that right-hander out the back, still kind of hugging this bank for the time being. Tide's still got a bit to come in. We've got that nice takeoff zone, just tapers away. Sometimes when we've got offshores all day, surf can die pretty quick, but it's kind of hung in there. Dropped a little bit overnight maybe to this morning, but since then it's sticking around.
That's so unusual for Portugal, because you don't normally the offshore only lasts until lunchtime, and then it's kind of normally it shifts a little bit towards the north direction. But yeah, he's holding on, and it just makes the conditions look even better than they actually are. So it will be fine to keep on having these offshore winds, as we see. Surfing yellow on a really good way. Check
Look at this thing. Wow. A meaty opening section.
Whoa.
Boom. Brilliant hit from him. Alamalu just smashing it. And he'll go to the inside. Won't get the connect, but 2 big turns out the back. Second one was vicious. First one was really solid as well. So a great way to stay in this. He's going to get a good number as well. So everyone's going to have a healthy score. That's the first time we could say that for a while in a 4-man heat.
Yeah, the first one was kind of off-timed it a little, but the second one, he got a lot of amplitude coming from that second, coming from that bottom turn, which is not easy, because those sections right at the end on your backhand, they're so hard to time it right. As we see here, he kind of misses off this one, almost loses it, but then here the timing was perfect. That's a really good finishing turn. So it's actually a 4.33 for Louis. I think with a better first turn, you would go on that 6-point range as well. Unfortunately, the first turn wasn't as good as he wanted to, but still a 4.33. So
yeah, it's a mid-range marker. It's certainly something you'd rather throw in reasonably early rather than wait around for a score like that. Let's see where he goes from here, if he can adjust his read on the wave. There he goes, cruising 8. Already got the 6.5. Beautiful opening carve and turn.
Look at this double up.
Just murders the section, and again.
Oh, what happened there? A bit of a bobble, and he actually lost it. I don't think they're gonna. The judges will not like that, and yeah, it will not like that for sure as well. Good, but the wave had a lot of. It looked good. It was a nice little double up, as we see here. He just waits for the first carve, gets a really strong turn there, and then another one, and here feels like the whitewash just hit. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like the whitewash just hit the bottom of the board, and he wasn't expecting. He kind of went off balance.
Everything else he did at every point in that wave was more difficult than, than staying on your board there. So I don't know what exactly happened, but
yeah, that's true. Yeah. Sometimes the easiest part is when you mess up, you know, and you're so used to do carves and all that, and then because I'm pretty sure he was not expecting that, and when you're not expecting out of nowhere, you lose your balance and you lose your control in the board, and that's what happened.
Something where you flip the board over and just check the fins are still all in.
Yeah, I hope so.
Could be something like that.
Yeah, it could have been
hard to find
a little buckle on the board or something, because it looked weird. Yeah, definitely.
Terracotta showing us flashes of brilliance on that wave. Unable to get completion. Still gets a 4.23 though. It's a pretty decent return. Just the opening part of a ride. Here goes Alamalu on a short left. No real room on that wave. Goes straight into the channel. Deep water, runs right next to the bank. Occasionally, if you can get one from the other side of the bank, it'll run left across it. But if you're taking off on the peak and going left, you're pretty much straight into the rip bowl.
Oh yeah, it's not even worth it. They need to try and find those right-handers, and especially those double ups. As we see Mihimana looking at this one, do you think it's gonna have any scoring potential? As we see him, not really, because you want those ones that they double up but they don't close out. So you need to try and figure out the lineup and make sure you find the right one. As we see the former prison, which is now a lighthouse, but it used to be a prison. That's a weird place to be stuck. Imagine.
So that's Alcatraz. You got the Golden Gate Bridge behind it. It's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, it is. It's weird. It's probably not as big as Alcatraz, but it used to be a prison for the political prisoners. Yeah, they just put him in the middle of the ocean. Imagine being there with those huge swells coming in, just listening to the waves breaking on the rocks. As we see Mihimana up and riding. First carve, and then another one.
I think what would be tough as well is you look south to the Costa Caparica, you can see people who've still got their freedom, living their best life, strolling on the promenade, maybe listening to a bit of jazz, smoking a cigar, just really having a great time back in the day.
You just have to look 360 degrees all around you and see a lot of people having a good life, and you're stuck in the middle of the ocean. That's not a good
real
vision.
long time to think about some of your life choices that you've made, where it all went wrong, or work on your appeal, that sort of thing.
Oh, look at this. This one might be a fun one. Let's see. I would look for it. No. For them, it did look like it had any scoring potential. Yeah, it's this kind of lineups. They're pretty hard to read, as we see here. This is the one. That's the double ups you want. Let's see. Jorgen is gonna go up and riding. Yes, he is. Look at this right-hander. These are the ones you want. Nice. Drawn out carving. Just holds that rail and then finish it up really strong. Will he connect all the way through the inside? He probably will. It looks like he has enough speed for it. Yep. He's going to redirect. Now he's still looking at the right-hander. He's going to do one more big turn. Wham. Snap layback. Will he finish that one off? Yes, he does.
Kuzane hanging on. So just keeping the pressure.
That was really well surfed by Jorgen Kuzine. He's gonna go for the run around. Because sometimes it's easier, there's a lot of water moving, and if you paddle right there, look at this. Nice first carve. And yeah, the way he manages to throw so much spray on these kind of turns, it's not easy. I gotta tell you, it's not easy at all. And fortunately, he gets the connection. He looks one way, looks the other way. But now he's fixated on that right-hander. And then he's gonna do a snap layback. That was really nice by Jorgen, just showing a little bit of a variety as well. And yeah, that's the wave you want.
Did well to get this one. And just from his position on the peak even, is sweetly placed to get on the attack straight away. Lands a little bit upright, just kind of rocked back on his heels a touch. This little pause in the action allows him to reset. And then he sees, you know what, I'm making this double up. Let's have a go at this. Let's get some speed, see what happens. That's what happens. The layback in the lip, just about gets the finish. And the judges, they like it. 7-3-3 for Jorgen, massive. So a good total from him, 13.83. And he's ripped in this, even on the wave he fell for the 4-2-3. He was absolutely flying before that misstep. But there's some real quality now on the board from him. And Mihimana started strong with a banger. He's been quiet since then. Haven't seen much of him. Him and Papa just ridden 2 waves apiece. Here he goes. Just as we say, sorry, this is Louis, excuse me. And he'll swing one here. So Alamalu's been a bit busier. That's a 5th wave. It would be a throwaway number for him. He's not threatened much in the scoreline thus far. Mihimana in second, but still sitting on the 1-8. So the need score is really low for Papa and Alamalu.
Yeah, Mihimana now he has priority, so he's gonna wait for that good wave, because they are out there, and he wants to make sure he gets a good one. As we see, look at this double up. They're both paddling. Is anyone going? No, not really. They're a bit too deep on that one. Let's see about this one. This drone angle just shows you how hard it is to read the lineup right now. But yeah, the opportunities are there. The surfing is there. You just need to catch their best waves and make sure you do your best surfing, and you're gonna get through these hits. That's exactly what Jorgen has been doing for the last 20 minutes. So let's see if there's a few more opportunities coming, because I know Mihimana wants to get rid of that 1.8.
Yeah, he's got priority, so next decent wave comes through, he'll look to swing on it. And he sat there for a while and just let Jorgen build up a pretty big lead over him without really trying for any of those waves. Just sat there and been quite picky, quite fussy. At this stage, no need to panic, 740, but at some point, well, you've got a pretty high score, but you've got a 1 in your top 2. You're going to start to think, this isn't working, this sitting with priority, I need to do something else. I need to find a score.
I would go like this, with this attitude towards the wave choice. I would go until, I would say, the 4-minute mark, because you have to make sure you are on the good one, because 1.8 is nothing, and you want to put some pressure on your opponent. So you don't want to go on anything. You don't want to press that panic button, and yeah, he needs to hold on that priority.
So this is what it looks like where you paddle out. Use that rip as it drains off. And you can see it's breaking still quite a long way out. So we're some way off the beach here. So this bank is a bit stretched out. A few of our surfers saying just how good it is once you get out there. It can be harder to appreciate from the beach. Not loads of height at this beach, even when you're standing on the walkway behind you. Only really a metre or 2 at most above sea level. So you've got great vision on it as such compared to when you get out there and it's just dreamy. Blue water, groomed by the offshore, all day offshore as well. Let's not curse it, but it's 2:30, so done pretty well so far with the offshore winds. Just kept it clean and crisp. Seen some barrels go down, some beautiful face turns and carves. Really enjoyable day of competition once again, as was yesterday. Mimana Bray still got his priority. He's had it forever. Big set comes through, just close out the lineup, wash it all through. Everyone's just diving, trying to hold position. That's Louis Tebet Alamalou, the bottom of his screen in green. He's in 4th at the mo. Requirements do stay modest for Papa and Alamalou, all the while Mimana is still sitting on the 1/8. 5.5 now, so another 4 minutes or so since we started talking about sitting with that priority and when's a good time just to go something. At the moment, Mimana is still being patient. He keeps a pretty cool head. He's got a lot of experience.
Yeah, because he knows as soon as he takes off and the wave offers a little bit of an opportunity, he's going to improve on that 1.8 and make his opponent's life a lot harder. So I think he needs to remain calm, and right now with 5 minutes remaining, he can start thinking about just trying to improve. But at the same time, you have to make sure. That the wave you choose allows you to improve on that 1.8, because sometimes it looks like it's gonna do it, but it doesn't. So it's gonna be interesting to see Mimana.
Let's check the recap.
This is a first wave of Mimana 6.33, a couple of big turns on the outside. He managed to get all the way, the connection all the way through the inside, and he's gonna finish this one off with a bit of a banger on the inside. Nice finishing turn, 6.33 by Mimana. He has been a bit quiet throughout this heat, but this man has been surfing really well. Check this out, a lot of spray coming out of every single turn, a little bit fin release on that one, and then just carving with a slide of the fins. Very, very difficult surfing, and that's the 733. Nice first carve. Straight into a huge finishing turn here. And the wave actually allows him to reconnect all the way through the inside. He's looking left, he's looking right. He knows that it's gonna double up, and he knows it's gonna allow him to go big at least one more time. So that's exactly what he does. Just bottom turn, snapping the layback, and make sure he finished that one off. So very good surfing so far from Jorgen. Very good surfing from Mimana, and also very good surfing from Eduardo Papa. Unfortunately, these last two don't have a backup.
Guess what? We're still where we are with Prio with scores. Mimana still got the 1.8. Still in second at the moment. When does the panic button come in? You said the 4-minute mark. It's now 3:10 to go. He looks like trying to come to the inside a touch there. Just put himself a little closer. It's not going to make a great deal of difference if you move a metre or 2, but there's not much he can really do but sit there and wait. For now, it's a test of his nerves and of his resolve. Some waves stacking up on the outside. I'd be very surprised if you don't see Bray go something with that priority. Eduardo Papa as well with the second prio. He'll want to get something going. His number's not big right now. This one will break way outside though, just cap over on the outside. Let's see what it does. I have seen some of these bigger ones doubling up on this right-hander.
It looks like they're a bit too big for this.
Kuzene's having a swing. Not sure he'll get on. That wave didn't want him. It just leaves him where he was. This will be more time out of the clock for Meetman Bray. He is in second place at the moment. Currently, he doesn't need a score. It's Eduardo Papa that needs a number.
It's going to be, this last 2 minutes, it's going to be between Mihimana and Eduardo Papa, because Eduardo actually only needs a 2.47 to go to second. And Mihimana only needs to improve on that 1.8. But Eduardo Papa only needs to improve, it's a 0.53. So it's going to be pretty tough last 2 minutes. Let's see what's happening and how this heat is going to finish it off. Jørgen is looking comfortable. 13.83 of total score.
That's he's smashed this heat. He's looked great, hasn't he? He's shown us a bunch of different turns. All of them have been really powerful. And he looks like his confidence is right up there. His form's great. And he's just smashed his heat out of the park, really. Big numbers for him, real quality. Big gap between him and everyone else. Over 5.5 points between him and his next closest rival. And Meetman now with priority, he's just got to cover Papa basically. He's like, you know what? There aren't good waves coming through. I'll tell you what, I'll just sit on this dude.
I love these paddle battles. I used to enjoy them so much when I was a competitor because you just feel that tension. You want to make sure the other guy doesn't allow him, because you see now he's taking the inside position to make sure Eduardo, he can go on his wave. So there's a wave coming out the back, 45 seconds. Let's see if Eduardo chooses to go on this one. I don't think anyone is on the spot for that one. Yep, it's going to be Jørgen on a nice looking right-hander. Another one. All the other guys, they're a bit off the peak. Actually, this wave wasn't that good as well. It's more of a victory lap for him.
Yeah, smaller wave, he'll just bring this in. It just slipped underneath the sandbar and went straight to the hole. Right now, though, stands up on the inside. Kuzene, what's he got for us? Little double up here, heavy section. And does well to hang on to that. Didn't push too hard, didn't need to. He's got scores. The board looks great, don't hurt it. So he just makes sure he steers out of trouble in the flats. Meetman Bray, who sat with priority for 17 minutes in that heat, it didn't matter. He got through with a 1.8.
He's happy no matter what. Still, a backup of a 1.8, it's not easy.
Eduardo Papa will be livid. He only needed a 2.47, didn't even have a swing at it. Obviously, you got to catch your way to get a score. We'll have a look at Kuzene's. He'll bring this one through to the inside, but you got to think in terms of surfers of his stature, hoping to get the finals day, looking to surf your form through the event. He's already started strong, and he's given us a little bit of notice of why he'll be one of the hot favourites to take out this event. There's a bunch of names like that, though. It's going to be really interesting to see how our season plays out, but it's Jørgen Kuzene gets the win, and he's good value for it. And he'll be absolutely delighted with that. Meetman Bray, great start from him, just went silent. Didn't see much else of him from then, but nevertheless, surfer out of French Polynesia, representing France. Meetman is good enough to get into the rounds of 32. So that'll wrap up the round of 64. That's toast. Tell you what, we've got the women's rounds of 32 coming up real soon. We're going to see Teresa Bombolo with some great looking heats. Monday's going to jump back in the studio to talk you through it. Come back after the break.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the Costa de Caparica. We are here for the women's round. We've done the men, the round of 32. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined by Chico Alves. That was pretty incredible surfing from the men. 16 heats, high octane surfing, but we're going to go straight on into the round of 32. Are you excited about that, Chico?
I am excited. I can't believe Teresa actually lost her car key and she's surfing with a borrow board.
Yeah, that's a big story coming up. The next heat, we've got Teresa Bonvolo, the event favourite. Portugal's #1 surfer, CT ranked surfer, and yeah, unfortunately she lost the keys in the process of getting ready. Had to make a decision. She's borrowed a board, so we'll see how that goes. Never, it's just unfortunate. No one likes losing their keys. You get that sort of feeling in the pit of your stomach. You've done something supremely embarrassing almost, but she's going to battle through. And we've also got some other great surfers. The Challenger Series awaits. This is the last stop on the qualifying series for Europe, so there's some big rating points. As soon as you start getting through this heat into the round of 16, it starts getting pretty important. So Yolanda Hopkins, she's way out in front. She's almost definitely qualified. Paulina Doe is close in second. Francisco Vaselko, she's as the World Junior Champion. She actually gets a Challenger Series spot, so she's qualified. That just leaves Carolina Mendez, and we're down to Ariana Ochoa because of that spot taken up by Francisca. So many guys or girls right on the bubble, Chico. This is pressure. There's no more opportunities after this, is there?
Yeah, it's pressure time, and it's incredible to see Pauline out there. She has been around for a decade now, and she keeps year after year performing at the highest level. So Paulina, though, is such a hard worker, and Francisca Vaselko, as you said, World Junior Champion. Carolina Mendes, a really hard worker, surfer, and the most iconic woman in Portuguese surfing history, Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah.
The one, at least, that wakes up the earliest of them all, that's for sure.
Yeah, she's an early riser. She had an incredible result up there at Peniche for the CT event. Got the CT as the highest placed Challenger Series. Went on to beat Carissa Moore, the
Incredible
5 times
stuff.
world champion. So yeah, that's she's on a roll. But someone on a roll was Jorgen Kuzne, and he's down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Absolutely, right from the beginning. And you surfed that wave all the way onto the interview. How are you feeling after that heat?
Feeling really good because it wasn't really easy out there. You can get lost really fast. And I think that's what all the guys got. I think they didn't got any scores at the end. And I was the only one catching waves. So I think I did the right choice. Sitting where the wave was breaking, but not too deep, because sometimes it can be a little bit too deep. And I'm happy to make this hit because I didn't know if I was going to be able to surf. I have a really bad knee, and I didn't surf for a month. So yeah, yesterday I surfed, and my knee was feeling really bad, and I was like, oh, maybe I have to withdraw. And I took some anti-inflammation pills. And today it feels much better, so I can push some cars, and it feels great. So I'm happy, and hopefully we'll get the same waves for next round.
Well, nothing official yet, but you can start dreaming about the Challenger Series, right? And give maybe your back and your knees some rest.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty close to be inside the cut. I'm sitting number 4, but my goal is not to be staying 4. Actually, I want to win. So. I already did a final over here, and my goal is to win for sure. So let's see what I can do with this knee. But I'm a warrior, so I'll fight until the end like a boxer.
Check that one off the list.
Yeah, and just wanted to say thanks to all my sponsors, Oakley, Source, Velida, everyone. You guys are the best, and thank you for supporting. And thanks to all the supporters sending in message on Instagram and Facebook and whatever. It's really cool. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you for your surfing, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's Jorgen Kuzne. So he doesn't want to actually just hold that thought. So Myrna on the right now, going that left. Yeah, you wouldn't know he had a sore knee. He was absolutely shrouping that way, and that could be a priority issue. I think the surfer in white had the priority, but we'll see what went on there. And
it does mean that there might be some decision. What happened here, Chico? There's a lot going on.
Well, I don't know. Maybe white has priority over blue, and white decided to go on this wave, or maybe white didn't saw blue. So weird happening in the water right now. Weird situation. So don't know what the judges are gonna call in this occasion. But fun fact, as we see, first wave from Teresa Bonvalot, surfing with a borrow board, which I don't know. Who's this board from? We need to get that information. Would like to know which board she actually took. There's a lot of them on offer, that's for sure, on the beach. So we see Tiara. She had a good first hit. She's training with Beric de Vries, who had an amazing hit this morning. I saw him running down the beach for his hit. As I saw the right-handers in the offshore, and I said, brew, looks like J-Bay brew. And I could tell he was psyched to surf some really good right-handers. So Beric on the other side of the book here, giving all the tips he can for Tiara. So Tiara can have a good performance on this hit. Tiara actually is her second QS ever, so great performance by Tiara until now, round of 32. She looks really young.
Yeah.
I don't know how old is she, but
Yeah,
I
I
think she's
assume
maybe
about
14,
15, 16.
15.
Yeah, I think she's spent a lot of time in America, hasn't she? And come over here just to gain some experience. So, yeah, she's getting pretty good Portugal experience right now. Swell still filling in. These girls just have to decide whether to sit out the back or keep on this inside bowl. And yeah, Tiara surfed really well yesterday. And yeah, we'll have to find out, Teresa Bonvalot, what board she managed to nab. You know, obviously not ideal. Riding borrowed equipment would be, you know, I mean, the dimensions might be the same, but yeah, you get to know your own boards and stuff. So she'll just be hoping she can, yeah, nurse the board through this particular heat and then get the car key situation sorted. I remember you telling me a funny story about when you lost some car keys, I think, at a festival one night. Weren't you? You out at a festival one night having fun? You lost your car keys? Is that a story you can tell us, Chico?
Yeah, but that's a easy one, right?
Yeah.
You drink a bit.
Yeah.
You lost your jacket. The car key was inside. Teresa is just like having a good day at the beach.
Yeah, it happens.
It happens.
It does happen.
But it's for sure easier to lost it on a festival.
Much easier. Yeah, than in the car park before a major surfing event. You're right. But anyway, I'm sure there was a few more twists and turns to that one. But Bonvalot.
Twitter questions, maybe?
Yeah.
We have some?
Yeah, they've got some. I'll log in. But yeah, there's been loads coming in.
Great. It's great to see fans getting really close to the action in terms of interaction.
Absolutely, yeah. Surf fans.
Surf fans are crazy.
Super engaging, mate. That's all they do. They just they live for it. Up all night. Watch Caparica all day. Hopefully watch Bells all night.
Bells,
or vice versa. Bells, it's on potentially this afternoon. Yeah, we'll get the call about that, or tonight about 10 o'clock.
Are you going to watch
Portuguese
it?
time? I'll be tucked up in bed by 10 o'clock, mate. You know me.
You're not going to watch it?
So if I'm awake, but I might be a bit tired. We'll see. I want to watch it. Maybe in the morning we'll get up. It might still be on if we get lucky. So, yeah, always love to watch Bells. One of my favourite places to go and watch surfing. Natural amphitheatre, so much history and heritage. And, yeah, they love it down there. Talk about surf fans. None more committed than the Bells ones. But here we go. That's Beatriz Lafuente. Just trying to get up and over that massive section and couldn't. Waves break out the back and then reforms. A lot of power and sort of still pushing this swell.
She's the daughter of a really famous longboarder, Zezinho Lafuente, from Costa de Caparica.
Okay, so
he rips, so it's great to watch her here. As you see, Teresa here with a different board, that's for sure, but doing the most she can to make a good score here. Looks like the board is going good under her feet.
Cemente, eh?
Yeah, she looks fast. She looks calm. Bam!
Oh, comes out.
Great wave. Great wave for Teresa. Yeah, I think this is the... I don't know if I'm wrong, but I think this is the board from GG Vidal. It's a Portuguese surfer, because I just think I saw the deck pad there and it looks like he's bored.
Right. I wonder what he charges rental fee. What do you think his rental fee is?
I don't know. I think for one he charges like 500.
Right, not bad.
Because like I think it's.
I mean,
fair.
it sounds a little bit exorbitant, but yeah. See Teresa, yeah, as you say, it didn't look that bad. She got to her feet well and
looks great this turn. Looked good to me. She had a lot of speed on this dead part of the wave. You can see her really trying her best to get into that part of the wave. And this last turn, whoa, bang! She did really well actually to go there early and make the turn, because if she would gone just a touch later to that last turn, she would have had a hard time landing that turn, I think. So good wraparound snap out the back, 617, and Teresa Bonvalot making sure that a borrow board is not a problem for her, and keeps delivering score. So nice drone view there. Ends the wave on the shore. Looks a bit like Huntington Beach sometimes, this last part of the wave. And as we see the boat there, enjoying their...
it's Huntington Beach on steroids. Meanwhile, out the back,
Tiara.
Oh, crikey.
I don't know what happened, but maybe a back foot slip.
Looked like a wax issue, didn't it? Yeah, just slipped
the back
off.
foot, I think.
She seems to be okay.
It's something that only happens on eats. I just have that feeling. I don't know if you have that feeling too. You only slip.
Haven't surfed many heats. You see what's going on there, Chico? You might know more than me about this business. He looks important.
Wow.
That's Teresa's coach. Looks like he's up to something. He's got a job on his hands.
Yeah, he was running. I think he was running. No, I'm just kidding. I think he was on the pier.
Right.
Trying to tell her something.
Right.
Maybe about the scores, because she had the paddler around.
I see.
Where the rip is.
That makes
and
sense.
he was on the rocks saying, "Hey, Teresa, you got a 617.
Cool.
If you cannot hear, I'm here to telling you that. So relax.
Yep.
You have 9 minutes to go. You've got this, girl."
Okay, I like it.
And I think the way he said it was more loud than this, but I want the
a bit more
spectators just to
passionate.
feel. Yeah. He said it on the way a coach talk.
Yeah,
which is a really,
coach speak.
Yeah, I love the coach speak.
Yeah, it's a whole new language, basically.
I think it's something you love on movies too. The coach speak.
like Rocky.
Yeah.
Well, she'll be getting the good news about that last wave, 617, solid heat score. None of their other competitors have been able to get any type of half-decent waves with any type of open face, whereas Teresa just picked the eyes out of that one, slammed the door shut on the end section. So great surfing from Bonvalot. You know, she was so close last year to making that. I mean, she has made CT, but not officially. She was the first alternate. She was so close, and at one stage it looked like a bit of a lock. So there's, I'd imagine, I haven't spoken to Teresa about it. We probably should do after potentially during some of these head interviews, but just the disappointment of that, of coming so close, literally being, I think she was tied on points with Sophie McCulloch, who only came through because she won the last event at Haleiwa. So it was incredibly tight. She needed all these weird array of things to go against her, and they all kind of did in some ways. So she had to come back from that, you know, disappointment. She did. Has getting a few of these alternates, but you know, she's not in, obviously not in bells right now where she wants to be. But she's come back fighting hard, and she's still here. As we see, Tiara van der Hulst comes around that section, and see the frustration on her arms there. She just couldn't connect with that one section that she had. You only need to do one turn at the moment, really, to get a half-decent score, and neither Beatrice or Tiara or Myrna have been able to do that at all. So
she jumps the second right now.
Huh?
she jumped to second with that last score. So Tiara
she's
looking
got a
to
heat
improve.
total of 2.37. So you'd hope that might change. It's quite low. Why do you think they're struggling so much at the moment? Just trying to, what? That's my question. Why?
I don't know. I would like to actually know why they are struggling so much, but I just think the conditions are really hard. And it's a make or no make type of wave, you know, like it's no in between maneuvers. As we see Mirna here trying to do the most of this wave, but not easy for her too. So she got 1 point again. So a low scoring affair with 7 minutes to go. So I think Teresa is well and truly in the lead, comfortable in that position. And she might be wondering why the other girls are having such a hard time actually posting something on the board. As we see the next heat preparing. A great heat on our hands after Tessa Tyson, Mafalda Lopes, Camila Cardoso, and Nahia Milhão.
Yeah, I think they'll deal with these conditions a whole lot better. As we see out the back, a wonderful looking wave. That's Beatriz, the local Caparican hope.
Nice.
Nice first turn.
Do it.
Open face.
Nice.
I mean, they're a little bit safe and a little bit lateral, but she's found some nice open sections.
I think she's going to get the reform. No, she didn't, but I think this is going to help her cause with 6 minutes to go. Maybe give a bit of confidence to Beatriz, and it's going to put her right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And out the back, there's Teresa. So that's a difference in class. That's a massive turn. And can she...
Is this a magic board?
Yeah, maybe she's found a magic board. She came around that corner and big vertical crack right in the pocket. So great surfing from her. Really impressed, this young lady. And she's won in here before. Last year she won everything basically. She's had an incredible run of form on the European qualifying series. Absolutely was unbeatable at one stage. And for surfing like this, that's why.
This turn was massive. Look, bang, throws the tail and almost made this last turn. But I think all the damage was made on that first turn. As you see the replay of an important wave for Beatriz, let's watch it again. Comes off the bottom, gets a long extended carve, and another one. So Beatriz here with a bit of a better wave to her. With 4 minutes to go, this is going to help her cause. As we have a 2.5 for Beatriz Lafuente. So Beatriz is now in second. Not a really secure position to be, because Tiara only needs a 2.41 and Mirna only needs a 2.7. So 10th times for Beatriz Lafuente, and Teresa is comfortable in the lead. And I think we're going to see a huge number for Teresa for a single wave, single turn maneuver, and a well-deserved score for someone that lost the car keys. I think she did enough on this heat to be in first. So 7.17 and a 6.17, Teresa Bonvalot, 13.34 total.
Yeah, massive one turn.
Great stuff from Teresa.
Under pressure.
She never disappoints. So great, actually, mindset. Might be hard to be in that position, a lot of stress.
Just to put that all behind you and concentrate on surfing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not easy to do. She's got it.
Stoked for her. And as you see, Green, Mirna, not actually catching that wave. We are so excited to be here today with you, Ben. And sun's out. You had a jump in the water already?
Yeah, I had a swim.
How did you feel?
I felt amazing when I came out. Yeah.
Did you have like how do you say, like a body surf wave? As you see Tiara, important wave for her.
Waits for the double up.
She's waiting.
Just one turn in there. Now she's waiting down the line. It's a foamy, but then she's pumping, just trying to get some type of section. You can see how frustrated she is and that she just can't get the connections. Only needed a 2.41, so she thought with 3 minutes to go that could have been it. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Looked like a good wave when she took off. I thought it was going to double up. And yeah, she just couldn't find a section. Here's a recap. I mean, it's all about one surfer, right, Chico?
Yeah, Teresa gave no chance to the other competitors. Great surfing, smooth surfing. Love this extended carve. You can tell by her body language, the intention on the inside. She gets up there early. She managed to get one more turn in here on the inside and get that 617 to start this heat off. I think this wave gave her a lot of confidence, and that's helpful when you're surfing on a heat. So this was the 717 and a well-deserved score. This turn was really technical on the pocket.
Yeah,
throws the fins.
Spray on it. The spray was incredible, which shows you just how much rail she engaged. Yeah, a massive 7.17 for a single wave. And there are the other three surfers, Chico. They've been in all sorts. Beatrice's best wave, and that's got her up into second place, but only with the 3.77 heat total. So, you know, she might get through. She might get lucky, but you know, coming up in the next rounds, that type of heat totals isn't going to be enough. 90 seconds to go. Looks like Tiara's going on the inside, and that's not going to help. Getting a 2.11. You can kind of see perhaps the thinking. She doesn't have a big score. She might try and get something on the inside, but she could have just run out of time now.
She only needs to actually do one turn on the shorty. Stand up, do like a full row, and or just as a big hit, and that's it.
Yeah.
I don't think this is White's coach.
I think Beric de Vries is helping Tiara over here at the moment. Not sure who that was, but we have to get a double check. Here she goes. She's doing her approach. It's not a bad one. She hasn't got time to get out the back, perhaps. She's got to get anything she can and do one closeout royale or one turn. She might just sneak over the line.
2-1-1. It's a small number, so I think.
Myrna's in the same boat. She needs a 2.7. That wave's not going to do it. You can see how sort of... Here we go. So this is a small wave. There's one turn. Can she finish it off? She sticks it up. Can she hang on? Now, I mean, is that a 2.11, Chico?
I think it is.
I just don't know.
I
think no one can know.
I think the mindset she has.
Yeah, I like
it's
it.
Amazing.
Gnarly. She's like, oh, I'm just going to do whatever it takes.
She had pressure. And I think it's a 2-1-1.
You think it's a 2-1-1?
I think she did enough. And you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to say. Here she goes. It's a little double up. Yeah.
3.33.
She's got a 3.33. So, yeah, she has done it. Yeah, it was well surfed. Had to hang on there. If she'd fallen off there, they wouldn't have given it to her. So, yeah, fair play.
Reforms.
Pretty gnarly. Look at, she's stoked. You know, starting out in a competitive journey. It's a mentality like that could make a big difference, because she didn't give up. She was under the pump. She found a strategy and she made it happen.
Oh, it's the coach of Tiara.
That is the coach, yeah. As you know, there's a lesson there for everyone that sometimes you got to trust people, Chico. Sometimes people know more than us. And Tiara knew something we didn't.
Beric?
Yeah, it's Beric de Vries. I did say that was her. I just didn't. No, it's not.
No, this is not Beric.
She's wearing all sorts, but anyway, I don't know what. She's done a great job. She's got second. And she's stoked with that last 2.11. She went hard. I don't know what the coach has given her a dressing down or thanking her. I don't know what he's doing, but he's not happy. Or he's happy now. I'm happy. Anyway, we're going to a short commercial break. Come back with more Rip Bowl action and more of the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
I think for me, Caparica is a very special location here in Europe because it's like a 20 euro taxi ride from a major capital city, which is Lisbon, across the bridge, and you've got this wide open beach with plenty of room. There's multiple peaks. It's got this microclimate of like good weather, good waves. It's an area that I think in the years to come is really going to develop. Maybe in 20 years' time it'll be like a real focus area of tourism and surf and a great place to be.
Caparica is such a surfer's paradise. You get plenty of waves. There's a lot of beaches around the area. You can get barrels, air sections, everything you need. It's good for beginners, for pros.
I mean, having a competition here is pretty good. I've had some amazing waves, and some days we struggle for some good conditions in the comp, but it's always delivered. There's always some kind of wave, and you have all the different piers, so you have a lot of places to surf in the stretch of Caparica.
It's where the last event of the QS comes, and a lot of talent as well coming from Costa de Caparica. There's other names like Martim Paulino, Francisco Alves.
We are back live. Yeah, a great little introduction and explanation of this amazing beachscape here. Look at the number of people enjoying this incredible weather down here in April. It's got to be 27 degrees Celsius out there.
Yeah, it feels like
warm
summer.
as toast, and everyone's flocked down to this great beach. The surf is pumping, and as you heard from all those mix of locals and Portuguese surfers, that yeah, it's a real special part of the world, tucked away near Lisbon, and we've got some heats. Some waves were ridden during that little explainer. That's Nahia Milhel. So she's got one wave of 3.83. Felder Lopes. That's the action from the front. Just one turn. Finished it off nicely. Couldn't get another section for the French surfer.
A really low stance, and we also had the Portuguese surfer Mafalda Lopes and a nice little right-hander. Nice carving. Let's see if the wave provides something else. Another cutback. Just waiting for the wave to stand up. Is she gonna connect? Nope. 2.83 on that one. First wave of green, 2.83, and then we had Tessa Dyson. A bit of a mistake. A bit of a mistake on that one. And a big mistake on that one.
Okay, so while that's going down, we've got an interview with Teresa Bonvalo, the winner of the last heat, down there with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, guys. First of all, I want to address what the car key drama is. Can you explain to us what happened?
No, yeah, I think I lost the car key. I guess I lost the car key, and I have everything inside the car, so no boards for me. So just a little bit before, I was struggling, like, okay, I gotta find a board. I have a wetsuit because I had one already with me in the room, and then I was like, okay, I can't stress too much, and I just gotta find one and stick to my plan and stick to what I want to do. It's always different, like the dimensions, it's not yours. The board was thicker than mine. It's always, you always have to get accustomed, but if you can be able to put that aside and just do what you want to do in the water, I think you'll accomplish what you want. So yeah, I'm still happy.
Well, it worked out fine. And could the possibility of, well, you're already in the Challenger Series because you ranked top 10 last year. So could that pressure also help this situation?
Well, yeah, obviously this event, it's not as important for me because I'm already qualified for the Challenger. It's still nice to be home and compete at home. I mean, I won the last 2 editions, so I'll always have that pressure that carries me, that why not going for the third? Well, every event that I do, I wanna win. But before that, I try to take it by it and one wave by one wave and do what I've been training and what I love the most, which is competing.
And we saw your coach running up the pier. What was that about? Did you even see him?
I didn't see him. Did he run the pier?
Yeah, I think he was trying to say something to you. Well, you'll have to ask him. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Bit of mental you know, she had to overcome adversity. Had the old locked car. Never a good time for that, but probably no worse time than 5 minutes before you're about to surf in a major surfing competition. So, but yeah, she got a new board. She did the job, and yeah, another, you know, surfing throws up some interesting scenarios at you, doesn't it, Philippe? You just got to roll with the punches.
Yeah, but she didn't look uncomfortable with the board at all. Everything went her way. She surfed really good. She did a 13.34 total score. So imagine if she was on her own board.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
But yeah, she doesn't need to beat herself that much because of it's this stuff happens, and you just have to know how to deal with it. As we see, Tessa Tyson kind of missed off that timing again. Yeah, sometimes you need to just try and ignore what happens around you and just focus on doing your surfing. And she knows she's enough of a good surfer that she will go out there and just do something even with a different board. So I think she'll be happy, and I think she's not going to lose any more car keys in her life.
No,
it's
that's
a lesson
the thing.
learned.
Yeah, you do it once. You do learn a few lessons. You see this one. Yeah, exactly. It's all a learning experience. We've all done it.
Yeah, obviously.
We all know the feeling that it's you feel a bit silly, but she's done well and she's through. And yeah, I mean, as you said, she's won the last 2 events here. I mean, she's almost the unbackable favourite. You know, the only probably surfers out there with probably coming in a bit with red form, maybe Yolanda with her, her surfing on the CT up there in Portugal. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Teresa, if she can make it a hat trick. That'd have to be some type of Caparican record, I'd imagine.
For sure. There's a couple of surfers out there that can actually take that title away from her. Yolanda being one of them. There's a few French girls. There's also Kika Vazelk, which she was already an European World Junior Champion. As we see Mafalda, she's also one of those surfers that can make something happen for Terezinha and for herself. She has been surfing really good. She has a really strong backhand, and she's looking really good. The board looks good. She's going to connect with the inside. Let's see how she finishes this one off. A nice snap, very safe, very well. That's always a very difficult section to score and to make a turn, and she did really well. So very interesting score for Mafalda Lopes. Very well surfed, very easygoing, very chill, and she will be happy with that one.
Yeah, so I reckon this is a wave that's going to suit Mafalda. As you say, her backhand is her strength, and she loves a bit of power as well, and she showed on this wave. So she just came around, and then nice little first turn, and then frothy wave, manages to hold on, and then this last bit, as you said, it's all sandy, it's a shore break. You can't hit the lip, you can't float it, you've just got to try and do something on a really steep face. And I thought there she's going to be in trouble, but she just cut down and rode out of it.
She managed it really well, because it was a really tough finishing turn. As we see here, we're going to check out that finishing turn again with this drone angle. She did really well. As you said, like a lot of whitewash, but she managed to get that connection all the way through the inside. And here you see she was smart, because she didn't hit the lip, which she didn't have enough momentum, and she kind of carved it a little snap. And I think it was the best call, because it was safe, and she managed to finish and secure that finishing turn. So that's really important for Mafalda, and it's going to be a pretty nice score for her, as we see here again. See, she doesn't have enough speed to hit the lip, so she was pretty smart. She hit it a little bit before and make sure she stood up, and she managed to land that turn. So very smart surfing by Mafalda.
Yeah, I mean, she had the speed to hit the lip. She just decided not to, basically. But it was a safe. That would be a super high risk maneuver.
Yeah, exactly.
And she just elected to get some points on the board, and she got a 5.33, which
it's good enough.
It's absolutely. So yeah, well surfed, and she'll go back out there and can build on that now. Mafalda as you said, likes a bit of power. So get some good results. The Ribera de Ilash, you know, on the backhand. She's got that, well, been a goofy footer in, as you well know, Philippe. In Portugal, you surf a lot of right-hand points, don't you? So many right-hand points.
Not just Portugal. I think everywhere in the world there's a lot more rights than in there, and there are lefts. But yeah, you have.
Except for Indo. Except for Indonesia.
Yeah, if you go to Bali, there's a few lefts, and Peru also there's a few lefts. Chile also there's a few lefts, but anywhere else in the world,
it's all right.
It's all right. Yeah. But it's all right. We always manage to find the left somewhere.
Yeah. A 2-foot left and 6 to 8 foot right hander somewhere.
Yeah.
I'll surf a 2-foot left. Rip
Every
hole.
time I surf in Ribeira de Ilhas, I catch a left, and I know that I'm not the only one. I know that Mafalda tries it because there's a few left-handers that come from that inside ball with some nice air sections. And I know every goofy is actually Fred Patashia, like 15 years ago, 12 years ago.
Yeah.
He went to the final with an 8.5 for in a left in Ribeira de Ilhas.
Yeah, well, I remember Iago Dora did a similar thing a few years ago. Yeah,
so there's lefts. We just
absolutely.
as a goofy footer, you're gonna find them for sure.
Yeah.
And Mafalda is not different.
Yeah. So she's out in front now, 5.33. That's got her up. That's sort of foamy takeoff there. That was Tessa Tyson. Tessa, really experienced competitor. She's been around a long time. Was once a world junior champion. So yeah, that's the caliber of talent she has. Hasn't been able to just climb through the ranks and have a serious crack at the CT. Always in the mix on the European side of things, though. And, yeah, really gnarly competitor. Always gives 100%. So she's out there. Camila Cardoso now with priority, surfing white.
Yeah, she's changing tactics. She started all the way on the outside, and now her coach, Francisco Laranjinha, probably told her just to meet with the other girls and try to find the score on the inside.
Yeah, makes sense. It hasn't worked out, that plan A. So she switched up to plan B. And she's going to join the fray. She has priority, so that's one thing. She can just rock up to that pack and say, hey, I can get it whatever wave I want. Doesn't happen very often in surfing. So she does have priority. She'll just have to adjust herself on this new bank and become acclimatized. Looks like she's looking at this one.
Yeah, she has the first priority. Let's see if she's gonna go on this one. It looks like she will. She's also a very strong backhand surfer. It's definitely her strength. Let's see how this wave pays off for her.
Yeah, it took a while to get around that section. Now she's eyeing off the inside. She's gonna have to do something a bit big on the inside. She hasn't got any real turns, and then just as that section approached, it was all a bit awkward and a bit steppy, and she couldn't hang onto a board. So that wasn't probably the use of the priority she would have been hoping for, or a coach. Just this thing, it's never had that outside section she wanted, did it?
Yeah, it was clamping all the way, and then it's started to slow down a little, and she actually did pretty well at the beginning, because you could definitely see the wave was gonna wall up to at least do a couple more turns. And fortunately, she kind of steps a little too hard on that front foot, and she ended up bogging the rail and going down. So a bit of a mistake for Camila. She already lost 15 minutes of this heat trying to figure out the lineup, and now she's gonna have a 9-minute heat.
Yeah, up against it. One thing in her favour is that the other three surfers haven't been able to, or other two surfers haven't been able to put on any real substantial scores, so she's still right in the mix. And 9 minutes to go. Quite a few waves still out there. These little insiders now wedging up on the shore. And you just want to get those sort of ones that wedge up and allow you two-turn combo. This one here, so much fun.
Look at the one behind. Mafalda might go on that one. And as we see, Nahim Ilhao. She has a really low center of gravity. She's always super low on her board. She's gonna try and connect this one. I don't think she will. almost. It was just a few more bumps and she would be there, but unfortunately it didn't cooperate with her. But she still has a pretty high score, 3.83. It's the second best score of this heat, so she's right there in the mix. She just needs the 1.27. Let's see if the judges will reward her on this wave with the 1.27, so she can jump all the way to the second place.
Yeah, not a big score required. I don't know if that was even going to be that. So pretty hard for the judges when you're sort of scrapping around for ones and twos, trying to decide what the wave score is. Pretty arbitrary when you're getting down to those really low numbers. Not easy to do. Expected a bit more from these opening heats of the women's division. Mafalda has a good wave. Teresa did surf really well, but the rest of the competitors have been pretty average in terms of just catching waves. Not even like doing much on the waves they catch. So I'm sure I'm being a little bit harsh, but this is high-level professional surfing in Europe, and you just want to hope that they've got a little bit more sort of wave knowledge. It's not it's not an easy break, not an easy little bank, but you know what? It's been there for a while. It's it breaks in the same spot. It's 3 to 4 foot. It's not it's doable. It's able to be worked out. At the moment, a fair proportion of the women's surfers just haven't been able to get to grips with it. We'll see if that in the last 6.5 minutes that will change. And it looks like a nice little wedge here for Mafalda. So she's knows this wave. That wave just didn't quite hit that inside sandbank and went a bit into deep water. That's part of the problem, isn't it? They look good when you're paddling into them and catching them. All the signs that look good, and then what happened? They don't work out, Philippe?
Yeah, it's hard to read, and if it looks like they're going to wall up, and they just hit that deep water, and not all the waves will have that steep wall. It's not easy to go. She could have gone on this one because this one looked good, and as we have Tessa Tyson with the priority, that's a better looking wave. Nice first turn, a little conservative, but she managed to hold on. And usually these bigger ones you can actually connect through the inside. Let's see if Tessa actually rides right in front of the wave. It looks like she will. And she's gonna be able to do one more turn. Will she hang on? Unfortunately, she goes down, but that would be one of the best waves, one of the best turns of this heat so far. So unfortunately for Tessa, but still, she got a
like the commitment.
Yeah, definitely.
Went for it. Yeah, it was a snarly kind of a section. His first turn was pretty good too. It was a little bit odd, and then she managed to hold on as the foam pushed her down towards the beach with real speed. Here she goes, just waiting for that a bit more of an easier section she was hoping for, a bit of a wave coming her way, but this just went absolutely square.
Oh, she almost got it. Unfortunately, the wave just exploded on that sand. That wave would be a really good right at the point, because she kind of dropped it already a little bit on the channel, but still she fabricated 3.53, so it's going to improve her situation on that second spot.
Yeah, a 3.53 for Tessa. She'd hung on to that last. Here we go. This is going to be a good drone view of it. Whoa, went for it. It's a bit of a double up, so that's where she went.
Didn't help.
Didn't help. Yeah, she rode out, and then another section sort of broke again, so made life difficult. See there, Janina Zeitler, getting ready for her next heat. She's up against Erika Maximo, Aina Aisaga, Carolina Mendez. There's Erika.
Yeah.
She's getting ready for her heat. I love the spray on that board. It's pretty thick.
It is, yeah. She comes from the new generation of young female surfers in Portugal, and she has been surfing really well. And they are big locals of Carcavelos. Her family are there every single time. Her older brother, Bruno, also surfs, and surfs really well in Carcavelos as well. They're a pretty known family in Carcavelos. They are there almost every day of the week.
Yeah,
good people. They enjoy watching their both sons surfing, and they're very supportive of both of them. they're always on the contest with her, and she has been fun to watch her getting some improvement with her surfing, because she's going a lot better the last couple of years.
Cool. Cool. Right now, she'll be out there trying to get amongst it. Tessa Tyson, a 3.53 for that last wave, so she's moved up into second. But Naya Milhau only needs 2.97 at this stage to move up into second, so that's a very small number. She's got priority, she can pick any wave she wants. A few lines approaching. Just see if she can make a mark. Doesn't need to be a big number, just needs to be a half decent wave. This wave looks pretty fun, and she's pulled the trigger. So French lass, nice sort of swooping cut back. This fat section could cause problems, but now she's got more open face. Oh, there's a nice solid carve. And then there's more to come. Similar carve, but still a great wave. And can she finish it off? Oh, wow. Massive floater. All sorts going on there. But she only needed 2.97. You think she's going to get that with 2 minutes on the clock. So Tessa Tyson.
Yeah, she really compresses. She surfs compressed on the board. She's always her center of gravity is super low, and that gives her the extra speed coming from the bottom turns, as we see here. See how low she gets? She just waits for the right moment. And nice first cut back. And then the wave walls up. We haven't been seeing this that much, and that was a really nice carving. And then another one. She got a little bit of a rail there, and here, she had so much speed. Unfortunately, she went down, but let's see if she gets the score. She only needs, no, she has it already, 3.23, so she went to second place and left Tessa Tyson needing a 3.54 and Camila Cardoso needing a 5.4.
Such a fun wave, that wave. And then this big section, you can see how hard it was. She did well to get over that real, sort of come like a pyramid came towards her, and she did well to get over the top bit and come down the other side, but then she had too much sort of foam to deal with. Mafalda Lopes trying to get a little inside connection and doesn't. Could have been a blocking move. So now Tessa Tyson needs a 3.54. 44 seconds on the clock, so she'll need to use all their experience to stay calm. Cardoso hasn't had much of a heat whatsoever. She's pretty much almost out of the picture. Just leaves Tessa 30 seconds to go, needing a score. If she has any chance of getting onto that Challenger Series, she needs to really make a move now with 15 seconds on the clock. Was that Tessa there? Just couldn't quite get a handle on that. Little inside runner here from Mafalda. She's not going to get it. Looks like all the waves are going to go away with 5 seconds on the clock. Tessa's going to miss out. She might have had one score there. We'll just see. One score that came in we may have missed. Not sure if it was a completion, so we shall see. Yeah, it wasn't. So that's not going to change anything. So Mafalda and Naya are through. Again, pretty miserable heat totals. Knows the wave, knows the people, and yeah, can back herself. Right now, though, we're going to back ourselves to have a little break. We're going to look like it's beautiful beach sort of scenes here in Caparica. We're going to come back with more live action right after this short commercial break.
Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the beach. A delightful afternoon on the Costa de Caparica for the Surf Fest. Heat 3 of the women's round of 32. Another great looking matchup as we'll take a past mellow view over the blue seas of the Lisbon Bay. We'll sweep along a packed beach. And a little debrief from the last heat. That'll be Mafalda Lopes with the big smile. She got out of a poor heat, really, in terms of quality. Let's set our quartet out in the water. We'll check out Carolina Mendes from Portugal, Ainoa Leiciaga from France, Erika Maximo of Portugal, and Janina Zeitler from Germany. Those are our four. I'm Evans, he's Jervis.
And yeah, we're waiting for...
You having a good time?
I am, obviously. It's good weather, good surfing, good waves.
Yep.
Why not?
Brilliant, love it. Carolina Mendes, excited about seeing her?
Yeah, she's original from Brazil, and she came to Portugal when she was pretty young, and she started competing on the national tour, and then eventually she got the Portuguese nationality, and
Yeah, there's a couple waves. There's some good ones, but I think that it was like the high tide, so there was like some good ones and some that didn't really break, and they looked like they were gonna stand up, and they didn't. And I think the inside was also getting like hard to get in. But yeah, I'm happy to make it.
Do you feel more pressure competing right at home?
No, actually, I feel like the opposite, because I don't know, I have my friends and my family here like supporting me. So, and since I know like this beach so well, I just get like more energy, and I'm more happy to compete here.
Everyone says you know this place really well, but I've got an important question for you. Are you a high tide person or a low tide person?
Here, high tide for sure. Usually it's always better in the high tide. Like, yeah, Vinatel and Lota Side, there are like amazing waves in high tide, so yeah.
I told you boys, high tide in Costa is the best. So thank you, Mafalda. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Thanks much, Chico. We're checking out Ainoa Leiciaga, who clipped her way down the line. Quite a long way on that wave. Don't think it's going to bring an enormous dividend from our relatively stingy panel of judges. Huey's been generous. He's blessed us with loads and loads of swell. Look at it filling in here. A little bit of scatter in the lineup. Everyone a bit out of position, really. Saw Carolina paddle and miss a wave, and then
Look
she's
at
going to
this
find
double
herself
up.
on the...
Oh, she didn't go.
Can't quite get in the position there. So everyone, first of all, sort of teased a little bit inside, and then getting a little bit blown up by getting some on the head. Let's see if we can get any takers in the spot. Sure we will. Oh, that's a great looking wave right there.
Yeah, they're not well positioned, and they just let through one of the best sets of the day, probably at least of the afternoon, and I don't think they're gonna have that much more opportunities to find waves like this one. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this one will play out as we see Carolina up and riding. Unfortunately, going down on that one, but yeah, they missed out on the pretty good set, I think.
This is Erika Maximo swinging, trying to make up some ground towards the inside. She ultimately is unsuccessful in doing. So everyone's just struggling really so far in this one. The best of it. Let's see, this was it, 383.
Yeah, she opted for a carve, which is all right. Unfortunately, the wave didn't allow her to connect all the way to the inside. Let's see. Now it looks like she did. And yes, definitely. And she did one more turn and another one. So 3.83 on that one. Could have gone a little stronger on the first turn, but yeah.
Could have got a lot stronger, really.
Yeah. But we have seen a lot of people getting through with a couple of threes, and unfortunately, but yeah, that's a pretty big backup for Leiciaga in this part of the heat. So we have to wait and see if she can improve her situation, because all the other surfers don't have nothing.
Great looking waves coming through. Is anyone going to be in position to take one? Let's hope so. No real excuses for being out of position at this stage. We've had plenty of time to watch this wave throughout the day, and it hasn't really moved. If anything, it's become more concentrated in that one spot. A double up peak out the back on the right and occasional left. So, yeah, really need to get those kind of things dialed in terms of QS competition, getting out of the round of 32. Only a couple away from quarterfinals in terms of the rounds at this stage. At the moment, it's the goofy Lisiaga with the best of it. She's got that 383. Where's Janina Zeitler? She's patient. She's sitting on the peak. She's got priority. Hasn't been tempted into a wave yet. I've had 2 sets come through. Haven't fancied anything thus far. And it's still just dreamy with those afternoon offshores. You mentioned it. Generally speaking, it's warm in this part of the world when the sun's out in the spring and summer and autumn, and generally get that north wind blow through to try and sort of equalize things. We haven't had that, so it's just delightful seeing the ocean so smooth. On the other hand, that wasn't particularly smooth. Zeitler going down hard.
A little bit of a mistake, because that wave looked really, really good. So Carolina actually looked at it. She knew it was a good one, but Janina had the priority and she ended up going down. So a little bit of a mistake. Yeah, we'll see. Everyone's looking at this one. It's not gonna be a good one.
This has been awful so far. Really bad. They're out of position, making silly mistakes. Really inexcusable. Seen a lot of blown takeoffs. Really need a bit more quality than this. Let's hope they can pick things up, because we're getting down close towards the halfway point. Feels like only one person will be able to get to their feet. That was Lisiaga. And if they just head out a little bit, maybe try and chip in, use the white waters, make that entry a little more convincing into the wave, because they're really good right-handers running across this bank. All right, here's Mendes having a look. Here she goes. Great looking wave for Carolina.
Nice first carve.
And flying here. Again, pulls that one short. She'll stay really light on her feet. She's good at that. Unfortunately, that wave will go into a bit of a hole. So, yeah, gave it a little bit of a tickle out the back.
Yeah, let's see the replay on that one. A couple of carvings, so it's going to be probably the second best wave of this hit. Nice first carve at the back. She could have pushed it a little harder, and then another cut back. Unfortunately, the wave doesn't allow her to connect all the way through the inside, but still a combination of 2 turns on the outside. This first one was a good one, but she could have go a little harder on that one. Unfortunately, she didn't, but still 3.4, second best wave of the heat. It puts her in a really good position right now.
Yeah, she needed that just to put something up after a couple of missteps in terms of just taking off, basically. And then got that pretty decent opening section of a wave. Would have loved that thing to run through. Didn't happen for her that time. Big crowd on the beach. You surprised seeing this many people?
No, not really. It's Easter holiday. The kids are not at the school, because mostly you just see kids on the beach, because the adults are working and they're all on vacation. So they just, I can only imagine Cascais should be absolutely packed as well. So everyone, a lot of people from Lisbon, is just a 10-minute drive by car or even by bus. So a lot of people on the beach, definitely. And it's, yeah, you see many people playing volleyball, a lot of people playing football as well. It's good. It's good to see that many people. A lot of people watching the contest as well, because it looks really beautiful from the outside, and people actually like to look at the ocean and try to figure out a bit of surfing.
Great place to come and do it, the Costa Caparica. Walkway just runs along, hugs the sand. The whole way here, just so many different sandbars and peaks up and down, all sorts of opportunity. Goes a little way north from here. There's a bunch of breaks run up into the corner. Head down south as well. Things get a little softer and smaller down south.
Yeah, it does. But if you run away from the piers or groins, how do you say it?
Yeah, jetties, groins.
Jetties,
yep.
Yeah. If you run away from these, that kind of, oh, look at this.
Whoa, look at this thing.
That was a good one for sure. And we see
Lenciaga, here she goes. Great looking entry for her.
Unfortunately, the wave closes, shuts down. And yeah, the beach down there, if you go south, it's a bit smaller, but with this tide, if you find the right spot, you're gonna have loads of fun, because there's always somewhere with a little point break, a little wave out the back, as you see Kika Veselko. She has been doing really good this year, Paul. Junior world champion. She surfed really well on the finals day of the national tour last weekend. She did a final, she did a second place, and also Lou, he has been doing a lot of good job with a lot of surfers around the world. It works normally very close to the British team.
Yeah, that's Lauren Sandland right there from Devon. Get some instructions. Look at this stuff, beautiful waves coming through. We've got to take her here, it's like Zeitler. And she'll just kind of big wave surf that one straight down. Doesn't manage to get under the face as such. Just bringing that one in towards the beach.
Yeah, I really think these type of conditions will favor Kika, Francisca Veselko, because she's a really strong surfer and she likes big turns, and that's perfect. That's what the judges want, and that's what this wedge allows you to. If you're on the right spot and you get the wave on the right spot, something that we haven't seen this heat, unfortunately, but we're still 11 minutes remaining. There's still plenty of time for the girls to pick it up and improve all of their situations.
Just over 11 minutes to go in this one. Best of it from the French goofy, Lenciaga. He's got 383, it's the high number. Mendez, Portuguese surfer, a veteran now really, I'd have to say.
Yeah, it is.
Experienced competitor.
She has been here for quite a while, and she has been doing really well. She already got a call for a while. She won a trials event back in Karamas a few years ago, and she got herself on the CT at least once. And she was already European champion as well, so she has been doing pretty well since she got to Portugal, as we see. Lenciaga with a huge turn. That's more like it. That's what we like to see. She looked one way, she looked the other way, and she figured out the wave was not going to connect to the inside, but the damage is definitely done that.
Yeah, much better. That's the first time someone's done a turn in the pocket, and sort of critical section going into the lip in this heat. Let's get another look at it. This is great.
Nice bottom turn. She waits, open up her shoulders straight into the top, and with a lot of spray coming out of that turn. Very, very well surfed by the surfer in blue. She just waits the right moment, attacks the lip, and that's got to be one of the best waves of this heat so far. So she's going to put a backup score on that 3.83, and she will improve her situation as a first place.
Yeah, for sure she will. Judges will think on that. You might have noticed just on the other end of that wave, it looked like Maximo gave it a quick flick for a 1-1. Numbers in, it's good. 5.33. So real quality, been rewarded by the judges. That was Maud Lecar doing her warm-up. Getting ready for that next heat, which looks like a fun one. Lenciaga with a 5.33, that's massive. Here's Carolina, great looking wave. Nice bottom turn, carving with speed and with flow. Now she puts herself close to the white wall. The reason she does that, she wants to get this double up connect. She'll do that all the way to the inside. A well put together wave. Mendez will want to finish with a bang in here.
Whoa,
really
that's
nice.
Really
Uses
good.
the speed. She went a long way, and there's good points coming here. Now we're fired up. Here's Maximo. She's covering some distance.
That's called the Caparica hop.
There we go. Bang. Nice little tag on dry
that's
sand.
dry sand. We're not in Huntington Beach, but Caparica also has the Caparica hop contest.
We came on here all of a sudden. This one was woeful early on, but now we've had real quality. Lenciaga attacking it for the 5.33. Mendez with a great runner all the way through. Maximo having a swing. This is what we want.
Yeah, a couple of nice cutbacks. The wave didn't allow her to go as much vertical as she wanted to, but she did connect well on the inside. Unfortunately, her section was just dry on the sand. She did really well here to connect to the inside, but now she sees a leap, she attacks it, but she understands there's a lot of a lot of steps there, a lot of waves, and it would be the best call to just to eject button. As we see here, Carolina up and riding. Nice first carve on the outside. Here, she almost loses it on the bottom turn. She kind of opened up a little bit too soon, but still a very nice cutback. And this connection was really good. Yeah, and she also did some... this finishing turn is actually really good. A bit of an easier finishing turn, as you see, doubles up and just allows her to attack vertical, and so good. She was happy with that one. I understand now why.
Yeah, big number will drop in for her, we reckon. Really strong finish as well. All of that power exploding on the beach, and does well to tap the lip hard. Here's Zeitler. A nice entry from her off the bottom. This is better. Here she goes. Nice rail jam in the pocket. Using the power to just jam that rail into the wave face. And now she's got a little bit of navigation to do. Here we go. Connects successfully on the inside. And what's this double up going to offer her? She'll look to go into the lip. She'll just kind of get a little tag on some white water. So much, much better all round. Everyone having a crack at this now. The judges have got a bit of work to do. We need scores for Mendes, Maximo, and Zeitler. You're watching on your screen, getting slightly blown up in the Shorey.
You can see that, yeah, that Shorey is absolutely powerful. He's just exploding. As we see here, that last wave, this is a 3.0. Nice first carve on the outside. Unfortunately, the wave just didn't allow her to get anything special, but she did really well. It was not an easy wave to connect, and she actually did pretty well. Another redirection. Now she sees the double up, and she gets a big behind the section. She managed to hold on. It's a 3 points. And check out the score for Carolina Minch.
Yeah, big number in for her. As we'll watch Zeitler again. This was the 3. So definitely a major improvement from her. It's just really that first opening turn. She needed a finish. Doesn't quite get it somehow. She spends a long time heading back to that way and actually puts herself behind that little crumble. When it doubles up, she's actually behind the section a little bit there. It was always a tough one to connect. 3 points is okay, but the 6-5 for Mendes. So big, big number. And that'll feel great from her point of view after a shaky start to this one now. She's turning up the quality, turning up the pressure. 6-5 goes with a 3-4. So good numbers, one good number, one that she'll still want to work on, but Mendes will be feeling a lot better about life right now. Here's Leiciaga, the goofy. Great looking wave from her. She's picked the best waves. This thing looks amazing. Wow. Really nice turn. Carving on a rail, holds the bottom turn, and again, kicking up spray. Nice technique from Ainhoa.
Very nice technique. She just uses her shoulders just to get that torque on the bottom turn, and then she's gonna finish this one off really smart as well. Nice snap, and yeah, that's gotta be one of the best waves of this heat as well, because she did really, really good.
And you can see there, she's breathing pretty hard. This is quite a lot of physicality involved, and she surfed a long way here.
Yeah, she really opens those shoulders right before she could see. You could see that leading arm, that right arm, just open up, just to see if she can go as vertical as possible. And she did really well here, because if she went for the foam, she probably would have been falling. And then here, zam, a little snap, it's done. Very nice score. That's gotta be a very nice score for Leiciaga. Very good surfing. This first carve was pretty good. And then she brought the wave all the way through the inside. She turned left, and she managed to get one more score, one more turn on that wave, as we see her turning left. Just waiting for the wave to stand up, and now a nice little snap off the top. Done. She was happy for sure. And the judges still thinking about that wave and what will be the score. And it's a 5.93, second best wave of the heat. So now she's in the first place, because she has a couple of 5s, and Carolina, even though she has the best wave of the heat, she only has the 3.4.
Yeah, she's got the best waves by far from the beginning. Even that first sort of weird opening exchanges, she's got the better of that. And she's just made sure she's on the bombs. And it doesn't require super intricate levels of sort of tactics, really. Just piece I was on the best waves, and you're sort of halfway there. That's what Leiciaga's done. She's in the lead. 2 good numbers for her. Mendes will look to improve on the backup for sure of the 3-4. Here's Maximo. She's been a bit quiet. She needs to get at this. What she got here? Bit mid-face on a first turn. This one's slow P, not the opening she wanted to that wave, not the wave she was after. I understand why she took it. Needed points, running out of time. Not going to get loads on offer for that one. We're picking up Mendes, end of a wave. Carolina make her way back out. No priority at all, so no one's deemed to have got successfully into the lineup as yet. Could be crucial towards the back part of this. Looks like Maximo. Here she goes, looking for a number. And again, you can understand why she's just swinging. So I think it's a good approach. What she's not doing, though, is finding sections for turns. Here's Mendes. She'll get a little caught behind here. Has a little look around. Don't think she'd improve on the 3-4 there. So a real frenzy of activity. 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, definitely the surfer in blue and the surfer in red just getting their advantage because they're catching better waves than the others. And if you catch the best waves here, you're gonna make it through. So as long as you surf well and you can connect all the way through the inside just to do that finishing turn, you're gonna make it through. So there's still plenty of opportunities. Look at these right-handers, so fun. Obviously not all of those are good, but yeah, Carolina and I know Leitchiaga just catching the best waves off this heat and doing a pretty good job.
Zeitler with priority. She needs a 6-9. Maximo, sure, well, that's her there. She's not given a priority as yet, but she'll probably get second when she gets in the lineup. She needs a 6-9-7, so those are the surfers in trouble. This woman, she's okay at the moment. Mendes, she's got a bit of a cushion, really, because those high sixes, they feel tough to get. Particularly Maximo and Zeitler, they need to go over double their best efforts and then some. Feels unlikely at this stage of 45 on the clock. Let's see if a bomb comes through. But at the moment, they are the surfers who've just found the best waves, managed to control this one. A bomb coming out the back. Line still kicking in here to Caparica. This swell has been with us throughout the event. All right, here we go, Zeitler. Good looking wave, 6-9 the requirement. Great bottom turn and a swing on a glassy face.
Really
she needs to attack here. And a little cut down. It's nicely surfed. It's also a little bit safe. What's she going to do for a finish? She'll bring this one through. They need to try and hit the lip hard in here if possible. And the wave doesn't really cooperate. That wave can kind of sum up her heat, really. That's the way it's gone. Zeitler will bring that one all the way to the inside. And that'll be it for her. Unable to really attack the scoreboard. It's always going to be a tall ask to get that big 6 in the back end of the heat. This woman surfed really well. Mendes, nice finish from her as well. Managed to nail that really good long wave for the score. Really impressive to see her attack on the inside as well. It was going dry. All of that energy was compressing on the shorey here. She hit the lip pretty hard and with speed, and she rode out crucially. 6-5 was the result for that. And it'll be her and Leitchiaga that will go through. A little debrief as well from the squad. A little bit of information, things you can do possibly better next time. Some lineup debriefing. We're going to go to break. We'll be right back.
it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the beach at Caparica Surf Fest Women's Round of 32 Heat 4. Action coming thick and fast. Waves, they're still pumping. It's still offshore. That's Ainhoa Leiciaga. Got the win. Surfed really well. Got a couple of bombs. Good 5-point rides for her. Nailed it. And she looked great out there after a shaky start in that heat. Let's welcome Mundy back into the studio, who's been going mad on Twitter. Just a lot of questions in from fans from lots of places. Let's set this heat as well. We're going to see World Junior Champ Kika Vasilko, Lauren Sandland of Great Britain, Maud Le Gars of France, Gabriela Diniz of Portugal. Welcome back, Ben.
Well, thanks for having me,
You
Paul.
doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing well,
Hanging
thanks.
in there?
Yeah, it's amazing out there.
Cool.
Soaking up the Caparican vibes.
Yeah, beautiful. What's happening on Twitter, mate?
Oh, there's just loads coming in. There's surf fans, and it's actually entered the more sort of mainstream kind of.
Yeah,
it's trending.
It's entered the zeitgeist.
Yeah, it's kind of trending, and yeah, it's people getting involved, all ages, all creeds, and yeah. Do you want one? So yeah,
please
go through them.
Hit me.
Flat spell here. Yeah, we've got one here from Alana in Argentina. Actually, she says she spends time between Buenos Aires and Montevideo in Uruguay. And she says she's sticking to the old theme that we've been running with. You can only keep one. And she's just gone for the classic Dorian, Slater, Machado.
Gonna keep Rob the Mob.
Oh, you've changed your tune. Oh, you've changed your tune, haven't you? Used to be a real Rob the Mob hater on record.
I wouldn't go that far, Ben.
Well, I've got it on if I check the podcast, I can bring it up.
It's Denise, live action here. She's swinging. It's a bit of a slopey wave. Yeah, it just ran away. She knew it as well. As soon as she stood up, she kind of had the feeling. There wasn't much on that. So just having a bit of a swing. People are allowed to change, Ben. You have to let me change.
Yeah, no.
You know?
Yeah, people evolve.
Grow.
Yeah.
Go on journeys.
Just interested why? What's been the Rob journey for you personally?
I wouldn't necessarily say he's gone up in my estimation. Slater and Dorian have gone down. Yeah, that's probably it.
Okay.
Nah, mate, goofy solidarity, isn't it? Oh.
Yeah.
So 25 minutes for surfers to get their two best waves. Each wave scored out of 10. Gives you a total out of 20. I'll take two surfers through the next round. That'll be the round of 16. Let's go and hear from the woman who made the best of it in the last heat, Ainhoa Leiciaga.
That is right. Great job out there. How did it go for you?
It went well. It was a little bit hard at the beginning to find the right peak, so I was just paddling a little bit everywhere, and I found some little ways to start, and then I really found the peak where I had to be, and I was able to show my surf. So yeah, it was great.
And you're still representing the Leiciaga sisters here in the competition. Unfortunately, your sister isn't competing anymore. But how does that feel to have her support here?
It feels very nice to have her support here. We thought we were going to be on the same heat today. Unfortunately, she lost because she was very tired. So I'm representing both of us, and I'm very happy for it, and I'm going to continue as far as I can.
Where have you been surfing for training for this event?
I've been surfing a little bit at home, and then here. I was very busy before my departure with the studies, so I wasn't very able to surf a lot. But coming here, I was just going to rest, and I surfed a little bit, and waves are really good, so I just enjoyed.
What are you studying?
I'm studying physics and chemistry.
Oh wow, look at you. How's that going? Can you surf and study at the same time?
As I said, it was very, very hard before my departure, but I'm trying to work as hard as I can to do both, because I'm more free if I know I have the studies behind me. So yeah, I'm trying to to do both at the same time, but sometimes it's very busy and I just have to make it as I can.
Well, no pressure. You're doing absolutely great. Congratulations. You're in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic stuff. Love it. I like physics. I like chemistry. So it's hard to choose between the two. You don't need to pick between the two. Just do both, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. She's a natural-born scientist. She's ready to take...
Loves the scientific method.
Yeah, she really does.
Likes the hypothesis.
She had a hypothesis. She had the experiment. She had the practical, and she had a theory. And it's all worked out for her. Yeah, great to see young, smart. The future of the sport looks to be in safe hands. Got more tweets coming in. I've got Eric hold the phone as we see Lauren enter Sandland. She goes off. And yeah, sorry, it's Erica from Istanbul. And Erica has said Easter Island statues, the pyramids, or Machu Picchu. I don't know where she got that sort of inspiration from at all. She's come up with it. It's like history, maybe more of a history buff rather than science buff.
She's coming on more of an iconoclastic tip, isn't she?
She really is. She loves that sort of stuff.
She wants to get rid of the great. Yeah, let's keep the pyramids of Giza.
Okay.
All right, let's check out Kika Vasilko. What's she got here? Ooh, I think she slipped. Her front foot just slipped back on the board, it looked like. And she got her feet in a weird position. She recovers it pretty well, though, by which time the wave goes into a bit of a hole. So, yeah, unable to do much damage there. The best in this so far was Maud Lacar's wave. That's during the interview. She went right to begin with, swooped it, then went left, had a couple of cracks. They got a 4.67 for that, did Maud, so she's leading this one. Kicker with a couple of ones. Let's see what happened here, Mandy.
Yeah, it was really weird.
Actually.
Oh yeah, no, that's the one. That was Maud Lacar's than a super sort of slow-mo carve, but kept with it. And I was hoping for a bit more action on the inside, but a little left-hander pops up. It's tricky this section. Gets a little snap in and then another. So good surfing from Maud. She liked it. And a dismount. But yeah, Vasilka was in the red. There's that turn again. Didn't hit the lip, but you can see that the left-hander may have sort of wedged up in the corner after she got a wave. And she finished it off pretty well. Nice little snap. And then another one. And down. And gets a pretty solid 4.67 for her efforts. The way these heat scores have been going, that's definitely a keeper.
15 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this one. It's Maud Lacar with that high number. We just watched it a couple of times, the 4.67. Other than that, we're stuck in the ones. The waves are still good. Still plenty of opportunity out there. Let's see who's next to take it. Priority is with Denise. She's in white. She's at the apex of the peak. She's having a little bit of a paddle. Will she get a chip in? She will. Great looking wave here. What's she got off the bottom? Hard bang into the lip. Ah, no, that was a tricky turn. She was late. I thought for a minute she was hanging on to that, Ben.
Yeah, she attacked it. I'll give her credit for that, but it was just too many vectors going too. And you might need, that physics to work out exactly where the forces were going. They went all in the wrong direction and went straight down in the end. And she self-vectored herself and couldn't quite hang on. More tweets coming in. So you seem to have blocked off at the moment in that regard. I'll just keep on trying my best. And we've got John from down there in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, and he's saying the 4-3-3 football formation.
I thought it was a new type of wetsuit.
The 4-3-3 football formation. Hold the phone. It's a big. She's not going to make that. Mixed doubles in tennis or heavyweight boxing, he's saying. Interesting.
Yeah,
It's going on a sport theme.
Yeah, or keep mixed doubles.
Who are you? Who's your favourite sort of mixed doubles pair?
Remind me of some of the great pairings.
Well, every now and again they sort of the Andy Murray will team up with
any of the Murrays.
Yeah. What Andy and his mum Julie, is that your favourite mixed doubles?
Judy.
Judy, yeah. Chris Evert-Lloyd once teamed up with Bjorn Borg.
Yes, please.
Down the dock. I was pretty excited about that as an 8-year-old. I'll tell you that for nothing.
Both brilliant players. Yeah, like Bjorn Borg. He retired early, didn't he? Walked away at 26. No, 27.
Yeah, 20. Yeah.
Love the headband. Love the short.
Won his 4th Wimbledon title.
You're actually mentioning that one of our judges here, the young French judge Tom, he went to play paddle and was wearing the full 80s kind of Wimbledon attire. So the really tight, sort of quite stiff cotton shorts.
Yeah.
With a white polo, with white socks.
White socks and a headband. Yeah, he's a cross between sort of.
Oh, here we go. Here's Hopkins getting ready. Loves it.
She's been waiting a long time for this. She's been waiting a long time for this 25 minutes. And it's the type of conditions that is pure Hopkins.
Oh, man.
If there was like some type of sort of surf machine generator, you want to come up with some like pure Hopkins kind of waves, it would be this.
I saw the cops on the beach earlier, and I tell you what, this could be the scene of a crime soon, because Hopkins is going to go out there and try and murder these conditions, isn't she? She's been looking at this, been hanging around all week, supporting a lot of the crew from the UK, just waiting for her chance to shine. She's going to get it in around about 12 minutes' time. She'll be in Heat 5, taking on Maria Diaz, Marion Philippe, Aylin Vast. They have a lot of talent in that heat, though. That could be an absolute smoker, but she's not thinking so much about surfing against the opponents. I think she's really just pitting herself against the waves, Monday. She loves it when the surf fires up.
Yeah, she does. She's loves when there's a bit of juice, a bit of power. Alina Vast.
So does she. She's real good in the bigger stuff.
Yeah, she's grown up surfing Chopu with a brother. So yeah, she's no slouch when it comes to serious heavy waves of consequence. So yeah, great young talent. Marion Philippe too. She's known for going pretty vertical and hitting the pocket. And Maria Diaz, well, she's got a heavy hitting heat coming up her way. So 10 minutes to go till that starts. Bit of a slow kind of heat for this one. Signature Maud Le Car paddling style. We've seen that before. And she has been around a long time. Such an experienced competitor, and her partner Joanne Giroux. Sort of, I don't know what will happen when those sort of two don't turn up for one of these QS events. It'll be sort of a massive shaped hole in the whole sort of structure of the thing. It all could collapse. But yeah, still surfing at the pointy end of the sport. Still ripping. Still always bringing great energy, good smiles, good times. And this year, a dog.
Pasoka with the 5.33, previous to last wave from her. That's the high score in the heat. Got herself a good number, did kick up. Let's see where she goes towards backing that up. Other than that, she's sitting on a low number of a 1:10 on the clock. She's your heat leader in the reds, and very much one of the rising stars of Portuguese and European surfing. Here goes Maud. Nice looking right. If she can get past this white water, she has to be a bit patient. By the time the wave opens up, it actually sits down. Let's have a word with Joanna Garnell. She's down on the beach.
Not on the beach, but in the athlete area with Maud's support crew and coach right here. How's she doing so far?
Yeah, good. She got a good wave, and now she's looking for a backup. So she's last priority now, but hope she got one soon, which one good wave.
Conditions have changed since your heat this morning, but did you give her some tips on how to work out there?
Yeah, it's hard because I thought there was some waves outside, but now it's on the wedge, so it's on one spot, but it's hard to get the good one with some walls. So no, she's going to surf and no tips.
Mark, what do you think about Maud surfing? Is she doing good?
Yeah, she needs to get a backup, but yeah, waiting for the next wave. Hopefully she gets it soon, and we all make it today.
Well, everything will go really good. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Scott. Now, kick of a Selco, shredding her way across the wave there. That's a great turn from Lauren Sandlin during that interview as well. So these right-handers offering up some numbers here. Kicker's going to get a score. So Sandlin, her number's in actually. Lauren gets the 3.17. In third, doesn't need a big number. What's happening here? This is Gabriela Diniz. Really nice looking wave. Goes on the rail. She goes down again. She keeps falling off. It's not Not good, Ben.
No, it's not good. She's a really good surfer. She's part of the EDP Surfer Tomorrow's team. Got some high-level coaching and had a big program about sort of extensive, a lot of infrastructure put around that team to improve themselves. And yeah, she's just making some mistakes. And yeah, at the moment she's paying for that. Hasn't been able to get out of that 1 point range, and that was another one. That was a great wave. Fortunately, she just couldn't quite hang on to it. And yeah, she needs to address those mistakes. She's got 7.5 minutes with which to do it.
Quick tweet in here, Bill. He's in Coventry. Question for Ben. Can only keep one. Really into it. Can only keep one. Big voices. Whitney Houston. Celine Dion. Mariah Carey.
Yeah, I'm going to have to.
You feel free to give us a bit of background colour as well, rather than just the answer, Ben. I mean, you know, put some meat on the some meat on the bones.
That's rich.
Give us a bit of colour. Look, got time for Whitney Houston. I know that you
absolutely all talented females, you know, singers and songwriters.
Want to dance with somebody?
It's up there. It's right up there. Look, I like Celine Dion. Don't get me wrong.
Some people don't.
I've seen her in Las Vegas.
A controversial figure. This is a great looking way for Denise, though. Bang, tags it. That's better. That's what we want. We just want to see more like that. Just a one turn. Whoa, great drop from Maud into a bowl, and then on the rail jamming. And again, swooping back, tagging it, putting a bit of style sauce on too. And trying to cover some ground to get to an inside. That won't happen. You like Celine?
I like Celine. Just, you know, look, she's an icon. She does the Las Vegas shows. She's got, you know, she's got some set of pipes on her, hasn't she? You know, I've got time. Don't get me wrong. Mariah Carey. I like the diva. I like the, you know, it's probably something that you would sort of quite recognise in yourself. That inner diva, that you're not afraid to you know,
admit I'm the best.
To think that you're the best, that whatever, your voice is more important than other people's voices, and that you deserve every type of special treatment that comes your way. And I like that about her, and I like that about you.
Sandlin here, what's she got for us? Nice little check, snap, loads of speed, great style. And she was on her way there. That wave just went fat at the wrong time. She was caught high, and as she got on the rail, it just disappeared underneath her. She's shown us flashes, actually. A brilliant Sandlin, but she's not really putting it together the whole way across a wave. She's got time though still. By the time she gets to the lineup, there'll still be 5 minutes. Kika Vazelka got a 4.83. Gabriella got a 3.33. We're waiting for a number for Maud and Gabriella. So yeah, are we any closer?
But none of those two have the sheer vocal range, the charisma of Whitney. I mean, she's a cut above. You know, she was a once in a generational talent. Sadly lost too soon. Bit of a tragedy. Well, not a tragedy. So yeah, I'm going to go Whitney. And yeah, she's, you know, I love her. Yeah, I just wish I could be her bodyguard. You know, I think she's an incredible artist, and yeah, I got a lot of time for her. Mariah loses points for that Christmas song. They get played all too often over the Christmas period. It makes me a bit mad.
Got to pay the bills, Mandy.
There's Hopkins. She's getting real keen. Got a sort of routine down pat. And looking forward to what she can bring to the show. On the same note, musical front, I'm going to give you Morrissey. Not me. This is actually Roger from Brenchley.
Kicker here. Look at this stuff. Wow, this is nice. Carve and snap. Then a wobble as that wave goes weird, and she does well just to get a little rebound and tag it before it completely disappears. Not sure she'll threaten her backup of a 4.83.
It's gotten pretty tight there, hasn't it?
Yeah, Roger's tweeting in.
Yeah, Roger Frenchy, Morrissey, Michael Jackson, and Rolf Harris.
For the music,
whatever you think.
Yeah, I'd probably keep Michael Jackson, I'd say.
Yep, of course you would.
mainly for his early work. I just can't imagine a universe. I'm not sure if a universe without Thriller is the universe I want to live in. Man.
Yeah. Tell you what, it's got pretty bunched this heat all of a sudden.
Yeah, it
Paul.
has actually. Yeah.
Dennis has come back into it.
Yeah.
Maud hasn't been able to back up that score. She just did with a 3.2. So we're talking about that Joanne Giroux and down there, Mark Lacamere, the Brains Trust. We just need to back it up, which she did. But to tell you what, it still leaves Gabriella, Surfer and White, back in the action. She's sort of finally found a mojo, finishing off a wave. She's got, what, 2.5 minutes to get a 4.55. It's a big score in the scheme of things, but she's right back in it at least.
Yeah, Lauren Sandlin looking for that 4.7. Denise looking for the 4.55. Those aren't crazy numbers. They just need to connect with a powerful wave. That's what Maud did early on to get the 4.67. That's her on the screen. That's what Kika Vasalka's been able to do a couple of times, actually. Got the 5.33 and the 4.83. Here's Maud. She's having a paddle. She might be a bit outside this wave. She tries to get on it. You just saw that one just go a little underneath her. So unable to add to her surfing and her total with that. She might have another swing here. Didn't particularly want that one. Priority is with Gabriella Denise. Where is she? She needs to find a wave. Lauren Sanders in second priority. That's the good news for our chasing pack, is that they can take the pick of the sets that come through with 90 on the clock. Denise has got better in this heat. She's improved. She's fallen off quite a bit. She needs to get herself a bomb here. Got first priority, so really the ball is in her court, so to speak. But a little bit of glare there coming off the ocean.
Yeah, it's had a bit of texture off the wind, haven't we? So that just makes it a little bit roughly, and that catches the sun as it's pretty bright out there. It's super warm here. Beautiful weather. But yeah, the glare, always a factor. Got a bit lucky, I thought, yesterday afternoon, where that sort of the mist came down and it sort of cut the glare, sort of factored down a bit. Today it looks like it could be a factor as we move on into the afternoon. The cameras do help in that regard. You can see some swells approaching now though, Paul. It's with 30 seconds that matters. Surfers trying to position themselves. That's a paddle there. Maud Car though, she's opted out. It's Gabriella Denise is the one that needs a wave and her best.
She's got something, hasn't she? Because she's lost priority. Lauren Sandler's got it. 20 on the clock. Lauren looking for a 4.7. Where is she? We don't know. 10 seconds to go in this. Not sure we're going to see another wave ridden. Everyone's caught inside by a bit of a chomp of white water as it hits everybody. We've got numbers for Denise and Maud. It's small numbers for both of them. It's not going to change anything. I think we'll remain as we were. Vasalko, she's been a bit of quality in this. Only really got 2 decent waves. She made them count, the good manoeuvres. Good enough for double figures. 10.16 from her. And she'll keep a successful season swinging into the next round of 16, as will Maud Lecart. We had a little cross with some of her support crew, Joanne and Mark. They'll be pretty stoked that she's made it through as well. That's going to wrap up heat number 4 of the round 32, the women. Still plenty of energy, crucially. See that swell just still filing through and offering up opportunities for our surfers to attack. Key ingredient surf contest, really waves. We got them all week, we reckon. We're happy about that. And there's our official result right there on your screen. At this stage, it's all about staying alive, looking to come back, do damage in the latter stages of the event. We've got 3 heats left to go today. The next is going to feature the CT wildcard Yolanda Hopkins. Join us for it right after the break.
right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Caparica. We've got swell. We've got that offshore breeze. It's just swung around a bit to the north. And we've booted out Paul Evans from the booth. We've put in Chico Alves. Look at this wedge coming here right now.
Wow.
That's an incredible angle, and she's into it. That's Marianne Philippe, but unfortunately, that giant section just came towards her and she couldn't get around it. So straight kind of just head-butted it. Just like a big old headbutt to like a 4-foot chunk of wedge. Marianne, solid, was right in the corner, right in the wedge. Couldn't make it count. But Yolanda Hopkins, Maria Diaz and Aliana Vast. We talked it up the heat before. Solid here. All four surfers getting straight into it. This time it's Diaz. So Maria Diaz, she's just waiting for a bit of a foamy sort of a wave. Can she finish it off? She does, or does she? Yep, that's a completion. So Maria Diaz just done there, and this is Yolanda Hopkins.
Wow.
Better turn, a better wave. Carving back into the foam. She's trying to get a finishing off here. She loves a big finish, often with a big bit of sand or a dry dock if she can. She's weaving and she's got the connection, or has she? She's trying pretty hard. That board is working overtime and somehow she's managed to do it. She fades left, gets a nice bit of spray and cracks it up the top, and then she rides over the second section. That was unfortunate because she'd made the first bit and got bucked off when it sort of doubled up, but still pretty good start there from Yo. Right now down there with the winner of the last heat is Joanna Garnell.
You're the last heat and European champion right here. How are you feeling after that one?
Yeah, it was a really tough heat. Didn't start that well, but turned around and got a couple waves.
Do you like these types of conditions?
Yeah, it was a little bouncy, and with the tide, I was kind of confused if I should have gone outside or just stay on this inside. But I just stick with the plan, and yeah.
How's life been treating you as a European junior champion?
Yeah, it's been really well, going well. A lot of messages, a lot of love, and feeling really happy.
Well, no pressure because you're already in the Challenger Series. How does that feel as well?
I'm just going to try to just surf, make some heats. You always learn something out there. And I just want to make the most of my time in Portugal with my family. My mom's here supporting. And yeah, just get ready for the Challengers.
Sounds great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Joanna. And there, Francisco, you know, yeah, world junior champ. Comes with a bit of pressure sometimes, doesn't it, Chico? Like, although it's an incredible achievement and does open up some opportunities, it does bring with it, you know, the expectation that you're going to go on and sort of achieve big things.
Yeah, we've seen over the last years of professional surfing guys being world champions, and then I'm going to hold that thought and then commentate on why Marianne Philippe, great off the top there, a carve, and the wave just dies off. And this was the replay of Yolanda. What a great wave to start off. Great snap there, and this hit off the top. Beautiful surfing from Yolanda. Yolanda worked really hard to actually attack this last short break section. Unfortunately for her, she fell on that last turn, but how hard did she fought on this turn in specific? Bang! And look how hard she fought there, and she almost got it. So unfortunately for her, but she started off with a 6.33, so healthy number for Yolanda. She's got 18 minutes still
to work on a backup. So she's looking good on this one. Started off strong, and this is the 283 for Maria Diaz. She might be looking to get rid of this wave probably at the end of this heat. We know there's some scoring opportunity over there, and today conditions are a lot smaller than yesterday. We can tell by the looks of the ocean right now. With the high tide yesterday, on this time of the day, we've seen some massive waves out the back, guys paddling 15 minutes to get back out, and a lot more easier conditions today. Tomorrow we expect the ocean to give us a push again.
Really?
Yeah. So I think if there's a bit of a push on the low tide, we might actually see some really good barrels on the low tide in the morning.
Wicked, yeah. Still more swell coming. Yeah, just talking about that World Junior Champion. Yeah, the expectations that can come with it. It can be a weight on your shoulders if you don't deal with it correctly.
Yeah, we've seen over the years guys like Maxime Mousseau being World Junior Champions back then, and after the contest, you just think, wow, this guy is going to qualify. Like, this guy is right there. He's World Junior Champion. He's going to do it. Guys like Lucas Silveira with their talent, and after that having a hard time to qualify. Lucas was really close last year. I think he missed by a few spots in Alaiva. Max actually cracked it for the first time for over like 10 years. So a lot of hard work after being a world champion. I think Kika is on the right path. I surfed with her last week in Figueira da Foz. She was ripping. I surfed on the free surf with her, and she was surfing really, really good. So I expect big things from her. Yeah, she's been improving a lot. Since she's really young, she always had something different about her. Her approach, her style, the way, her technique, it's quite different, and you can tell she has a lot of talent. So she does things with a lot of, how do you say when it's really easy for you to do something? A lot of
natural talent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just natural for her. As you see, Kaoli here checking on
sisters in the heat.
sister.
Yeah. Looking like some type of poster for like Echo Beach from the 80s there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just standing tall, and yeah, he's got his sisters back up board. Been a massive supporter of her. See Yolanda, can she whack that? Oh, she can. She just goes down though. Okay, you want to take on Monday's surf quiz?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I want to name 5 World Junior Surf Champions, please.
Pablo Paulino.
Not the two you. Yep. Okay. I'll give you him.
You never thought I would remember this.
No, I did. Yeah. I thought you. Wow. Yeah, I like it. Good knowledge. Lock that in. Okay, you can't mention the two you just mentioned. You can't mention Max and Lucas. You used them up, I'm afraid.
Joel Parkinson.
Joel Parkinson. Yeah. 2 times.
Yeah.
World Junior Champion, actually.
What? I remember his name, but I'm not remembering now. The regular footer from he was running for Ripco back then when I was used to do the QS a lot. Quite like Stuart Kennedy.
And Melling.
No, he's from the same place. I think it's a regular footer. Surfs a bit like them.
Okay.
Davey Kettles. I think he won too.
I don't think he's a World Junior Champion.
You don't think so?
No. Sorry, I can't accept that.
Okay. Pablo Paulino. Well, I've said 2, right? Joel and Pablo. After that, there's a long list of World Junior Champions.
Yeah, it's been going on for like probably 25 years.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go. I'm trying to remember who won in Japan. Not too long ago, because they didn't run for 1 or 2 years, right?
Yeah, they had 1 or 2. Yeah, they went.
Or maybe more.
They were in Taiwan. They actually did a few in Taiwan. They won a few.
Yeah. Vasco Ribeiro.
No. Oh, was he World Junior Champion?
He was in Ribeiradilhas.
Okay.
Yeah. He was like with 18 years old. How can I not remember?
Yeah, of course he was. Yeah. Okay, good.
3rd.
2 to go. There's female surfers, of course, don't forget.
There's 2 more, right?
Yep. Well, there's loads more, but you've just got to come up with 2.
Thanks. There's 30 minutes to go on this one. I'm going to try to remember what we keep watching this in.
Yeah, well, nothing's happening. I thought it'd be a bit quicker than this.
Can be women too. No,
Yeah.
just men.
No, women. Yeah, absolutely. You see scrap here. It's like Yolanda. She gives it up for Aliane because she had priority. Can she get around it? Oh, she battled to get the corner and she couldn't. That was her first wave. Waited pretty much bang on the halfway mark. Yeah, you can see the Brains Trust not that happy with that
Jack
particular
Freestone?
wave.
Jack Freestone.
Jack Freestone, yeah, absolutely.
I think he won in Karamas, right?
Yes. And you got one left.
Saka almost won it. He got second.
He didn't, yeah. Who beat him?
Yeah, it's what I was trying to remember.
Pretty famous person, I think, from memory that beat him.
Yeah, I know it is, but Taj, you won.
Yeah, I'll give you Taj.
Taj, you won.
Yeah, you got your 5.
I'm really sure Taj won.
Yeah.
And then after that, there's a lot of them. Can you name
Shane
5?
Dorian.
Shane Dorian.
Kelly Slater.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan Ewing.
Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, he won it 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yes, he did.
Andy Irons. Which one? Funny feeling that Wade Carmichael.
It's just funny. Wade Carmichael. Yeah, maybe.
he was this strange in champ. I think he may have won the world. I'm entirely sure.
Is this
Isabella Nichols?
Oh, I know one. You're gonna love this one. Kai Belly.
Kai Belly, yeah, absolutely.
He won it in Barley Ads.
Yeah.
When I was there.
Yep.
He beat Matt Benting in the final, I think.
Good, yeah, Kai. And he went on, most of those surfers, to be fair, went on, didn't they, to make the CT and have, great careers. So it is a pretty good signifier of potential success. Yolanda, she's paddling the hardest this one. She's going to get a 4th priority though. She keeps paddling, she keeps giving up priority. She's got a 6.33 in a locker. Backed it up with a 1.13, so she's desperately trying to back it up. None of the other surfers managed to get any type of real scores. See Aliana just gone paddle back around, having going down the hole on that one. So she went and used that rip next to the bar, next to the puntal. Now she's sitting back in the right on the bubble. There's 4 surfers all sitting on this wedge. And all just trying to get a grip on this heat. Yolanda's got that solid opening ride. She's putting pressure on the opponents. As these little ones come in. Yeah, she's going to give that one up. Maria Dias has priority and she uses it. Can she get around and get some open face turns? Okay, there's a little cut down. This one looks a bit better. Just a little bit mid-face and not up in the top third of the wave where you really want to be, but still just her second wave, so anything she gets here will help her cause. She's not going to get that inside section, or is she? She's almost paddling like a canoe and she gets around and goes for it. Can't handle that big whomp of a wave that hit the bottom shore. So
I've got a quiz for you.
Yep, good.
5 guys that did 2 10s on the same heat.
Sorry, what's the question?
5 guys.
Yeah.
All girls that had 2 10s on the same heat.
Oh, 2 10s in the same heat. Perfect heat score, 20 out of 20. Can I take just any perfect heat scores if they got more than 2 perfect 10s when it was back when 3-wave counts? As we see, Marianne Philippe, she needs this. She needs some big turns here to get back in the game. There's a nice bit of spray. It's a little bit hung up, puts the arms out. Now she's going to try and find a little connection on the inside. She's working hard for it. She's wiggling the arms, wiggling the body, bouncing the board. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Still, Marianne needed a 3.43 prior to that wave, so she might be up into that all-important second place. Kelly Slater.
Yep.
Owen Wright. See, that's replay. Do you think she did enough, Chico?
Yeah, she did really well. I enjoy this turn here, bang, and then she mixed it up a bit here. Almost lost it there a bit, the fins, but here she was trying her best to get into the reform section, but she couldn't. But I think all the hard work was done on the outside. So 3-4-7 for Marion, and this is the replay of the same wave on a different view. So great snap there. Here she almost lost her fins there, but she was able to regather herself on that part of the wave. And here she worked really hard.
Yeah, it went really hard. You got 3.47 there, so it did move her up into second. So she's still looking pretty good. Carissa Moore, did she get perfect 10 at Honolulu? Maui?
I think she got like a 10 and a 9 something, not 2 10s.
Right, okay.
I think she did.
Shane Bashan obviously famously got 3 perfect 10s at Kira back in the day. That was 30 points out of 30.
I'm going to give you that one.
Okay, and so yeah, perfect 10, perfect heats.
I knew it was going to be a hard one. That's why I said 5 because.
Chopu, Cloud Break. That's where they often go down there, don't they? Owen Wright did Chopu and Cloud Break.
And there's another place, not long ago.
Pipeline. Okay. Struggling to think of these ones. Bells Beach. Geordie.
Nope.
I think I'm out. I think I'm done.
You are?
What were they?
Toledo and J-Bay?
Ah, Toledo and J-Bay. Yeah.
That it with 2 alley-oops.
Those big areas, yep.
Was it 2 10s?
I think it was.
I think so too. And yeah, it's so hard surfing it is. Competition surfing, it's really hard. You cannot think of 5 surfers out of the whole world who got 20-point totals in all events over the last 10 years.
Pretty rare.
So it's really rare
occurrence. Yeah, that's why perfect 10s are, they're so
rare.
We love them in our sport, don't we, when they get them?
You reckon we're going to see one?
Huh?
You reckon we're going to see one in this event?
Yeah. I reckon you always see one.
Did we add one last year?
Saw one in Peniche.
Yep. Callum Robson.
Yeah, got a perfect 10.
What
Unanimous.
a barrel. What a barrel.
Yeah, incredible tube, that. Amazing, so thick.
The wave was huge. Would you go? Would you go on that one?
No.
No way.
Oh, well, not only would I not go, I would, no. Yeah, it was so intense. Out the back, though, speaking of intense, got 5 minutes on the clock. Alena Vaz, she's trying to get back in the game. Nice first turn. Just can't get that next section.
Yeah, she has been having a really slow hit until now. She rips really hard. So it's a question of having the opportunities. There's 5 minutes to go. We saw there her brother shouting "Ale ale," which means "go go," and this is a replay of how do you spell it? Ireland?
It's Alian.
Alian.
Yeah.
Alian.
I think so.
We need to double check that. But
one turn here, so she's going to get a score. She's got a 4.07.
No, it was actually
it's a big turn.
A
so
big
she's got
turn.
A 4,
the
so
section was.
She only needs a 1.57 now, so she's got herself right back in the game. There she goes, clacks it over. Bit of foam, bit of shampoo, comes down. So great surfing from Vast. She's back in the game.
It was dynamic.
Yolanda Hopkins, after that really strong start, she hasn't had a poor heat by her standards. Hasn't been able to back up that 6.33. She's only had a 1.13. So she'll be out there. She's got priority, pretty safe. But yeah, Vast now needing a score. She's going to come pretty shortly, you'd think. See if she can get last 4 minutes, paddle out, and gets that rip. Probably stay away from her fellow competitors, as she's got 4th priority. Marianne Philippe might try and paddle down and stick on her. So she's just trying to almost sneak out without no one noticing her. Just get out the back and just hope that the competitors leave her alone. And
I think she's moving away from that part of the bank. I think she's going to try to find something in the middle of the beach.
She needs a 1.57, so yeah.
What?
Yeah, she only needs a 1.57, so just any wave that breaks, pretty much.
I think someone lost needing a 1.5 in Peniche. I think it was Liam O'Brien. It was really hard out there, so I think this is not going to be the case. I think she will do it, and I think she has all the tools to make it happen, because there's a lot of waves coming, and it's not huge, so she can actually be on the right position for the next opportunity that comes. As we see, 3 surfers standing there on the right side of the beach, and Ayala moving towards the left side, so she will probably appear on our screen in not
couple of seconds yet. Clock ticking down. That's her. Yeah, there she is. There. And just like she's paddling for a wave. She has done well. It's a good move, no doubt. Kauli and the Brains Trust on the beach were pointing down that way, saying just get out of that, get away from the competitors. Needs a tiny, tiny score as it stands at the moment. There's John. It's the coach of Yolanda. So he won't be happy with the fact that Yo's only managed to get a small wave, as we see. And that is Aliane. So she's got a wave. And she's desperately that's not going to be it. So she needed something, That's a problem with only needing 1.5. Well, she might have. It's going to be really close. She needs a 1.57. Such is the way. Okay, Yolanda Hopkins, so trying to back up that score. Nice first turn. Dealing with the bumps and the lumps, but she can't get through that. So she's trying to beat a 1.13 and hasn't been able to do it. That shows you how difficult it is. Out the back, Maria Diaz. She only needs a 2.82. So it's so tightly bunched. Incredibly close. Not, just the most basic numbers needed. Surfers desperately trying to get something in. Looks like our vast score was going to be sort of close enough. She needed a 1.57. See this wave of Maria. Is that going to be a 2? I think it probably is.
Well, it's coming in on as a 1.5. And this is the last of Yolanda. Really hard waves right now. The tide is really high. High tide is around 3 p.m. It's getting low already, so should look better by now. She got a 1.43, so not enough for Eileen.
Looks like Yolanda's got something on the inside there, and the fist bump would indicate that she was happy with it. So she's going to be looking like she's pretty safe. One of the top seeds through to the next round. But it's just scrap for that all-important second place. Tiny numbers needed. None of the surfers have been able to get into the 4-point range. Oh, and that's going to change things. That's Marianne Philippe. So she was in second place. So she looks like she's got a better wave. This can improve her score. Then Aliane is in trouble. She's still going. Last wave of the heat for her. And there goes the Hooter. She's got the little inside section. She's not done yet. Can she make one last turn on the shore? She can. Finishes off. It comes in. So, wow. Well, let's see what she did out the back. But I think by the looks of things, she may have just done enough. Marianne with that last wave right on the buzzer. Chico, pretty impressive.
Yeah, really tight hit. I think Yolanda will stay in first, and then well, I don't know if Ayala rode another wave, but this is away from White. Marion, I think she will probably improve on that 217, and yeah, she's going to make life a bit more difficult to Ayala and Maria, but I don't see any scores popping up for them, so I think that's all she rode. I think this is going to be Marion's backup score. She did a hard part here to make this last part of the wave with the bumps and lumps. So 367,
That's it. Hopkins first, Marion second. Unfortunately for Maria and Alea, third and fourth. And this was a 5 points from Yolanda. Yolanda was stoked, and great heat for Yolanda.
Yeah, so she got away at the very start, one at the very end. And that's wrapped it up for Yo. She wins that heat. Marion Philippe in second. Maria Diaz and Leanna Vast are out of the competition. Not a whole lot of fireworks, but competitive surfing, close, tight. And look at the crowds on the beach, just crazy times down here. Beautiful beach scenes, great waves, incredible surfing. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll come back for a short break, then we'll be back with more live action right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. It is an absolutely stunning day down here. The sun is shining, the crowds on the beach are loving life, watching the world's best surfers or Europe's best surfers. Can't battle out in the great waves. People learning to surf. There's incredible surfers, and one of those incredible surfers is on the beach. Yolanda Hopkins with Joanna Garnell. I thought she was, but unfortunately just got a bit of an issue. We'll wait for get that interview all lined up and we'll go back. The amount of people, you know, I know it gets busy, but have you ever seen this many people in April on the beach at Costa de Caparica?
I think people were starving for just a jump on the water. It has been really cold over the last 3 months, so it's the first proper week of good weather in Portugal. And I think that's why we see the beach so packed. I think, yeah, as we go for the beach interview with Joanna, with the last winner, Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, that's right. We had a little technical difficulties, but we need to know what happened there in your heat, because you took it a little bit too long to get your backup wave, and you're already getting those fiery eyes from your coach.
Yeah, I knew he was going to tell me off when I came out of the water. It was really tricky conditions. I got that beauty straight away. It's too bad I couldn't finish it. The inside is really gnarly. But I paddled straight out back, and I tried to back myself up again, but I just couldn't seem to get a good one that opened up. And yeah, I knew my coach would be nervous, and I was getting quite nervous as well. I wanted to get a backup, because having a 60 is good, but with just a 1 point backup is not the best case scenario.
But all the nerves went away when I was asking if your family had got here yet, and you said, I don't know, I haven't seen them yet. And all of a sudden you look over there and they're here. How did that feel?
Oh, it's pretty amazing. I think my nephew and niece never see me compete, so it's pretty incredible. They came to spend a couple of days here, so I'm really grateful to have them here.
And now we've got another special appearance here on the beach, Mr. Rob Gunning, with something for you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I was so happy. Finally got the trophy. It's been
It's been a while, and I just want to thank everybody, my coach, my family, and everybody who supported me since I started and believed in me, and my good friend Rob Gunnan. He's been in my corner and fighting for me every single time, and yeah, I was just super happy.
Well, so have I. Congratulations. You're doing such an amazing job.
Thank you so much.
Lovely stuff there. Well done, Joe. Well done, Rob. It's yeah, a few people have worked harder for that trophy, I would imagine. Had to do it the hard way. Yolanda, you know, she's come down here, found surfing, just worked so hard at a sport. Hasn't it always had the backing of some of those big brands? And just kept at it with Coach John. And yeah, what a reward for all that hard work. It almost brought a tear to my eye then. I was getting a bit emotional.
I was emotional for her. I wasn't expecting that trophy to appear from nowhere.
I didn't see it coming.
Rob appeared and was like, my friend's got a gift for you. All the speech was emotional. I got emotional. I've been here for a long day. It's been a long day. And suddenly, you know?
Yeah, no, I was the same. When she mentioned Rob, you know, I had a little tear welled up in the corner of my eyes.
Like an epic story.
It is. It really is. It is an epic story, and you know, like
happy.
Happy, yeah. All these surfers all put in serious amounts of effort, but yeah, you know, to get there and win the qualifying series in Europe, and it's such an incredible field. Yeah, what an achievement from Yolanda Hopkins. And yeah, Rob Gunning there, no better man to hand over that prize. As we see Camilla Kemp, Portuguese surfer, nice little first turn. She just gets the foam just grabbed up. And none of those four surfers able to get any scores up. You want to take down the Monday's surf quiz again?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'd like you to name me 3, at minimum, multiple bells winners. So someone who's won bells more than once. Someone's rang the bell more than once. She's got to ring it to win it,
Callie.
obviously. Yep, how many times? Just bonus point.
Callie, 3.
4.
4?
Yep. Not bad for a wave he doesn't like.
Yeah. Meek.
True that. I think he's got 4. No, he might have 3.
I think it's 3. And bells, right?
Yep.
Joel
Parkinson. Yeah, he's won it twice.
He's 2.
Any more? Just, you know, just because you can. Quite a few, actually.
What?
Oh, there's quite a few who won quite a few bells titles. Probably should have said 5. Hockey.
You said 3 actually.
Yeah, I know.
I'm on
Mark Richards.
I'm on my 4th.
Yeah, you've done well. You've surpassed expectations.
You didn't know I had
Stephanie Gilmore.
Yeah, I know. You didn't know I had that long of a knowledge in terms of 80s and 90s.
Yeah, no, your surf knowledge is one of the only things I like about you. As we see, Lilias Tabai from Morocco just getting over the humps and bumps of that setup.
That was a good one, mate.
She gets around that corner. She surfed really well yesterday. I don't know, did me and you watch Lilias surf yesterday? But I don't know if it was, but yeah, she's...
Yeah, we watched together.
And she got a little section here. What do you like about this?
Great bottom turn and quick snap. A little bit wobbly, but you can tell she's she has quick foot, as you call it. She's ready to manage some hard conditions. She surfed really well that wave, and she was rewarded with the 3 points. Look at the glare. For us, in terms of looking at the, as you see Yolanda,
the trophy.
Come on.
It's like, and there's must be a sister, and niece and nephew. So yeah, they're really happy. What a day to come down and, Mum, what a day to come down and see, yeah, get the trophy. God, they're going to set me off again. I'm going to start crying again.
Yeah,
okay?
let's.
Come on, give us a break, guys. We're only human.
I'm with you. I can cry.
That's the nephew.
Trophies.
What a
First
role
time
model
watching
to
the
have.
comp.
Yeah,
Come on.
See you compete, and there's the coach. Dave Prescott, all giving their thanks. And yeah, what a real team effort as well. He's there for every heat. You see Beatrice Costa fanging down the line to very little effect. So, yeah, we'll try and round off it. We know that's a better wave, and that's Camilla.
Bang.
It's the first good turn vertical with style. Nice slip and cut back, just a nice difference of point from the other surfers. There's another cut back, and can she finish it off? She does. She's well on the way to a really good score, you'd imagine. So it goes down the line. Here she goes. Nice smooth style. Can she finish it off? She's giving herself a paddle. If she doesn't, she's still going. Well done. And here she goes. A little section at the end. Well surfed.
Oh.
And just can't really deal with that crazy section at the end.
That looked really sketchy for the board and for the ankles.
Surfed that really well.
Oh, she's going to do the run around.
Yeah, it's a big old run around, that one, isn't
Fitness
it?
time.
Yeah, it's what all the training's about. She's going to put them in. 10 minutes on the clock. That was the second wave. By far her best.
Great flow. I love the intention on the arms. You can tell that she wanted to get in time for that section. Wraps around it. And the rest of the way was quite slow. But the hard work was done on the outside. So I think she's going to put a score on the board. I'm not going to say it's going to be a really, really high number, but it's going to help her cause and put herself in the mix. We've seen that over the course of the day, especially with this tide, the scores have been have been quite low. So anything helps with these conditions.
Do you want to take another Monday surf quiz?
Let's do it.
5 surfers that have had a mohawk.
Had a what?
Mohawk. It's like the punk haircut where they got the strip.
The mullet?
No, the mohawk. The mohawk is just where they have a strip of hair just down the middle. The punks used to have it.
Oh, all the way down?
Yeah, just in the middle.
Yeah.
Don't know what. Yeah, obviously there's.
Owen?
There must be a word for it in.
Owen? He had it. Oh, but like up?
Yeah, up.
Up.
Yeah, not flat. Yeah.
I think Mick Campbell did it.
Yeah.
He had it.
Yeah. I'll give you that. I'll give you Mick.
I think Nathan Edge did it.
Yep. Yeah, I'll give you Edgy.
I think Danny Wills did it.
Yep.
He asked me 5.
Yeah, 5.
He didn't say 3.
Yeah, 5 this time. It's
It's
easy.
hard.
There's loads of them.
Hundreds
of them.
Hundreds.
Not hundreds.
Not really right now.
Yeah.
Italo. You had it?
Mohawk. Italo.
Yeah. For a while. And Mickey Wright.
He had a mullet, didn't he? He had a mohawk.
Was a bit of a mohawk.
Oh, massive turn there from Machado.
And another one.
And another one.
Wow.
So really good surfing from Lucia. And then she's got more to come.
Bang.
And then hoping for one last good little chip shot. Don't need it. I reckon she'd be almost better just paddling back out now. She's done the damage.
She's going to do
gonna
a big turn at the end. Look.
So that shows how much I know. That's another turn in.
And another one.
And she finishes off. So incredible
Wave
surfing.
of the day for the woman.
Yeah, right up there. Yeah, it could well be.
Highest score of the woman round.
Yeah, well, we saw Teresa Bombolo with that one big turn. It got a high 6. So that's
wow,
what
I think
she's
this
up
is going to
against.
go into the 7s.
Yeah.
So was an amazing wave. Look at this. Winds up off the bottom.
Oh, how
Bang!
much
Under
spray.
the lip, snap. Goes there again. This one, I think she did really well on actually doing a bit of a under the lip snap. She gets there again. And after that, she managed to get 3 more turns in on the inside ball. This inside section was perfect. Look. Wow.
snap there, and this one a bit more vertical again, and she lands it. So
yeah,
okay, I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna hold it. I said it was gonna be the best wave of woman round, but yeah, I'm gonna keep my thought. I think it is, but let's see what the judges think about it.
Yeah,
because I've seen it again, and I feel the same, but not with the same intent. But was an amazing wave. I think it's gonna go really high.
Yeah, well, I think that first turn that she
massive.
did wasn't. It's probably almost as good as Teresa's.
Exactly, and then
So,
she had all the rest.
this extra stuff. So yeah, you think it's going to go north of that? You'd imagine. 10 minutes remaining. She's got herself a solid score.
Oh, this part, snap, and then this bang.
This was the section I said don't go and bother with.
Yeah, you said it.
Yeah, you don't need to get extra points or anything or do.
As a
couple
goofy, you
turns.
cannot leave a reform section.
Yeah,
Ever.
it is difficult.
It's impossible.
And Lucia Machado.
Other melling at it.
Yeah. I think I can remember melling.
I did it. I had
That's
5.
4.
No, I had 5.
I'm not taking my.
Mitch Colborne at it.
Yeah.
Coyote 2.
Yeah. Well,
anyways, I'm really good at quiz.
Yeah, you are good at the circle. I'm going to make the questions a bit
7-1-0,
harder.
best score.
Yeah, 7-1-0.
Best score of the round so far.
I think you might be right. So yeah, great surfing from Machado. Excellent Canary Island surfer. Loves the juice, loves a bit of power. She's done really well there and smashed it out of the park.
I nailed it. The score. Stoked.
Now the quiz, okay? You want more, do you? I've got more for you.
Do it.
2 surfers.
Yes.
That never won a heat on the CT.
2.
Yeah.
Marco Polo.
Who?
Marco Polo.
No, I mean like, and they have to compete the whole year.
Marco Polo.
CT surfers that competed the whole year and didn't win a heat. Every event.
I think I said it, Marco Polo.
Who? Let's say it again. Marco Polo. I didn't say 15th century adventurers, did I? What, when Marco Polo was around?
Was not that long ago.
He founded America in the 14th century. Oh, different one. The surfer. Did he? Is that right? I don't know about that. I have to double check that.
Okay, I don't know.
Oh, nice little turn in the pocket.
And
I don't think he was over on the CT.
He did. He did.
Okay, all right. What else you got? You need more than that.
I know. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. That's what quizzes are about. You have the knowledge, it's a matter of trying to remember it. You can't Google it. Yeah. Who you got?
Um,
I can give you some clues eventually if you want some, but I don't
Can you
think-
give
I
one?
don't think you need them.
Can you give one? Just a small clue.
I'm going to get there real quick, but just give me a small clue.
Well, there's a massive clue. Is that it was South African?
South African. Oh, I know him.
Yeah, actually.
He used to ride for Ripco.
Give you a massive clue.
Chris Bennett's.
Huh?
Chris Bennett's?
No.
What's his name?
You tell
He
me.
used to ride for Ripco.
Yeah, absolutely.
He used to rip.
Yeah, he's a great surfer, still is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's his name? Only, well, his other one actually. Yeah, surf the whole CT, didn't get through the first round.
What was his name?
Ricky Basnett.
Ricky Basnett, yeah, they did a film of him.
Ricky Bob,
not
yeah,
long
he's had
ago.
a few issues with
surfing
drug dependencies, but yeah, he's incredible surfer. Just
amazing talent.
Yeah. I think Raoni Montero, it happened to him as well.
Really?
Like when he came back late, yeah, like when he finally got back on, I think, yeah, he was another one. Tough year that, isn't it? Okay, at the back, so Machado with that 7-1, just needs to back it up, as we see. Surfer in green, Costa and Costa.
a slow old first turn. Then she gets a bit more radical and hangs on. Rides out. She's happy with that completion. And
That's going to help her cause. I think that last turn was radical, was on the pocket. She was stoked about it.
I don't know if radical's the right terminology, but she completed the wave.
Carve.
It was a really slow carve, wasn't it? And this one, yeah, got it up, hung it up, came back down. Love the claim.
3.3. So Beatriz is back in this heat. Here I thought she could be a bit more aggressive on this carve, but this one she puts up there and she makes it. So she needed to make this. There's 4 minutes to go and everything is really tight. So really hard hit. Wow, dynamic snap for Camilla Kemp. She was needing something because she only had a 4-point ride, and now we are waiting for this last one, but I think she's going to go into the lead with this turn. This turn looked really good. Bang!
Yeah, I saw the fins
look at
come
the
out.
fins.
Yeah, so that was the angle that you needed to show the degree of difficulty. Fortunately, she couldn't get another little section, but
she did well. I think she'll go into second with this one.
Absolutely.
Or in first. She's going to go to the lead, I think.
Yeah, she's up into first with that. A 4.23, that moves Camilla up into first place in the heat. Machado still trying to back up that 7.10. And is still leaving now Lilias Tabay, Beatriz Costa with a bit of work to do, both 5-point rides.
It's been a bit of a slow afternoon. Waves have been quite hard for the girls. You have to admit that. In the morning was a bit more steep, and now we see the same energy, but it's a
definitely a trickier bank, isn't it?
Yeah.
Out the back, it's pretty straightforward. The sets come in, they break on it.
I've been wrong the whole day, every day, saying high tide is better, but it's summer for the lobs. She said high tide.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying if it's worse. It's just, I'd say, in some ways the waves are better, but more power, but they're just more difficult to position yourself. A bit more unpredictable, and that's why it's causing a few issues. You could have had Martin Potter for the Mohawk.
Yeah.
You also could have had at Taj's farewell event in Cloudbreak. It was flat for a week, and all the Aussies got on the drink for a week, and they all got, every single one of them had a Mohawk. Taj, Matt Wilkinson, Ace even had one. Everyone. Remember, they all came out for their first heats after like 5 days of celebrations, and yeah, all came out with Mohawks and surfed their heats with Mohawks. So yeah. So.
They know how to have fun.
They do, the Aussies. And yeah, good quiz from London. Good knowledge. 2 minutes to go in this heat. Looks like Kemp Machado pretty much got a lock on this. We've only got 2 heats to go after this. And we're going to come back. More action. 7 and 8. The last 2 heats are around a 32. Still got swell. As we see a left-hander. Oh, and down the hole. Tabay going for it. Needing a 5-point ride. That was a steep section. She went left off that wedge. And she just couldn't hang on. Nosedived. Looks like she's not going to be able to make it out of that one.
We see the tide is getting lower now. We can tell by the looks of the waves on the outside. Low tide was at 3 p.m. So now we have 2 hours of decreasing tide. So it's looking really hard out there. The wind came up. There's some double ups. So it's looking a bit harder as we see Lucia Machado trying to get rid of that 0.9. I think she did that already. Quick cut back there. And wow, nice snap.
Can she hang on? And she does.
She did.
Rides out of it. So awesome surfing there.
Amazing.
And she has done really, really well. She's got a 7-point ride. She's backed it up. The best surfing of the event from the women, Lucia Machado. Hats off, massive rounds of applause from the crowd. She's absolutely smashed that. Really impressed with the Canary Island surfer. And she's going to be one to watch in the future. Really, really good. Here we go. So it's the replay. First turn, right in the pocket. Nice carving back to the power source. And here's a difficult section, and she whacks it right underneath. Somehow rides out, which looked really, really tricky at that stage. And now she just waits for this last section. Finishes it off with a nice little foam climb, bit of toe release. Ah, sweet. And that's the end of the heat. She's absolutely smashed that heat. Camilla Kemp looks safe in second. This view from at the top will show you it's this third turn. That was the money. She got a 6.33 for this wave. So a massive heat total and a convincing win from Lucia. And right now we have the next heat, heat number 7. 2 more heats to go. As we see the replay, the last wave coming through. And that's a wrap. Move on in to the penultimate heat of the day, round of 32, heat number 7. There's still thousands of people on the beach watching the action. Sun's still shining. There's no reason to stop this when everyone's having so much fun. North to Lisbon. It's so clear. No sort of haze. It's a beautiful, crisp, clear, sunny day at Easter. And there's waves. See, down there in the corner, that's the competition area. Not the little corner. But right now, we're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the QS. Final event of the season sees the best qualifiers from across Europe at Costa de Caparica for the Surf Fest. Let's check out Ariana Ochoa, Yanir Gonzalez Echevarri, Bahia Frediani, Aimiti Fierro. So 2 Basques, 2 French surfers in the water right now. That's the scene on the beach from above. School holes, everyone enjoying themselves on the sand here. Person enjoying themselves in the last heat who stomped some big numbers, Lucia Machado. Let's go and hear from her.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Lucia. Lucia, you did the highest score of the round. How does that feel for you?
I'm pretty stoked. I didn't end up really well on the heat, but then I got 2 pretty good waves, I think, and it was nice.
Were you nervous to get that last backup? You only had a 0.9 and you needed to better that.
Yeah, I was waiting for the set, and then the set came. It was really like there weren't very good waves, but I ended up getting 1 on the last minutes, and it felt good.
Could you read the scores and understand the situation, or it was just like nothing?
The first one I didn't hear until I got to the out there with the girls, because I had to run on the beach and then paddle out all the way up there. So when I got there, I was like, hey, what did I get? And they told me, so it was pretty great.
Yeah, you got the highest score, so that's really good, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Great job. Lucia Machado just tore it apart out there, getting a couple of big numbers, getting work done. Early runnings in this. Fierro, full 3-3 for her. That's good. Nice and smooth, still on the water surface. Got a paddle up the top of the bank here. That wave will just slip under. Priorities with Ariane Ochoa. She'll sit there in red, kind of center of this bank right now. They've got these deep ones from up the top.
Yeah,
double ups through the middle.
They're already on the outside again. That means that the tide has changed. The wind is not offshore anymore, but as you said, it's still super clean, super fun. The beach is packed. It's a summer day outside, definitely. And yeah, the girls just taking advantage of these conditions.
Fewer places up for grabs on the smaller tour, of course, for the women, so it is going to be really competitive to try and secure those vital Challenger Series qualification spots. Ariane Ochoa in this seat would love a swing at the Challengers once again. See how she goes getting a campaign off here. She had to wait out. Pretty long day, really, of surfing. We get up towards 5:30 local time here, 5:20. She's had to wait patiently to come into competition, but with a real good read on conditions in terms of watching the last few days go down. What kind of wave she wants to hit. Good on the backhand is the goofy foot. I think she'll be eyeing up some of these right runners if she can find one. Putting herself in position with a paddle here. Here goes Ochoa. And then into a bottom turn, straight into a nice aggressive hit. This one will stretch out away from her, and that's always the payoff, really. Do you hit it hard and maybe get caught behind? You tap it and keep going down the line. I think it's a decent choice to go for an aggressive maneuver.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to do a big one instead of a couple soft turns, and we have been seeing that all throughout the whole contest. Judges love that one single huge maneuver on the outside. So yeah, she kind of did both of them because the turn was good, but she was high the whole section. She did really well here, but she was trying to get around that section, but still a 5.07, so judges will like that for sure.
Yeah, really good number just for the one turn. Meanwhile, this is Fierro's early work.
4.33 on this first wave of Amity Fierro. Just a single outside turn again. The judges definitely saying to all the girls that we want to see those big turns on the outside. It doesn't matter if it's just one, we want to see them.
So Amity wasting very little time at all and locking that in. And a bigger section as well, wasn't it? Great view there of Ochoa just duck dive in. Just making sure she holds her position. Got some signals with the board, what we've already discussed quite thoroughly. I think we covered all areas of that chat.
Yeah, especially on the outside because the playing field is so big. You can get lost pretty easily on the lineup, as we see Amity Fierro again. Oh, she jumped right in front of the board when the board hit the lip. Let's hope the board didn't hit her head. No, it doesn't look like it. But yeah, she's getting one of the girls is getting a signal that she needs to paddle a bit bit to the south part of the beach because yeah, you get caught up in that lineup. It's so big, it's so stretched out, and you see waves, especially from the outside. You see waves, really good waves all over the place, and you want to be seated on the right spot, and that's why the coaches are there to try and help them.
Big kid is stretched out. Where's Bahia Frediani, Engineer Gonzalez at Chaberry? They must be sitting in a different part of the bank right now. So a little bit of spacing out on the lineup. As we'll pick up these swells, just standing on the outside bar, still plenty of size. And looks like Ochoa in a really good position here. Great looking wave for Ariane. And she'll go try unsuccessfully to come around the section. One runs away from her.
He was a little bit too deep. Yeah, you can see they're definitely in different sides of the
up the top there.
Yeah, look, there's two surfers on the beginning of the beach and two surfers right at the end of the beach. So pretty interesting to see how that plays out for the girls on the other side, and because this one, Ariane already has a 5 points, and Heimiti already has a 4.33. So for now, it's paying off for both of these surfers on the left side of the lineup.
Here's Baia Frediani, won her opening heat, won it pretty well. Seemed pretty happy with the performance and been able to get a read on conditions. It was right about that stage where things were dialing back a bit with a high tide. It was a much smaller swell at that stage. It was small and clean, and it was kind of fading energy, and she did well just to bring her energy, get that win locked in, which was great. She'll be sort of stoked on that for a certain period of time, but then the focus comes towards this matchup and going again, thinking of the things you did right, what things you might want to maybe improve on. There's a tide chart, high tide, 3 p.m, so 2 hours ago, 3:13. That's just over 2 hours ago, so around about mid on the outs. 2.5 meters of tide, that's quite a lot. So there's a fair bit of water draining off the bank here, and it might stretch out those right-handers. Now the board's saying, go the other way.
Someone is, I think this is José Seabra, isn't it? Yeah, he's probably working with, I think it's Janir, because they have that EDP project with the young, yeah, that's José Seabra. Oh, he almost hit the cameraman. And he's saying to Janir to paddle more on the right, and she's doing exactly what the coach said. So she's paddling a bit more to the right of the beach. Let's hope it pays off for her, because she has the priority and she only needs 3.78 to go.
So positioning ever important in this one. Well, I guess we've had surfers out of position quite a bit, because getting down towards halfway, 6 waves ridden between these 4. It's not a lot. They're having to be patient. What you don't want to do is come too far to the inside and then see the sets break outside and run away. So positioning will be crucial. Here goes Janir, who bogs the bottom turn on some chop, and that just all goes wrong from there. She loses all the speed. She can't get high enough up the wave. That'll be a quick throwaway for her.
Yeah, something around the one in between 1 and 2 point. Yeah, the wave looked really good. Unfortunately, just, yeah, she got caught up in that rail on the bottom turn, and yeah, as you said, from then on, everything went wrong. But still, she still has plenty of time to turn this hit around. She just needs to catch the good waves. It's a 2.10, puts her in 3rd place. Yeah, it's still a small scoring affair here, but Ariane with a bit of a better wave than all of them, and Heimiti Fierro also with the 2nd best wave of the heat. So let's see the replay. Yeah, she didn't look in control since the beginning of that wave. As soon as she took off, it feels like the fit placement weren't that good, and she was kind of off balance the whole time, unfortunately for her. But she still has plenty of time. 30 minutes remaining on this heat.
Solid lines filling in still. Let's see if we've got any takers. No one fancies this left.
Oh, that would be a good one. I would love to catch a wave left like that. With this air wind now. Looks good, looks fun.
Lines filling in as well. It's been providing great conditions throughout the last couple of days. We're expecting a bit more of the same tomorrow. Maybe a touch smaller, not loads actually. Still should stay at about 1.5 meters, 3 to 4 foot, something of that order. All right, we've got a paddle here, we've got a surfer. That's good news. Using priority. Looks like Frediani. There she goes. And then she'll go into a steeper section here. Just clicks up a slash on the backhand, and now goes with a little bit more vigor into the lip, and again just nursing it a touch, and now hitting the lip. So a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, some safe stuff, then a little bit more aggression.
Yeah, a little bit of a better wave as well. The wave just kept on providing for her some steeper walls, some not so steep sections, and she did pretty well. A combination of some nice turns, so she's got to be happy with that one. There's still 10 minutes remaining, so she's definitely on the heat, and she's gonna try and back it up, because that 2.67 might not be enough to be a backup.
It's going to count for her for the time being. It's just a second wave, so we'll go in the top two. Ochoa's got the 5. That's probably what she's asking for. And then she's got a small number of the 0.9 just for that quick entry where she was shut down. She's in a good position with that 5. That feels solid, particularly with how much time's gone and how little scoring there's been in this. She feels like an impressive number. She did well to get that. Just the one turn opportunity came, she took it. So Frediani gets a number in, 4.6, decent. Goes to first right now. Ochoa in second. Not needing a big number to get back in first. Ooh, so focus pull there, dreamy. That's Frediani making her way back out. Boyd with a little extra pep in a paddle stroke with the news. She's got the second highest wave of the heat. She's got her high score. Crucially, she's in the lead. All about positions more than points in these heats. Get first or second, you stay alive in competition. Surfer in third, Fierro doesn't need much right now, 1.65. Expect that to change when Frediani Ochoa gets a wave. Echebarri also with a little bit to do, 3.88. These aren't big numbers for her, but she's got a 2 and a 1 so far. It's all gone a bit quiet and calm out there, Philippe.
Yeah, you look at the horizon and it feels like there's not too much coming. So the time will pass by and the pressure will build up. Because when you have non-stop waves, it's always easier. This is the replay of the 4.6 by Frediani. A couple nice turns, just waiting for this wave to stand up. And then push it a little harder on that one, goes around the section and hits it right on the lip, that one. Very nice surfing by Frediani, and then go around the section, another carve. She's gonna hit the top again on this one and finish it off. So very good surfing by Frediani. Second best wave of the heat, as we see a couple of lines. Let's see if someone pulls the trigger. I don't know who that was, but it lost the priority. Yeah, that was Heimiti Fierro. She had the first priority and ended up going to fourth. So
it's Bahia attacking, so wasting a little time, getting another wave. There's a bigger one as well, it felt like. She had a good swing there. Crack on the lip again, so finding a rhythm. And she just wants to keep surfing, basically. Just do this. Just keep catching waves. Her scores will go up as she does that. Let's have a look.
Yeah, nice first go. Just trying to set up the right positioning to hit this turn. Nice finishing turn. That's a 3.53, and she improves the situation and gets a stronger lead, as we see the surfer in blue, Janira Echebarri, unfortunately catching a bit of a closeout.
Yeah, long way back, wasn't she? She was sitting wider. Coach told her to go deeper. She did that. She was a bit too deep on that particular wave. Nevertheless, she'll have another swing here. This little double up on the inside, it will break basically in the movement of water from the previous wave, but not enough for her to get particularly interested in. Fierro looks a little lost out there. She's turning to spin. Echebarri will actually take that wave on the inside. It's another tight section. She's late again. Her timing's off here. She's getting it wrong. She's taken off just maybe in the wrong part of the wave and just always chasing down sections. Normally, you're used to seeing her come from underneath and up into the point scoring sections. She's chasing ghosts a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's getting in her mind, you know. Things are going wrong, and if you're not mentally strong enough, it can get into you, and everything goes wrong from there.
Good news is energy coming in here. She'll want to make a quick paddle out the back. She'll still have 6.5 minutes or so. Plenty of opportunities, we hope, from everyone's point of view, that they get a couple more waves each to show us their best stuff. Ochoa's been really quiet. She's got that 5 early on. Other than that, just that 0.9. She hasn't improved on that. Let's check the recap with 6.5 on the clock. It's not been a classic.
Yeah, a couple of big turns on the outside. This was a 4.33 by Fierro, a nice turn, just a single turn as well, and this is the best wave of the heat so far. A 5.07 strong hit on the lip by Ariana Ochoa. And then we have this girl. She's in the first place with a couple of nice waves and nice turns. She managed to build that first spot, and yeah, all the other girls are still running away from it. Ariane needs the 3 points. Very well served, very well connected in between turns. Nicely timing, very good technically. So yeah, totally deserving to be on that first spot. As we see Bahia, this is our second place. It's just a setup turn to finish this one off with a nice hit off the top. That's 3.53. As we see Janire Chevarro on I don't know if it's an in and out or she actually was able to do something to fabricate a score, because she definitely needed it. She only needs a 3.88. It's totally doable. It's not hard, especially for Janire. She has a really good and really strong backhand. She just needs to find that sync with the ocean.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about the rhythm, isn't it? And we talk about surfers who find that early on and kind of stick with it throughout the heat. It's much harder to try and change your energy midway. Let's get a look here at this one.
Yeah, a bit of a foamy wave again. The wave choice not so good, but she still surfs really good. Combination of 3 backhand carves.
It's going to feel a lot better as well. She managed to kick out of the wave. It was the first time she's done that this heat as well, so that's going to feel a whole lot better. This was Fierro.
Nice first snap to try and look at this section. She hits it strong on the finishing turn. She got to be happy with that. So all the girls leaving all the action for the last 5 minutes, which will be pretty interesting. That's really well surfed by Fierro.
Yeah, this is a great wave. Thing just stood up, didn't it? And just bowled across this sandbar for her. And her speed was good the whole way. There's no real downtime between the turns. Really nicely paced. Didn't push too hard. Just got the timing sweet. Managed to throw a little bit of variety in the maneuvers as well, and doesn't need a big number to threaten Ochoa. She's vulnerable while she sits on the 0.9. It's one of our 2 Basque surfers out in the water. Let's see how these numbers go. Well, all right, Fierro, great number for her, 5.83, brilliant, puts in a first. So Ochoa now under a bit of pressure, and we're still waiting for a number 4, Echebarri. She needs a good one though, 6.03. You'd probably say Fierro got the better of the exchange. So let's see though, the judge to put a number in for Echebarri. Ariana Ochoa needs to make a move. She's got priority now. She's ridden 2 waves in 22 minutes. One of them was really good for 5.07. The other one's just a 0.9. And a bit of pressure on her now. Let's see how she handles it.
Well, today we saw some situations like this. People with the best score of the heat, and then out of nowhere, they don't back it up. And sometimes you're in danger because of that. As we see her battling for this one, she decides not to go. As you see Janire Chebarri again on a really foamy wave. We're still waiting for the scores of Janire. They're almost dropping in. It's going to put her right there in the mix, a 4.37. And right now, the surfer with the second best wave of the heat is on the last place.
Yeah, so Ochoa drops 4th. She needs a wave now. Still got priority. She had a little paddle at that. She was just trying to get in position, really. She never actually paddled for the wave. She's just positioning. She found herself wide. Couldn't get there. In the end, it wasn't a great wave anyway, so it didn't really matter. Fierro, 5.83, finding that wave, really just turning the heat. Because after that, basically that one hit she did on the first wave of this encounter, nothing else really to talk about in terms of her surf. And then all of a sudden, she just gets that run up, tags it, goes to first place. And ever there's a time to make a move like that, it's in the dying minutes of a heat. 2 on the clock now, surfers chasing. It's not where you want to be. You'll always feel that pressure. The clock will feel like it is flying past. And if you've been having a little bit of bad rhythm with the ocean, it just feel extra frustrating. Let's see what Echebarri can do here. She's got herself a left. Her requirement's not big. It's 3.77. Really nice looking left-hander.
Very nice style. Combination of some nice carvings. Let's see if she can finish this one off. We haven't been seeing a lot of lefts with the closing out section, but maybe she finds something. She needs a 3.77. What do you think, Paul? Combination of a couple of carves.
It was very much on the face, wasn't it? Quite a lot of arm swinging. It's loads of board commitment to the turns. It's going to be of that order, right? You're thinking it's not way up the scale, but it's not just a small throwaway. It was decent surfing. Let's get another look. I often quite get better on the replay when you watch them again. Like you said, the style was good. It's pretty smooth. That one was a nice turn on the rail.
A bit repetitive, and the wave didn't allow her just to go as big as you need to get those scores. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judges will do here, because the technique was there. The wave just didn't provide her with the best scoring potential, but who knows?
377 is the requirement.
Oh my God, Ariane, she got a wave, a 1 point. She's still in 4th place. She only needs a 306, and she have both of the surfers all over her. The first and second, look at Fierro, just they're not gonna hold this. The two French surfers, they're gonna make her life so difficult.
Yeah,
I love these situations.
It's not enough for Janet. Comes in under 343. She stays in 3rd. Not sure she'll have to go this way, basically, wherever she is. Counting down from 10, Fierro and Frediani covering Ochoa.
A bit of a team strategy here, Team France strategy, and Ariane gets eliminated. Oh, that's gotta hurt, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, you contrast the amount of waves she rode, just 3. Do you know what? Fierro only rode 3 as well. She won the heat. So you can't necessarily just put it down to that. Obviously, what happens on the wave when you get them. But Fierro back to self with multiple hits on the backhand. She gets the win. She'll go through to the next rounds. We've got another great looking heat to wrap up the round. Ado, Aristabe, Barton and Salgado join us for that live right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the beach. Final heat of a big day of competition at the Caparica Surf Fest. Another quartet in the water, featuring the championship tour experience of Pauline Ado, multiple European champion Nadia Aristabe, the highly rated Basque. Alice Barton out of Wales, she ripped in the early rounds. Maria Salgado, she's really good at the moment. We're picking up live vision of Aristabe on the backhand tools. She likes to go vert into the lip. That's what she's going to try and do here. And I reckon if you've been paying attention to that last heat, if you're in this one, I reckon try and get 2 waves early on.
Don't wait for too long.
Don't leave it down to the last minutes of the heat. Get scores on the board early. Let's get a look.
First wave of Nadia, a nice, just that one turn, but a big turn on the outside. So we know the judges love that. And then the veteran, Pauline Ado, with a 3.83, a little bit of a bog rail there, but she might be doing something special here. Nice carving off the top. The wave just opened up for her. Another carving, a little bit timed there with the off balance, but still, she did a job. 3.83. That's a good way to start because we want some. You want to have some waves with you.
Yeah.
That's the rule of the day.
Get going early on. Don't waste any time. 4.73 for a Starbase. She wins the opening exchange. For what that's worth, that's actually a pretty decent number as well to get in early on. Feeling the rhythm. Odo, yeah, it was weird, a bit sticky. She got it wrong from the start. You see that on a wave quite often. Someone maybe catches a rail early on and just gets their feet a touch wrong. Everything from that, it's almost like a domino effect. And throughout the wave, she looked out of sorts. Tell you what, though, 2 years ago here, that's as good as I've ever seen Pauline surf. She absolutely ripped this place. She came here just absolutely on fire, tore this place apart. So let's see if she can dig into those fond memories. But really impressive performance here. As she has at many venues down the years. She's got the young generation nipping at her heels right now. A couple of them in the water in this one. 25 minutes to get your 2 best waves and get out of this round. Get into the round of 16, start thinking about the weekend and finals. And then obviously about the Challenger Series as well, because that's the goal. And there are precious few spots up for grabs on both sides, but particularly for the women. Hotly contested. Let's see where we are at the end of this. Still a couple more days of surfing to bring you. We're Wednesday evening right now. So we run through Saturday, 3 more days from which to run. We don't need the full 3 days, so we can be a little selective. Here's Alice Barton.
Nice for stern.
There she goes on the bottom. It's smooth and it's controlled.
I really like her flow. She just makes things look so effortless. Just keep on going, showing a little bit of a variety there, dropping that back arm and finish. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there, Paul.
Yeah, doesn't get the finish, but nevertheless, always eyeing up sections where she wants to go and aiming to impress the judges. Someone did that in the last heat, Aimiti Fierro. Let's hear from her.
She did that and she didn't even know, because it's hard to hear, it's hard to see priorities, it's hard in general. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I had no idea I made my heat. I had no idea till I got here and asked you, so I'm really happy right now, yeah.
Didn't even know your scores or any of the situation. What did you think the situation was?
I thought I was 3rd, and I wasn't sure at the end who to block. And I could barely see the priorities, so I had no idea what priority I had and who I needed to block. So yeah, it was really confusing, but I just told myself that it was gonna happen, that we probably couldn't hear anything, and I just told myself I need to surf, and yeah, that would work.
That comes with a lot of training and practice, right? To get that situation in your mind straight for a situation like that, right?
Yeah, I've been working really hard. I've been here in Europe for 2 months now, and I'm staying another month. So I've been away from home for a while now, and I've been training in France, and yeah, I'm trying to do my best here.
Any support from your sister?
Yeah, for sure. I know my dad and my mom are watching right now, so yeah, thank you guys for watching.
Send them a message.
Well, thank you guys for supporting me and waking up at midnight and whatever hour to just watch me, and yeah, I'm super happy right now.
Super parents and super surfer. Good job. You're in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Thanks, Joanna. Good job by Aimiti Fierro. She's through the round of 16. We saw Ada rip a wave during that cross, and also saw a nice air attempt from Maria Salgado. I love it.
I don't think she was trying to do an air, but I know that I've been... Nadia Stab just putting that strength on those finishing turns, and she already has a 4.73, and she's going to back it up with a really good score. But yeah, Maria, I've been watching her surf. She's part of the new generation. She's probably, for me, in my opinion, she is... Let's just see this finishing turn. Nice. For me, Maria is actually leading the new generation of surfers in Portugal. She's pretty young still, and I know that she can do a lot of really good stuff and surf really well as well. So I think she was trying to get that fin release, not an air, but that fin release, just to trying to get those jitters off and try to get in rhythm with the ocean, because we already saw that you don't want to be the one to not catch any waves. You have to stay active. As you see, Pauline just absolutely went to town on this wave. The wave just kept on providing. This is during the interview. Look at this. It's just, it looks like a point break pole. It looks like a perfect point break. Here, a little bit power, and then here again, she's gonna push it a little harder, and then one more time, finish it off.
Running right-handers, Pauline Addo, she'll just lap that up.
6.33 pole.
Yeah, belting it multiple times. Great number, 6.33. That's much better from her. She looked a bit shaky on the first wave. That's much more the Addo, we know. So decent from her in the lead. Got a number to drop for Aristide, I reckon. That'll be healthy though. Let's see where that puts us. Spartans comes in as a 4-5. Salgado's just got that one on the board.
We see Alice, she went for the run around, and as she's gonna be on the outside really quick, because as you can see, there's a lot of current near that pier, and it's gonna put her out there really fast. And yeah, 4.37 on the last of Nadia. I was expecting a little higher than that, but all the judges agree with each other. So yeah, but still enough to make her on the second place. But Alice, right there, she just needs a second wave, and also Maria Salgado just needs to put something on board. She only has 1 point.
Yeah, Alice just taking a sweet time a little bit there. She doesn't seem in any particular hurry. She's like, yeah, let's go for a cruisy paddle in the rip. It's the Costa de Caparica, blazing sunshine, pumping surf. That's been what we've experienced the last couple of days. Dreamy conditions for the QS. And what a way to round out a season. What a way to round out the day. Right now, 15.5 on the clock. Addo and Aristide are your 1-2. We only have single rides from Barton and Salgado. You were just talking about the technique from Alice Barton. Everything seems, she knows where she wants to go. There's no real sort of spilled energy with her technique.
Yeah,
she's always aiming at the sections and where she wants to be.
She doesn't overdo it, that's for sure. She just chooses the right moment to hit the lip and do the turns. And when you have that timing, if you have that timing, because there's a lot of surfers that sometimes don't get that good. And if you have the timing on when to go up and when to come down, when to press on your bottom turn and all of that, it's going to turn you a better surfer than most of everyone. So Alice, I really like her surfing. She has a really smooth style, really good in transitions. It's yeah, it's pretty. I know she has been working with Lou, the South African coach. They have been working together. He has been working with the Great Britain team, and yeah, they have been doing a really good job. Because Alice just, I was last year on the Euro Juniors, and she was already surfing really good, but it feels like during this winter, she improved a lot, and that's really good.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier.
And she's still pretty young, isn't she?
Yeah, looked really good in the opening round. So far on this one, just that one wave. She'll want to get another one. She didn't get the finish on that either. I think that'd just be sort of nagging as well. Make sure you get the finish. Just hit it on the ends, right out. Steady Aristide. Some prowling out the back. Priority is with the young Portuguese surfer, Salgado. Let's see what she can do. As we'll see, a bit of energy filling in here. Possibly some interest from Aristide.
Right now, I can see a bit more of Costa de Caparica, but still, there's so many good waves. Look at this right-hander. Surfing green looks a little bit too deep. Will she go around the corner? Not really. She showing a little bit of a frustration. And you know what? I learned that the wrong way, but if you're a surfer, you have to be calm and collected, even when the things don't go your way, because that shows a lot of. If you transmit that frustration to the judges, they will have that in account. So Maria needs to be calm and trust her surfing and trust the process and make sure everything goes all right. Ooh. As you see, Pauline just going on another wave. A little bit of a mistake there, but she's gonna still finish this one off. Nice surfing by Pauline. She's getting the experience of getting the better waves.
Yeah, it was sort of a bit fat on the opening, and she got that one section. She just absolutely belted it. So Start the wave was a bit sticky, but this one here, Philippe, she nailed this.
Yeah, nice off the top. Really strong on that one. She came with a lot of speed. She got a little stuck there, but she ended up like doing pretty well there. So I don't know. It's probably gonna bet at that 3.83, but good job by Pauline. She's getting some of the best waves of this heat.
Final heat of the day. Back half of the heat. Here's Salgado. Was a little bit miffed at the ocean a short while ago. She's recomposed herself and got a runner here, nice and smooth. What's she got for a finish? Really nice, tags it. Very nicely done. She's got the cool style.
She does, yeah. And she's really technical, because sometimes you see girls are more powerful than technical, and Maria is definitely one of the most technical surfers in Portugal right now, because especially on the ladies, because she has that little tweak sometimes, that little spice in the end of the turn. So it's pretty fun to watch her surfing, and she has a lot of room for improvement.
Set still bombing through out the back. 11 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. We've got numbers coming in for everyone. It's throwaways for Barton's, just a small one for her. Let's have another look at Maria.
Yeah, it's a small wave, but she started up pretty strong on the outside. We didn't see this first turn. She comes around the section. She has such a nice style, very composed, very easygoing, just waiting for the right moment to attack the leap. Here she regroups herself, bottom turn, throwing a little bit of a fin there. So nice wave by Maria Salgado. That first turn might be the point of difference.
Let's see where that goes score-wise. Ado gets an improvement, a 4.43, extends her lead. Decent numbers for her, 10.76 out of 20. We're due a number for Aristabe, a third wave for her. Maria Salgado, we're waiting for a number for her as she's making her way back out. This is Nadia Aristabe. Rather than trying to fight her way through, she'll try and get in the rip and use that. Alice Barton is back in priority now. See what she can do with it. She needs a score. Here's Nadia.
Bam! That's a really strong turn. So we saw her having that 4.73 on a similar turn. So we might think it might go on that range, but just that one turn. But she really puts a lot of expression on those turns. So really strong turn by Nadia. She's gonna try and fight her position, because Ali's are pretty close, is pretty close, and Maria Salgado with a 4.1 already pretty close as well. She only needs a 5 points, and let's see what this heat brings us, because there's only 9 minutes remaining, 9 minutes and a half remaining.
Yeah, it's going to go by real quick, and I feel like the next wave crucial for Alice Barton. She needs to use that priority well, get herself a wave, just get a little extra spring in her steps and momentum. Someone has got that. It's Pauline Ado. She's got the lead. She's got a bomb here. She's just putting herself in the spot. Great looking section. Nice turn. That way being a bit bigger, it offers something of a stretched out closeout section in front of her, but she was good enough to offer up the board of the lip for a first maneuver. Judges will think about that.
Yeah, a bit of a bigger wave, and she hits it really strong on that one. Just that one turn, but yeah, we already saw that judges love one big turn, as we see here again, the drone view, bam. Really strong turn by Pauline. She's in the first place, controlling the heat, 8 minutes and a half remaining.
Yeah, you notice the thing with Pauline, she's caught all her weights in the same place. They're all the right-handers that are running down. That one did run away, but there's a clear strategy there. She's done her homework, she worked out where she wants to sit. Seen surfers look a bit lost, make sudden redirections laterally in the lineup. Not so for Pauline. She knows exactly where she wants to be. The lineup's worked out, and she's going to stick and wait for those right-handers. And so far, it's paying off big time. She's in first place in this at 8 on the clock. Aristabe looking for a 6 to catch her right now, so a little bit of a margin. Aristabe doesn't have a huge margin over surfers chasing, because they've both got 4s. It's just their backups that need work. Barton with priority. Exactly sure where she is.
Yeah, you can see Pauline a little far away from the other competitors, but all the other 3 surfers, all of them have at least a 4 points on the board. Alice doesn't have a backup, and neither does Maria Salgado and Nadia just putting a bit more pressure on those two girls. It will be interesting to see how they're gonna manage this situation. And as we see here now, they're looking at this one. They need to get those. I think Maria's wave, the scores are a bit lower than I thought it would be, but yeah, wondering if the size of the wave was kind of small, wasn't it? And yeah, we know that judges don't like small waves, and because that the critical part, if it's a small wave, there's nothing in the criteria that says that you have to be on the bigger ones, but there's speed, power, flow, critical sections. So if you're on the bigger boards, on the bigger waves, you're gonna have that a bit more risky. You're gonna have a lot more speed. You're gonna have turns like this. Nadia just found herself her own strategy, isn't it? Like, just go for the closeouts and hit it strong. You might get away with it, and I like it because I like surfer that goes big.
Yeah, she's not necessarily waiting for the bombs. She's finding tight sections and offering up the board real steep and vert into the lip. And it's paying off with some decent numbers so far. She's not gone wild. She's stuck in the fours. But it's good enough for second right now. Okay, Salgado here. There she goes, just easing in with nice style.
Bam.
There's a good turn, little tail tap with extra speed out. And again, make this. And she does. Really nice. All right. Let's see where this one goes.
Yeah, that's the size of the wave that you want to catch, because all the turns will be a lot more critical, and I think she'll be happy with this one. Let's see the replay. Maria up and riding, just waiting for the wave to stand up, and hits it vertical on that one, just pushing that tail, that extra spark. She actually got a little late for that one, but it was a critical section, so she has to be happy. As we see again, the drone view. I really like that pushing the tail. It's so technical, and even though she got a little late, that was a critical section,
really nice.
And I think she will be rewarded with that one. As we see, Nadia's again just putting the board vertical and pushing as hard as possible.
Yeah, bit of a positioning mistake from Alice there. She went too far out, basically, and you saw, as we saw the drone view of Maria Salgado take that wave, actually saw Alice paddling back in after the wave, but trying to come back in, she's too far out. She's had priority for a while, and surfers around her have caught waves and put scores. And it's her lineup. She's got priority, you've got to use it.
It feels like there's always that one surfer every heat that just loses the sync with the ocean. And right now, Alice, she only has 4.5 minutes remaining to turn this hit around, because you know what? Nadia improved the score, and now Maria Salgado needs a 5.5 to go to second. What do you think, Paul?
It's going to be really interesting. It's a combination. We know the judges like that. First turn had a bit of venom in it as well. They had a nice spark. The other thing, it's good to go up on one closeout turn, go up vertical like Aristabi does on the back end and ride straight down, almost straightening out. It's pretty good, but if you can hit the lip and also carry on going down the line with speed, like Salgado did into the next turn, I feel that's impressive. Speaking of backhand attack from Aristabi, here she is again. And once again, her turns are critical and crisp. She gets that one big hit before the wave goes soft and weird on the inside. So she's staying busy. A fifth wave there. Aristabi, or actually, I think the number's dropped in already, so 487 for that. No, we've got another number coming for her. And Salgado's number as well. Judges having a good think about that.
A good thing.
Yeah.
Taking their time.
Yeah, they need to nail that. This is a really important number. 5.5 right now is the requirement, although Aristabi could also improve. So let's see. Ado has gone quiet for a while.
Look at the score, 5.6. So Maria Salgado turned this hit around. That a little bit of, that's a 6.2, it's a 5.2, a 5.8.
Great combo.
Yeah.
Love it.
I loved it. As we see here, Nadia again. Just putting she's so technical. She's really, really good on her backhand. Unfortunately, the wave didn't allow her to do anything else, but
didn't have another section, did it that way. The other thing, we've seen her do that a few times in this heat. I think maybe the judges might want to see some linkage, something linked together.
Yeah.
Some of that flow.
Yeah,
She's got that kind of one-turn maneuver. If she keeps going to it, it is a good turn. I think we want to see something a little extra.
Yeah, they want to see that combination of turns, because obviously that one big turn will take you somewhere, but eventually it will become, not, I don't want to say boring, but it will become stuck there on the scores, you know, because they want to see a combination of 2 turns. They want to see you do this 2 times in a wave, not just one. You
here
see?
we go. Well, right on cue. There she is, throwing it up.
Trying to hold on, but she felt, it looked like she was off balance the whole thing, but...
Just when we were asking for combos, she shows us exactly that, but doesn't quite get the second one. I love the busy approach. So 6th wave from her. She's going rapid fire now. She's going wave for wave with Addo. She's actually had one more right now. It's not about the wave count, it's about the points. It's Pauline Addo at the moment, under 2 minutes to go. She leads this one. We're all caught up with scores. Where's Alice Barton? She had priority for ages, and she's just not even had a swing. She needs to go a wave here. The good news is it's not a massive requirement. Even though she's 4th, she only needs a 5-2-1. This one will be a little soft and go underneath her. And with 90 on the clock, she's going to hope for a set wave. Let's check the recap.
Yeah, Pauline just starting off this heat with a 6.33. That's an amazing wave. That wave just kept on providing for her. Now it's gonna wall up and she's gonna push a little harder on this last few turns. Here, nice. And then this one is probably the money turn, just strong off the top. And then another strong hit on the inside. And that's why how you want to start a hit, and she backed it up with this 4.77. She's gonna hit this one. You like this one, Paul? Bam! That's a lot more like it. Nice combination. Unfortunately, she had the potential to go up for a big score there. Unfortunately, she made a bit of a mistake, but still, a 4.77. She'd take it any day of the week. And this girl, the young girl, Maria Salgado, getting that 5.6 with this one. First huge turn, she comes up with a lot of speed and hits it late. That's really, really well served by Maria Salgado. She's gonna take it any day of the week, and she is on the 2nd place. What is she doing? She needs to be on top of Nadia, because she has the priority of Nadia, unless Nadia caught a wave, but I think Nadia is...
She might have come in even. She's
she's
way on the inside.
Yeah.
So Alice Barton's got 10 on the clock. She's had priority for what feels like an eternity. Doesn't even paddled into a wave, and surfers all around her are getting waves. Alice did have a go at that one. She won't get there. Salgado will take this one. What's she got for us? There's the horn. Not much. She'll just casually swoop up into the lip. And that's a great performance from a young surfer who was on the ropes there and a little bit challenged. She maybe couldn't match some of her adversaries for power, but you mentioned the technical aspect of her surfing. She showed us that. I feel like almost that late part of that first turn, the tail tap, I feel like the score kind of came from there somehow.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe the finishing turn, because it was super critical. She got it late, and you see by the landing that she was holding on to her life to land that, and the judges love that. They just, if you show effort, it looks like it's harder than it looked. So, but I really like that spring on that little flashy push on the tail.
For everyone in that heat, the experience of Pauline Addo, the youth of Maria Salgado. Looking forward to coming back to competition tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, we're going to get a break. We've got the post show coming up. We'll see you soon.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Galizia post-show. Welcome to the Estrella Galicia post-show, a beautiful Wednesday evening on the Costa de Caparica where the Surf Fest has had another cracking day. We've really enjoyed it. We've got loads of talking points to break down. We're a little closer to wrapping things up by a big day of competition, 24 heats if my sums are correct. How are we feeling, guys? Where are the vibes at?
They're cool.
They good?
A lot of good surfing, some of the best waves I've ever seen in Costa de Caparica.
Monday?
Yeah, right up there. There have been long days, let's not lie about that.
Yeah.
A lot of effort and energy, but the rewards have been always there, Paul. The surfing's been great. The weather's been amazing. The vibe on the beach has been incredible.
Mondy's happy. Jervis is stoked. Is Pauline Addo stoked? Let's go and find out. She's with Garnell.
She is absolutely stoked. I mean, you're giving us something that we're already used to with that amazing surfing. How are you feeling?
Good. It was way more tricky than I thought. I watched waves all day. It was pumping from this morning. And then the wind kind of turned before, like a couple of hits before mine. And actually in the water, it's pretty tricky because it's hard to know where you sit on the outside, and also it's hard to hear the scores. So I was a bit lost at seat at some moments, but then I just thought, like, I knew I had my second wave was pretty good, and I thought I had to build on that. And yeah, I'm just happy I made it because I wasn't sure, honestly.
And as a former Caparica champion, you've seen a lot of different conditions. Do you think these are conditions you can win?
Well, every contest I enter, my goal is to win. I think we've seen amazing waves this week so far. And I think it's the type of waves where I can show my surfing, but just like any other competitors. So obviously we all want good waves, and but I think it makes it more interesting, more challenging when there's good waves because everyone surfs good. But yeah, definitely I have high goals for this event. I came from Morocco with a good result, and yeah, I would like to end my European leg in a good way.
And nothing official yet, as we know, but you can almost start to dream about the Challenger Series, right? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, nothing official for sure, but I think I'm looking pretty good to make it. Yeah, I'm really happy about it because honestly, before Morocco, I think I was sitting in 9th place, so I was really far from the cut. And the position I'm in right now is way more comfortable. So yeah, I'm just trying to put together everything I've worked on this winter, and let's see what happens.
You're doing
hips, and we'll see.
You're doing a great job. Keep it up, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Joanna. Pauline Addo, high heat IQ, but just really smart. She knows where surfing's at. She knows where strategy is. Feels like someone that's got kind of everything in order. She knows exactly who she is and where she's going.
Knows where her car keys are. She's got it all going on. Yeah, she knows exactly what she's doing, and she knows how to do it.
Yeah, she has a lot of experience. She has been doing this for a long time.
So big day competition, guys. We've got some big talking points, but just before we get into those, just in terms of vibes, Ben, favourite thing you've seen today?
Favourite thing I've seen today? I like Jorgen Kuzenet's approach to the wave.
Yeah.
He just sort of added that element of class, power, spray. He just came in and went, right, this is where we've been, this is where we're at, and this is where we're going. And I like that.
Jervis, what have you enjoyed?
I'm going to say my fellow companion Vasco Ribeiro. He absolutely smashed it, and I know how comfortable he is in these kind of conditions. I spent a few minutes talking with him at the surfers area, and he's looking really comfortable, and he wants this more than anything.
Well, should we get into our men's heat of the day? I think we should. Let's remind ourselves of our favourite heat from a big day competition here. There's been a few to choose from. But this heat right here, and it was a favourable stage of the tide. That wind was hacking pretty strong offshore. There was all sorts going down the lineup, but this guy, Vasco Ribeiro, just started strong and got better.
Yeah, he's so good in these conditions. He's so powerful, so technical, but the speed that he surfs, I'm already used to see it, but I'm still always impressed when I see you surfing. And we were talking, and he said that got some unlucky results this year, some weird waves throughout the whole week, the whole regional tour, and he was really psyched on these waves and these conditions. Oh my God!
Kind of like the perfect kind of conditions for Vasco, isn't it? It suits his surfing so well.
Yeah.
It's a mix of power and timing and all the good things about his surfing, and these waves. Yeah, well, in there, look at him, they're just amazing this morning.
Cowley Vast as well. Let's not forget he was in this heat and he ripped it.
Yeah, he's such a good surfer. His backhand is so little. Because his timing is absolutely perfect. He just times it so well that there's plenty of water comes out of those turns, and judges love that, and I think we all love it.
Yes, a few contenders in terms of wave of the day, but also not only just from the performance, but feels like the significance from Vasco. Like, it's definitely one of those names that should be there in the challenges. He should be sort of leading the charge of European surfers. That's how good he is, and he's been a little bit missing. It just sort of feels good to see him back and in fine form.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. He has been struggling with some mental health issues for the last couple of, I'll say the last year, and but he's been working on it, and he's looking better than ever. I've been doing some free surfs with him, and he's surfing better than I've ever seen him surf, and he's actually really psyched to be competing again, and hopefully he'll be back on the Challenger, and hopefully one day he'll qualify, because he absolutely deserves it.
Well, loads of talking points for the men, of course, and we'll start to really drill into some of those scenarios and the maths of it all as we go later into the rounds over the next couple of days. In the meantime, still sticking with today, let's think about our women's heat of the day. And we've just finished the round right now. So 8 heats of the women. And it's all about sending surfers basically through to that round of 16. Then you're getting close towards quarterfinals at this stage. You can't win the event right now, but what you can do is you can show a marker of your form and your focus. And that's what happened in this heat. This was our standout.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's been a few sort of low-scoring heats up to this point, and then Lucia Machado just came out, and she just really sort of showcased what was possible in these conditions when the women really connect with the wave and get the lineup worked out. And straight from the get-go, she was really, really into it, really strong. This is Camilla Camp, so she started off with a kind of good 5 or 6, set the tone for the heat. Often in these heat of the days, isn't it? A surfer will get a good wave at the start of it, someone will respond, and it just kind of staircases upwards to a real high quality. But this is Lucia. Wow. She was just cracking it under the thing. That's probably the best turn we saw of the women. Maybe Teresa Bombolo did one really amazing turn, and then she just kept on going and going. And I think just after this stage, I sort of proffered the opinion that she'd probably just kick out now and go back out. And then she went on and did about 4 or 5 extra turns. So she was just surfing really, really well. And a marker for
she's going to go on the inside.
Yeah, that's what I said, to kick out and paddle back out after that, yeah.
A brilliant performance. Also fair to say, it's maybe not coincidence that the heat of the day coincide with the good part of the tides. You see these waves just draining with the energy, and that's given our chances the opportunity to attack, basically. And when you attack, you get reward.
Yeah, if you attack the lip vertical and don't do those big turns, the judges will love that, and the judges will reward that, as we see her just hitting the lip on that one. She absolutely smashed. It's really good to see a girl from the Canary Islands just showing her surfing, and especially because they're very used to point breaks and all of that, and it's really good to see performing on beach break.
Yeah, great competitor. I've seen a lot of surfers put their board up in critical parts of the wave today. Fewer of those were able to ride out of it, and crucially, that's what Lucia Machado was able to do. Really, really impressive.
Sorry, Paul, did I just go back and you said what the best thing that happened to me today? And I did mention Kuzne, that was important. I've just remembered when Yolanda Hopkins was given the European WQS, so the QS Champions Trophy, handed it to her on the beach by Rob Gunning. She did a big shout out saying how Rob's been in the corner. I'll tell you, I'm not going to lie, tears in the eyes. Welled up. So it was emotional. She had a family there, and that was another really special kind of poignant moment that I just remembered. Thanks, Paul.
Not only a great moment for the day, great moment for the season. That's what it's all about. It's taking out trophies and silverware. I reckon Hopkins should keep some room in her trophy cabinet because she's got more silverware coming her way. In terms of other awards that we're giving out for the day, we've got the Australia Galicia Wave of the Day. Should we have a look at it?
Absolutely.
Let's go.
Let's roll that.
With an 8.67, if I recall. Yeah, exactly.
First heat of the day, wasn't it? So we just came down in the morning to this. J-Bay-esque.
Yeah, how close does it look to France, these conditions?
Yeah, true. That morning light, an excellent
morning
wave.
light, that offshore wind, and just perfect point breaks on the outside, and
Joanne Drew do a massive backhand.
Exactly.
It's pretty French right there.
It is.
You ready for more good news?
Yep.
Let's have the call for tomorrow. 7 o'clock call, possible 7:30 start. Down here.
Mixing it up.
Early doors. Down here at 7. Just about in time for sunrise. Hopefully we'll have those puffing offshore winds. That's what we had today. It's been a really enjoyable day of competition. Thanks for tuning in. Check out highlights. We're going to send you out with some. Check out worldsurfleague.com. I think there might be a chance of bells running tonight as well. If you like the CT, if that's your thing, hey, we won't mind if you watch that. We won't feel cheated upon. The real action starts back here tomorrow, though, 7 o'clock local time. Send you out with some highlights. See you tomorrow.
See you.
Good morning and welcome to Portugal. The QS rolls on at the Caparica Surf Fest 2023. We're live. And another fine day greeted by a delightful sunrise, clean lines out of the Atlantic, a crisp offshore.
It's pumping.
Duru in that morning sunshine, making this wave look beautiful.
Yeah, he put it nice on rail there.
Yeah, João is part of the new generation of Portuguese surfers. He's really, really good surfer.
Dark on his backhand. It's a different approach here. There he goes. Oh, right in the pocket, really vertical. And there's another.
I was main stage with Tiny at a festival. Realities of just less than 24 hours past and I'm back to working. The wage isn't minimum, but when you know your worth is more, you make your own curriculum. Study in the industry, I know you see me killing them. Nice, it felt so real, I had some moments I was living them. Celebrity, civilian, walk amongst the greats that you ignore. The ones relentlessly pursuing every key to every door. It's evergreen and evermore if you're content with living normally. I'm handing in my notice to the world on record formally. I know this life is right for me.
Cap is good early work from Marco Migno. It's Alonso inside and out the back, Migno.
Yeah, Mark started off real strong. 8-point ride.
That's a really long barrel.
Great wave, and Vasco looking really solid on his feet.
It's impossible not to love his surfing. Coley. A bit further to the left, maybe was paddling up and he caught this one. Paddling up, nice carve there, and here he winds up and bang, under the lip. Akika started off real quick, asking for more, and he goes for a big layback jam. So yeah, layback with a bit of fin release, a bit of drift.
This bottom turn, snapping the layback.
Just how much rail she engaged. Yeah.
I don't need recognition. I'm on a mission. I'm
she's also one of those surfers that can make something. Is this one off? Nice snap, very safe, very.
Roger from Brenchley.
Kick up here. Look at this stuff. Wow, this is nice.
I love the the body done there. This is Yolanda Hopkins. Wow, better turn, a better wave. Come back into it, face left. It's a nice bit of spray. Cracks up the top, and then
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.